Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to a special Wrestling Insiders Marathon. Usually on Tuesday nights, we have Wrestling Insiders Extreme. I look back at the world that was Extreme Championship Wrestling. It looks like that's going to be pushed back a little bit for the next couple of weeks due to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive and our other endeavors going on. Not a bad thing. You're going to have an all-day remembrance of what was the fun, the festivities that was WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, to try and encourage you to head on over to BostonWrestling.com, get a raffle ticket, get several raffle tickets, get several thousand raffle tickets as we try and do what we can to remember the late, great Paul Bearer and update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's house this year. So what we're going to do is, we're not going to bring you 1, 2, 3, no. We have 12 episodes of Tony Atlas lined up for you today. Can you take that much? It has been a while since we've produced original content with Tony. Many of you know the reasons why, but you know what? It's still, for what it was when we recorded it, a lot of fun, some great content, some great stories, some great memories. So again, we're going to have graphics going throughout the program. We need your help to try and help these great kids. So let's kick it off with how we kicked off 2021 back on January the 5th. It wasn't a wrestling-themed episode. We started with Ask Atlas, which was a lot of fun, where we took fan questions, not about wrestling, but about life for the WWE Hall of Famer. Who would have ever thought that ED discussions would come up on the show? All we can say is from there, take it away, Tony Atlas. Again, you fans at home, open up your hearts. Let's help these kids. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to a special edition. We're going to take a little bit of a break from all the wrestling talk we've been having lately, Tony, tonight. And we're going to have another episode of one that really got a great reaction up in the beautiful city of Auburn, Maine. I don't remember if you remember the episode of Ask Atlas that we did.
No, but before you go into that,
what do we got?
I got to ask you a quick question.
All right.
This
You're
waitress,
going to interview me.
No, this waitress.
Yeah.
She told me something.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to ask you.
All right.
The same thing this waitress asked me.
I thought this was Ask Atlas, but all right.
Okay. What is this?
It looks like a dollar bill on the top of your head. You got to
No.
remember how bad my vision is without my glasses.
All you eat for under $1. All you eat for under $1. A waitress showed me that one. Okay, Dan, go ahead.
All right, Tony, if you remember back in the late summer, we did an episode where we took questions from fans about life. Do you remember that? We had the individual, the man that used his sink
I don't even remember what I did yesterday.
Well, all right. Well, Tony, we took some questions from fans about life. I'm going to read them away. Hopefully, Gabe will be smart enough to put the camera on you, because I'm going to have to put the old Marty glasses on, and we certainly don't want to look old. Gabe, that's your cue to change the camera shot as I read these fine questions to the Hall of Famer. Tony, first of all, Tony, my wife's in-laws are unfortunately planning on coming for Thanksgiving dinner. They have gone vegan and are expecting vegan dishes to be prepared for them. Thanksgiving is stressful enough to prepare for, especially this year with COVID precautions needed. I do not want to prepare vegan food. What should I do?
There's 365 days in a year. 365 days in a year. They only ask you to do something for them one day. You got 364 days to not to be vegan. What's wrong with making somebody else happy? That's what Thanksgiving is all about. Making loved ones feel at home, making them happy, going the step beyond. Like a lot of people,
But these are house guests.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
But it's only one day out of 365 days. It's not like they asked her to do this every day. They asked her for this for one day. One day. Like I can't celebrate Thanksgiving this year with my wife. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go out and buy some turkey, and I'm going to give turkey to those that can't afford turkey. It's one day. Why make a fuss over one day? Do it. Then next year, maybe they could do something for you that is not with it. See, real love is doing something for somebody that benefit them more than it benefit you. God said it's better to give than to receive. You would really make their Thanksgiving. It's probably going to be the only Thanksgiving they have that is bigger. You all going to probably be the only person that ever went that step to make a sacrifice for the happiness of others. It's a blessing. You are blessed by doing this. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's what they are, there's some bigger food that tastes real good. Make a nice bigger Thanksgiving. Do something different all the time. Why have to do the same thing year in and year out? People are not meant to be repetitious. I mean, you can have a turkey the day after Thanksgiving. Do theirs on Thanksgiving Day. Do your carnivore Thanksgiving the day after.
Do you think maybe it's a bit forward of these vegans to expect the vegan meal waiting for them?
Well, I think it'd be a good gesture to do something for somebody else, to make a sacrifice, to make somebody else Thanksgiving brother. I know people that pass up their Thanksgiving dinner in order to go work in a restaurant. They don't get Thanksgiving, a waitress. She don't get the Thanksgiving dinner. They have their Thanksgiving the day before or the day after. I know a lot of policemen, they're going to be working. Fire departments, they're going to be working. I know a lot of people that is not going to be able to sit down at Thanksgiving Day and have Thanksgiving. Some people are going to have it before. Some people are going to have it happen. But on Thanksgiving, you got to look at the word. Thank and given, not thank and taken. Thank given.
Thanksgiving would be kind of an interesting holiday.
Yeah, but it's given. They're leaving out the best part. You giving something special to somebody that they're going to remember for the rest of the night. They will never forget that Thanksgiving. And they're going to all remember you were the one that made that sacrifice for them.
Well, if they're vegan, wouldn't they have a vegan Thanksgiving every year?
We got a vegan restaurant up there. The shit's good, man.
You've gone to the vegan
Yeah,
restaurant? Now,
I had the hamburger. It tastes like real hamburger. They know how to fix vegan food up there, the hot dog, the hamburger, and the stuff. They know how to do it real good, real good. So I would do the Thanksgiving vegan dinner on Thanksgiving Day to make the company happy, because they are guests in your home, so you want your guests to feel comfortable. My mother would have made the guests feel comfortable, because we could have our Thanksgiving celebration the day after. It don't have to be that day.
Right. Yeah,
it's only one day out of a year. Why make a big fuss? And do it, and you're going to feel good about yourself from doing it, because the warmth and the gratitude you're going to get from them people, you can't buy. That stuff you can't buy. So yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that. If that's what they eat, then if you want them over, then they're your guests. You're supposed to entertain your guests. I mean, if a person buy a wrestling ticket and they want to see a wrestling match, you don't want to put on a hockey game.
All right.
Because you like hockey.
All right, well, Tony, we have another holiday-themed question. Tony, even with COVID restrictions, we're still planning on having a family Thanksgiving dinner this year. The problem, like every holiday, is that our guests don't want to leave after a reasonable amount of time after the meal. Do you have any suggestions on how to get rid of unwanted house guests after days of cleaning, preparing, eating the meal, and then having to clean up after again?
Yeah.
What would your suggestion for that be?
Get a hotel room that night. Don't be home. Tell them in advance. Tell them in advance. Or me and my husband, we have planned to do this after the meal, and everybody leave. You come back later.
You gotta work them. You think that's the best way to get rid of them?
Yeah, ease your way on out there. You know they're gonna do it. You know they're gonna do it if you stay home.
Have you ever had an unwanted house guest like that?
You just get a motel room at Motel 6, and then you and your husband go and stay at the motel for one thing. Have something to do that they can't do with you, and you can't leave them at the house.
No.
Let them know before they come.
Have you ever had unwanted house guests like that?
No.
Never.
No.
People just want to leave when they come to your house.
No. I tell them. I said, look, we got some. Yeah, I tell them, brother.
Well, you know what? You can come over for Thanksgiving, but at 5:30, whether you're done with that pie or not, get out.
Well, what I do, what I used to do, what me and my wife do, I used to go over my buddy's house, Ed, and me and my wife would sit there and watch football for about an hour.
Yeah.
And we said, look, we got to lock up in there. Tony promised to be with his buddy on football. And they would ask, can they go? I said, no, it's a private thing and everything. You have to think of ways of easing your way out of that. Or tell them because of COVID virus, you can have it outdoors.
Were you ever an unwanted house guest?
No.
Did you ever overstay your welcome somewhere?
No.
You were always a good house guest.
Look, I try to be respectable. That's being disrespectful. It's taking advantage of a good situation. I never like taking advantage of people. These are people that take advantage of you, so you know they're going to take advantage of your hospitality. So what you do,
Grovelers.
Yeah. It's just like if you know that the animal's gonna get in your garbage, put a lid on the top. Don't blame the animal. Don't blame the animal for being
That's
in your.
That's a great analogy. Yeah.
You're
like a raccoon going through the trash because you want to stay an extra hour.
Yeah, you're leaving the garbage out there. So have something planned. That way you could ease on out of there for a couple of hours. After a couple of hours, you go back home.
Tony, you're a master worker. I continue.
Tony. You got to work them some bitches.
Tony, like a lot of kids, mine are having to take their school classes online this fall as my city isn't prepared to open the public schools safely. It is causing a major disruption to their lives as they're very unhappy being frozen in front of a computer for hours on end. Likewise, after a long day of work, I don't feel like it's my job to play teacher and review all of the assignments given. Is it expecting too much for public school teachers to be putting in 6 hours a day?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Now,
they didn't give birth to that child.
Yeah.
See, for so long, Americans have had this thing of having kids and having somebody else to raise them. Now she are understanding what it means to be a parent. It wasn't meant to be easy. She are understanding what it means to be a parent. And so what you have to do, she just got to do it. I mean, my mom had this old saying. This is what my mother used to say. You kids didn't ask to come here. Okay? that child did not ask to come here. Now that child is here, it's just as much your responsibility to make sure that child get a good education. Is their teachers. We're always looking for daycare and school as a way to dump the kids off. And now that we have to play parent for the first time in our life, oh, it's too much raising these kids. But don't have them. It's your responsibility. It's not the teacher's responsibility. The teacher worked for the school, not for your child, not for you, not for you. So that's all part of being a parent. My mother used to work all day long and come home and help us after a hard day's work.
Yeah.
She used to help us with our homework. That's nothing new. I mean, it's been done for thousands and thousands of years. It's just that the new parents are not used to being full-time parents. This is the first time in their life. That's what me and Hacksaw got into about on Legend House.
Refresh my memory.
I told them, I said, I work with, they asked, what's name, Gary Busey asked, what do we do? And I said, I work with kids. I said, the average parent only spends 3 to 6 hours a day with their kids. They're not used to being full-time parents. They are used to being part-time parents. The kid leave in the morning, come back in the evening. The kid play on the computer, they fix dinner. The kid go in this room, the parents go into the other room. It's not that the kid don't want to be stuck by their computer a lot. They don't want to, the parent don't want to be dealing with it. Because the kid, it don't sound like the kid complaining. It sound like she complaining more than the kid. That's how it comes off to me.
Yeah.
So it's her, for the first time in her life, she had to raise her own kids by herself. And she don't like it. It's take away her freedom. Because when most kids come home, the mother go do something, the father go do something, the kids go do something. They spend no time together. They don't build no bond, don't build no union. They don't build nothing. If the best way to do it, get the child to help you do housework. You help the kid with his homework or with his computer, then have the kid to help you with the housework, like doing dishes or teach the kid how to cook or help the kid do chores around out. That's what we used to do as kids. That's how my mother was raised. We didn't have online and all, we didn't have all this stuff.
Yeah.
My mother had to be teacher, parent too. But they always, if you stop and look at it, most parents are part-time parents. They go to work, they drop the kids off daycare. And the kids stay in daycare all day. Then they bring the kid home. By the time they get home, it's 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the evening. Everybody go to bed about 9 or 10.
Well, even before Corona, it is difficult to navigate the life of being a full-time worker and have kids that
you
are
just
young.
thought about that before you have kids.
I agree with you on that.
But once they're here, they didn't ask to come
Right.
here.
They need to be
We all
taken
want
care
kids.
of.
You know why so many people want kids?
No.
They don't have to take care of them.
You think that's why people want kids?
They don't have to take
so
care
they
of
don't have to take
They
care
don't
of
have
them.
to take care of them. That's why they want them. Not full-time.
They want to be part-time parents. All right.
Not full-time parent. Now she had to learn to be a full-time parent. It's her job to raise the kids, not the schools.
All right, Tony, the next one, hopefully our good friend in the control room, Gabe, is never going to have to deal with this situation, but on our Twitter at MWF Project X, Tony, my wife recently told me she feels I'm suffering from ED and need to go to the doctor for medication. As I'm sure you know, ED is a very embarrassing...
What is ED? Well, I don't know what it is. I mean, you use the term. I'm not all that familiar with diseases. I never have them.
Gabe in the back, do you know what ED stands for?
Yes, I do.
All right, Tony,
What
it
is it?
stands for erectile dysfunction.
Really?
All right, yes, I know.
You say his wife can't get a hard on or he can't get one?
Let me try it again. Tony, my wife recently told me she feels I'm suffering from ED and need to go to the doctor for medication. As I'm sure you know, ED is a very embarrassing subject to bring up. Do you know of ways for men to naturally deal with ED with your fitness background?
Yeah, it's in what you eat. No, I'm serious. There's a lot of food that
now, what
that
would help with ED?
Well, it will, because see that.
But I'm asking what kind of food?
Well, I can't tell you right offhand, but I do know. I do know because somebody asked me that question before, and they went on the computer and asked for food to help build your immune system. There's certain food you can eat to rebuild your immune system. ED is really a vitamin deficiency. The human body is kind of like a car. It's kind of like a car. You can put gas in that car every day, but if you don't put oil, transmission fuel, and other stuff, the car is not going to run the full. The body is the same way. Naturally, from what I know, the average human should eat 50% 50% fruit and veggies. And most Americans only eat two things, carbohydrate and protein. We don't eat veggies, and a lot of veggies, fruits, and nuts and stuff like that, like oysters, and everybody knows it's a good way of building your libido. Another thing.
Oysters?
Yeah, oysters. Another thing.
Like the seafood?
Well, Yeah, oysters. You can look it up yourself within 2 seconds, and you could answer that question a hell of a lot better than I can, because it's all
Well,
documented.
this is life advice from you. So
But that's what I'm saying. I'm giving it advice.
Okay.
He could go on the computer and, well, you laughing at the guy, but he could go on the computer and he could look at foods he eat. He have to change his diet, because anytime something mixed function in your body, it's lacking something to make it work. Either he had lost interest in his wife. They may have
you
to
think
go on.
that's why he's gone soft?
Well, what my wife Monica would tell me, if I
you
had a
had this
problem,
conversation.
this is what Monica would tell me.
All right.
Let your lips make a date where your hips used to break. Satisfy your wife orally.
Little anti-poffo treatment.
Well, I say your wife, not yourself.
not yourself.
Satisfy your wife orally. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with a man giving his wife more love and
Pleasing
affection.
her. Whistling in the wheat field.
Well, see, but a lot of guys, what they do, once they've been with them a long time, they forget the build up. Like every woman that have sex don't always have a climax. I mean, they do it just to satisfy the man, but most time women don't get nothing out of it. You know, the man do. He get his little 30 seconds or 1 minute thing, and then he fall asleep. But that woman, she wait for him to go to sleep, and she pull out that finger because she's not totally satisfied. Every woman don't have a climax when they have sex. And what a lot of men do, they need stuff to regenerate their interest in her. And one of the ways that me and my wife used to do, just out of nowhere, we would just go get a hotel room, and for some odd reason, we had sex, great sex. I could lay around the house.
Random hotels.
Well, no, it's just the idea of
Someplace new.
yeah, something new. Change up your. See, he's losing. What it sounds like to me is nothing wrong with him. I think he's losing interest in his wife. She's not stimulating him no more, and he's depending on her to do it. But he's not doing any participation himself. One thing: change your diet. Find out different foods that are going to help you to rebuild your system. It can be rebuilt through proper nutrition. I bet this is a guy that eat pizzas and McDonald's burgers, and he probably ain't have a veggie the day he was born, you know.
Yeah.
So he got a lousy diet in order for something that worked okay when he all his life, then all of a sudden it's not working. That's because he is doing something. He's not punishing. You can buy a brand new car, okay? And drive it and never change the oil. In a year, what's going to happen with the motor of that car is brand new though. Okay, you could blow an engine by not changing. Yeah, so you could damage anything by not taking care of it. My mother used to say, anything you don't want, just don't take care of it. You won't have it long. He didn't take care of his health, so he don't have it long. And also, he didn't take care of his interest in his wife. His wife is not. He's not excited about being with her.
Well, we don't know the age of these people.
Well, the age got nothing to do with taking care of something.
You know, at some point,
yeah, because you can find a car from 1950 that runs great, and you find another car that's only 5 years old that runs like shit.
It would be more common for someone in their 70s to have ED than someone in their 30s.
No, not really.
Really?
No,
people in their 30s get ED.
Oh yes,
Really?
yes. You can get
I
anything.
didn't know that.
You can have a heart attack at 30. You don't have to be. You can become a diabetic in your teens. So these things happen because the body is lacking something. The body itself have not. You know, if you live 30 years and you don't eat no veggies and eat nothing and be on a lousy diet for 30 years, how are you going to be reacting 30 years later? I know kids, 30% of teenagers are diabetic. Now, how you going to become diabetic as a freaking teenager? You answer that question.
There'll be a lot of ED.
It's all because of diet. It's not how much you eat, it's what you eat. You can sit there and eat broccoli all day long, you're not going to get diabetes for eating broccoli. It ain't going to happen. But see, he's not taking care of his health. So little by little, things going to start going wrong.
Well, maybe we should ask the gentleman, maybe for the follow-up episode.
What is your diet? And then sometimes it's good to change up.
Is it your wife? Is it
sometimes it's
positions?
Good. Yeah, boy, sometimes it's good to change up everything. A lot of us men, we get what we call repetitions.
Yeah.
And we don't think about changing nothing or doing anything different. One of the things that me and my wife should do, if I'm going on a wrestling trip, and me and my wife, we may go months in an old day with no sex.
Without the intimacy.
Yeah, because I'm not interested. And then all of a sudden, me and her, we get a wrestling show. And we travel somewhere, we ride down the highway, we doing different things, we laughing and joking, going out to nice restaurants. My wife got no stress because you don't have to cook. I got no stress because I don't have the kids and grandkids running around. We laying there in bed together. All of a sudden, the tower of pizza just rise up. The wife look in my eyes, I look in my eyes, and bang, bang, hello there, Daddy-O.
Now, would the wheat fields be whistled in before this
Well,
happened?
hell yeah, because she
sure
got to get hers first, because I'm not going to be there that long. And I know that. So I don't want to be the only one to get satisfied from this. If it's going to be some gratification, I want her to be satisfied with what happened.
Well,
and women's want to be made love to. See, he stopped making love. I don't know that, but it just sounded like to me, he went in wham, bam, thank you guy. He don't went to that. It ain't a whole lot of build up. I remember in the older days.
But if he's gone soft, I don't think there's a lot of whamming and bamming going on.
Well, no, but you could create it by the brain controls the body does not control the brain.
Right.
See,
but doesn't it have to do with blood flow, or am I wrong?
Well, no. What happened? It's thought. Your brain controls all of that. Mm-hmm. You know, when I think about lifting weights, I don't get a boner. Okay, all right. I'm thinking about lifting weights. I don't get a haul on thinking about bench pressing 500 pounds. But if I think about a woman, naked woman, of course I'm gonna get it. So he have gotten too relaxed in his relationship, and a lot of us guys do. You know, he may not be able to get it up for his wife, but I guarantee you, if he go to a strip joint or something, that thing would poke through his place because it's something new, something exciting, and they're gonna bring him. So you have to find ways of rekindling.
Rekindling, yeah?
Yeah, rekindling. Like when my wife get out of the hospital, you know what I'm going to do when she get out of the hospital?
No, I can't wait to hear this.
I'm going to...
Whistle?
No, I'm going to remarry her.
Oh, isn't that... And you want to know who should do the ceremony?
Who?
John Cena Sr.
No, we go to a church. We're going to go to a church.
You don't want John?
No, I'm going to go to a church. That's what my wife... It ain't up to me. It's up to what my wife wants. My wife want to go to our church, and at our late age, we want to remarry and rekindle, because once she get out of the hospital, she be gone for a year and 5 months. So
you don't even know, yeah.
Right, so we want to start our new life, whatever time we got left. We want to start it off fresh.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, we want to start it on a fresh note. See, a lot of men forgot how to be romantic. If he's romantic to his wife for 2 days in a row, that third day something's going to happen. But he's waiting for her to do it in 1 day, and then tomorrow he's right back into, his man's back on other things. When we was kids, we had what we call courtship. Mm-hmm. You court a girl. You may get a kiss today, a hug tomorrow, but you didn't get into her britches. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't get it. You didn't get none. Then by the end of that week, you ready. See, there's no build-up.
It's almost like a good wrestling match. Or a good
angle. It got to be a build-up to it. And what he doing, he's so used to coming in, okay, thank you. No, you come in, start to be a little bit romantic.
Well, you know what?
You got to get yourself in the mood, because the brain controls the body.
Yeah.
The brain controls the body. So it's not here, it's here. If it worked all these years, and that's what happens with most men, they get stuck in a marriage, and they lose interest in sex.
Now he can't get stuck in anything, apparently.
Yeah, but a lot of men, they lose interest in sex. Got nothing, and plus
men lose interest in sex. Really?
Yeah, with that woman.
Oh.
He can't get it up for her.
It's almost like parking the car in the same spot for so many years. Yeah. Well, our good friend in the control room, hopefully he never gets to that point, at least for several decades.
You have to do things to keep rekindling your marriage.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Per se, this gentleman actually...
Why don't you ask him, when was the last time not have sex with?
Well, hopefully he's watching.
Yeah, but ask him this. When was the last time he made love to his wife?
As opposed to whamming and bamming.
Instead of having sex with her. You can have sex with anybody.
You can make love in a different way.
When the last time he made love to her?
I'm going to ask you this, Tony. Let's say maybe he does have ED, a medical condition that does need to be treated. He obviously should see a doctor. But if he can't do it downstairs anymore, like you said, the hips from the lips, or whatever that phrase was.
First, he got to ask himself when the last time he made love to his wife. Just like a woman needs to get warm up to her.
Yeah.
Because if you take a woman to bed, she may lay with you, but she get nothing out of it.
Right.
Okay? She could do it, though, because she don't have to get it up. That's the only reason she could do it. Okay? But with a guy, He's waiting for it to come up naturally. You understand? So maybe
I do.
try love making for a change and see what happens.
Let me
Change. First of all, go on the computer. Whoever, what's his name?
I only have the username, and I don't even want to embarrass the guy.
The first thing you do is go on the computer and find out what foods to eat to improve your testosterone level. Because he got a low testosterone level. Testosterone is a male hormone.
Right.
Improve your testosterone level. First of all, before you go to the doctor, and then try this. Take some time off of work.
He
go
needs a
somewhere.
vacation to prepare for this.
Yeah, but don't go to vacation to gamble and play freaking golf. Go on a vacation for love making. Make it romantic. He's not in a romantic mood no more. Like when I'm in the gym, I'm not in a romantic mood. You understand? The brain controls the body. All of the body.
Yeah.
The brain controls the body, period. So he had to go somewhere and do courtship all over again and get
reignite the flame.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this,
Them are two advice. Change your diet, go on the computer, find food that'll help develop your testosterone level. Secondly, go to an environment. You and your wife take a vacation, get away from the kids, get away from the bill, get away from the job, get away from everything. There were a lot of wrestlers used to love to go to Puerto Rico.
The Puerto Rican women, something different. No,
they was married. They bring their wives to Puerto Rico.
Oh, they like to bring their wives
They
to
like to
Puerto
bring their
Rico,
wives to Puerto Rico. Because
that's a beautiful spot on the
after
beach.
the day on the beach, for some reason, being on that beach and being in Puerto Rico just automatically throw you into a romantic
Whamming
food.
and bamming.
Yeah, having candlelight dinners at night, you know, having laying on the beach, having a nice warm sun, you know, laying out in the ocean, going out eating Caribbean food, dancing to the music, you know, all this stuff. And then by the time you get back to the hotel, ba 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 boom.
Ba 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 boom.
Right. But if you go to work, you got the kids, you got that, you come on to that same dead environment. And the marriage probably need rekindling. And he's just losing interest. 'Cause it worked okay these years ago. It didn't pop up out of nowhere.
Well, let's just say, Tony, let's play devil's advocate. It is a medical condition, and, you know, it's gone soft. How long, for someone maybe that isn't the connoisseur that you've been in the past, how long should you whistle in these wheat fields to warm her up? Did you suggest a length of time?
Well, I just threw out, I'm not getting into technical because I don't know. Everybody is different. Everybody on the earth is different. So nobody could sit here, not me, not you, that come with one conclusion and say that conclusion.
So you shouldn't set a stopwatch.
Right, but so it's several ways of doing it. Number one, I would look at it, like I keep saying this probably my 6th time saying it, and you probably not tired of hearing it, but I'm sure the fans are tired of hearing me repeat
research
myself.
Foods.
Yeah.
Be creative, a new environment to
Right,
make love
right,
to her.
yeah, you have to
But
try
my
it.
thought is, you know, maybe the man actually does have a medical condition. If he can't use his normal tool to do the work, if he had to use, you know, the tongue, how long would
Well,
if
there's
he's
two
new to
ways
it?
of looking at things, Dan.
Yeah.
The glass is half full or the glass is half empty. I rather look at it as half empty.
All right. Fair
He
enough.
have to try these days. He asked my advice, I gave it. I can't give no
You've
more than
given
what
him
I said.
several options, if nothing else. Do you think he ever feels uncomfortable if he goes with his wife to get
I don't live with him.
Well, as a man, would you feel uncomfortable if you went out for an ice cream with your wife and the person in front of you ordered a soft serve?
Off of what?
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
All right, fans, what a way to start the Tony Atlas All-Day Wrestling Insiders at Your House Marathon as we try and do everything we can to remember the late, great Paul Bearer, a man we miss each and every day. We still wish he was with us, believe me, especially compared to some of the people that we have to deal with. But we are in the middle of a 12-episode Tony Atlas at Your House Wrestling Insiders Marathon. We're encouraging you to visit bostonwrestling.com, get those raffle tickets, take part in the Cyber Jackpot Mega Raffle we're going to be having during our live Christmas party Sunday, December the 19th, right here at the studio. John Cena Sr. is going to pick the winner. One lucky fan anywhere in the globe is going to get every item in the raffle. Not one or two items, everything included. It's tremendous. If you weren't with us at our November 13th, 20th anniversary extravaganza at Memorial Hall in Melrose, you missed out. This one, you have no excuses. Again, bostonwrestling.com is the place to be. Get those raffle tickets now as we continue with the marathon. Tony Atlas is back, this time shooting on Sting, Kenny Omega, the AEW Impact Wrestling relationship, and more. All right, wrestling fans, happy 2021. As noted, I'm Dan Marty. He's Tony Atlas, still going through that bag. I never know what he's going to pull out. I know he's got some great artwork he's planning on showcasing more and more on live specials and on eBay, and at his live appearances and all the great things that Tony does. Tony, we made it to another year, baby.
Yes, we are. And this year going to be better than ever.
The question a lot of fans want to know is, how is Monica?
My wife is improving a lot better than what I expected. I'll be glad when she already took her corona shot, so.
Oh, really? She took the vaccine?
Yep.
That's great.
Yep, she took her corona shot and everything, so that's going to be good. I don't believe it, Dan. That's the only one I bought. Can you believe that?
We'll keep looking. You never know. You never know. You never know. Who's that one now? Wow. Jesus, Tony, if you didn't spell this one wrong, this is a nice one.
Where's the misspelling?
No, I'm just looking. I found one.
Don't, you kidding me.
Fans, look at this for 1 sec, if you can call it up. Tony made this beautiful print, but you spelled Ultimate wrong in Ultimate Warrior.
Where?
And you spelled Sky Dome wrong.
Where did misspell it Ultimate?
You wrote Ultimate Warrior, and you forgot the E in Sky Dome at the end of it. I think you need me with you when you draw these pictures for me to tell you how to spell the words.
Oh yeah, put the T. That one I did, but this I got it right.
What's the second one?
The Ultimate Challenge.
You spelled ultimate right on that one?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you were 1 for 2 at least. That's always good on artwork, I guess.
And Scott don't me spell right.
No, you forget the
D-O-M.
E. There's an E at the end.
No, it's blocked off.
Well,
When the guy made a print, he didn't get
oh, on
it.
the original, the E is there.
Right.
All right. So if you want to
Yeah.
buy the print, there's only a couple
He
of
cut it.
spelling errors.
He
yeah.
cut the.
Oh, my dear Lord, Tony, you are a character. You are a character, Tony. Well, we're glad Monica had the shot, the vaccine. She has been now, folks that may not be familiar with the
No,
story.
that's the only copy I got of that.
Oh, you son of an
I know.
Atlas. You son of a gun. Monica Atlas has been hospitalized since June of 2019 since she had a stroke,
Yeah.
but she's had the vaccine. She's improving. Do you think 2021 will be the year that Monica finally returns to Atlas Estates on Millionaires Row in Auburn, Maine?
I sure hope so, because, well, before the coronavirus, they told me she could come and stay the weekend at the house.
Oh, really?
They wanted her to come and spend the weekend with me so she could get re-familiar with, 'cause her improvement would increase if she could mingle in society a little bit more.
Get used to the real world again.
Right, but being in isolation, it's hard to be encouraged to do things. Just like when the coronavirus first hit, I was working at home, and I felt good working at home. After a while, you lose interest.
Yeah.
You know, the inspiration is not there.
It's not the environment you used to.
Right. And so the body the brain like being insulated for a while, but after a couple of months, it kind of fall to the wayside. So I know once she able to come out in the world, that she would be able to communicate a lot more, and we improve a much quicker.
Well, as always, we wish her the best. She's a great lady. I can't wait to finally get to meet her in person. Hopefully it'll happen in 2021.
Oh, it will.
All right, Tony, the fans are a-buzzing. AEW continues to be making big moves. They want your thoughts on it, Tony. They continue to expand their roster by signing some hungry up-and-coming athletes. But the big signee is perhaps, I don't know if you'd go as far as to call him a wrestling legend, but certainly one of the top superstars of this generation to a multi-year contract. The guy only a couple of years younger than you, Sting. What do you think of AEW spending some big money for Sting for multiple years?
I think it's good.
You think it gives them some credibility?
Yeah, well, we won't know yet. We have to see how that plays out down the road. When TNA signed Hogan, they thought it was going to shoot things to the roof. And Hogan was a much bigger star than Sting, but it had an opposite effect.
Well, I don't think I'm sorry. I don't think AEW is going to build the company around Sting like TNA tried to do with Hogan.
Well, you might be right, but with a lot of this stuff that when it hit, everybody want to report on it right at the very beginning of it. But that's the wrong time to make any suggestion on any comment on it, because at the end of the day, you end up eating crow.
You don't know yet.
You don't know. I mean, it may be the biggest thing that AEW ever did. It could be the worst thing they ever did. I know that they spend a lot of money. The only thing about
You're deep in thought on this one.
See, when you got a show, and one match is the greatest match you ever seen in your life, but the other 6 matches are the shits. It's the whole show. It gotta be. It ain't no one person no more.
Right.
It's the whole show, and Sting is not gonna be seen that much anyway. Yeah, and so that limit his impact. See, when they were first building him, he was on a lot to build him.
Right.
But now you're gonna catch him here and now and then, like they do with the Undertaker, you know. But in the meanwhile, you're not building nobody. Nobody else is gonna rise up during that period of time, and that's where the problem comes in, because somehow, after they took the believability out of something, You know, I was sitting and watched this movie called Gladiator one time. Oh, what a freaking movie. Love it to death. Then one day I'm watching TV, and they're going to show us how they did it.
You didn't like that?
Didn't like that. They killed it all. And now, even though I like this movie, I would never watch a rerun because I know
how it's done.
How it was done. And once they exposed the business as being a show, and then they use people that are playing roles that they don't fit. See, if you hear one wrestling interview, you hear them all. You hear one, see one wrestling match, you see them all. You can't show me one match on WWE, AEW, or any, or TNT, whatever they call it.
TNA.
Where's the difference? See, what happened is wrestling, you got one maybe two people that sit and write the strip. So every strip that Tony Atlas writes is going to be the same. Every strip that Don Morello writes is going to be the same. It's all coming from one head.
Well, I guess it depends on how creative of a person you are. No?
No.
You don't think one person can come up with multiple quote-unquote scripts?
No, I don't. No, I do not. Because he don't know the person he's writing for. Like they read a strip for me. They want me to talk like Barack Obama.
Well, that's WWE. We're talking AEW right now.
No,
they have a different corporate
structure.
It's
the same thing. They're doing the same thing. They got people that write the script for them. And that's why their matches look so crappy, because you can't be what you not. It's kind of like an elephant coming out trying to act like a racehorse.
Yeah.
He's never going to be a racehorse. No matter how much you put the jockey, you dress him up, you give him a racehorse name. He always going to be a freaking elephant. So in the olden days, this was the strip. I asked one of the old timers, I said, what gimmick should I have? Because some of the wrestlers had gimmicks. He said, kid, give it time, you would come into your own. Like when you saw Jimmy Snuka, you felt like you was looking at Snuka. Because he wasn't acting. That was his inner, he was being himself. When you meet Ric Flair, you feel like you're talking to Ric Flair. You know, because he's not really acting that much. When you saw Tony Atlas in those days, you felt like you was talking to Tony Atlas. Because the character that you saw on TV was the character that I created. It wasn't what some guy some college kid written. When you saw Ric Flair, that was the character Ric Flair. Nobody gave Rick that gimmick.
All right, again, you're talking WWE. I'm trying to circle
back
that's what
I'm using. But that's what I'm using. WWE and AEW, they're all doing the same now.
AEW is mostly run by Tony Khan and the wrestlers themselves.
Well, who writing the strip?
You're talking Cody Rhodes is one of their executives.
Somebody's writing the
Young
strip.
Bucks is some of the executives.
Right.
Well, at least they're wrestling people as opposed to what you said, college kids.
No wrestler could think for another wrestler.
Fair enough. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
The only way that it's going to get back to real is where the character will come out. Let the wrestler create their own character. Just like Luke and Bushwhacker. They were the sheep herders at first. But who thought of the character? They did.
Yeah.
You look at all the old timers, nobody gave them that character. And every time you try to give a wrestler a character, he dies.
You're not wrong in a lot of cases.
He died. Cactus Jack went all the way back to being Cactus Jack. Mankind, Brother Love or whatever.
Dude Love.
Dude Love. None of it worked. Now, after all of that, who are you now? Mick Foley, Cactus Jack. That's him.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony. You have been in this great business now for parts of 6 different decades. As someone that is much closer to the end of his career than the beginning, what do you think the best utilization of Sting might be? Other than it being very limited. Very limited.
I think he's going to be great for the drawing, the ratings. The ratings going to go up a great deal under him. And I think he's going to be a great asset to the business if they let Sting be Sting. They got to let him do what he knows what to do and not try to and not try to
Percy
put
playing a rib on us?
No, this one here went out on you.
Percy's ribbing
That
us.
one went out. No, what he have to do, as long as they let Sting do his own thing. You know, it was easier in the grab because the promoter didn't tell us what to do. That's why it was so easy for a guy to get into his character. The promoters, you go out there, you do your match, the promoter come back, hey kid, that's pretty good, I want you to keep that up. That was it. But that came out of that person. You see, you go on and pretend for so long for people to see through you. And that's what happened with these wrestlers. People see through them. They know that is not that person. He don't fit the part that they put him in. The best character that they gave Percy Pringle, every character he played fit him. When they put Undertaker in that suit, that fit him. Couldn't nobody else do that. You see a lot of people trying to imitate it. Ain't gonna happen. That is him. He's not faking. Hulk Hogan was not faking. We used to make jokes about it in the old days. We say all businesses are fake except for wrestling. Wrestling is the only sport that's not fake because all these football players, they all act the same, they all play the same. Basketball and baseball players act and play the same. Wrestlers do it all on an individual basis.
Right.
And we was individuals. We had individual personality, individual character. You don't see the individualness no more. And none of the companies recognize that. Because that teaching came out, that's the basic that came out of the 50s, out of the 60s, and they gave it to the guys in the 70s. And then in the 80s, Vince got rid of the guys that knew that. So from the 90s on, you got guys that not teaching a guy. They have some of these former WWF guys on shows, when they came to the promoter, they go, what I supposed to do in my match? What do you want me to do? Promoter, well, ain't you the pro? Don't you know what to do? Nobody told me what to do. They don't know what to do. Because without that strip, they programmed to go by the strip. They programmed like an actor.
Right, yeah.
Not like a...
And they're not trained actors. That's part of the problem.
And they're not trained actors.
Right.
So people could see through, could see through them. Like the wrestling don't look like a sport no more. It don't. It look like what it is. It look like a show. It don't look...
Entertainment.
And it don't. You don't feel
not
like
necessarily good entertainment.
Right. It's horrible entertainment because here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. What they use is I'm getting up on the top rope, jumping off on you, and then you get up and kick my butt. What I get up there for? See? Nothing means nothing.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony.
It's kind of like these cheap, what they call B movies.
Cheap B movies. Yeah.
Cheap B movies, where the guy come in with an AR-15 and just spray the room and hit nothing. Hit nothing. Don't even hit the wall behind him.
Yeah.
You don't even see the bullets ricocheted off the wall, missed the whole wall behind him, and then the good guy pull out a gun, one shot, boom, dead.
He's got better aim, I guess.
No.
I know Lanny never missed when he aimed.
You see, a lot of people get they get too much into Buzz Bunny and Road Runner.
Yeah.
Wrestling now look like Power Rangers.
A lot of the times, you're not wrong, yeah.
You think you're watching Power Rangers.
Let me ask you
Nothing means nothing.
There's
When
no...
I press slam a guy back in the old days, it meant something. When Slooker came off that top rope, Slooker raised his hand like that, the people raised up because they knew what was coming. When Wrestling 2 got back to give that knee, they knew what was coming.
I'll tell you this, I think one of the biggest problems, not in any particular promotion, but the industry as a whole, is the lack of selling.
They don't know how.
But I mean, if you're not going to sell, it just takes away the believability and credibility of anything you're going to do. So therefore, it's killing the credibility of everything that's being done.
Now you hit the nail right on the head.
That's my problem with it. The selling.
The believability. There's no believability. Like I told you, I watched it the other night when they saw this big, huge guy, about 6'7", 6'8", 300-some pounds to clear the ring. Then the guys he knocked down got up and threw him out of the ring. And they didn't sell nothing he did to him. You know, the first time I saw that, when I saw Stone Cold give Big Show a stunner, I'm sitting there go,
You were beside yourself.
yeah, I couldn't believe that they were, and then when they have Mark Henry to lose to Hogswaller, you know, I couldn't see Andre the Giant losing to Little Louie. I just
No kidding, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what they do, wrestling insults the people intelligent now. There's nothing you could believe in. See, in America, we are losing a lot of things to believe in. They tell me the news is fake. Don't believe the news. They tell me that the police department, the FBI is corrupt. Don't believe in the FBI. Now they tell me don't believe in our voting system. That is corrupt.
Yeah, even the vote.
So, even our voting system. So everything is don't believe in this, don't believe this, don't believe that, don't believe, don't believe, don't believe. And America is starving for something that they can believe in. And so we got kids growing up. They don't believe in America like we believe in America. They're not taught believability. They are taught doubt and fake and phony and stage and everything. But my job was to make the people believe, because we felt like we were cheating out of their money if we was exposed to the business. Because people don't want to make a person into a sucker, but they don't want you to go out there and tell them that they're a sucker. That you're like rubbing salt in a room. And I told you my own self, you know, I could walk into the ring with just about, at my age, I would say at least 30% of WWE talent, and the fan would say, Tony could whoop his ass.
Yeah, well, we mentioned when we had you on that
They
live
take
event
one look
last
at me
December,
and they look
yeah.
at the guy that I'm wrestling, and they nowhere in the world they believe that I could whoop me. They would not believe it.
Well,
Because he don't look the part that they making him. They're making him into Superman, but he look like Pee Wee Herman.
Right.
It's kind of like Pee Wee Herman running around in a Superman costume. It don't fit.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to have people that people can be. I mean, you saw Harley Race, even though he was not muscular or big enough, but it was something about Harley Race. You believe you could tell he was a tough SOB.
Tough man.
You could just tell by just being around him, talking to him, and the way he moved, the way he did things. Ole Anderson, you knew he was a badass just by meeting Ole Anderson. He wasn't all big, muscle up or nothing, like the Ultimate Warrior or something, but these people had believability. Hulk Hogan probably was not the best wrestler in the world, but you knew. You know, I hear a lot of people see the Iron Sheik in his heyday. I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley.
No, and he wasn't a gassed up looking guy.
No. And I hear people tell me all the time, when I work these independent shows, I hear the people say, oh, Tony's going to kick your butt. And they say, I'm going to beat that old man. Yeah, right. They don't believe it. Because I look like I could whoop your ass. There was a lady at the airport the other day, and this guy recognized me. And I guess the guy told her that I'm getting old now, that he could take me. And you know what she told him? He might be old, but he still look like he could fuck you up.
How did she recognize you with the mask on?
They were looking at my arms.
They recognized your arms.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Because he was
well,
looking-
they are well defined. That's for sure.
and he would say, and she said, well, he might be old, but he still look like he could mess you up. You understand what I'm saying? This lady is sitting in the airport looking at me. See,
Yeah.
what I keep telling the promoters, what they keep forgetting, the only person that AEW and WWE could convince is Stevie Wonder. You understand?
Oh, absolutely.
Because he can't see what
He
they put in
can't
front of
see.
him. He can't see it. But as long as people could see, that's what hurt them. That's what hurt them. These guys, just like Chris Benoit, in my opinion, were the best of the last good wrestlers. Believability style wrestling.
He didn't
Chris-
have much charisma. He wasn't much of a
but
promo,
you
but his
believe
wrestling
he was
believable.
believable. He was definitely believable. I mean, what he did had believability. Yeah.
Very crisp.
That's right. It was believable. Undertaker, even at his age, now I would say the best guy there that have that ability is Triple H, no one else, from what I have seen. Now, there may be other.
Well, but I mean, you keep going back to Triple H.
But
Tony,
he's the
he
last
hasn't had
of
a
it.
match in a couple of years.
It don't
now.
matter. It don't matter. That's it. He was the last of him, and Undertaker is the last of
Last of the Mohegans?
the last of what someone could call a real wrestling, believable wrestler. You know, they got that believability about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As big as Mark Henry was, he was not believable because the guys didn't sell him
Right.
the way to
Well,
make
and
him.
this, again,
they
goes
didn't
back
make
to
him
the selling.
right.
Yeah.
They didn't go back to selling. They didn't make him look believable. When Matt Hardy beat Mark Henry and threw Mark Henry around the ring, that's not believable. It's not believable.
And we've mentioned Big Show, and I know the example you
Oh.
always use is Steve Austin Stunner, but I mean, Big Show put over everybody and his mother. I mean, you talk about killing his credibility.
So they killed their own business. They took the. See, people got to believe in something.
Yeah.
That they want to believe. I remember the old timers used to tell me all the time. Said, make the people believe. They come there to have something to believe in.
Can they believe in Sting?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you this, Tony, as we move on here in this episode.
Not if he come out and start hitting people with barbed wires and all that stuff, and they're not even scratch them. If you somebody take a baseball bat and hit somebody, if he come out with a baseball bat and hit somebody and don't knock the guy out, he's dead to people too. Who in the hell gonna believe you can hit a man with a baseball bat and not break a bone?
A 60-year-old man.
And I don't care how old you are. If you 80 years old, you hit somebody with a damn baseball bat, brother, you're gonna break bones.
All right.
You ever been hit with a baseball bat?
Well, no, I haven't.
Or you
and I
lucky?
hope I never am.
See, then they take baseball bat and hit people with. Who in the fuck gonna believe that?
All right. Well, Tony, interesting business maneuverings going on in AEW right now. I don't know if you caught the show not too long ago, but Kenny Omega defeated the former Dean Ambrose to become the AEW champion with the help of TNA Impact, or the former TNA Impact Wrestling executive Don Callis. That has opened the door now for some interpromotional workings between both AEW and Impact Wrestling in 2021, with the AEW champion appearing on Impact Wrestling television and forthcoming an Impact Wrestling pay-per-view. Do you think it's a good thing to see two major league promotions like this working together to try and create something new and a little bit of buzz?
I don't see no harm in it.
Yeah.
But it still boils down to the same thing.
Let's hear that.
How are they going to get people to believe in a product? Mm-hmm. See, when you sell a product, I don't know how many times I'll probably repeat myself, you know, until the cows come on. But they're not believable.
Well, from a business point of view, do you think it's a good idea?
Not if it's not believable. I don't care who they team up with. As long as you're selling the public. See, it's the public that buy the product. Mm-hmm. And they don't care if the product is Impact or AEW or EWA. Fans don't care. They just want something they can lash on and something they can believe on. We're losing our heroes here in this country, left and right. And wrestling used to be heroes to a lot of kids. You know, I want to grow up. I want to be like Tony Atlas. I want to be like Hulk Hogan. I want to be like Jimmy Snuka. You don't hear them saying that they want to be like these guys. They better than these guys already. See what they did? They got rid of wrestlers. There's no such thing as wrestling. Wrestling is just it's not even a term. Vince don't even use the term wrestling anymore.
They hate the term.
Wrestling, yeah. Because it ain't no more wrestling. Wrestling is gone. It's entertainment now. and the people are getting characters that don't fit the character. It don't fit. Nothing fit.
Am I boring you, Tony?
Yeah. It just don't fit. It's kind of like you take King Kong and get him to play Donald Duck.
Yeah.
And get Donald Duck to play King Kong. It ain't working, brother. That's the problem. Tell that kid, bring me something to drink. You got something to drink?
Jackie the Joke Man, could you possibly get Tony something out of the refrigerator before the man dies?
Yeah, or soda.
Here at MWF Studios, as long as it's free.
People want to believe.
Yeah.
See, that's why Clint Eastwood and John Wayne made such good westerns.
Yeah.
I mean, John Wayne fit that part. Clint Eastwood fit Dirty Harry. He fit them part. Charles Bronson, when he was played the movie, what was it where he would do revenge for his family?
I think I know what you mean.
Thank you, sir. But
Be
he
like
fit.
Cecil. Just walk out in the middle.
That's
you
all
got
right,
the
brother.
Cecil the lion in
That's
you,
right.
brother.
But you know, you have to fit the part.
You got to fit the part. What was,
And none of
what
these
was
guys-
that Charles Bronson movie called? I can't think of it now.
Charles Bronson
It was a long series of them, though. It was
Death something.
Death Wish.
Death Wish.
Death Wish, yeah.
But he fit. That's why he clicked. When they put that mask up, when they put Undertaker in his suit, he fit. Ric Flair fit. Andre fit. Chief Jay Strongbow fit. Bruno Sammartino fit. Earl Emery don't fit.
If you could give...
They was great as a team when they had all three together. Because it's three of them. For their size, they
Right.
built, and everything. But then when they separated, they showed that they was not as powerful looking to the audience
Yeah.
as they were as a team.
Yeah.
As a team, they would look like the A-team. They was a very powerful team together. You take like the A-team with Mr. T and them three guys, then you separate all four of them. The only one in that whole group that looked like that is a tough guy would be Mr. T. But the rest, all that toughness about him is gone. Because Mr. T was the guy that added that toughness to him. Roman Reigns was the guy that added the toughness to them. But then when they took Roman Reigns away and tried to make Earl Emery and Chef Rowley tough like by themselves, and plus the tough guy was a big quiet type. He was always the quiet type, but tough. But it fit in a team. It don't fit as a singer. That's why they had to put a mouth with him like the manager there that they have for Brock Lesnar.
Paul Heyman.
Paul Heyman, because this guy can't get himself over verbally. But as the Seals, that was it.
I saw the Seals down at SeaWorld.
But you know, as a team, they present believability to people. As singers, they don't. You understand?
Yeah.
Like back we were talking earlier in the one segment about Pat Patterson. As a team with Ray the Crippler, tough. But then when they put Pat by himself, he didn't click by himself as big as he did with the Crippler.
Tag team. Yeah.
Exactly. They're like Michael Jackson. The team was great as the Jackson 5. But then once they pulled Michael out of that, the Jackson 5 never went anywhere.
It fell apart.
It fell apart. Same thing with the Supreme. With Diana Ross left, it put these are the things that added that little extra to it. We're the same thing with Dean Ambrose and all them guys. You know, they got over as the Seal. And then they left on the table what made them.
But
it's kind of like me getting a big pot belly and being all out of shape. And then you say, Tony Atlas, you go, what the fuck happened to him? you understand what I'm trying to say?
Tony,
the name won't fit no more.
In closing, Tony, before you open up that free Sprite, is there...
Free?
We're not going to charge you, don't worry. Is there...
Hey, he's not joking. He's going to deduct $1 from my pay for this.
No,
I bet you.
That's your friend from Pennsylvania that would do that.
Yeah.
Is there one tip or two tips maybe you could give AEW to make their product a little bit more credible to the fan base? Is there something quick that you can think of from what you've seen?
Yes.
Or what's that?
Make the people believe.
Yeah. That's simple.
Make them believe. Stop doing stuff that is unbelievable. You know, you beat the hell out of a guy, say somebody there to help back to the dressing room. Don't have that guy walking around in the back and around the fans and around people, and the people see he's not hurt. I remember I worked with Dick Murdoch, and we was working his arm. We were twisting his arm, beating his arm, me and Rocky Johnson. He would team up with Adrian Adonis.
You're a good friend.
Adrian Adonis. So we beating on this arm. So Murdoch reached up, scratched my eye. You know, I started selling the eye. Murdoch, take that arm like this and stick it down in his trunks and started using the good arm. Never used that arm the whole match.
Sold.
He never used that arm the whole match. He went back to the dressing room holding that arm. That is what's called by believability. I see a guy work the guy's legs, beat on his legs, jump on his legs, do everything to the leg, then pick the guy up and throw him through the rope. The guy run across the rope. Now, if your leg is hurt, how you going to run? These little things that they take out, where you get a guy down, boom, 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 boom. Oh, look at him go, look at him go, boom, 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 boom. The guy's hurt, boom, 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 boom. Then they get up and a scratch on either one of them. You don't hit a guy in the face 50 frickin' times and don't even leave a scratch.
I agree with you on
Now,
that one.
and you want the fans to pay money to see this crap? Are you ripping me?
Well, all right, fans.
I had this. Boom, boom, down. That was it.
That was it.
2, 3 punches was the most I ever threw simultaneously. Most of the time, I hit a guy one time, boom, got to go down. Because it's believable for me to hit you one time and knock you down. It's not believable for me to hit you 10 times and you jump up and drop kick me.
No shit.
I mean, they insulted both WWE and AEW insults the people retarded. And what they got, they're not creating new fans. What they are creating is this. These are your what you call your diehards. Your diehards. Mm-hmm. These are people that are going to watch it no matter what. See, once you become an addict, and I know something about the drug world because I was in it, a drug dealer give you the best, the good stuff to get you hooked. After he get you hooked, he sell you garbage, and you would say buy it. You don't like it,
but you need it.
But you need that fix. And once that fix is gone, the older generation is gone, there'll be no more wrestling.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from Tony Atlas again. It has been another fun, exciting, interesting, intriguing Tuesday night with the Hall of Famer himself. What do you think? If you're watching the premiere on Tuesday night, to my right, we have the chat going. Share your thoughts. All the great friends, Slick Rick B up in Maine, Tina, Tania, whatever your name may be. Remind me, she gave me a Christmas card to give to you that I have to give you before you leave tonight.
She did? What's her name?
Tina.
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 Not like Tina Turner in Underground Atlanta, though.
All
right. Maria Davis, Vaughn, all of our great friends, Kevin Pean, Kevin Petriantozzi down in Greensboro, North Carolina, all the great Kevins. Oh, my dear God, it never ends. Larson, if you're out there, we're running out of time. Don't forget the eBay store and help keep Wrestling Legends working over at Patreon, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Early ad-free access to all of these episodes. For Barry White over here, I'm Dan Marty. Until we see you again, folks, you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you are in the middle of a 12-episode Mr. USA Tony Atlas Wrestling Insiders at Your House Marathon as we continue our efforts to try and raise funds for our annual Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Before Paul Bear passed away, he started this drive with myself and John Cena Sr. We carry on the tradition in his name, in his honor, again to try and update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home on his list. As we continue with the marathon with Tony Atlas, the Hall of Famer takes a look at WWE superstars being sent back to the PC Center for further training and believability in WWE in 2021. Check it out. All right, Tony, it is Tuesday night. Welcome back as you continue to go through that bag of yours. You love to, I don't know what you spend more time doing, eating chicken wings or going through your bag?
Well, I go through my bag because what I do, I walk down the street and I bump into people and I pickpocket them.
You pickpocket them?
Yeah, I take their money, yeah.
Well, you wouldn't get much if you did it to me, so.
Well, I ain't got much for people I pickpocket. I do it to homeless people. No, I'm joking.
All right, Tony, a lot going on in the world of professional wrestling, WWE right now, as they look at one of the problems that I think they have as far as the credibility and believability of the product with some of their big men. I guess Vince McMahon recently had an explosion about several of the bigger talents that he has on the roster and has ordered them back to the Performance Center, even though they are active television talents.
Like who?
To try and improve themselves. Well, Mace of the Retribution faction, which is a complete disaster, has been asked to go back. Big Keith Lee, someone that had a lot of promise and was put in main events when he debuted over the summer. AJ Styles, giant, monstrous, 7-foot-some-odd bodyguard, as well as the man that likes to go, Otis.
It's not going to happen.
What do you mean it's not going to happen?
Because it all comes down to that one thing.
What is that?
Vince took the believability out of wrestling.
So there's nothing he can do to make any of these people believable now?
He had to start all over again.
Well, if you were him and you felt these talents were a failure, would you send them back to the Performance Center for training? Or what would you do? Release them? Would you release them?
No.
What would you do with them?
I would put them in house shows.
There's no house shows right now.
I know, but this is how I would train them. I would put them in front of a house show. You ask me what would I do? That's what I would do. That's his choice not to do house shows. Because he do virtual house shows. He could do that.
You think they should do virtual house shows?
He could do virtual.
Well, maybe that's not a bad idea.
Virtual house show. And then, this is how I would do it. You really want to know? You want to know?
Yes.
All right. Let's say me and you going to wrestle.
All right.
I do it all old
Hell of a
school.
match.
I do have to see what happened. See, Vince hot shot the territory. And we call that hot shotting what he did. But then when the business go down and the ticket sales go down, the old timer, they would say, go back to the basics. Vince never went back to the basic. AEW never did the basis. The basis is your foundation. That's where you build your clientele. That's where you build your believability. This is what I do. Let's say me and you got a match. I would go back to having a separate dressing room first of all. Be separate dressing room.
How would that help?
We did it like that for ever since the beginning of wrestling, except for the past, 40 years, for the past 30 years.
But how would that help the in-ring
product? If you let me get to the,
I'm sorry, I apologize.
If you let me get to the end,
I
there,
apologize.
Mr. Dan Marella, Boston Wrestling superstar, producer, and CEO. Now, first I put you in a different dressing room.
All right.
Then I would do it just like we did it. I have the referee go over and say, they want you to put over so-and-so. They would go to so-and-so and say, what you want to use for a finish? He would tell. He'd go back to the guy, he's going to use this. This is what they're going to do. Now you don't have a strip to go by. You have to wrestle by instinct. And that's what made it look believable. Nothing is planned. Nothing is scripted. So what's going to happen in the ring and what would happen in real life, people could follow that more because it's coming from this person's instinct. It's not coming from a strip that nobody would go by. If you're in a real fight, not in 1,000 years, you're going to turn your back on somebody. You ain't going to do that.
Yeah.
But if it's not in the strip, you're going to do what comes natural to you. So the match is going to look more natural. That's why they had separate dressing room in the olden days. I used to hate talking to my opponent before the match. I used to always hated that because I can't get that feeling that you're in a real fight, the nervousness. You get ready to go in competition and you're strutting around the ring and you relax. People can see the relaxation in your face.
You should be tense. You should be nervous.
If it's for real, who's gonna go into a fight relaxed?
Ready for the element of surprise.
Yeah, sitting around strutting, and you can see the relaxation in them. You look at the end of the show, they're very, very relaxed. There's no fire, no energy. They're just going through the motion. Because what they're doing, they're thinking about the next move. They're not working the people, they're not working the crowd. They don't have that natural instinct working for them anymore. And that's what people saw. When you look at the old matches, you can see the guy kind of, just like you do in a real fight. In a real fight, you're not going to go run up and lock up on nobody. You're not going to do that. You're going to be a little tense about how you're going to go into it the way the people in the audience would go into the lockup. You're going to grab a hold the way the guy in the audience would grab a hold. You see what I'm saying? You're going to work more by instinct, less by strip. That's what I would do. And I would do that, and I would show it. I do it in different places. I wouldn't always do it in the ring. I do it in a bar.
In a bar?
Oh, yeah, these bars can't operate now anyway. They're losing their fucking ass right now. I rent a bar.
Empty bars? You do virtual live events?
Well, I would get some of the wrestlers to play customers. A couple of wrestlers to play customers. And we do it in different events. It's like a street fight. The guy come in, he having a beer, and he look down there, just like Matt Dillon. He look down the end of the bar, and he would see the guy, he say, hey, I'm supposed to have a match with you. Find yourself another bar. I found this bar first. I was supposed to have a match with you at pay-per-view. Why don't you leave the bar? Well, why don't you put me out? You really want me to? And then the guy said, wait a minute, guys, save it for the ring. Screw that, man. I'm going to whoop his ass now. I can't wait for the ring. But there's no strip. That's the only strip. Just tell him you're going to be in the bar. When you see your friend, and let the guy talk normally for a frickin' change. People don't talk like that in real life.
They don't use the verbiage that people use in normal conversations.
That's why Trump was so popular.
Yeah.
He sounded like everybody else. Nobody talks like Obama. Nobody talks like that.
Like sleepy.
Yeah, well, I would never call him sleepy.
Why is that?
Because then you got to admit that he won and didn't even have to wake up to do it.
That's a good one. I like that.
He beat him in his sleep.
He beat him in his sleep.
You lucky he didn't wake up.
Or he
okay?
really would have trounced him, right?
Oh
if he
my
was
God,
awake.
he would have left Earth.
And isn't it funny? I haven't heard that nickname in a while now.
But yeah, because he woke up.
Yeah.
They should have let him say woke. All right, they would have been fair. But you see, what the people felt that. Because you do everything the way you would normally do it. And that's why they didn't let the wrestler talk, so they could plan anything. You had to plan it in the ring, which made it more natural looking. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it makes
when it's
perfect
already
sense.
planned out, it have that kind of, it take a very, very good actor, to turn fantasy into reality. But since we are not actors, even though we looked at it as actors, we are not actors, they couldn't turn fantasy into reality, so they use reality in the ring. When we go outside the ring, the old timer look up there and say, lay it in. Lay it in is another word for hit me for real. That's what lay it in means. Do it for real.
Do you think in this day and age the guys don't lay it in hard enough?
Well, people could see that.
In your opinion?
Yes.
Yeah.
People could see that.
Well, I know you're not familiar with all of the WWE.
If a guy like, let's say Brock Lesnar, punched me, a senior citizen, head 10 times, then I get up off that mat, and I don't have not one scratch on that. How powerful did Brock Lesnar look?
Did you ever see the match he had with Randy Orton?
Uh-uh.
I'd love for you to see that.
Yeah. But you understand my point?
Yeah.
How powerful do he look?
He looked like he took a sledgehammer to a watermelon to what he did to Randy Orton's head when he punched it in. You talk about hardware color. Oh, my God.
Well, see, but that's
it was
believable.
Perfect. Yeah, it was
but
beautiful.
That's believable. How many times you see him throw punches or get down there and punch a guy?
Right.
The guy get up, he ain't got a scratch on him.
Right, yeah.
See, in the old days, we got around that. We got a little color.
You got a little color. You
Because we know that people are not going to believe that you can hit a guy that many freaking times and not bust him open. That's why we got that's what the color was for, to make people believe. Otherwise, nobody, you hit a guy with a, see, the people that really messed up the business, believe it or not, was, what was it, ECW.
They went overboard.
They took it
All
overboard.
it was color.
I mean, you go take a baseball bat and wrap it in barbed wire. You know what you could do to a person flash with that damn thing? That guy would look like he went through a meat grinder when they get through with him.
Yeah.
And they was hitting people and breaking glass and all this stuff. And I remember the old timers saying this, said they ain't doing nothing but killing the business. Nobody can believe. They look at it as being entertainment, but then slowly you lose the believability.
A lot of weapons.
Right.
A lot of weapons.
Slowly you lose the believability.
Like your friend New
in
Jack. He used a lot of weapons.
Yeah. Well, we're at the end of the day, people look at it as being not believable.
Yeah.
That's the problem with wrestling. People didn't know.
And not only that,
and they didn't want to know.
I think they took it to a point where they couldn't top it. Short of actually, amputating someone's limb, how much more can you really do to a human being without killing them?
Well,
and I kind of like the ECW for that. I like the violence part of it, but at the same time, you had to look at it. How far can they go until it gets to the point where in real life it could never happen?
Stop the high spots.
Yeah.
Stop the meat chopping.
Yeah.
And give the people wrestling.
You don't think there should be any chops?
Give the people wrestling.
No chops.
Give the people wrestling.
All right, I'm going to take that as no chops.
It's going to be boring for a while, but then you're going to hook them again. Because the wrestling part is the only part that people believe in.
Then
the part
high
that people
spots will
don't
mean
believe in
something,
is the punches, the tables. You throw that in off and on. You don't just eliminate it all at once. Like this is how they used to do a match, do a show in the old days. The first match, no punches. Sucker match, no punches. It wasn't until the third match before people could really do something. And then the main event, the door was open. I mean, they could do anything they wanted because it's the end of the show. So you want to hit them with all the big fireworks at the end of the show. But that first match, if you throw a punch, you was fired.
Wow.
You had to wrestle. It was wrestling. Holtz, and in and out of Holtz. And Billy Robinson was a good guy to open up the door because he knew how to wrestle.
Oh. Talk about someone that I think is an underrated guy. I wish there were more guys that would look at his style. Not that his style would exactly work in 2020, but I think you could take things from what Billy Robinson. I think you could take things that Billy Robinson did and modernize them in 2020.
Nobody wrestles anymore.
I agree
That's
with
the
you.
problem. You don't see a wrestling match.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy throw punches, elbow, drop kick, everything but wrestling. They do everything but wrestle. You watch all the nobody wrestles anymore.
Yeah.
We used to, the first couple of matches had to be wrestling. I asked the promoter one time, I said, why is that? He said, always give the public what they pay for. They pay to see a wrestling match. So even though I give them one wrestling match, I fulfill my obligation to the public. He said, even if it's just one wrestling match. Yeah. That's why they used to have what they call babyface matches.
Yeah.
Remember?
I like an occasional
Well, they did that to
babyface
get
match.
that one wrestling match in there before they start all the bullshit
There's
matches.
no cheating, there's no punching, there's
wrestling.
no kicking, it's wrestling. Yep.
Good wrestling because they say that this is wrestling. So you have to give the people at least one wrestling match where there's nothing in it but wrestling. Then they will appreciate the other stuff. But you got punches in the first match, punches in the second match, punches in the third match, punches. At the end of the day, what do your punches mean?
Nothing. They're overdone.
And
I tell you this, what I'd like to see, Tony, is on one WWE television show where they don't go either to attempt to or actually break the table. They do it every single week on every single episode. Where is the shock value in it anymore when it's part of the regular show? Another thing that I don't understand, Tony, why is it that when they go under the ring every time and they pull the various weapons out, there's a kendo stick? At what point in professional wrestling was a fucking kendo stick ever used to assemble a wrestling ring? And if not, who puts these kendo sticks under the ring and why?
Because
I don't get it.
You got some little 20-year-old sitting in there thinking of what he's seen when he was young.
Kendo sticks?
Well, he saw that with ECW. Remember all the writers there, they are the nannies.
Yeah.
They started watching wrestling the nannies. They never saw a real wrestling match, but they wrestled they write for the biggest organization in the world.
They should be watching WWE Network then to look at different things.
No, what Vince going to have to do for about a year. When he say old school, he got to go back to the basics. It's going to take him a while, and people, but little by little, people are going to buy into it. Get rid of all the gimmicks, all the talking, and for once, if people turn on a Monday Night Raw, and they see the guys at the table, and they say, well, let's get to our first match. People, match? No talking?
Yeah.
Treat it like a sport for once in your freaking life. Not like the Ed Sullivan show. Okay? Treat it like a wrestling match for just one freaking episode, WWE. You give them wrestling for one freaking time in your freaking life. Start with a match like they did in the olden days. Then you had an interview right by the ring like they did in the olden days.
Well, give him
I bet if Vince do one old school 1980 TV taping, it'd be the hardest thing people ever seen. Just do one night of it, see how it works. The way they did it in the 70s, the way they did in the 80s, without everybody being on the freaking microphone. If Ric Flair was on the card, the promoter would tell us, I want nobody to be on that microphone.
Save it for Nage.
One person on it you get more response from one person being on the microphone than every freaking body in the dressing room. If Jimmy Snuka was on the show, I don't care if you could jump off the rope better than Jimmy Snuka. I don't care if you could do more on the top rope than Jimmy Snuka. The people pay to see Jimmy Snuka jump off the top rope, not you. I don't want to catch up on them ropes. And you can't get up on them ropes. Because Snuka is on that card. If Tony Atlas on the card, Even if you're strong enough, you could bench press 5 times more than Tony Atlas. But nobody paid to see you press slam a man. They paid to see Tony Atlas press slam a man. So my press slam had more impact because I was the only one doing it. Slooker was the only person coming off the top rope. Now everybody jump off the top rope, so it don't mean nothing. See, they do something, everything is repetitious with them. So in other words, with WWE, AEW, if you saw one match, you're seeing them all.
And that's a big problem.
Because they don't run it as a show no more.
Right.
They run it as matches. See, a show, the whole show got to fit together.
Right.
And you have to build it. You start here, and you build it up. Now it
must look like
it's all over the freaking place. It's like a dance, it's all over the place. And at the end of the day, you don't know what the fuck you just got through saying.
Yeah.
And talking is 50% of the show. It's microphone. So getting on the mic, everybody's on the mic. So when somebody grab the mic, it don't mean nothing. It's been said. It's too, they're getting too repetitious.
Yeah.
And AEW the same way. They come down with a freaking microphone in their hand. First thing. Like, it's a talk show. You're introducing the singers and the dancers. You start off the way it was in the old days and do matches. And then when somebody get the mic, people go say.
I don't think the talking should ever be done in the ring. I think the ring should be that sacred ground where the fighting and the wrestling takes place. I think all the interviews should all take place in the locker room. One man's opinion. I don't know if it would make a difference in the least.
By
ringside. Okay.
Doing by ringside.
All right.
But don't interview everybody. Have 1 or 2 interviews episode. Then you bring back the importance of the interview. Say, we got a special, well, it's kind of like with the president, you come out to talk. Now, this is important. The president he's doing a speech, so everybody tune in.
Like Jack Tunney.
Yeah, well, everybody tune in because the president is speaking. But if he's on TV every day speaking, after a while, when he come out to speak, you go into a commercial.
It was like those coronavirus press conferences.
Yeah, After a while, like,
you heard it.
Yeah. Overdone, overkill. It's overkill. And people do not get what they want, which is wrestling. Imagine they're doing that at a football game.
Oh, yeah, right. Could you imagine that? If there was 15 minutes of football and 45 minutes of talking? Yeah.
After every play, somebody grabbed the mic. Can you imagine?
Well, that's actually a really good point.
Yeah, that's why football don't lose its rating. They give the people what they pay to see a game.
Let me ask you this, though, Tony. Let's just say you are Vince in 2020. You want to have some bigger guys to try and showcase, but you're not happy with their skill set. Now, I know you're saying is a problem. But what would you do with these guys? Do you think sending them back to be...
No.
You don't think training is the right way about it? What would you do with Otis? I know you know who Otis is.
Yep. Well, I just told you. See, Otis never been Otis. We don't know what he could do. He going by a strip.
We want to know. I don't know if you know this in real life, but Jerry Briscoe told me when he was in town with us last year, Otis is actually a shooter, believe it or not.
But what's that? Let him wrestle.
Let Otis shoot?
He never wrestle. They got him playing bozo. That's what I'm talking about. See what I'm saying? Nobody knows that, but Briscoe don't buy tickets.
Do you think fans might be interested in seeing Otis
They would love to see somebody wrestle. When last time they saw a wrestling match on there?
It's very limited.
You don't see wrestling matches. Here you got a guy that can wrestle, and you got to bounce around on your belly like a big old walrus or seal.
Having beautiful blonde women chase him around, almost like you.
Yeah, but see, it's all character stuff.
Yeah.
You make him into a clown because you know that people are laughing at him. They know that woman ain't interested in him. They're laughing at him. Make him into a clown.
And I tell you this,
they dress him up like a clown. It's like Freddie Stern playing blackface.
Not to say that I was right, but when they started to push Otis, I said, this is going to be almost like Eugene. It's going to be like Zach Gowen. It's just going to be one of those flavor of the week type characters. And then after WWE officials had their fun laughing at him, he was going to be dead on arrival. And they've done nothing with Otis for months.
That's what I'm saying. You was right.
I think Otis could be done sooner than later, unless they.
but
maybe they should let him hold. Maybe they should let him shoot.
And send him back in rest school. What are they going to learn at a school?
Yeah.
What? Nothing. Vince just did that to put them on, to keep them on contract, keep them on contract, and cut their pay, and so nobody else could use them while they're hot. That's all the reason he did that.
You think Otis is hot right now?
Oh, well, he's one of their best talent. Let's put it that way.
He got a little exposure, if nothing
Yeah,
else.
he got that exposure. So Vince, take him off TV, send him down to the camp, let him cool off. Then when he don't mean nothing, eventually just ease him on out of the picture, you know, after people forget about him a little bit. But give people wrestling. People tell me that all the time. I remember you used to wrestle when it was for real. You hear that?
When they respected what they watched.
Because we...
Do you think there's a lack of respect from the fans nowadays?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, because it looked like Power Rangers.
A lot of flipping and flopping and flying.
Yeah, no selling and nothing means nothing.
To me, it breaks down to this. The selling I've talked about, and there's two things. The pacing of the show, and there's no patience to let things slowly develop. Everything is rushed and in your face. And I think the fans like a slow burn.
Do you know why Piper Pitt was so popular?
Why is that?
Take a guess.
He was the only one that did the interview segment.
That was the only time. That was the only time that you got talking.
Now on Raw, every week you have not one, but you have two interview segments. You have Ms. TV and you have the VIP Lounge with MVP. Do you really need two interview segments along with all the other interviews that they do backstage?
And all the other that goes with that.
Yeah.
It's more talking than wrestling.
It confuses me. You want to know where it confuses me more than anything, Tony? How does USA Network, that is paying them $5 million a week, and seeing the ratings continue to decline, not step in and say, we have to do something different? This is failing. I think USA is as much to blame as WWE
I think USA is getting corporate money.
What?
They're getting corporate money.
They're getting corporate money?
COVID-19 money.
I don't understand what you mean.
COVID-19 money.
COVID, the disease?
Yeah. Something. They're getting some money kick in there from somewhere.
Well, the ratings have been in decline a lot longer than COVID-19. And
they're going to continue to decline.
But what I'm saying is, what confuses me is, why wouldn't, if you're the network paying $5 million a week, and you see these shows that generally the fans are not liking, with the ratings going down, the response is poor. Well, I mean, at some point, don't you want to make money with it if you're spending $5 million a week?
It depends if they're making money on their. Like I'll tell you, they may sound strange to you. Me and SD, we came up here to work for Angelo Savoni. Mm-hmm. And there was an A team and a B team.
Yeah.
Everywhere me and SD Joe went, we sold out. Vince Sr. was mad.
I remember this story, yep.
He was mad. Yep. And I asked Arnold Skolin, why is he mad that we sold the bill out? They said, the B team ain't supposed to make money. The B team is a write-off for the A team. Because that's where the big money was coming in.
The big money was,
That's where the big money was at. So Vince had to end up paying taxes. He had no write-off. We took his write-off away. Well, Vince is just a write-off to them with all the many other successful programs that they got. Plus they're making money. Plus they're making money hand over fist on the sponsor. I mean, to be on WWE because it was such a high-rated store. Probably these guys are paying millions. Vince is raking in millions of dollars, you know, from the advertisement and stuff because that prime time. But everybody want to get on that.
Well, the advertising isn't cheap, and you know what? For all those that do knock WWE, and there's a lot you can knock. It is still one of the highest-rated shows on cable TV every
exactly.
week. Yeah. But just imagine if it was a good product, what those ratings would be.
Well, I don't think they sounded because it wasn't a good product, so they could write off all this other stuff that USA out of pocket spend.
Well, maybe there's something to it. I know as someone that owns WWE stock myself, there was a lot I'd like to see different.
Well.
I'm a shareholder.
Until they go back to the basics. See, nothing going to change as long as Senior is living.
You think he needs to die?
Oh, I ain't gonna say that.
Well,
But
I mean,
I would
you're
say about
alluding
that.
to it.
But he should just turn it over
I
to.
couldn't see him step down, could you? You know the man.
Well, that's where the problem come in at.
Yeah. Do you think he should have stepped down
Yeah.
at 75?
Yeah.
He's trying to produce a product for, you know, the 18 to 49 demographic, and he's a 75-year-old man.
But he don't have the. He's not clicking with the younger. He's not creating new. He's not creating new. See, the thing that hurt him the worst, and it's gonna hurt him a lot more, were the house shows.
What do you mean?
There was a lot of wrestling fans in Maine.
Mm-hmm.
And they tell me stories about where they went to the Armory and they saw this, they went to that sports center and they saw that and they saw that. We're in Boston once a month, it was at the Boston Garden.
Every
month.
Saturday a month.
And people, and you go to coffee shops and places, you hear people talk about wrestling. Now, when the last time on the street anybody ever mentioned wrestling to you?
It's a good point.
Out of sight, out of mind. When Vince destroyed the territory, Vince destroyed the WWE. Because first of all, the people don't see it that much to be interested in it. There's too much other stuff to draw people attention. You know? Mm-hmm. That's why football is still as popular. We caught up to football, but then once we got there, we didn't do nothing. We caught up to basketball. We caught up to baseball. But one thing that we did not do that football, baseball, and basketball did do, and hockey, we were not consistent. People saw less and less and less of wrestling in person. More on TV, but less in person. Mm-hmm. You see? But that personal connection is what sealed the deal. I go to this down at I see them every year when we go to the big event. What month is that in New York?
They usually do one in March and November.
March, or yeah, sometime like that, the big event. Well, there's this black guy that come. He gave me a picture one time of me and him, and he was probably about in the picture about 12.
Yeah.
And he was about 12, and he comes all the time when I'm there, because he made that personal connection when he was a kid.
Like you're a friend.
The fans never make a personal connection with wrestlers, never.
Yeah.
And they probably never going to see these guys, ever in their life. So with the old time wrestling, the people had that personal connection. Like I tell the story about me and Dusty Rhodes. I was in Atlanta, Georgia, and this black lady was standing outside one time with a big basket of chicken and potato salad. So I said, I was the only black guy there at the time, so I knew that got to be for me. She's a black woman, I'm a black wrestler, I'm popular. Me and Tommy Rich tag team partner. And Tommy said, "Oh, we're going to eat good today, T. Somebody brought us the food." So I went over, and Tommy Rich said, "Is that for Tony?" She said, "No, that's for Dusty Rhodes." You understand?
Yep.
That's for Dusty.
The
but
chicken
Dusty
wasn't
shared
for
it.
you.
Dusty shared it with the people. But you wrestling too. People, his birthday, people would bring him gifts. They would bring wrestlers gifts.
Wow.
But they knew us on a personal basis. I go to Maine. I remember you, Tony, when you hear people say that when you do the virtual stuff. They start telling these stories.
Yeah.
What story they got of The Undertaker? What story they got of John Cena?
Other than watching them on TV, right?
There's no story. There's no connection between the fans and the wrestler.
It's a good point.
And that was one of our biggest drawing power, was the fact that they got to meet us and get personal with us when they was unable to meet. Like Tom Brady got 1,000 of fans, but how many of his fans have shook his hands?
Not many.
Hulk Hogan has shook more hands and took more pictures than Tom Brady. See? And that's why Hulk Hogan was such a big draw, because there's a lot of people got pictures with Hulk Hogan. A lot of people met and shook hands with Hulk Hogan. A lot of people met Bruno Sammartino, shook hands with superstar Billy Graham. You know? And they had that personal connection with the rest. When Vince came in and took that away, he separated the fans from the wrestler. I used to go to my car and fans be around my car.
They'd follow you home.
Yep. It was a personal
They knew
thing.
the rhyme and the routine.
Right.
They knew your car.
We knew them. And they would tell all their friends, and they would talk about us all in barbershops and stuff like that. I just met Tony Atlas, and they say, is he as big as Percy is? Oh, man, his freaking arms like this. Yeah, he got arms like this. I couldn't believe. Now, you know. Now, here's something funny. A guy sent me a picture on the phone. Me and Tommy Wildfire Rich standing waiting for a little kid. That kid later became the mayor of Atlanta.
Really? I think, is it a black and white picture?
Yeah.
I think I've seen the picture.
That
kid became the mayor of Atlanta,
the mayor
Georgia?
of Atlanta, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, the guy showed it to me on my phone. He said, you know who that kid is, Tony? I said, no. He said, he was the mayor of Atlanta.
Wow. Well, you've touched a lot of lives in
When
your
I
life.
was watching WrestleMania one year, Hall of Fame, Snoop Dogg was talking.
Yeah.
Who name came up?
Mr. USA, Tony Atlas.
See what I'm saying? That personal connection. These guys don't have it. They're not going to be talking about Brock Lesnar 20 years from now.
You don't think so?
No.
No.
They're not going to be talking about none of these guys 20 years from now. There's no personal connection to it.
Well, we've
Nothing.
seen...
It's nothing with John Cena or any of these guys that anybody can connect to. See, a person can meet this wrestling fan one time, have one experience with him. To him, it's a lifetime. I was in a gym in Atlanta one time. A guy said, "You don't remember?" He said, "We was out playing one day on a hot day, and then opened up the water, where the water shoot out the water.
The fire hydrant?
Fire hydrant,
Yep.
and they were jumping in and out of the fire. So they were soaking wet, but I had leather seats. I had a Lincoln Town car, 1978. I had a 77. This was a 78. I said, y'all get in the back. So I took them all down to the ice cream place, and I bought them all ice cream.
Strangers?
Kids, they were kids.
You took them down and got them a free ice cream.
Yeah, got some ice cream. So years later, I was with WCW then, back in 92. And this kid come up to me and said, you don't remember me, but I remember you. You gave all of us a ride. And he had this Polaroid picture of him standing beside my Lincoln with all the other kids that he kept, that his mother took, of them eating ice cream standing in front of my Lincoln. That kid never forgot that.
Wow.
And
What a memory.
he became the owner of a gym and one of the top bodybuilders in the world.
Oh,
and
really?
the owner of a gym in Atlanta.
Maybe you inspired him.
But that's what he said. He said he couldn't believe that a professional wrestler would take time out of his day, and they were soaking wet too. And I let him get in my car, and I drove him down to the place where they were selling ice cream. Guy had a little ice cream truck. He would go through the neighborhood, didn't have he would park in the park. And I took him to the park so all get ice cream. And you know, he never forgot that.
Wow.
Never forgot that.
And he appreciated it.
Yep. I had a kid the other day, yesterday, knock on my door. Gave me
Up in Maine?
up in Maine, a Christmas day.
Yeah.
He gave me some real good beer, like the Irish beer.
It cold?
Oh, it's cold, but it was, good beer. I mean, real
Premium?
good beer, real good beer. Not that cheap stuff I drink.
Premium beer?
Yep. I don't know. It was Irish beer.
beer.
Yeah, it was. I have an
Guinness?
Irish beer. I don't know. It wasn't Guinness. I had Guinness for a taste, but
I'm not a beer
It was in a
drinker, I
bottle, but it was real good freaking beer, real good.
Better than the stuff that we bring when we come
Yes,
up?
yes.
And I try and get you something decent
Yes,
when I
and
come up.
this was like
This was better.
because it was only 4 in a pack. So,
Oh, wow.
So when it's 4 in a pack, you know, he must have paid at least $10-12 for that. He bought me 2 duck legs, and the stuff to go with it.
Who was the man that brought this to
The
you?
kid, he was in my program when he was a teenager. I had a program called Team Atlas, and he was a trouble kid. And I worked with him a lot, got him back in school and got him doing this and got him do that. And he never forgot me. Then I had this other kid last Christmas. He's at West Point last year. He was at West Point. He graduated top of his class, and he gave me a nice Army sweater and sweatpants, a sweatsuit
Oh, wow.
that they train in at West Point. You know, and gave that to me. And these kids tell me, Tony, I remember you did this, and I remember you did that. You know, little things that we don't think about much. These kids grew up because Tony Atlas did it, and they all remember the time that they met Tony Atlas. Like, it might be funny, but think about this girl from Germany, come all the way from Germany to stand on my face. It sounds funny.
But it's the truth.
It's the truth. What about the beautiful Cuban girl? And remember before we left, she said, what type of shoes you want me to wear next year?
She was disappointed she didn't get to walk on.
Yeah, but you do remember
I
her
remember,
word?
yep.
She said, what type of shoes you want me to wear next year?
We were getting ready to go down to see our friend Cosro Vaziri.
That's
and
right.
She stopped you, yep.
That's right. And she said that. But so every year she looked forward to that. Every year. That, you know, these little things like this, something that me and you look at and laugh at. To this girl, this is the, you know, no wrestler would let her do that to them. You know, and she pays.
She paid money to walk
She paid
on
money.
them.
You was there. You got the money. You were there. You know, and they paid for this. And this other girl come all the way from Germany, and every year she does that once a year.
You almost knocked over Vicky Guerrero's portrait. Vicky was ready to slap you.
And that's her highlight.
Yeah.
Every year.
And you kicked the easel that the portrait was on.
Yeah.
Vicky wasn't happy.
Yeah. And people
But
look
you
forward.
were.
People look forward to that interaction with, you know, with someone that they grew up watching on television, or, you know, it's just that that interaction just drives nuts. I had this other kid. I was getting ready to do a show in Maine last year, and he said, "I never saw you wrestle in real life." I said, "Well, I got a show Saturday." He was probably about 14, 15 years old. I said, "Why don't you come along with me?" And I said, "Just ask your parents, can you go with me?" So he went and talked to his parents. They said, "Sure, we trust Tony." So the kid got in the car with me. The show wasn't at about 45 minutes from the house. Old Larry Huntley was running, so I brought the kid. The kid was able to meet the other wrestlers and to see me and everything. And his mother saw me. She said, "Oh, he was just so excited, Tony."
And this is a neighborhood kid?
Yeah. But she said he was just so excited. She said he would never forget that one time that he was able to go to a wrestling match, not just with wrestling fans, but with a wrestler. He got to see how I travel, how I get dressed, where I stop to eat, where I stop to get my gas. And he fell asleep on the way back because he couldn't stay awake. It was only a 45-minute drive, but he was like,
to those that aren't used to it,
he was
sometimes
like that
even
45 minutes,
a ride that isn't that far can be
and
long.
then when I pulled in front of his house, his mother and parents were waiting up for him, and he was going out, "Thank you, Tony." That was only a 45-minute drive, but he was not used to driving there and spending them many hours.
Yeah.
Because the show was from 7 to 9.
Yeah.
It was a long day from 7 to 9, but I got there at 5, you know, and I left at 4.
Did he help with your gimmick table?
He sat at the table with me, helped with the gimmick and stuff. And he was just so amazed at how people reacted to me.
Yeah.
He was just amazed that see people ask me for autographs, see me take pictures with people. And he was so happy. And people would come up to him, he was like a star. "You know him?" They asked him, "You know Tony Atlas?" He told me that. He said, "Man, people come to me, ask me, do I know you? I'm your son. They think I'm your son." I said, "Yeah, but you're white." But I don't know why they asked me that. I'm white.
Well, it's your last name, so I guess you are too.
But he was just, he would be honest. And every wrestling fan from the 70s and the 80s has a wrestling story, but not after the 90s.
Not after the 90s, right.
So what Vince did by doing that, in the long run, he hurt himself. Nobody is, that's why you
Too
think,
much separation.
how long have John Cena been off TV?
On a full-time basis, you're probably talking 3 or 4 years now.
Nobody misses him.
You don't think anyone misses John? Really? What about John Cena Sr.?
But and I'm talking about for the wrestling fan is concerned.
Yeah.
That's why. There's no interaction with the fans.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that's part of the reason why our regular fans on this show have so much fun? Because during the live premieres, they can talk to each other and talk with us?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, people want they want that interaction. They want interaction. That was the thing that wrestling had that no other sport had.
Interaction.
The interaction between fans and wrestlers.
Before the action, you had the interaction.
Vince took that away from him.
Now you just get action. And not all, well, we won't even go there.
Well, why do you think the conventions are the pop so well?
Well, look at WrestleCon. Remember well, we weren't able to have it in 2020.
Yeah.
But when you and I were at, I think it was the Marriott Marquise.
Yeah.
In New York City last year
Yeah.
with Dutch Mantell and Jerry Briscoe.
That's right, yeah.
You guys were doing much bigger business than fresher guys like MVP and Chris Masters, and they just kind of sat there and watched.
Yeah, but the thing about it, with what the reason the convention went so big, it was giving the fans an opportunity to interact with the wrestlers.
Right.
See? And
All
at
right.
Vince's shows,
There's nothing like it.
I remember the lady from Germany told me that. She said this is the only place, because she about to take Vince flies her in for all the events. But the people that Vince bring in came to our thing.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to meet Undertaker. They're not
Right.
going to meet John Cena. They're not going to meet none of them guys. And then I've been at Vince's autograph. It's like an assembly line. You sign, you can't even shake hands with them. Yeah.
You can barely get hello out of your mouth.
Yeah, and they get mad at you if you stop or pose for a picture or something. They run them through just like you run a column through a similar line. Whereas at the big event or
WrestleCon like we do,
at
yeah.
WrestleCon, they was able to talk to us, to take pictures with us, to fan out things. And so they had a much more enjoyable interaction, and that's what they pay for in wrestling.
Well, you know, I think one thing that should really stand out to WWE, and we're taping this before the episode airs, but the first Monday of 2021, they're having a Legends Night again on WWE, where they're bringing in Hogan and Flair and Big Show and Sergeant Slaughter. And when they do those nights where they bring back the legends of yesteryear, the bump they get in the TV ratings is enormous. Now, I mean, can you do that every week? No. But a couple of times a year when they do it, it's amazing how much interest is generated by bringing back the legends of your generation.
But never me.
Well, maybe you'll surprise us and you'll be there.
No.
All right. Well, right.
See, when he say legend,
Yeah.
it's already the same legends.
A lot of.
Always, he got a certain group that he brings back year after year. Even though he get a bump, it don't get the bump. Nobody gonna be surprised to see Hogan there.
Well, they already advertised them. So
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Nobody you name that people gonna be surprised to see. No one.
All right.
What about the Barbarian? Just some of the people you just named. They would never see them on TV again.
Dutch Mantell.
The Killer Bees. Yeah, they would never see him on WWE show again. The Barbarian, you were never going to see. He's never going to invite them back. Don the Rock Morocco. These are your true legends. He started from the legend. Every legend is from the 90s up. Anybody that's from the 70s or the 80s is not considered a legend. Wow. It started from Hogan up.
All right, Tony, I'm hearing that music in the background. As we tape this, folks, we're getting ready to bring you a live episode. If you have not seen the live episode that Tony and I did, don't worry about it. It is available in the archives. For our good friend in the booth, Jackie the Joke Man, he was a huge help in bringing this episode and all these recent episodes together. If you're chatting away on the premiere chat to my right, don't forget the super chat is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender. It costs a lot to keep the lights on. Again, for the Patreon service, it's less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. You help keep Wrestling Legends working. You get early, ad-free access to all of our plethora of talk shows, along with the entire Studio Shoot Interview DVD library at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If you like a lot of the cool merchandise on our set, it is available on eBay. If you go to bostonwrestling.com and click the store button, it'll take you right there. And Tony, someone may have already taken this from us, but I love this drawing.
Who got that?
Some lucky fan is going to want this. I know they are, because this is beautiful, especially once you get a look online at a closer picture of it. Just the attention, even to the teeth, the attention to the detail. Let me in. You think Lanny? Well, I'm not even going to go there. All right, wrestling fans, for the Hall of Fame and Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marty. It's 2021. We hope your new year is off to a great start. Forget about New Year's resolutions. I hate those. You can start a resolution in March. You can start a resolution December 15th. I don't know why it has to be January 1st. But for Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marty. Be healthy, stay well. Good night.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event. Number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era: Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to our Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. All day, Tony Atlas, Wrestling Insider at your house marathon. I'm Dan Marty here at MWF Studios. Just kicking off. Usually Wrestling Insider's Extreme hits at 10 o'clock, but you know what? We're going to push it back a couple of weeks. We're going to try and get in the holiday, the Christmas spirit. I mean, can you get any more Christmassy than this? As we continue the marathon with Tony Atlas, we implore you, we encourage you, we ask and almost beg of you to head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Get those raffle tickets now for what is a growing jackpot of prizes. One lucky winner anywhere in the world is going to win them all when John Cena Sr. picks the lucky winner at our live Christmas party December the 19th. Coming up on Wrestling Insiders at your house, we've got another good one with Tony. Then again, you know what? When Tony was on a roll, when weren't they good? Tony Atlas remembers the late, great Danny Hodge, Luke Harper, Brody Lee, and also what wrestler did he think was tougher than Haku? What do you think? Check it out. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marty here with Tony Atlas, who is preparing for the 2021 Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks. Oh, no, most of them are envelopes in the box that they go in. Oh, Tony, I tell you, that we had a lot of feedback, but more even so than wrestling, about your chicken wing eating on one of the more recent episodes. A lot of fans felt it was disgusting.
That I was eating.
That you were eating chicken wings and smacking your lips. They said they couldn't handle it.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Well, I won't eat chicken wings no more on the show. I get me some hog chitlins.
Some what?
Hog chitlins, pig intestines.
Hog chitlins?
Chitlins, yeah, pig intestines.
Now, where do you get hog chitlins?
In the store.
Now, do you think they'd sell them at the deli where Cecil the Lion works?
No.
No.
You
have to go to a specialty deli.
Yeah.
All right. Will you be part of Cecil's land?
So they don't like me eating my chicken wing.
They couldn't understand you, and they said the sound of you smacking your lips with the sauce on the chicken wing was repulsive. Now, not all the fans, but some of them that left messages that aren't our regulars, that weren't exactly expecting us to open the show, with you sounding like you had peanut butter with no water to wash it down with. They were quite surprised, Tony. But you like your chicken wings.
Tell them, welcome to the real world.
Welcome to the real world. They
That's
said
how
it
is
looked
in the
like
real world. I'm at home at Boston Wrestling.
it looked like Dan Marati was getting hit by the back end of a snowblower with the residue that was coming out of the sides of Tony's mouth. They wanted to test the DNA of the chicken wing as it was hitting my cheek.
All right.
All right. Well, Tony, a lot to talk about in the world of professional wrestling here as we wind down the month of January. We have a big month of February coming up. There is a time period that Tony has wanted to talk about for quite some time. We're going to get there. I guess we'll call it February sweeps, as they say in the world of TV. You're excited, Tony, but you know, as usual on this program, we like to honor those that we've lost in the king of sports, professional wrestling, Tony, and one that is certainly it has pulled on the heartstrings of many. We lost Luke Harper, Brody Lee, who was with AEW when he passed. A 41-year-old individual, Tony, had issues with his lungs. Even the Mayo Clinic couldn't do anything to save the man. Truly a tragic passing to lose someone so young. Not someone that was a drug guy, an alcoholic. He was he lived a healthy life.
How old was he?
41, just a little older than I.
How come I don't know him?
He was part of the Wyatt family.
They don't know him.
You don't know who he is? Luke Harper?
When I got the message, you know what Luke I thought you were talking about?
Luke Robinson?
No, the Bushwhacker.
Oh, Bushwhacker.
That's the only Luke I know in wrestling. I don't know any other Luke.
You know who the Wyatt family is,
Yeah.
right? He was one of the Wyatt family.
Which one, with the red hair or the dark hair?
The one with the dark hair and the dark beard.
Okay.
The one that wasn't Bray Wyatt.
Okay. See, I never met him.
You never met him?
Never met him a day in my life.
What did you think of his work, Tony, as part of the Wyatt family? Were you a Wyatt family fan like John Cena
yes.
Sr.?
Yes,
You liked
I
the
remember when
Wyatts?
all three of them were together. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I thought it was very good. But getting not to try to knock WWE again, but guys like Luke Harper and all them guys, Vince make them look like big sissies.
They made him look like a big sissy?
Big sissy, yeah.
Why is that?
Because when you, what was he, 6 what?
About 6'5".
6'5", 300 pounds, and you can't beat a guy 5 feet, 120 pounds. You're a big sissy.
Who did he lose to that was that small?
Everybody he wrestled. See, they try to make these big guys wrestle and try to make a match with such smaller people. There have not been a big guy push in the WWE with the exception of Brock Lesnar in the last 20 years. If you stop and think about it. They don't push big guys. They push these little guys all the time. And then these little guys go out and beat these big guys. Well, we both know in real life that ain't going to happen. That's going to happen.
Well, in most cases.
That's why nobody know Luke Harper, because he's a big guy. If something happened to the smaller guy, everybody know, because he's the one to get all the why they push smaller wrestlers and ignore big wrestlers, I never know. The only big guy I've seen in the last 20 years that got any type of push was Brock Lesnar. They look at what did they do with Mark Henry? Not a damn thing. What they did with Big Show? Not a damn thing. What they did with the Great Khali? Not a damn thing.
Well, they'd have short spurts.
That's what I mean.
But nothing long
term. But not like Rey Mysterio.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? I mean, Luke Harper, Mark Henry, you can't name one big guy that got the push. Rey Mysterio got. And I love Rey, not knocking, but that's why we don't really know these guys, because even though they're on the show a lot, they just rewards, my opinion. That's just my opinion now. I could be wrong. I've been there many times.
Well, that's why this show is called Wrestling Insiders at Your House or Atlas Your House.
Right.
It's all about your opinion.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Tony, I say this, anytime we lose a 41-year-old member of the Brotherhood, I think...
What they say it was from, you hear?
He had his lungs gave out on him. Are you familiar with Peloton bikes? He was doing a Peloton workout at home back in October, and he couldn't finish it. And they brought him to the hospital in Tampa, and I guess they couldn't get to the bottom of it. So AEW, showing certainly that they are a class organization, had him flown via helicopter to the Mayo Clinic up in Jacksonville.
Right.
And he remained there until he wound up passing. They did every test known to mankind to see if COVID was the reason behind it. It had nothing to do with COVID. It was some kind of his lungs gave out on him.
Something he had probably from birth.
And he would have had to have gone on a waiting list for an organ transplant. But, I mean, how many 6'5" men pass away with their lungs ready to give? But he was never healthy enough to be even put on the list.
Unbelievable,
to
huh?
receive. Unbelievable. A 41-year-old man, he leaves behind an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old son. I think this, again, will say a lot about AEW, Tony. Tony Khan, that runs the company, has already extended a contract to Blue Copper, Brody Lee, his 8-year-old son, as he's a big wrestling fan. When he's 18, if he wants to enter the world of professional wrestling in some capacity, he already has a legally binding contract. If that company is still in existence,
That's good.
he will have work for him. Isn't that something?
That's wonderful.
I wish every wrestling company out there, not to get too specific, would show that kind of kindness. Because the 3-year-old probably doesn't know what's going on, but for an 8-year-old to lose his dad like that's tough.
I think the 3-year-old knows.
You think the 3-year-old
Oh,
understands the concept at this point?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's a tough loss all around.
Because it's something, when I was 6, I told you the story about where I got pushed into the creek.
Yes.
By Jerry Hayes.
Yes.
I was 6.
Yeah.
I still remember his name.
Jerry Hayes.
I remember it like it happened yesterday.
But you weren't 3.
Yeah, but I remember everything about it.
Yeah.
Like it happened yesterday, because when something tragedy happened to you, I don't care if you're 2, 3, or 4, you will never forget it. It was a tragedy.
Do you know what happened to our director Jackie when he was 3? They called him Jackie the Joke Kid instead of Jackie the Joke Man. He was insulted. But again, in all seriousness, very, very sad situation. WWE, I think, is surprisingly gone above and beyond to try to honor the man where he was part of their roster and so friendly with so many of the superstars for so long.
Well, that probably was something, sounded like me, was something he had his whole life, just never detected.
Maybe, I'm not a lung specialist, so I don't know if that's true or false. I would imagine.
Because then when people go, he probably never had his lungs looked at.
Yeah.
Like they have people that have a heart attack, and they found out that later on in life that they had like a heart murmur or something, that.
But when you go to sign your WWE contract, they send you to Pittsburgh for that test. Don't you think maybe?
Everything don't get detected. There's some things machines just don't detect. They don't show any signs, and and it just slipped on. There's a lot of stuff that signs have not put an eye on yet.
Well, there's been a lot of love shown to his kids and to his family, and I think that's
like I said,
good.
I never knew the man. I think I saw him in person one time. I was at a gym. I was working independent, and he was running around the track.
He was from upstate New York, so you maybe have even bumped into him on the Indies and not even realized it.
I did. No, I knew who he was.
Oh, you know who he was?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because I seen him on TV. But as far as knowing him, or he came over, he shook hands with me. I shook hands with him, and he went running around the track again. Yeah. Our troop was there. The WWE was in town at the time, and I was doing a show. And the show was in Albany. It was a guy that used to do the Albany Comic-Con up there. And he wanted to get in to see the show. Finley was the
agent
that night. And so when I called and asked, can I come back in the back and meet the boys, Finley said, of course you can. Come on back here. So I went back, and the guy that booked me, I took him with me.
Well, that's nice.
That was in upstate New York. That was the only time my whole life that I met that guy.
Well, Tony,
and like I said, it was no long conversation then.
Yeah, it was very short.
Yeah, well, he didn't know me, I didn't know him.
Well, we had a loss of an individual, maybe a man that you knew better from your days in the National Wrestling Alliance. The late, great Danny Hodge has passed away, Tony.
Now, that's sad.
Now, tell us about Danny Hodge.
Danny Hodge was an amazing, amazing individual. Not only was he a great amateur wrestler, he had joint strength in his hand that was like nobody else. You could take Danny Hodge to a junkyard and walk up to a motor that been sitting there for a long time, it got rust around it. Danny could take his finger and unloosen that.
Really?
They used to put Danny Hodge on first match. He hated to be on first match. Danny would go in the shower and tighten the shower up so tight, that none of the boys could take a shower that night.
Why?
Because the grip, you couldn't, his grip.
It was a rib?
No, it was his grip. I
Yeah.
mean, he'd take a pair of pliers and like this and break them. He'd take an apple, put it in his hand, and crush it.
That is the most amazing feat of strength. I think
it was just in his hands. It was nowhere else. It was just his hand. One day, he grabbed me by the boot and cut off the. I felt my hand, my leg felt like I was in a bear trap. I mean, the most amazing grip. You ask anybody who knew Danny Hodge, all of his strength was in his hand. I mean, it wasn't.
How does one have double tendons in their hands?
I don't know. Later on, he told me a secret. You know how people get the.
He told you a secret?
Yeah, how you develop a straightened hand. You know how you always squeeze your hand like this?
Yeah.
Danny created this thing, and it was like a rubber band that go around each finger. And how he exercised his hand was like that.
Really?
It goes that way. He went that way.
Now, have you ever done it before?
I did it before, and all the muscles here you can feel it.
Really?
Yep, you can feel it. Hold your hand like this, Dad. Put your finger right on this muscle right here.
This one?
That one right there.
Yeah.
And now spread your finger and squeeze, spread and squeeze. You feel the muscle
Yeah.
working?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because these are the muscles here that never get worked.
Ah.
See? These muscles always get hurt. That's why the palm of the hand is always fat. See, because they always get worked. This part never, that's why you see the tendons. There's muscles in between here. But you don't see the muscle because they're undeveloped. And he learned how to develop the muscle in the back of the hand.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
he showed me that a long time ago, but I never tried
Other than Danny Hodge, the only person I know that has ever been able to break an apple with their bare hand was Glantz. But maybe a director in the back, just picture that, Jackie. A man taking an apple in his hand and being able to squeeze it to juice just with the strength.
He was amazing. Well, you remember when they brought him back to WWF, when it was WWF, and he jumped in the ring and had the guys backed off of him.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
He wasn't that big, and all the guys.
No, he wasn't a big guy. He was a junior champion.
And as soon as he got in the ring, guys backed up because they didn't want him to grab them. Danny get a hold, you'll never get a loose. I mean, it was like vice gripped hands. But like I say, his strength was only in his hand, nowhere else.
He had no other strength other than his hands. Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah, Danny Hodge. Yep.
Interesting. An Olympic wrestler.
Yep.
Certainly, he was a shooter.
Hell of a shooter.
Put him in the ring.
Hell of a shooter.
An acclaimed professional. One of the, I don't know if you'd call him one of the first of the junior heavyweights in professional wrestling, but I believe he was a 7-time NWA Junior World Champion.
Yeah.
So
well, see, when Danny broke into the business, there was all shooters. All the way up until around the 70s when it started changing. Up until the 70s, they were all shooters. I worked out with all of them. I knew just about all of them. You know, people don't know about Bob Orton Jr., a shooter. Bob Orton Sr., a shooter. The only Orton that is not a shooter is Randy.
Really? Well, I don't think Danny Hodge would do very well in a water balloon fight with the strength that he had.
I'll tell you who in AWE that is a shooter.
Who is this now?
Cody.
That's right. Yeah,
people don't know
Yeah,
that.
he has that
He's
amateur
a shooter.
background. Yeah.
Cody is a shooter too, and the people don't know that. Cody Rhodes is a hell of a shooter. I mean, he run all the college. Never lost in college. And went all the way through college, whooped everybody's ass.
Did you ever have a chance to travel with Danny Hodge?
No.
No.
Danny never worked my territory. See, they had territories then.
He was mainly based out of Oklahoma, I believe.
Right.
Am I right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, Bill Watts and them guys, you know.
Leroy McGurk.
Right, and McGurk and all the guys. I was always with the Crockett, Barnett, Paul Jones, you know. I did a little bit of work in Mid-South when Bill, but Danny was working there before Bill Watts took it. It was another guy, McGurk, and them guys used to run that area. Another guy out in Kansas City was like Bob Geiger and Pat O'Connor, you know, them guys. So
you never worked Danny Hodge.
I'm glad I didn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Even you, with your massive strength, Would
He
it have
grabbed
been
my
a,
boot, brother.
and what did it feel like when Danny grabbed your boot?
Like you ever see them things that when you crank up and you crush things? Yeah. I thought you were gonna bust. I thought I could almost feel my bone just shattering underneath my skin.
Really?
I'm brother, unbelievable. I mean, I never felt like that. I never felt that type of strength in anybody.
Well, hopefully Danny
And
was.
it was all this. Guys would not shake hands with him. He was at the Hall of Fame one year down in Amsterdam when it was on the Northeast. And he would go try to shake hands with somebody. Hey, how you doing, Daddy?
And this is a man that passed away at 88 years old, and people were still worried about his handshakes, even at that age. Wow.
Because you don't lose that. Wouldn't nobody shake hands with him.
So if he wanted to, he could really put a hurting
Yeah.
on someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody knew that. Another guy that was like that, not hand straight, but like Carl Gotch.
Now let me ask you this: where we talk about the size of a lot of the top WWE guys in 2021, Danny was considered a junior heavyweight back in his.
But this is what if you look back. Danny never won. He never. See, they had weight classes.
Yeah.
They knew.
He was a junior
A
heavyweight.
junior heavyweight. They knew. Even with his power, he could have whooped most of the heavyweight, but to the audience, it just wasn't realistic.
It wouldn't have been credible.
Right, like you take Ox Baker, who was a giant of a man.
A man that loved free meals.
Right, but was a giant of a man. Big, rugged, big guy. You put him in the ring with Danny Hall, even though Danny could beat him in suckers, who gonna believe it? See, remember I said what have
Credibility.
changed? What have changed in wrestling? What they do now, they insult the people intelligence. They insult the people intelligent. They want the people to believe in the unbeliever. That's why WWE is losing ratings are dropping on USA. And they've been dropping for quite a while now. The reason is, and I know if Vince listen to me, brother, you may think I'm just a dumb old country boy that don't know my butthole from a hole in the ground because I'm poor and you rich. But sometimes even a poor man can teach a rich man something. What it is, Vince got to bring back believability. The only guy that he got there now that I know of that could still do that in the ring is Triple H, hear me say that a lot of times, and Undertaker.
And they're both basically done.
So who are we going to replace him with? These guys are not believable. They remain, if you look at them, it's like Power Rangers.
What about the man that sits at the head of the table, the tribal chief Roman Reigns? You think he has any believability, any credibility?
I hadn't paid that much attention to him.
Yeah.
You know, but they have guys like Seth Rollins to beat him. See, he lose to, when you lose to somebody less physically than you are, it's kind of hard, kind of like a rock rider get in a fight with a chihuahua, and the chihuahua kick this rock out of butt. Yeah. And all of a sudden, now you're going to take the rock rider and try to make a champion out of it. You asked that, you posed that question to me not too long ago about Biggie.
Yeah.
You know, other than they made him into,
They're trying to push him as one of
Bozo
the
the Clown. He's been Bozo the Clown for the past 2 years or whatever.
Oh, longer than that.
Longer than that, he's been playing Bozo.
And now they
all of a
want
sudden
him
you want to make him into
a serious babyface threat.
Yeah, you know, the people already, yeah, you know, they hurt themselves back in the back because they try to make the people believe in the unbelievable.
Yeah.
There's just certain things like Mara Jack. I tell everybody here, if they would do a real match, not a working match, a shooting match with Mara Jack and Ronda Rousey, my money on Mara Jack all day long.
Why do you think Jax could take Rousey?
She's much more powerful.
But Rousey's a trained fighter.
Rousey ain't never
Just
been,
like you were talking about
Rousey,
Danny Hodge a few
I know,
minutes ago.
But it's different with them big Samoan women. They got this natural, like Haku. Haku is not a trained fighter. But with Haku in his younger days, I put him against any of them damn guys. You know, that Sika, Roman Reigns' father. I mean, I've seen guys in this business whoop guys, trained fighters.
Who is the baddest?
Look at what Monsoon did to Muhammad Ali.
Well, I'm going to ask you this, Tony. You've been in this business since...
Think about Gorilla Monsoon.
And Muhammad Ali from the 70s. I remember
Come on,
that.
Now. I mean, you could tell Muhammad Ali wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds with Monsoon. These guys, they ligaments, and they tend to looking at it from a structural part. You see, Rousey, everybody she wrestles is in her side, and they fight her way. The worst person to fight, to wrestle, in wrestling, is the guy that don't know how to wrestle. Everything is unorthodox. You ain't trained for nothing they're going to do. Rousey is trained for certain moves. Just like a boxer, they train for certain punches stuff. A street fighter would beat up a boxer because he don't, the rule change.
Like that fight, I think it was in Japan with Billy Robinson and Peter Maivia.
Exactly.
When he threw Billy Robinson through a window.
Billy Robinson, and he's a trained fighter.
Yeah.
But guess what?
Did you ever hear that story?
Blackjack Mulligan, I know, but I do. I saw Blackjack Mulligan who take on a shooter named Bob Roop.
Bob Roop.
Lasted about 30 seconds.
Who went over? Roop?
Mulligan.
Oh, Mulligan, all right.
Mulligan hit him one time with them clubs. Roop dropped to one knee. Mulligan uppercut him and brought him up. I thought it was a work at first. He hit him, he went down. Then he went under, hit him, he comes up. This time he came up, went straight back. That was in Florida, where I worked for Mario Savoni. I've seen it.
You've been around Andre. You were around Holly Race.
Hey,
you were around the Barbarian.
I was over.
Haku?
I was over in Japan with all these karate and shooters from Japan trying to take on Andre. I don't give a shit what you know. Andre, he threw him around like you were throwing around a piece of paper. Guys like, women like Myra Jack, can you imagine how thick her ligaments are?
I bet there's a lot that's thick about Nia.
Well, she's heavy at the bottom.
Yeah.
Rousey can't handle that weight. That's about
It'd be interesting.
That's about a 270-pound woman.
It's a big woman.
Yeah, he's still 100 pounds, and she's not fat. I mean, these are big. You know, like Alpha and Secret, they're younger days. I mean, their butts are like this, thighs like this. You can't move them. You can't move them. Bam Bam Bigelow was not a trained fighter, but no shooter wanted to mess with Bam Bam Bigelow. I've seen it. Ronda Rousey will not last one round with Myra Jack. Trust me.
You don't think she could blow Jax up?
No.
Really?
No.
All right.
Because you won't go that long.
I'm going to ask you this. You were around Andre. You were around Holly.
Because how is she going to get Myra Jack off of her?
We'd have to watch, I guess, to see how it played out.
Think about how she's going to. If Myra Jack get her in that corner, how is Rousey going to get out of it? With all that weight and strength and power. I don't care what you do.
If she cornered her.
She will.
All right.
She can't even hook them legs. You can't put a hook on somebody when you can't wrap around them.
Fair enough.
I tried that one time. Who was I wrestling? Bundy. And Bundy was not a tough guy. I tried to bar hug Bundy. What bar hug? I couldn't get my arms around him. I turned into what the Fantastic Four with the stretch.
Yeah.
I had to, if you can't stretch, you can't, some of these guys, you can't put a hold on them.
I'm going to ask you this.
That's why in my younger days, none of the shooters had a hard time shooting with me. My arms were so big, they couldn't lock it in. My arms were too big.
They tried.
Yeah, but they couldn't get
They were too thick.
Yeah, like a chicken wing that Bob Backlund put on people. They put certain people in the ring with Bob. Because everybody's not that flexible in the shoulder. You know the chicken wing, it go around your neck and up around your arm and back. Mm-hmm. You have to be flexible or small in order to put that hold on you. You watch some of the old tapes of Sergeant Slaughter, he had some of them big guys, he couldn't put that cobra clutch on them all the way. They're really long, but you can see the hand is not even touching.
Yeah. Well,
see that you can't do everything to everybody.
I'm going to try and get this in now for the 9th time, Tony. You were around Andre, you were around Harley Race, Barbarian. Was Haku the toughest of the tough?
No.
Who was the toughest guy that you ever
Haku,
came across?
Haku got his reputation because what Haku did, what Haku did was back in this damn thing. What Haku did happened in the 90s.
Clip it on, Tony. Clip it on.
Yeah, what Haku did was in the 90s.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? In the 70s, you couldn't get in the business unless you were tough. Like Mad Dog Vachon.
Who was the toughest you ever saw shared a locker room with?
Swede Hansen.
Swede Hansen. I've never heard that name come up when it comes to the all-time list. What made Swede Hansen such a tough guy?
Swede Hansen's body felt like a rock. Swede Hansen was 6'4", 300 pound, rock solid hard. That's why they call him raw bone. Swede Hansen had a 6-inch punch that could knock anybody out. Swede Hansen had mitts for hands. Swede Hansen was an ex-professional fighter. Another tough guy that nobody knew about, who was an ex-boxer also, was Nikolai Volkov.
Really?
There was a lot of tough guys, but they never promote their toughness.
Viziri.
Yeah, but they never promoted what he was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a Shah of Iran personal bodyguard. He never carried a weapon. He was a freaking weapon.
He was the weapon.
See what I'm saying? But they didn't push that.
So I'm going to ask
like Mark Henry. It wasn't until later on they started pushing his strength.
Yeah.
They never really promote his strength. Patero, they never really promoted that.
You talking about Ken Patera or Patera Rastani?
No, Ken Patero.
Oh.
If you stop and look back on it, they never really promoted his strength. In fact, they want him to lose weight and look more like a bodybuilder. Which, when he done that, he lost strength.
So I'm going to ask you this, Tony. If it was just a back of a bar after a wild Saturday night, Haku and Swede Hansen went at it, you think Swede would take Haku?
It'd been close.
Really? But
Yeah,
Swede was that tough, you're even putting him in the conversation.
You got to realize, Swede was much bigger in real life.
So how big was Swede?
I'd say about 6'4", maybe 350, 360 in real life. But he had these gigantic hands. His hands was as big as Andre's. Mulligan had these big hands too.
He was done by the time I started watching.
See, these guys used to be. I saw Sweet one day. We were riding down the road. He liked me country music from New Jersey. Sweet was. Remember they had the CB.
Yeah.
The CB, talk on the CB.
Yeah.
Breaker, 19. And Sweet is drinking his beer, driving down the street. He throw the beer cans out the window. There you go. Some trucker. Hey, stop doing that. Throwing them fucking beer cans out the window. Sweet said, why don't you stop me from doing it? And back in the old days, they didn't have the GPS and all this, so people would go by the maps and mile marker. Sweet said, well, I'm at mile marker 122. Why don't you pull over at mile marker 22 and make me stop throwing out my beer can? The truck was stupid enough to do it.
Wow.
Sweet got out, the truck pulled in front of us, this big 18-wheeler. Sweet got out, you stay here.
Well, you were in the car?
I was in the car. Reach up, Sweet always drove a van. And Sweet reached up in the car, pulled the guy through the fucking window, beat the fuck out of him, opened the door up and threw him back in there.
He pulled him out of his own car through the window, beat the fuck out of him, then threw him back into the car.
Threw him right back in the truck. And this was not a small guy. The guy get on, about 30 minutes later, he get back on the CB. If you see a guy in a green van with mag rims, because he had mag rims, that was a thing back in the 70s, let him go. Let him go. He said, I felt like I was fighting a Sasquatch. He said, I've never met a man like Sweet. Me and SD was walking one day in Boston, right there in Boston, in what they call Hell Kitchen.
Yeah.
A combat zone, we used to call it. The Chinatown, that little area. And Sweet came out of a bar, and we saw some guys. And SD said, let's go help them, boss man. I said, them guys are going to jump Sweet. Because they was hiding behind the door. The one was on this side, one was on this side. And one guy came up to Sweet. There was three of them. He comes to Sweet to get Sweet attention. Well, while they were getting Sweet attention, these guys were going to jump Sweet. So me and SD trying to get to Sweet as quickly as we can, bang. bang, bang. Sweet kept walking. And as he said, did you fucking see that? I said, yeah.
Swede was that bad.
Sweet, bad. But it was a Mad Dog Vachon.
You think Mad Dog could he take Haku?
It would have been close too. See, that's what y'all don't realize. These guys never got publicity. The only people that knew about their toughness was the boys. The promotion never promoted them. Like how many?
Well, to be fair, I don't think WWF ever really promoted Haku as some badass.
Well, yeah, because other wrestlers tell you from the 90s.
Yeah.
See, everything, remember I said that everything we talk about is like there was no wrestling before the 90s.
Yeah.
That's how we talk. If you wrestle in the 80s, nobody knows you. You wrestle in the 70s, nobody knows you. You wrestle in the 60s, nobody knows you. You wrestle in the 90s, oh yeah, I remember him. We always start from the 90s up. The difference between the 70s and the 90s, in the 70s, you had to be tough to be in the business. They had territory. You lived with your fans. It wasn't like, you travel and nobody knows you.
Right.
When you go to the gym, your fans is at the gym. They know where your house is. They know where you go
to the
eat.
supermarket.
They know, when you go, they know. I mean, we live with the fans. So if you got into a street fight with a mark and lost, you was fired automatically.
You were done.
You was done. So they have bar fights all the time, and guys would try wrestling. I was in a bar one day up in Canada. Where was this? Oh shit! What the frick name of that town? I remember I caught the train to get there, out in Calgary somewhere. With Stu Hart was the promoter, and was all these wrestlers in. And Matt Dog was not a very big guy. This guy kept talking about wrestling his fate. So they said, well, that guy is a wrestler. And that little, because Mad Dog was only like about 5'7", 5'8". And he was the only guy in there wrestling that was under 6 feet. So the guy decided he's going to go pick on Mad Dog. Didn't know. And then Butcher could tell you the story. But Butcher Vachon, he was with him. And Butcher said, it's a good thing he didn't come out to me because I can't fight. But Butcher was a bigger of the two, but he couldn't fight. He wasn't a big softy. Mad Dog was an animal. So anyway, the guy wanted to fight with Mad Dog. Mad Dog grabbed him and pulled him to him and bit his nipple off of his chest.
He bit his nipple off.
Bit a chunk of meat out of his chest.
Wow.
Well, how do you bite?
Well,
I mean, come on. He bite. I bite. He bit a piece of meat out of his chest. He spit it in the guy's face and said,
spit his nipple at him.
Bit a piece of meat out of his chest and spit it in the guy's face. I can't say the word Mad Dog said, but it was sea sucker.
What was the word?
Like your sucker.
Like your what?
Well, cocksucker.
Oh. Tony, we have no restrictions on this show.
I try to be a little bit more decent, but not down there. Go for the juggler. But anyway.
He said, you're a Lanny Poffo.
Yeah, but he said, come on, cocksucker, let's go. The guy looked down and saw his chest, run out the door. Moolah saved Bob Randy Orton father in a bar fight.
Bob Orton Jr.?
No, Senior.
Senior. How did that happen?
What happened was Bob Orton Senior got into a fight with a guy, but the guy had friends. One of the friends was going to jump Bob Senior, and Moolah took a bottle and hit the guy and started beating him with a stool.
Really?
Moolah, yeah, I see Moolah in street fight. We all got into him back in them days. That drew money. That's how we got the housing. People, we get arrested. We pay the promoter, we pay the fine, and little by little deduct it from your frickin' check.
Yeah.
Cheap pricks. Take it from your check. But when we came back to town, the building was full. There's a story that what happened to me, they want to haze me to see if I could fight. They take me into a redneck bar that mostly Klansmen and bikers and anti-black people. I was the only black person that ever been in this bar. To see if I fight, pay the guys $50 to jump me, 3 guys to jump me.
Did you take them?
I became champion.
Wow.
Because they couldn't take me. And that's how they would test you. That's why a lot of guys, if you talk to the old timers, like Klondike Bill, a lot of them are not living now. They didn't like Hogan. And the reason Hogan was never Hayes.
Well, they did break his leg.
And he came back.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't want him. They say he's just a big wuss.
Well, I think he
business.
proved his
Well, that's how
toughness.
that's
If
how
they broke the man's leg to see how bad he wanted the business.
Yeah, but the way they figure, if they could do it, a fan probably could do it too. That's what you got to understand the mentality behind that. You see, when I first came down, they brought shooters to work out with me. The Sheik, Carl Gotch, Gene, not Olin, but Gene
Anderson.
Gene Anderson. All the toughies. I worked out with them each and every day.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I couldn't beat them all, but they couldn't really handle me either. That's how the business was out of the 60s. So you got to realize everybody that trained me was a star in the 50s and the 60s. That's why when I talk, it's hard for people to understand me, because when I'm talking, you listen to wrestling out of the 50s and 60s, when it was wrestling. Then Vince, after his father died in 85 or 86.
I think it was 82 or 80,
yeah,
maybe
and
83.
And then once Virginia and a couple of wrestlers, he couldn't handle. You know, he couldn't handle. He stopped bringing in these shooters. You know, because he couldn't handle us guys. You know how many times that Vince tried to make me look like a piece of crap, but he couldn't find nobody to do it in the ring. I did the job for 2 years. How come I left there so popular? Why did SD left there, did job for 16 years and was just as popular as the guy that beat him? Why come? Because in real life they couldn't do what?
Take him.
And people knew that.
Well, I got one more for you.
SD and Johnny Rods was another tough guy. And Johnny Rods got in the Hall of Fame, was just as popular, did nothing but jobs his whole life, except that one time they put him with the medic. Yeah. Him and Jose. How come Johnny Rods had such a big name like all these other guys, and he never won a title, never became a big star? What was it about Johnny Rods? Because in the ring, if you couldn't fight for real, Johnny would beat the hell out of you for 70% of the match. Yeah. SD would kick the crap out of you for 70% of the match. So by even you won the match, but lost the war.
All right, Tony, as we wrap up the show, one more superstar that passed away. I think it may have been perhaps a little before your time, but we're going to try it anyway. Bobby Davis passed away not too long ago. Bobby Davis, he was one of the original heel managers in the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, along with Wild Red Berry. He was the manager of Buddy Rogers when he was the first WWF champion back in the 60s. I'm going to guess, did you ever have any interactions with Bobby Davis?
Probably don't know it, don't remember. I probably did it, don't remember. You know,
would you recognize Bobby Davis?
No.
No, all right. Well, we're going to miss...
I saw Charlie Fulton before he passed away. I didn't even know who he was. Because none of them looked like they did.
We're going to miss Bobby Davis. He was one of the original managers in that company. I think WWE could have done maybe a little more to honor Bobby, even though he really wasn't someone that I think fans of 2021 would be all that familiar with if his prime was in the 60s. But
yeah, see, they're the guys that trained me.
And those are the guys that trained you. All right, wrestling fans. Jackie, I got to ask you to head on over to the center camera, baby, as Tony continues his work on the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Next week...
You only got a few of these.
There's only a few.
But see,
he signs a card, and then he tells a story for 15 minutes, and he only signs 6 throughout the whole half an hour. All right, we'll be back next Tuesday night with another big episode. Don't forget, tomorrow night, Wednesday, 10 p.m., it's Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Thursday night, we'll be back with Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty at 10 o'clock with Tony's longtime close personal friend Marty Jannetty.
Just don't burn no crosses.
Then we wrap up the week with the man whose piece is always on fire, baby. Look at that. That's what happens when he puts the glue on the piece. John Cena Sr. is back at 10 o'clock after SmackDown. For my Hall of Fame partner in crime, Mr. USA Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We hope you're loading up on those raffle tickets as we continue this all-day Wrestling Insiders at your house marathon with the WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. If you haven't had a chance, again, BostonWrestling.com is the place to be. To remember the late, great Paul Bearer, let's help Santa Claus update that GPS to find every kid in 2021. Coming up next, Tony Atlas shoots on Drew McIntyre, as well as what was the COVID outbreak in WWE this past winter, in another invigorating episode. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty along with Tony Atlas. Tony, a pleasure to have you back here in studio.
Well, thank you, my friend.
Tony, I tell you, the fans, they continue to ask near, they continue to ask far. How is the lovely Monica doing?
She's coming along pretty good. Her spirit is up. She's very lonely. Sometimes she get down in the dumps because, you know, I can't see her, she can't see me. So it's very hard for her. So I have to talk to her on a regular basis to make sure that, you know, to keep her spirit up. So hopefully, you know, once this coronavirus starts to come to end, that me and my wife will be back together again.
Now, you said she had the vaccination.
Two of them.
Two of them?
Yeah.
So, I believe at one point you told me that there had yet to be a single case of COVID in the entire facility she's in. Is that still true?
That's true, yeah.
That's amazing.
Not one. Well, no, not really, because see, it's very easy to do that in Maine. It'd be very hard to do it in Boston, New York, and some of your larger cities, because in Maine, everything is stretched out. So, and then once, and Mainers are very, very law-abiding people. And so when the government said that masks will require, there was not one Mainer not to do it. In fact, they get mad at you if they, I was walking in the store the other day and I had my mask on around my ear, but I had it pulled down on my chin. And people was like looking at me like they want to beat me up. Mainers are very, very law-abiding citizens. I mean, when you look at the crime rate in the state of Maine, it's, you know, it's very, very small compared. I mean, we have more murders this year, a couple of years, than we had since I've been living there, but it's only like 3 or 4.
3 or 4 murders in the entire state?
Yeah,
really?
Because Mainers, they hard-working people, they go to work every day, and they're not involved with a whole lot of stuff. And most of the people that commit the crime in Maine are not from Maine. They come up from Massachusetts into Maine and stir up crack. Every time somebody gets arrested, he's from Massachusetts.
I think there were more murders in the rug store underneath where Jackie lives than
yeah, because
there were
Maine,
in the whole state of Maine.
With Maine, when I first moved to Maine, I used to work for this construction company. The guy named was Tom Sparks, and he had a construction company called Precision Building. And we went out to work on a lady's house one day. There was an elderly lady, and she had to go to the store. So she turned and told Tom, "Don't lock my door, I don't have a key to it." And then Tom told me, "No, people up here don't lock the doors." My first apartment I got up there is a
Did
little
she
kid.
keep the back door unlocked?
They don't lock, most of them don't lock the doors.
She
they
kept
do
the
now.
back door
Well, they do
unlocked
now,
for Tom
but this is
Sparks.
like 30 years ago, but they do now. But I remember when I first got my first apartment, me and Monica, a little kid was out in the yard playing, and he saw me moving in. So he told his mom, "That's Tony Atlas." She said, "Nah, Tony Atlas wouldn't live in my neighborhood." He said, "No, that's Tony Atlas." So when the father came on, the father brought the little boy to my house. So I went, unlocked my door, kid, the father recognized me. "Oh, that is Tony. How you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Welcome to the neighborhood. Blah, 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 blah." I brought some cookies. My wife made some cookies. You know, welcome to the neighborhood. Nice people. So the guy started to walk away. And he turned to me. And he asked me this question, which shocked the hell out of me. "Why you lock your door?" I said, "Well, don't you lock yours?" He said, "Only when I'm asleep or out of town." In the Maine, we don't lock our cars in the wintertime because the lock will freeze.
Well, that makes sense.
But I do now.
You do.
It changed in the last, I would say the last 10 years, crime is, like I said, but these are not.
Crime is on the rise in Auburn, Maine?
Well, Maine in general, because you get a lot of people that come from, that not from Maine, that is migrating up to Maine, and they bring their crime rate with. In fact, our governor, not the one now, but the last governor, Governor LePage, spoke out about all these guys, gangbangers from Massachusetts, is coming up to Maine trying to, and what they do, they come up here, most of them are minorities, hate to say it, and they would find a young Caucasian girl, and they impregnate her. Then the young girl will get on welfare. The gangbanger or drug dealer will move in with the young girl. Now he operates out of his house. So they use the kid as support. The kid, that baby is paying for the food, paying for the rent, paying for everything.
He's the meal ticket.
He's the meal ticket. And they always get a young white girl for some reason, a young white girl, mainly between the ages of 14 and 16.
14 to 16, really? Those are some interesting gangs up in Maine.
Yeah.
Oh, I know Howard was supposed to
And
be
the
here at the
parents-
studio. Maybe he's up in Maine right now.
But they always get the girls that don't have a father, or their father is a drug addict or an alcoholic.
Yeah.
That's when I started working with kids myself. I had a program called Team Atlas. And I hope I got time to tell you one
Tell
story.
us about Team Atlas.
There was
yeah.
this young girl named Angie. And I told this to the Lewiston Police Department. They didn't do nothing about it because she was a prostitute. But she was only 16. I tried to get her off the street because I used to work with the probation department there. So I tried to get her off the street. So I had a friend of mine that worked up me, but he was a recruiter for the military. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Can you get her into the Coast Guard or something, you know?" And I got her sober. You know, she stayed with me and Monica for about a month and got sober.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Monica took her, she got sober. So we got her sober, got her off the crack cocaine. She was a banger, she shoot up. She was only 16 though.
Wow.
But she was selling her body for drugs. She was prostituting herself for drugs. Not for anything else but drugs, that's it.
Not the payday.
No, as soon as she got the money, she went straight to, the money went from the, from the John hand to her hand to the dope dealer. So she didn't keep that money more than 5 minutes.
Wow.
However long it took her to get to the drug house, that money was gone. The 5 minutes after got into her hand. But anyway, we tried to help the young girl. And there was a lady called Colette that used to make food for her. And I used to go by there, pick up the food, take it to the house to give to her. So finally this Army recruiter told me, he said, Tony, that's a good thing you're doing. He said, I want to help you with it. And I said, well, he said, but we can't take her because she don't have, she quit school. And to get into the Coast Guard, you gotta have to have a high school diploma. I didn't know that. So they're gonna try to get her to get the GED, which she could have got in like a month or two. So she stayed at, the guy took her in, this recruiter. If he's in Maine, listen, he know I'm telling the truth. He took her into his house to try to help her. Because she was on this, she's a 16-year-old little white girl. Beautiful little girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, the whole killer caboodle, beautiful little girl. And so anyway, make a long story short, one night, she got that craving, and she got out. She got out. She went back to a place called Knox Street, Knox Street. She was there in Knox Street that night. The next morning, she was in the canal. One of the prostitutes told me what happened.
You knew this prostitute?
Maine, everybody know everybody.
Yeah.
The town I live in. I mean, small town, everybody know everybody. So anyway, her name was Ebony. She was a black lady. She probably was in her 40s.
Now this is the prostitute.
Yeah, her name was Ebony. And she was in her 40s. She was from New York or Alabama, somewhere down there. She wasn't a Mainer. So anyway, she said, you hear what happened to Angie? And I said, no. She said, she went to SCORE. You know what SCORE mean, right?
Yes.
She went to pick up, she got 2 40 bags, and they put them in little plastic bags like this. So the cops followed her. So when she went to the house to do it on Knox Street, the cops came in behind her. Well, she didn't want to get caught with the drugs. So she swallowed the 2 bags of crack cocaine.
Oh my God.
Okay, wait, that's the nice part of the story.
That's the nice part.
That's the nice part. So when the cops...
Oh God, you know, I think you've told me this story, but keep going.
The cops left. The cop left. After the cop left, the people that sold her for the drugs, they want their drugs. Because one of the bags belonged to someone else. There was a bag for her, but the other bag she went to get for someone else. Well, that person want they want their drug. And these are a bunch of crackheads that want their drug, and they know that they in her. So they sticking a finger down her throat, trying to make her vomit. It wouldn't come up because she ain't ate all day. So they set her on the toilet and try to get her to go to the bathroom. Kept having to drink a lot of water to try to so she
flush her system.
Yeah, so it go through. Because there's no food or something, the bags wouldn't come out. They took a razor blade, cut her stomach open while she was alive, reached inside her stomach, took the 2 bags out. And here's the sad part. From what I hear, she sat there and did the drugs with them, with her stomach and intestines hanging out. She did the drug with them. They said then she died. She took one hit.
This is a surprise.
Yeah, she took one hit off that pipe.
Looked like something out of one of those Saw movies.
She took one hit of crack, and then she fell over.
Oh.
Well, they didn't want her to, the cops to come in and see this bleeding, dead 16-year-old on the floor, so they put her underneath the bed. Well, the next moment, this is
They
all
put
true.
her under the bed?
Under the bed. So if
Did they think they were going to hide her? Or?
Yeah, they was hiding the body, so they figured to hide the body by shoving her underneath the bed. Well, by moaning, she had a little kick to her.
Wasn't there any blood?
Oh yeah, but they clean all that mess up. So these addicts, man, and so they slid her underneath the bed so that if the cop come in, they won't see the body. But by moaning, you could smell her.
Oh yeah.
You could smell her.
She must have started to rot.
She started to rot. So they got scared, so they wrapped her up in a sheet, and they took her in an area right around Lincoln Street. People know what I'm talking about, and they threw her in the canal. The canal is like a river, the water runs through it. You know, we call it a canal because it's not a river, it's a man-made thing of water, where they channel the water from the river to go in to do other stuff, you know, like the sewer and all this, that stuff. But anyway, most of that water go for our sewer, you know. Anyway, make a long story short, so when I hear the story, I went straight to the Lewiston Police Department, told them exactly what I told you. Nothing was ever done.
They didn't care.
They didn't care. Because she was a poor girl at 16 years old, and I saw that.
No family?
Not that I know of, because when I met her, I didn't know father. And that's why everybody, and believe it or not, for some of the work I did in Maine, the state of Maine gave me a proclamation. I'm one of the very few, most proclamations go to business people that donate a lot of money to stuff. But they said my work with kids in the state of Maine have been so great that they figured that they should reward me. So the state of Maine, I went to the Senate floor. They went to the Senate floor in Augusta, and they gave me a big proclamation. Next time we do Boston Wrestling, I'll bring it down to show you. I also got a proclamation from the city of St. Louis, Missouri.
Why do you have a proclamation from the city of St. Louis?
Working with youth.
Back when you worked for Sam Mushnick, or?
No, this was probably about 10 years ago.
Why? What did you do in St. Louis, Missouri 10 years ago?
Convert gangbangers into going to school and college.
But how?
Talking to them.
But what were you doing in St. Louis?
A buddy of mine asked me to come down. He was friends with a rep. He worked in the office as like a clerk.
Yeah.
And I got the paperwork. I had to bring it and show it to you. This guy, he was a representative. And he said, yes, we were sponsored Tony to come down to work with Gina Jim youth. With the kids, there are a lot of kids that was fatherless, and it was all getting drawn into the gangs. So, and some of these kids were very, very, very bright, very bright. And so they said, Tony, can you talk to them and convert these kids into doing something with their life? Because we know you had a hard life. We know your involvement with drugs and poverty. You've been through that, so maybe somebody that had been there. Because it's hard for someone that never did something to tell kids what they shouldn't do.
Right.
But for a person, like some of your best people, believe it or not, if they're overusing, is a guy that to been in the penitentiary. I'd rather listen to a guy that been in the penitentiary about what can happen to him than a guy that never been in trouble. That guy that been in the penitentiary, he could tell you the horror story. He could tell you how it messed up his life. Like in my book, the reason I tell the story about my drug use and all the things I did wrong, so some kid would look at that and say, if Tony Atlas hadn't done that, you haven't even said it yourself, there would have been no Hulk Hogan. It would have been Tony Atlas.
It would have been Tony Atlas.
There would have been no Hulk Hogan because I was there before Hogan. And every time we wrestled, Hogan put me over. So that tell you, they did not have the eye on Hogan then. They had their eyes on
Mr. USA.
Tony Atlas. Up until me and Rocky got the belt, I never lost a match. There was not one person in WWE I didn't beat. Backlund was the only one.
You were the Goldberg of your generation.
Bob Backlund was the only one I never beat. And Backlund never beat me, even though we wrestled. I won over Bob Backlund, a world champion, in a DQ. So Captain Lou Albano said, Tony, the only one who could hurt Tony Atlas is Tony Atlas. That's why when I wrote my book, I blame nobody for my downfall because I am the captain of my own ship. You see what I'm saying? So I tell people, I said, when I first met Hogan, he was putting me over. I said, 10 years later, I couldn't even get close enough to shake his hand. What happened? Well, because you're black? No, got nothing to do with my color. Sergeant Slaughter was white, but I beat him. Budnick, all them guys. You name everybody from the past that in the 80s. Don Morocco, all of them, they all lost to me. Every one of them, they put me over. Everybody put me over. From 1980 to 1982, nobody could beat Tony Atlas. Well, I went to AWA, even though they expunged my record. Why, I don't know. Me and Jumpy Jump Ronzell beat the Legion of Doom for the title. I wrestled King Kong Bundy. I never lost to Bundy. I'm King Kong Bruiser Brody. I never lost to Brody.
Wow.
I never even lost to Andre in Japan. It was a count out. Think about it. Andre didn't even put me over. That's how they saw me.
You were that high up the food chain.
Who screwed that up?
Mr. U. Oh, wait. Percy's playing the ribs on us again.
I screwed that up. So I took responsibility because if I don't take responsibility for the mistakes I make in life, how can I ever correct them? It's easy to blame somebody else for your misfortune. The one thing that my mother, I listen more to my mom now than what I did when she was alive. And this is what my mother told me.
You remember the lessons.
This is one of the lessons she taught me. Excuses are the gateway to failure. Excuses are the gateway to failure. Solutions is the gateway to success. Never worry about the problem, only the
solution. And as I've told you, Tony, a very
my mom taught me that,
in one
and
of
it worked.
I tell you,
It took me a long time to do it, though. It took me about 30 years to finally, after 30 years, I'm going to listen.
I will never forget the moment in the middle of July this year, or last year in 2020, when I was in quite a predicament, ready to explode, and your words rung in my head. Do not worry. Your mother's words through you rung in my head. There is nothing I can do to change this problem. I have to focus on the solution.
I had to fix it.
And it prevented a bad situation from getting far worse.
Yeah.
And I have to thank you for that.
Yep, because
Hall of Fame advice.
Deeper.
Yeah.
It's like quicksand. The more you wiggle, the deeper you go.
All right, Tony, we got a little bit of wrestling to talk about.
Wrestling, baby! Tommy Wildfire Rich here.
We started talking about Monica getting the vaccine.
Yep.
Now we have an outbreak of WWE superstars with COVID. WWE champion Drew McIntyre has tested positive, along with 3 other superstars that shall not be named until they are publicly released by WWE. I think that's only the fair way to do it. But is WWE turning into a danger zone, Tony, with so many superstars testing positive for COVID?
Here we go again.
All right, here we go. Let's hear it, brother.
Pick it on, Vince. When you there, trust me, you follow protocol. When you there, you understand what he did this, Dad? Mm-hmm. He did you do protocol. I bet you. Here's where the problem come in at. Every person that OD on drugs, I'm gonna bring it all together. Everybody that OD on drugs back in 10 years ago, when all the guys were dropping from using drugs and stuff, there was one thing that nobody ever noticed about them guys.
What's that?
They was not working for Vince when it happened. See, what happened is they don't, because of COVID, they don't work that much. They out and about. You understand? If they got COVID, they didn't get it there. They got it.
But you can't say for sure.
Oh, I've been there. I know what they do. Nobody followed them. Once they leave, they do what they want to do. I was with Drew McIntyre last year.
At that minor league baseball game.
They're away. They do a lot of shit when they're away. See, when they're there with Vince, they have to dot every I, cross every T. But then when they go home, I know one wrestler, when they were doing the drug testing, he only did TV. Player. He only did TV. I ain't gonna call no name player. He only did TV. And he got away with it for years smoking pot. But smoking pot, what a lot of people do, if you do it 2 days a week, it won't show up. Because you don't build up enough, THC or whatever it is to be tested. So you keep.
You had to pick your spots.
Right. Well, what he do? I was riding back to the hotel where we just done TV, and we used to fly in to do Monday Night Raw on Monday. Tuesday was SmackDown. They taped SmackDown, but they showed it Friday. Right. But they taped it Tuesday. Right. So Wednesday we fly back. Tuesday night, he would say, "Tony, come on to the room. I got one." Now, you know what I'm talking about. Now he run around with a little pipe, a little vapor pipe. You saw him.
I know what you mean.
You know who I'm talking about.
I know you.
You know what I'm talking about.
We've had him right here in the Millennium Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And what he would do, he would smoke Wednesday night, that night, before he go home. He would smoke Tuesday all day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. He had these pills that you take. and you drink a
Get
lot
it
of
out of
water.
your system.
And he did that for years and never got caught. See, when guys leave Vince, I bet you McIntyre, every one of them guys, I'm not with them, but I've been around the boys. I know what they do. They started going out clubbing, they go out here, people know them, they're out in the public, and they do things. And then when they go back with Vince, then it's the mask, it's this and that. But Vince can't watch them 24 hours a day. That's where the problem goes. Most of the trouble I got in, I didn't get into it at the arenas.
Was out of the bit.
Once we was off, that's where the guys get in trouble when Vince let them off. That's why in the olden days, Vince Sr. never gave the wrestler time off. And I asked him one day why he do that. He said, "Cause they're gonna get in trouble." He said, "I gotta keep them busy to keep them busy to keep them out of trouble."
And that's a fair statement to make for that generation.
Yeah, and all the guys were using drugs, but nobody OD because you had to wrestle that night. So you do have a very small window for the partying.
So you think,
So
like,
the
with
back
Cecil
row
the
by
Lion's
10
land party, that might be a good idea then.
Well, that's what they do. With
Yeah.
when they off them days, they go here, they go there, they go here, they go there. But I remember when I was with the WWF back in the day,
Yeah.
the show was over by 10. Well, by 10:30, we always stayed in the town that we wrestled. By 10:30, you at the hotel. And the guy will be drinking and smoking and doing whatever and screwing whatever they want. I had this thing about me. At 12 o'clock, no matter what I do, I stop. And I went to bed because I used to get up in the morning at 7
To work out.
to do my workout. I had to get my workout because that was my money. I couldn't let my body go down. But I used to see guys say, "Oh, I didn't get to bed till 2 o'clock last night. Oh, I went to bed at 4. When I was with WWE not too long ago, back in 10 years ago when I was with them, I saw the same thing in the bar. They closed the bar. I seen guys drinking the bar at night. Me and Teddy Long, I would go by the desk, because these nice hotels, I get me either some fried chicken wings or the fried calamari. The calamari.
You like the
I
calamari?
like the calamari.
I didn't
with
know
the
that.
little sauce, yeah. So I usually, whatever they have, they call it the bar food. So I would even get some chicken wings with the little celery sticks and the carrot, or you get the calamari with some coleslaw. And I would have me 1 or 2 beers, then I'd go to bed. Teddy Long would come and get 1 beer and go to bed for years. We would go every night. I go to bed. I would see guys up at that bar. Then the next morning we had to get up at I can't remember his name. It probably popped to me. He said, "Oh, I think I'll just stay up tonight. I got some beer in the room." The bar closed at 2.
He wanted a few more.
Yeah, and his flight was leaving at 6, so we had to be at the airport by 5. So he said, "Oh shit, I only got 2 hours, no use going to sleep. I just stay up, then I sleep on the plane." And that's what they used to do. They would sleep on the plane. Every time you see a wrestler, the moment he hit that plane,
Oh.
he been up all night. You know?
All right, well, Tony.
Then at TV, you could tell all the guys that been up all night because they had to be at TV at 12. They would get to TV at 12, and they get in the room, they go,
They'd nap at the arena.
they were up all night.
Let's not point just the fingers at WWE.
It's not. Everybody,
Well, let me
everybody is responsible for their own safety.
Yeah.
Their own safety. And Vince cannot watch these guys 24/7. There's 7 days in a week. He's not doing house shows no more. So anybody, you cannot get COVID virus for Vince for just being there for 2 days. Where are you the other 5 days?
But why is it impossible to get it in a competitive, athletic?
Because Vince tests them all. You know he does.
Well, I mean, you can take someone's temperature, but that doesn't mean you're going to pop positive for a COVID test right away.
Vince tests you regularly, brother, for more than
Well,
that.
I understand that it's done regularly, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a
It's not just
guaranteed,
your temperature
accurate
with Vince,
result.
you know that.
Well,
You know that with Vince.
Let's be
I worked there before there was Cobra. Vince take blood tests and everything.
to be.
on
Well,
him.
they're not. I don't think they're taking blood tests at every
Yeah,
TV
blood test,
taping.
piss test. But believe me, they did not catch it there. They want to blame Vince because that's where the money is at.
Well, in AEW,
Because
in
there's no such thing anymore as self-responsibility. How can some catch it and some don't if it's with Vince?
well, I mean, that could be said for the whole world as far as.
No, it's what you do. You know that, Dan. It's
In
what you do.
AEW, it came out also. We don't want to point the finger just at WWE. Chris Jericho Nick Jackson of the Young Bucks and Lance Archer all tested positive back
You think
in
these guys
September.
you think they do what me and Teddy Long do? That's what I'm trying to get you to see that. Do you really think that the Young Buck and Chris Jericho, after the show, that they would wash their hands, shower, and go to the hotel and go to sleep and keep their distance from other people? Do you really think them young kids, more kids would do that? Yeah, right.
Do you,
They
well, I'm
probably
going to
got
ask
some
you.
bras waiting on them back in the hotel
Really?
like I did when I
Really?
was young. Once they leave that arena, they out of Vince's hands. Once they leave the arena, they out of AEW hands. Now, if Vince Sr., if wrestling was the way it was when I was wrestling, none of them would have it.
Do you think it's safe to continue to have these live events?
Of course it is.
You feel it is safe with proper social distancing?
See, the problem with these guys, brother, and I'm telling you, the problem is, and I see it not just in the wrestling world, I see it in the gym. You know, they got a mandatory mask. It was hard for me to get used to working out with a mask on. It was not easy. It was hard as hell. You know, breathe through that damn thing, trying to lift weights. Somebody to lift weights and you barely can
I
sit
want to
down.
use Anytime Fitness like you tried to set up last time you were here.
Right, but I got
Get
used
myself
to it.
back in shape.
Yeah, but I got used to it because people are breathing more harder in the gym than I any time of the, during the day. So the last thing I would do is go get a workout and walk away with Cobra. When I get through, and I see this myself, when I get through working out, what do you think the first thing I do before I leave that gym?
Clean your hands.
How many people do you think I've seen walk out of there without doing it?
A lot.
See
I'm
my
gonna guess?
point? That's my point. People you have to stand over them 24/7. Vince would have to stand over these guys 24/7.
You'd have to babysit.
Yeah, you have to babysit these guys. Nobody want to take self-responsibility. And see, young people feel invincible anyway. When you're young, you feel invincible. Nothing gonna hurt me. I'm young, ain't nothing gonna. That's how you are when you're young. And I know the mentality. That's why I'm always defending Vince. Because the guy that wrote my book, he said, Tony, this is the first book I ever wrote like this. Of all the books I did, he said, I never wrote a book like this. And I said, what you mean? He said, every book that I wrote, and you read them, he said, everything that happened good for that wrestler, they took credit. Everything that happened bad for him, they blamed someone else. He said, you the first person that blamed everybody else for what happened good in your life and blame yourself for what happened bad in your life. I put in my book, my success, I owe to thousands of people. My success, my failure, I owe to one person. I took responsibility for my failure. I didn't take credit for none of my success. None of it. You read my book, you see, Tony, I give credit to you hear me do it on here. Klondike Bill, Johnny Weaver, George Scott. You see me do it all the time. I'm always giving credit to those that helped me. When something goes wrong, who do you hear me blame?
Yourself.
Because that's the only way I can fix me.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony. If a professional wrestler on one of the major league rosters tests positive, how long do you think they should keep them out? Do you think it should just be the suggested 14 days by the government? Do you think a wrestling company should play it safe and perhaps have them stay out a longer period of time where there is that intense physical contact?
That's a big one there. It's hard for me to make a decision for a multi-million-dollar company, and that's you have to be almost a genius to figure that one out. Somehow you have to. It's the damn time, and I can't see what Vince could do to protect the wrestlers and protect his company in the off time. That's where the big problem comes in at. Because Vince Sr. told me something, we hated it. Trust me, we hated it. I said, Vince, why you run all these little shows? Vince Sr., not Junior, Sr. He said, I keep the wrestler busy to keep them out of trouble. Vince had to find out a way. See, when he got rid of the territories and all that stuff, they gave wrestlers a lot of free time. So if you smoke pot On your days, now that you got all this free time, you're going to smoke more pot. If you pop pills, you got more free time, so that means you're going to do more of that. If you drink, you got all this free time, so it means you're going to drink more. When you have to work all the time, you do very, very little. That's how I beat my drug habit. I worked a construction job where I had to work 12 hours a day.
Wow.
Then I came home. When I got off work, I went to the gym. I worked out for 1 hour. I used to drag myself home. Monica would feed me, and if Monica was here to say that, she said he would fall asleep sometime at the table.
Wow.
But I sobered up, and I didn't have time for drugs.
Drugs and alcohol.
Drugs and alcohol. And now I got myself programmed where I only drink so much alcohol. You know, I still try to my best to stay with the drug, but I only drink so much alcohol because I got this thing about me. I won't drink until after 6 o'clock.
You like a cold one every now and then.
After 6.
After 6.
After 6. Because I normally go to bed at 9 or 10, and I got to have dinner. So I have my dinner at 6 o'clock every evening, and then after I have my dinner, I have myself a cup of beer.
You have a cold
well, you know
one.
your stomach's full of food.
Yeah.
So you're going to drink less beer.
Right.
So my wife, to help me, she said, always eat first. Eat first. Then when you get the beer, you're not, you know, you're going to sip it instead of, if you hadn't eaten that first beer, down like, well, you saw.
Down the hatchet.
You saw me when I was with you. I guzzled that beer. But what I did first before I started drinking.
You ate.
I ate something. We would go get that Chinese food, remember?
Yep, that's right.
And then,
Lotus Chinese
and
food.
you used to buy me a 6-pack, and we were always, the most that I would drink in all them hours was 2 beers, if you know that. The rest we used to put in my refrigerator, remember?
Yeah.
But what if I had sat there and started drinking and not eat?
Like I would.
I would have been drunk.
I would sit there and I'd have those vodka mixed drinks.
And
But I wouldn't have much to eat a lot of the time.
But you would finish all 6 of them. See?
Geez,
Not
thanks,
me.
Tony.
Well, not really. One time you left 2.
All right, well, there you go. To be fair.
Yeah, you left 2 out of 6 the one time.
But I want to send out some well wishes, Tony, to those that are suffering from COVID in the business right now.
Yes.
Mick Foley is just getting past COVID. He had to isolate himself from his entire family through Christmas and New Year's, and he really took great precautions. I think he was in a hotel for 3 weeks.
Wow.
Our friend Les Thatcher, a longtime friend of Boston Wrestling and the MWF.
Wow, I know Les Thatcher.
Les is 80. He's battling pneumonia along with COVID-19. He refuses to go to the emergency room because he feels it's unsafe. And you know what? Les could be right as far as that goes. I don't know if I'd want to be in an emergency room right now.
It's
with
all
that.
right to got something. What are you talking about safe? Take it, Les. Go to the emergency room.
Les is, I guess, recuperating in a cabin somewhere in, I don't know, Kentucky or Ohio. And Bill and Sue Eady, more friends of the show. Bill Eady came down with it as well as his wife. Their grandson, I guess, passed it along to them, unfortunately. I spoke to Bill. They're feeling sick, but, you know, it's not a death sentence to them.
They won't wear no mask, brother.
What's that?
They won't wear no mask.
I don't know how it came to be. I know it came
I
with
bet you they don't wear a mask.
an interaction with the grandson.
See, here's the problem. I don't care what the politicians tell us. We all have to think for ourselves. I've seen people that go to a store and the lady say, you have to have a mask on. What do you think they do? They get mad at the lady. See? They get mad at her. The lady is trying to protect others and them. They had a guy in Maine not too long ago, he pulled a gun on a lady in Walmart because she told him not to wear a mask.
He pulled a gun on her? Really? Well,
yeah.
Well, I certainly want...
You have a large anti-mask American, a lot of them. They won't wear a mask. They was taught that the mask ain't gonna do any good, that it's all a hoax, it's a work, it's not for real. And once you plant that seed in somebody's head, they're not gonna take precautions. They're not. Look at the invasion of the White House. How many masks you seen? Who you seen with a mask on? There you go. There you go. Thousands and thousands of people all huddled together.
Do you think?
How many of them people you think on January the 6th got COVID now?
I don't know. I haven't
At
reached
least
out and
half.
asked.
At least half.
You think half? You think, whoa. You think 50% of the people that invaded the Capitol got COVID?
You laughed at me the first time when I told you there would be a disease that would kill almost half the people in America. Remember?
Tony, it's not even 1% though at this point.
Brother,
You think it's still going to reach 50?
when is it going to stop?
Well, the vaccine's supposedly coming.
1%. They're what, we at 300 now? 1,000
Almost
people?
400.
400,000 people? It's almost 500,000 people.
Yeah, but that's...
Almost 500,000 people.
But you try to
And
say
it's
that...
not- but it ain't
You
stopped.
tried to say that 50% of the country is going to die. It's not even at 1% yet.
What the percentage of the people in America?
It's about 400 million people that live in America.
400 million.
And 400,000 have died, so that's about 1%.
No. That's
No?
more than that. That's more than 1%. How can 1% of the, well, let's say 500,000 just to round it off.
All right.
Because it's going to be 500,000 pretty soon anyway. In about a month.
You're
it'll be 500,000.
probably right, sure.
So you got the 400 million, and then you got 500,000. So you already you almost got almost 1 million people out of 400. Almost by summer it'll be 1 million people if they don't die for this damn thing in this country. Yeah, because it ain't stopped.
I understand the number is rising, but the percentage is very low. You're trying to say, if your number is correct, you're going to say 200 million people are going to die from coronavirus? Really? Well, I mean, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. I disagree with that, but...
I bet you 50% of the people that invaded the White House is going to get
Well,
COVID.
that's two totally, completely different
not only
things.
that, well, see, and then the protesters that did all that protesting back in Portland, Oregon, and all this stuff, with all these people doing all this stuff, and then they worried about me and you having a freaking wrestling show with 100 people in it.
Oh, don't even get me started
Come on, now.
that.
I mean, when you had these riots, when you had these protests, nobody wearing masks. Nobody. How many people you said was at the White House? Just take a guess, a wild guess.
5,000.
5,000 people and no mask.
Here's the thing.
Then they gonna go home to their families.
I've told you before, I think a lot of this is politicized. I think if you're a Democrat, you look at coronavirus as a death sentence. If you're a Republican, you almost look at it like it doesn't exist. I've told you
think
before.
COVID don't give a crap what you are.
I register as an independent, so I kind of look at it as somewhere in between.
I think that's where the problem, Dan, to be honest with you, I think that's where the problem. We politicize
You're right.
something. We politicize COVID when it shouldn't be politicized. COVID don't care.
I don't think this, even if it's, let's just say it's 100% wrong. I still don't think, just for precautionary reasons, I don't think there's anything wrong with wearing a mask until the vaccine gets out more.
Exactly.
I don't think that hurts anybody.
Exactly. But
And you potentially save someone.
But if you stop, we sat there talking about WWE and Cobra. I just watched them riding on January the 6th.
Yeah.
Like you said, about 500,000 people out there, brother, with no mask for days. When they have all them riding for how many months? 3 months?
Non-stop? Over the
Non-stop
summer. Well,
for
that was
3
over the
months.
summer, yeah.
For all during the summer. Yes, and probably a lot of people going to come down with this stuff. Look at the
Yeah,
numbers.
but Tony, I think after a couple of weeks, it's gone. So even if these 500,000 people did get it, it's gone and they're alive. I don't think 200 million people are going to die.
I do.
Well, I sure hope you're wrong.
I do.
We're going to have the Walking Dead come to life in the United
do.
States of America.
I do.
Well,
I do.
Do you think?
Because when you got that many people walking around, not concerned about this virus, see, I learned this in wrestling. One time I was wrestling, and I got color.
The little color, yeah.
To the wrestling fan, color is another word for blood. With me, I'm blood.
Yeah.
So I went to old 7-Eleven. There was 7-Elevens everywhere. And Howard Johnson, all up and down. So we would go to Howard Johnson if we staying there, have beers, or either if we stay in one of these cheap hotels, we go to 7-Eleven. So I had the bandage wrapped around my head and everything. So I'm getting ready to get out the car. A wrestler named Charlie Fulton said, "Tony, what do you drink?" I said, "I get it." "No, you're not." He said, "You're supposed to be hurt." He said, "You stay in the car." He said, "Because if one wrestling fan see you walking around that store, not hurt, one," he said, "by morning 10 would know. And them 10s got friends, and them 10 would tell 10 more friends." He said, "By the time we come back, to this town," he said, more than 1,000 people, will know that
That
Tony
you got
Atlas,
that beer.
that
or that drink,
I
whatever
was
it may have
faking,
been.
that not work. He said, "You have to sell it all the way out of town." Mr. Wrestling number 2, one time I wrestled with him, Johnny Walker. God rest his soul. He's another one that deceased, a very good friend of mine. I think we did an episode on him, right?
We did. We talked
Yeah, we
about
did,
his great
yeah.
career and his him being on the sexual predator list in Hawaii. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Well, a little raping when he was in the military, but
Oh, I
that's
didn't
all
know
right.
that part. But
We'll
anyway, to make a long story short, the guy gave us a check. Well, we didn't trust the check. So we would go to the bank to cash the check. 2 wore his mask in the bank. They set up an appointment because Jimmy Carter was from Warner Robins, Georgia. And his mother used to come to Columbus, Georgia to watch wrestling all the time. And Wrestling 2 was his mother's favorite wrestler, Jimmy Carter mother. Loved Wrestling 2. So Jimmy Carter invited Wrestling 2 to the White House. Wrestling 2 walked into the White House with his mask. Walked into banks with his mask. We'd be driving.
But they wouldn't let him in, though, right? I don't
They
think he
let
was
him in.
able.
They let him in with
He
the
was
mask
able
on.
to attend the ceremony with the
There's
mask.
pictures on the internet of him.
I thought he was
Jimmy
turned
Carter,
away.
Jimmy Carter got him in a headlock. I seen the picture.
I've seen that
You
picture.
said,
Yep,
"What? That's
yep,
in
yep.
the White House."
Well, let me ask you this, Tony. Vince has put big money into Drew McIntyre defending the WWE Championship against Goldberg at the Royal Rumble. With Drew's a positive COVID test, with the Rumble being January 31st, by the time this episode airs, we may have an answer. But do you think we'll see McIntyre and Goldberg
Oh,
at the
yeah.
Rumble?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think it'll be enough to stop the match?
Nah, they
All right.
can't. See, it's not up to Vince.
It's up to the medicine, the science. Who's it up to?
McIntyre.
Who?
McIntyre.
Oh, McIntyre.
If he quarantines, but is he going to do it? That's the question we should be asking.
He's a company man. I'd like to think so.
I don't know him that
Well,
well
you-
to make that decision.
what was your
That's why I asked the
experience-
question. See, Drew would be well in time, but it's up to Drew, not Vince.
What was your experience with him when you attended the minor league baseball game together?
Nice kid, but I don't know what he do. I never hung out with him after the show.
Yeah.
I only know how he present himself around Vince, and when he working, But what do Drew do when he's not with Vince?
That's the question.
That's how he got it in the first place.
Well, Tony,
See, if he quarantine himself and do what he should do between now and the show, I would say yes, he would be ready to do the show. But if Drew refused the warning, refused to do, it's hard for a guy young, good-looking, built, to sit in the house for 14 days. Not to be around people, not to go out, not to do nothing for 14 days. I mean, it's hard for old fox. Imagine around that third day, he's gonna be going freaking nuts.
Yeah.
So he's gonna say, screw this. That's what happens. I don't know if he got the intestinal fortitude
really?
in order to go through what need to be done to get himself well. A lot of people say, oh, I could do that. I tried it. Trust me, brother, without that first week, it's rough.
All right.
I
Well,
mean, you get so bored, you get insomnia,
Yeah.
you get irritable. I mean, you know, you want to get out, you want to do things. We used to getting out and doing that. And Drew being a young man like he is, I don't know.
Let's just hope that he and all the athletes can stay healthy.
Well, I do.
That's what we hope.
Once again, it's not up to Vince. Unless Vince would put all his wrestlers on a 24-hour
surveillance. Yeah,
that's the only way he could do it. And how you gonna do that?
All right, wrestling fans, as we wrap up, Tony, 2 more people affected by COVID. I just wanted to send a shout out to, unfortunately, Linda Marty and the junior ambassador of Boston Wrestling, little baby Marty. The 2 of them have come down with COVID too, and
is that your family?
Yes, they are. They've had to quarantine now, and it's been rough for them. Again, luckily, like Bill and Sweetie, certainly it hasn't required hospitalization, but they've had to quarantine from the world, and they're feeling pretty lousy.
Your kid going to school?
He's had to do cyber school now since March, so it really doesn't make a difference
How did he
either
get
way.
it then, do you know?
She works in the medical field, so that's probably how it happened.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And she probably got it before they gave her the. Did she get
She
a
hasn't
shot?
even received it yet.
Ooh.
Yeah, because as it's rolled out, she's been quarantining.
In May, the nurses and doctors got it. My wife even got it twice.
I can't speak for that. I don't know enough about it, but I know they are very unhappy campers.
Not to get into politics.
Yeah.
Is your governor
We'd never do
Republican or
that.
Democrat?
Republican.
Oh, okay, that's right. You
All right.
just said it, didn't you? I mean, first I was against you, but now I'm with you. See, ours is Democrat.
Now, what are you now?
Well, Democrat think more of the people. Republican think more of the economy, not people.
I think that's why I'm an independent then, because I'm somewhere in the middle.
Be in between, be in the middle. Because we got a very liberal governor, Janice Mills, and Janice Mills think totally more on the safety of people than the economy itself. Republicans, like look at Florida, they wide open.
Well, the warlord had some very interesting stories about.
They wide open.
He actually, I don't know if you know this, but he works private security at nightclubs down in Florida, and
yeah,
they're
he
open.
told me, yeah, he said all open. That's what I'm saying. See,
Isn't that something?
no mask. I was down there not
I
too long
don't
ago.
know. No, I'll say this: when I was there I think I told you I was there in Orlando back in December, and everyone was aghast. Like, oh, you're going to go to Florida? But I mean, the sanitary procedures at the airport, the hotel, the amusement park. I have to say, I thought it was top notch.
Yeah,
Maybe because it was
I was there about 2 weeks ago.
in Florida.
Yeah.
Now, what part of Florida?
With Tony Capone.
You went down there for that?
Yeah, I was in that. Yeah.
How did that go?
Well, it went good, but I noticed a lot of stuff. This is what they do. That's what people do. When they come in the building. Remember I just told you about Bill Silver was there?
Yeah.
They come in the door. They got the mask on.
Yeah.
They get on the elevator. They keep the mask on. As soon as they get off the elevator, I've seen it. Everybody does that. They just use the mask to go in and to go out. Once they're in, they take it out.
Well, I can only speak for what I saw with my
And that
experiences.
was 2 weeks ago.
I didn't know you were down there for
Yeah,
that.
with Tony Capone, yeah. I'm his commissioner. I'm the NWAW wrestling commissioner.
I think it was
And
kind of
and I'll tell you, it was the best program that I've ever been to in my life.
Why is that?
Tony put together something that nobody ever thought about before.
Yeah.
The whole show was to honor Bruiser Brody's wife and Hercules Hernandez's wife. And they were showing pictures of Hercules Hernandez. His grandkids all ran over and grabbed Hercules' wife, their grandmother, to hold her up.
Wow.
It was so emotional for her.
It wasn't.
I walked Bruiser Brody's wife down to the ring.
Oh, that was nice.
She turned to me and said this.
Barbara Goodish.
Yep. She said, I can't believe that after 32 years that they still honoring my husband. And I stood there beside her while she watched them tapes of him. Nobody ever think about the families.
You're right.
We talk about Brody all the time. Never how that woman feel. She loved Brody just as much today as she
Maybe
did.
we should have Barbara Goodish in the studio.
I think it'd be a great idea, but people don't pay attention to these. Why? I saw the emotions in these people. Hercules, Hernandez's wife, couldn't even walk. She was so shocked up. I mean, when you see that, little kids crying when they're looking at their grandpa wrestle, know that he would never be in their life again, you know, and the emotion. And I told to Tony Capone, I said, Tony, you need to keep doing that. I said, every wrestling organization in the world is a heel. You got to own it baby face show. Every wrestling show is a heel show. Tony Capone got the only baby face show. That show was all about sympathy for the guys that have put their lives on the line, guys that have died, and they saw the results of the family afterward. It's kind of like, you know, you see that policeman that just died at the White House.
Yeah.
You know? Now we see him, we see the protester, who they never would show.
The victim.
The family.
Of the family of the victim.
When you see the family of the victim.
Just so you know, Tony, we got about 60 seconds, just so we can wrap it up.
The family suffer, never stop.
Never stop.
Never.
Look at Barbara Goodish.
Never.
It'll be 33 years in July.
She said that to me. She said after 32 years.
Well, I'd like to have Barbara Goodish, maybe even an interview with her at the Cauliflower Alley Club where she's so involved.
That's what she
But
said.
a good woman.
She said after 32 years.
People still care.
She said it feel like it was yesterday.
Wow.
Never go away.
Unbelievable wrestling fans, we're running out of time here. We hope you enjoyed the show. Again, if you did, give us a big time thumbs up. It helps. If you're in the premiere during the live episode Tuesday night at 10, give us a super chat. It certainly helps us keep the lights on. It helps Tony keep coming down from Maine so we can give professional wrestling legends the platform to earn some income on. There aren't any independent wrestling shows. Autograph sessions are very scarce. It's been 10 months since this virus struck and has destroyed the
You
industry.
tell them about the special. All you special people, 360 Main Street. Put on your tennis shoe, make a donation, stand on my face, just make a donation, and you can step on my face.
For early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews, for access to our studio shoot interview DVD library that's been heard by millions on YouTube and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, and again, to keep the wrestling legends working, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, for less than a cup of coffee over at Starbucks, you help guys like Tony, his good friend Marty Jannetty, John Cena Sr., the Warlord, Tatanka, Savio Vega, so many more we've had here in studio and want to keep coming. Again, for my partner in crime, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll be back tomorrow night at 10 p.m. for Wrestling Insider Special Edition, Thursday night at 10 p.m. with Marty Jannetty, Friday night after SmackDown with John Cena Sr., then our talk show week begins again next Tuesday at 10 with Tony. Good night.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
All right, wrestling fans, we haven't even hit the halfway mark yet in this all-day Wrestling Insiders at Your House marathon. If you've missed Tony on Tuesdays, well, hey, we still wish he was around too, but you know what? It's the holiday season. We're not going to get into those extenuating circumstances. I'll wait until January 1st to start swinging for the fences again on that. But no, we had a lot of fun with Tony while we were able to produce his show on a weekly basis. Coming up next, again, as you find folks, head on over to BostonWrestling.com like the Oklahoma Stampede to get your Holiday Headlocks raffle tickets to help the kids. It's a special edition of At Your House as Tony Atlas remembers the late Natural Butch Reed. Check it out. All right, Tony, usually we have you with us on Tuesday. We have a big episode coming up this Tuesday, every Tuesday, as we have a big announcement coming up that the fans are, I think, are really going to be interested, or at least some fans that enjoy current events in the world. We don't want to spoil that yet. But with the breaking news, as you were coming to the studio today, I felt it warranted its own episode immediately, is the passing of another of the Brotherhood that I would have loved to have had here in the studio. The Natural Butch Reed passed away at the age of 66 on Friday.
Yeah, that was amazing. I was at the big event with him, a couple of years back at LaGuardia Airport, and me and him, we had some matches together in Mid-South, and I was with him. I remember when he did WWF, and we're gonna miss Butch. Butch was a nice guy. Well, I wouldn't say a nice guy, because Butch had a temper. He loved to fight.
Did he?
Oh yeah. One time he was giving Harley Race some trouble. We was at the Ramada Inn by the airport in Atlanta, Georgia. Really, it's in Hateville is where the airport is at. Well, he kept messing with Harley Race, Finally, Harley Race got up and beat him up.
Really?
And Butch was all like this, and Harley Race, yeah, at first we thought Butch was going to hurt Harley.
Was Butch known as a tough guy?
Yeah, he was known as a tough guy, but he just wasn't as tough as Harley Race.
So what happened at the airport when Harley? What did he do?
Harley just beat him up real good.
What did he do?
Well, first Harley knocked him down, kicked him, picked him up, knocked him down again, kicked him some more. It's like a fight. It's a fight. Harley had the upper hand from beginning to end. Butch couldn't handle it. What was amazing, because we ran to try to help Harley, because Harley was an older man then, and Butch a young guy. This when Harley was managing the Van Vader.
Oh, these are the WCW. And Butch Reed was in Doom. Okay.
Yeah, and he kind of messed around with Harley Race there. I don't think he was wrestling there. He was
No, he was
yeah,
managing
he was
people like
managing,
Vader and Lex Luger.
He had a suit
and-
on.
yeah.
And they was in the bar. We was all drinking like 11 or 12 o'clock at night. And she would let us stay there a little bit later. The lady that ran the place, she's still there for what I hear.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, the same lady is still running it. And they got in a fight in the dressing room, and my goodness. I mean, to see Harley Race
This was
fight-
at a bar?
Yeah,
At the
in a
hotel?
bar, at a hotel,
Okay.
hotel bar, yeah. But to see Harley Race fight in a real fight was really, really amazing.
Was he nasty?
Well, it was the power of his punches. It was something about the way he hit. I mean, we hit people, they just buckle.
Did Reed get any offense in?
He hit Harley a couple of times, but every time Harley hit him, you could see his knees buckle.
Really?
When Harley hit him, the knee would buckle. And he'd swing at Harley again, Harley hit him again, the knee would buckle, you know. I go, wow, look at that. Let's put it right, you didn't want Harley Race to hit you. I mean, it was something about just the way he punched. He wasn't a big, strong guy, you know. In wrestling, in an amateur bout, I probably could whoop Harley in an amateur bout. Harley knew very little about.
Yeah, you had a shoot
Yeah,
background.
Right. He was not a wrestler, but he was a hell of a street fighter. I mean, if you're in a fight, another guy that's a hell of a street fighter that nobody knew about was Danny Davis.
Dangerous Danny Davis? Really? Never knew that.
He saved, and Vince, you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling the truth when I tell this story. Vince was checking into a hotel one time. Danny Davis was riding a car with Vince. I can't remember if I was with SD or Rocket. I can't remember the year, but I know I was there. And Vince, I saw Vince going into the hotel. You know, they got the big window where you can see everything.
Yep.
With Vince, I guess the guy said something to Vince, or Vince said something to the guy that got in a fight. So we had to come across the parking lot. We were going to go in and help him. Then I see Danny Davis shoot in there real fast. Danny started kicking the shit out the guy.
Really?
The guy beat up Vince.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where was that? Do you remember?
It was some hotel that we was at. Sometimes the towns kind of get fuzzy.
There's been a lot of towns in your day.
Yeah, we go to so many towns. We remember the stories, but there's certain places that we do remember the story. And then there's certain places I remember the story, but not the exact town. You know, but I knew because up here we used to drive everywhere then. There was not all these flights. We'd take a flight here and a flight there. That was during the days of territory. So I want to say it had to be either in, maybe Connecticut or New Hampshire. I want to say New Hampshire. For some reason, Manchester, New Hampshire come to mind. I'm not sure, but I know it wasn't a Portland one.
Well, Manchester's.
I know the hotel we stayed at, but this hotel was a hotel. It was more like a motel than a hotel. Kind of like a Motel 6 or something, by Travelers or, you know.
Well, Danny's not too far from us. He'd be an interesting guest to have in the studio.
You would love to have him. Yeah. He got more stories you could shake a stick. And then the funny thing about it, me and Danny were talking about that night. I was on the show with him up in Albany when they had that autograph signing right before the March of last year, before the shutdown. And he needed some money for his electric bill. They're going to turn his electric lights off within a week. Where Danny said he wasn't going to get paid till the following week on his job. So he asked Vince if he could advance him $80. $80. Linda McMahon answered the phone. This is what she told Danny. Danny, for us to give you $80, how are we going to recuperate that money? $80.
Was this after he was working with them? Really?
So how are we going to recuperate that money? $80 for the guy that saved her husband's life.
Wow.
$80. How are we going to recuperate the $80? Lifetime law, patriot, $80.
Do you think if Vince answered the phone, he would have given it to him?
$80. Vince would have hung up on him. At least let him talk to him.
They actually had a conversation where they wouldn't give the guy $80.
$80.
I would have probably given him the $80, and I don't even know him.
And we talk about a millionaire now. We talk about a millionaire.
Not a millionaire, a billionaire.
Billionaire. And wouldn't even give a guy that saved him from a fist fight $80 so the man light could stay on.
They contributed millions of dollars to Donald Trump's political campaigns,
but
they couldn't give
$80. I just got my W-2 form for WWE for my royalties.
What did you make last year? Let's hear it.
$206 from royalties.
That's
See,
it?
when we did Legend House, you know what they did to us on Legend House?
Yeah, you signed away the rights to any...
We signed away the right to any royalty at all.
You made... So, for wrestling fans at home, well, we love to stress that we love to keep the wrestling legends working.
That's why I can't watch... I watch AEW, but I can't watch WWE because I know what they think of the wrestlers. I know how they feel about the wrestler. They could care less about them. So that's why a lot of guys like Jericho and all them guys, they all of a sudden is going with AEW. You see Jim Ross and all them guys, they all going with...
Jim Ross, they humiliated,
Yeah, they humiliate the hell out of this man who been in the business for years. He had Vince never... Well, here's the problem with Vince. And he know I'm telling the truth, so I ain't going to say nothing. He probably watched the program. Vince never respected wrestling. He always want to use wrestling as a stepping stone to lead into something else. That's why he do what he do. He want to kill the WWE. He don't want to develop it no more. He want to kill it so that when he's gone, there's nothing left. He want to be the last promoter. The last
of the Mohegans.
He want to be General Custer. He want to be the last of the Mohegans. Because you can just because he hot shot and everything. He threw everything at the people. We leave what we call a hot shot.
Yeah.
Normally we do one anger. We get about 6-8 months out of that one anger. And then the following year, that one anger would go for, you remember, a long time. And they would get the most mileage out of it. And then they may come up with an idea today, but they got this idea floating and doing good. So they would take that idea and move it over to next year. Vince threw it all. He did 5 years. He do 5 years of wrestling in 1 year.
You know what, Tony?
So it leaves nothing. He's burning things out. Because what can Vince do? Name one freaking thing that McMahon could do on his television that the people have not seen him do in the past. It's nothing left.
I'm actually going to cut you off right now because this kind of ties into the episode we're going to have Tuesday, which I think you're really, really going to be interested in once we get to it. But I wanted to kind of circle back. There's a very interesting story about Danny Davis and Linda McMahon. I wanted to circle back to, again, Butch Reed. You mentioned he didn't come out on the positive end of his fight with Harley Race, but any interesting Butch Reed memories, stories? Did you ever travel with Butch? I know you said at first he was a pretty good guy.
Well, first of all, his whole angle was my idea.
I was going to mention that.
Was my idea.
He not that he stole your gimmick, but he was giving you a gimmick.
Back with Vince for doing the making the Ivans and what they call a TNT talk show, had a TNT talk show. I just came back from AWA. I'm trying to renew myself. You remember, but he was still jobbing me out anyway.
Just to set the fans, give them the time frame. We're talking summer of 1986.
JYD
you were jobbing out to everybody.
Right.
And then at one of the TV tapings, I think they asked you to job to Hercules.
And he told me two things.
I'm trying to set the plate, Tony.
Right.
Is that what the problem was? You were at a TV taping and they wanted you to job on TV to Hercules?
No.
And you went and sat in the car?
That's not the story. No.
All right, you tell the story then.
Okay. I'm sitting there, Vince, for some reason, he sat and talked to me. He don't do anymore, but back then he did. One idea he had was that I would get out of shape and I would start training and get in the best shape of my life and win the world title. And he had this script for a movie. He's going to make a movie of it. Well, he was telling me, this be great for you, Tony. This be great for you, Tony. Okay, I said, yeah, I like to do that. I went home. Some guy sent me the strip to this movie with Hogan. Then the movie came on, and you Tiny Litter.
Tiny Lister.
Yeah, Zeus. Yeah, and I'm saying that they told me they're gonna give that to me. Also, as I was talking, Vince said, you know, you make a great heel too. What you think of me dyeing your hair blonde? So I said, well, if it make me some money, well, if you get asked to do it, you wouldn't refuse. I said, oh no, I wouldn't refuse. You know, trying to make us some money. After I left the territory, I've turned on TV, Butch Reed.
But from what I
So
remember,
Vince would take your idea. If you came up with an idea, he would talk it down. Oh, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. A year later, he would use it. See, he feels that it have to be his idea. He got this idea that if he listens to somebody, then he's no longer in control. You see, in the older days, I know this is getting off subject a little bit, but so the fans would know, the only thing that we would talk over in the older days were who's going to win and who's going to lose. And if you're going to win, what you're going to use, what type of move you're going to use. Are you going to use a headbutt, Tony? Or are you going to put him in a sleeper? Or are you going to use the press slam? And I would say, press slam. They would walk back to the dressing room and say, Tony is going to win with the press slam. That was all the conversation we did. So the wrestlers we were responsible of promoting ourselves in the ring. So we came up with our own character. Like nobody told Dusty Rhodes to be Dusty Rhodes. Nobody told Ric Flair how to be Ric Flair. Yeah. These guys were self-taught. Now, the newer guys, they never came into their own. One time I asked a guy, I said, what gimmick should I have? He said, Tony, don't worry about a gimmick. You will come into your own. He said, it'd be a lot. He said, you could sell it a lot more if it's natural. He said, you can only fake a situation for so long before people see through it. That's why when you meet Ric Flair, you feel like you met the same person you've been watching. Because Ric Flair, that's Ric Flair. That's his character. Now you would meet these other guys, and they cannot operate without a strip. When I wrestled Evan Bourne on TV, they gave me a strip.
Right.
Or what they want me to do in the match. I had no say-so in the match. I had no say-so in my interview. And these guys now, when they turn them loose, when you work with them, they don't even know how to talk to fans. They're like a zombie. You have to write everything down for them. You know, they can't operate until you have to give them a strip.
but just to circle back to the blonde hair dye, from how I remember it happening, you said you were at a TV taping and you had an issue with doing the job on TV to Hercules, and then Vince came out and talked to you. He said, I have an idea to turn you heel and dye your hair blonde. Then you wound up eventually leaving, and then Butch Reed came in and they made him the blonde-haired African-American. Didn't you quit after Adrian Adonis?
His father.
I'm talking about in August of 1986.
Yeah, but I didn't walk out on him then.
You didn't quit? How did you wind up leaving after the issue?
They fired me.
They fired you after the Adonis match?
I went to
August of 1986. You laid down for Adonis and MSG, and the fans were bullshit.
I walked out of Vince before me and Rocky got the title.
But what happened in August of 1986 when you left?
They fired me. That's why I went to stay with SD House.
Why did they fire you in August of 86?
This is what Vince told me. I can't use you on bottom because you too good. And I can't use you on top. And then he walked away. Gorilla Monsoon, when I went to Philly, I drove to Philly. And SD come up, SD was there, then SD said, Tony, you know you're fired. I said, I'm fired? He said, yes. And then Monsoon came out and said, Tony, you're not working tonight. That's when I went and I stayed at the Ramada Inn, and then I left from there then, and I went to Texas with George Scott.
See, I thought you left on your own in August of 86.
I left them one time. They were back in the early, that was around 81.
So they released you in August of 86. Interesting. See, you know one thing, and we got to get back to it. But
the way they do it is what pisses you off.
It was cold.
Well, no. The lies. Vince is a very powerful man. Why he can't be? Vince is everything but a man. He's everything but a man.
Wow.
He's an overgrown, spoiled. He's a punk. If I would put it in my day, we would call that a punk. Like, I'll give you an example. When me and you have a beef, we could talk to each other face to face.
Right.
And you could tell me right to my face exactly what you think and what you feel. When I worked for the Crockett, man to man, mano a mano. I worked for Vince Sr., man to man, mano a mano. Vern Gagne, man to man, mano a mano. Every promoter in the business but Vince. Vince would tell you like this, oh, Tony, don't worry, your job is safe with here. You know, you safe. Glad to have you aboard. The last time I was with him, Tony, you just as much a part of this company to anybody here. Go home, get the envelope from Pat Patterson, you're fired. That's the thing. See, we don't mind being released. If the lie is told to you, he make you believe why you there. That everything is okay. As soon as you get on that airplane and go home, the letter, Teddy Long used to always joke about that. He said, I wonder how many guys is walking around this dressing room right now that is fired and don't even know it. Right. See, the old time, they would give you a 30-day notice. They would let you know, that, well, you know, we're going to let
2 weeks,
you go.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we're going to have to release you in 30 days. We'd be more than happy to help you to get started in something else. This is a good time that you can get something else going for yourself. So when you leave the business,
Find another territory.
Vince can't do it that way.
All right, Tony, we got to try and circle back to Butch Reed. We're running out of time. We really weren't planning on this episode. Again, any interesting stories about Butch? How did you feel when you saw Butch Reed show up with the gimmick that they were going to give to you, but George Steele overheard it and they realized they couldn't make you the blonde Tony Atlas?
Yeah, well...
Did you resent Butch?
No, not Butch. Because
you resented WWF?
Well, not WWF. Because WWF, the company didn't lie to me. You know, Vince did that. So the WWF, WWE had been good to me as a company. But Vince, as a person, I lost respect in him. That's why whenever I go back, I don't talk to him much. Because I can't believe nothing he say. See, and that's how all the wrestlers, I'm not the only one. They won't say that to his face.
Right.
But all the wrestlers feel, they like Triple H, because Triple H, what he said, you could believe what he said. With Vince, he's such a good liar. I mean, he make you feel like, you know, welcome home, glad to have you here. You're going to be a great asset to the business. And right away, a week later, we need to get rid of him. But he would never tell you. That's why so many people hated Pat Patterson. He would call the heat getter. Because when you get hired, here comes Vince with arms stretched out. When you get fired, you know when you're fired.
Pat did the dirty work.
Well, he started avoiding you. He won't talk to you. He ignore you. He started avoiding you. That's how you do. And you will not know you fired. Vince will mail you the letter so that when you get home,
it's waiting for you. All right, Tony, before we go, any final thoughts about Butch Reed, the natural?
Yeah, I want to say Butch Reed was one of the best, was my tag team partner on several occasions.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, I did. Believe it or not, I forgot about it until somebody sent me tapes. I got some tapes of me
What
and him.
promotion?
I believe it was Mid-South, if I'm not mistaken. It got to be Mid-South. Because it was TV taping, and me and Butch, I got about 10 matches of me and Butch Reed.
Oh, wow.
But his hair was not blonde.
Black, yeah.
It was black then. And I got several matches with Butch Reed. I got to get somebody to make copies of it. I tried to bring tapes here, but it never get done. So I got to find somebody to make copies for me so I could bring some down and show them to you. So.
You know what I find so interesting, Tony? At one point, as we noted, Vince was interested in making you the blonde-haired Tony Atlas. Didn't happen because George Steele overheard it, and they were afraid he was going to go and tell the locker room that you kind of walked out to avoid doing the job. Then you were going to get a push. Then they bring Butch Reed in. They give him a big push. They make him the blonde-haired African-American. They were going to give him the Intercontinental Championship from Ricky Steamboat, and he no-showed the TV taping, so they wound up giving it to the Honky Tonk Man. So Butch Reed shot himself in the foot from what was going to be a very lucrative gimmick compared to what Honky Tonk Man did with the title. And it could have been you. You could have been the man.
Well, when I look back on it, I don't think Vince was going to do it with me.
You don't think they would have given you the belt?
I was just planning to do it with somebody else. It made me think that he was going to do it with me. That's Vince.
Well, Butch came in probably a month or two after you got released in
He
'86.
He already had planned to do that with Butch. He told me he was going to do it with me, and then he was going to fire me and have me to sit back and watch Butch do it.
Huh.
Like Vince told me this one time.
We got about 60 seconds, Tony.
He said, I could find a guy that you got more talent in your baby finger that he got in his whole body, and I could make him a superstar. And the guys laughed when he said that because it was no joke. Showing up, they brought Junkyard Dog in with less talent than me in the ring, and he made him rich. And then Vince made me travel with Dog just so I could see what I could have had. And he told me this about Hogan. Every time you look at Hogan, I want you to think of this. That coulda, shoulda, woulda been you. See, you screw Vince one time, he would never stop screwing you. Never. You on his shit list forever. Other and other and other.
Yeah, well, you know what? Look what happened. When after Butch Reed no-showed that TV taping, I don't even think he was with the company for a year after that. So there you go. Well, it's always sad when we lose.
Never went back.
It never went back. It's always sad to lose a member of the Brotherhood. I bet we would have had a great interview with Butch Reed here in this studio. But again, it's all up to you folks. As you can watch the premiere, we have the chat going. Hopefully we're having a lot of fun and some laughs, interacting with each other as Tony enjoys his free Sprite. The Super Chat is open for business, baby. That gray dollar sign, click it. Tips of any size are welcome. It helps us keep the lights on. Or you can send us a little love on PayPal. In addition to that, the eBay store is open 24/7 worldwide. If you want to add some great wrestling memorabilia to your man cave, that is the place to go. And of course, more important than anything, our Patreon streaming service. It's less than a cup of coffee than Starbucks down the street. You get early ad-free access to all 4 of our weekly Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews. You get access to our Studio Shoot Interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get exclusive content you can't see anywhere else. And most important, you help keep the wrestling legends working. So for this...
one more thing, Dan. I
yes,
want to just a short thing. I did just something for the fans.
Okay.
Do not have sex with baboons.
All right, don't forget, fans, at 9 o'clock we have our SmackDown review program. Then at 10 o'clock tonight, it's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Tony is going to join me for this special episode. Actually, you know what? No, he's not. That's next week because John Cena Sr. joins me at 10 o'clock tonight. I can't even keep the schedule straight. We have so much content, Tony.
Well, as long as they remember my advice for 2021.
No sex with baboons.
Because it could be dangerous.
All right.
That's the only reason. They're cute, though.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
For the Hall of Famer Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marati. We send our best to the Reed family, all of his friends, family, and fans. Till we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. We'll see you at 9 o'clock for the SmackDown review.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet.
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because he got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, again, those raffle tickets are flying. We want to sell the raffle tickets out. I don't even know what the capacity is. We're going to have a live Christmas special with John Cena Sr. Sunday night, December the 19th. One lucky fan anywhere in the world wins the entire jackpot. It's completely online. We had our 20th anniversary event at Memorial Hall in Melrose down the road back on November the 13th, where one lucky fan won a jackpot. In person, we're also going to do the cyber version. Coming up next on this Wrestling Insiders At Your House Marathon, WWE Hall of Famer Johnny Atlas shoots on future Hall of Famer The Undertaker and some of his controversial comments on the Joe Rogan Show and other wrestling superstars' thoughts that followed. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, the Hall of Famer in WWE, the Bodybuilding Hall of Famer, you're in 2 different bodybuilding Hall of Fames, I know that.
Yeah, powerlifting and Hall of Fame.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You have more Hall of Fame rings than most
getting
people
ready
have
to get
fingers.
another one.
In
If
May,
the
down in
virus-
Texas.
May, if the virus don't hurt, I go into the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame. Me and Tommy Wildfire Rich and the Rock and Roll Express.
And I hope to go with you if they
Yeah, I
allow
hope so,
people
too.
in.
Yeah,
I
we
spoke
do
to John.
Do Boston Wrestling with the new Hall of Fame.
I spoke to Johnny Mantell via email, so we're looking to make some fun happen. We'll have to wait and see how it works out. A lot can change between now and May, as we know. But nonetheless, Tony, we made the big announcement that Atlas World News is coming back, where you're going to share your thoughts podcast style on current events. For wrestling fans that hate politics, don't watch it, because that's what the show is probably going to be about primarily. It's going to be a weekly podcast style. We're going to try and tape 4 of them. And if you guys like it and support it, we'll keep doing it. If you don't like it, we'll send it out to pasture, so to speak.
But you know, to say that people are not interested in politics, this last election, more people voted for President Trump and President Biden than ever before.
Yep.
So you have more people more involved in politics
Than ever.
People are starting to realize they can't sit back and just let the government do what they want and not have no say-so about it. So, and I think 24-hour news got a lot to do with it. That brought people, but I think President Trump brought a lot of people into politics that ordinarily was not interested in politics. So, you know, I'm not, say that he was a great president. He was not a bad president. I want to say that. He was not a bad president. But
well, let's save this for Atlas World News, Tony. This is Wrestling Insiders.
I got more.
All right.
He brought more people more involved. So I think within the last 4 years, more people, young, and what surprised me, so many young people. The politics used to be a thing for just
Older people, yeah.
You know, people in their 40s and up. But I'm always shocked when I'm able to talk to a young person and get involved.
Much more engaged.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got more people engaged in politics. So the old myth of no politics is pretty much out the window now.
Well, I tell you this, I think the fans that enjoy that type of show, they're going to be in for a treat. Hopefully we can get it started within the next week or two. We're going to try it for 4 weeks in a row and see what you guys think. But here on Wrestling Insiders at your house every Tuesday night at 10
And they can
p.m.
send in questions too.
And they can email us questions.
That relate to politics, like what you think on this, or what you think about this, or what you think about Joe Biden, what you think about Nancy Pelosi, what you think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can get involved.
All right.
Because everybody got an opinion about what they think of going on in their country. So this is a great time for not only for me to just talk about politics,
Yeah.
but for you and me to answer some of
their questions.
Our question. And with us, what is the difference between me and you and a politician? You would get a straight answer.
Right.
you ain't gonna ask me about the weather, and I started talking about something else. You know, we will stick to the subject and try to answer your question in the best way possible. So fans, if you're interested in this, send in your questions about different subjects and things that is happening in our world, which is a lot.
The email address is rotating through the show,
Right.
bw@bostonwrestling.com.
We would love to comment on your question. So it's
Atlas World News is going to be fun.
Yes, it will be.
All right, well, let's talk wrestling, Tony. Your friend, The Undertaker, has set the wrestling world on fire with some of his comments on the Joe Rogan podcast.
No, I didn't hear that.
Well, see, you're going to hear it. Jackie, if you could,
What did he say?
keep the camera on Tony. I want to see his facial reaction to what Undertaker said, as well as the response he got throughout the wrestling world. Undertaker said, I think the product is a little soft. There are obviously guys here and there that have an edge to them, but there's too much pretty, not enough substance, I think, right now. And that era of guys, too, those were men. You go into a dressing room nowadays, and it's a lot different. I remember walking into my first dressing room, and all you saw was some crusty fucking men. Half of them had guns and knives in their bag. Shit got handled back then. Now you walk in, there's guys playing video games, and fucking make sure they look pretty. It's evolution, I guess. I don't know what it is. But I just like those eras, man. I liked men when they were men. I try to, as far as watching the show, he said, I try. It's tough right now for me. The product has changed so much, and it's kind of off. I'll probably piss a lot of people off, but they need to hear it. It is what it is. To the young guys who think he's a bitter old guy, I'm not bitter. I did my time. I walked away when I wanted to walk away. I just think the product is a little soft. There's guys here and there that have an edge to them, but there's too much pretty and not enough substance right now. One of the big things that happened was that the generation before, we all got old at the same time, so there weren't enough guys to work with the young guys. You can listen to fans, or you can listen to someone who's been there and done it. There were just not enough of merging of the young and new talent. We had Stone Cold, Rock, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. We were all working together, and then we aged out. We aged out, and it left all these young guys to learn with more young guys, and the product changed. That led to a slew of responses, Tony. Drew McIntyre, he did not agree with Undertaker whatsoever. But Goldberg had this to say in response to Undertaker. Yes, I believe comparatively the business is soft compared to the 90s, but the business is in 2021. So things have to change, and things have to be different. We had megastars that were bigger than life, but it's hard in this generation seemingly to build those people. I mean, like I said, times are quite different than they were back in the day, but people are soft. People take offense to things way too quickly. I mean, you know, grow a thicker skin, boys and girls. That's all I can say. Then Mick Foley, on the other hand, Mick said the wrestlers of today are every bit as tough as they were in his era. Then it continued with Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley, the current United States champion in WWE, he said, yeah, I don't want to say I agree with him completely, actually, because it's Taker. I can say I agree with him, so I agree with him. You know what? That's what the Hurt Business is about. I mean, that's why we came about, because we were like, what are we? And I was like, we're different from this generation. Our generation came up when I was in OVW about to go out on the road. Everybody was warning us. They were like, man, you know JBL, you got Chris Benoit, you have Bob Holly, you have Undertaker, you have Booker T. All these guys, not one of these guys are punks. Fit Finlay, William Regal, not one of these guys have an ounce of punk in them. So we were all like, that's our generation. So coming in now, we were like, we can't do this generation. We can't do what this generation is doing. We don't want to do what this generation is doing. We need to put our style on this generation, and our style is bring them in the ring and beat them up. And if they can't make it, they can't make it because we got to protect the business. Before I was coming up, all these guys used to say they were beating up the guys coming up because they had to protect the business. They had to make sure these guys had the heart to do it. We don't want guys in the locker room crying. We don't want guys that are always bitching and belly aching and everything like that. We beat them up and kick them out. And some of the guys, when we do that in the ring, you do your little flippies and jumpies and all that stuff. I'm just going to grab you, throw you down, and beat you up. That was Bobby Lashley. And then one more from the WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns. It's strange. I feel like he misspoke because Mark is a really good guy. He's very knowledgeable. Obviously, he has tons of respect for the business. Goldberg is just Goldberg. Who cares? But he's talking about guns and knives in the locker room. Come on. You guys traveled just like we did. Did you really get that stuff through security? TSA was just letting everything happen like that. I think it was just a retired guy trying to sound like a gangster.
No.
That's what Roman said about Undertaker.
What the hell Roman know? Ask his dad. Ask Seeker.
Tony, what do you think about
Seeker was scared
badass
people, and we didn't. He didn't worry about going through the airport. We didn't fly. Roma, we didn't fly, brother. We drove these damn trips. We was in the car. The only time we got in the airplane, we went to Pittsburgh, and I drove it one time, and the wrestlers got mad at me. Said, Tony, don't drive to Pittsburgh no more, because this is the only time we get on an airplane, and they would take your, they would make all of us driving once they found out it's drivable. That's the only time we got on a freaking plane. We went to Pittsburgh. What take us? I've been saying that for how long? I've been saying that.
So you agree with Undertaker?
What did I say about what I would do with Roma, with these guys? What I call these guys? Think about it. You know, I'm a senior citizen, and I believe I can whoop half of these guys. You know, they are wimps. I roll with them. They cry about everything. They're scared to take a shower with another man. I used to clear the shower. I used to go in the shower and tell them, hey, you sure got a cute butt. They would put their clothes on and leave the freaking dress room. They're so scared. I used to scare guys myself. There was guys that were scared of me when I was there with Mark Henry. They're a bunch of punks.
So you think Undertaker was right?
100% right. And we all know it. It's no big secret. Most of them can't whoop their way out of a wet paper bag. They would never let these guys in the freaking business when I first started. I mean, they used to test you. See, wrestling used to be, that's what Taker talk about. See, people don't know wrestling. And people come to me and say, Tony, I remember you when wrestling was for real. I remember I hit Gene Anderson one time. And I can't say it the way Gene said it because it's a real
No, you can say it. Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah.
You positive?
Positive.
Gene Anderson, these his words now. You fucking cunt, you with them big fucking arms of yours, there's hardly you can hit, you piece of shit, hit me. So I said, okay. And I drew back and I whacked him in the chest as hard as I fucking could. Gene Anderson, oh yeah, that's good, kid, lay him in. My whole freaking arm was bruised from hitting this man. Johnny Valentine would get you up against the freaking rope, and you'd be black and blue all through here when they get through. Ricky Steamboat and Ric Flair would chop each other so hard they were busting blood vessels in people's chest. I remember when we had to get color, mean blood. Blood, you know, everybody thought the blood was fake. It was not. It was real blood. It was real blood. So the guy, they used to cut the head with a razor blade. So a guy would forget, don't have the blade. I don't have a blade. I didn't carry a blade. There's a walk right there. Anybody got a blade? No, nobody got a blade. Okay, we got to do it the hard way tonight. So they would keep pounding you in the head. They bust you freaking open. Most times they would cut you across
Right above
here
the eyebrow.
with that eyebrow, yeah. And sometimes they would take your head, and there used to be a screw that stick out the back of the turnbuckle. Some of these old boxing rings. In the older days, the rings were for boxing, especially in New York. They didn't have wrestling rings then back in the 70s and 80s.
Those must have been stiff.
Stiff. My God, it was like taking a bump on concrete. I mean, when you hit, you know how the guy hit and do that little bounce? When you fell in one of them rings like in 1980, when you hit to go thump, nothing moved. It went thump. Why is that guy didn't want to take them bumps? It was like thump. Yeah, it was like thump. Because it was like falling on a concrete floor. Guys used to go out in bars. One of the ways of drawing houses in the older days, go to a bar, get in a fight, and turn the bar out.
That's what Jackie likes to do on the weekends before coronavirus.
Turn the whole bar. Now you talk about like 3 wrestlers. 3. We're going to a bar and whoop everybody in there. And Street Hansen was really known for this, him and Harley Race. You know, you ask CM Punk about being in bars with Harley in these bar fights. CM Punk, you know, he would tell you because he was trained by Harley Race, and he saw Harley Race like I had. Like I told you about the fight with Butch Reed and Harley Race. So we used to go into bar fights, and guys did carry guns and knives in their bag because you didn't get to go home like you do now. So you have a guy, he would be.
You didn't have the, and I think Roman Reigns is a fantastic talent. But you know what? You didn't have the luxury of, when there was a full-time schedule, to be on 4 days and then go home for 3.
No, you wish. I mean,
that's why I didn't like his comments, and I like Roman.
We got 10 days off a year, and that was the 15th of December to the 25th of December. The 26th, you was right back on the road. And the only day they had off then was New Year's Eve. And the only reason Vince would let us off New Year's Eve because nobody would come to the show because they're all at the bars. Yeah. He said, we're not going to compete against bars. Another day that Vince used to give us off was Super Bowl. He tried to run a show one time before with the
now
Super Bowl.
They do, well, in the regular days now, they do a matinee in the afternoon, like 1 o'clock.
It was a Super Bowl, and he tried to run against the Super Bowl one time before. And we all ended up getting a hotel. He didn't. I think he sold like 10 tickets.
Oh wow, that bad?
What bad?
Wow.
Bad. And so we all.
You're talking about Vince Senior?
Vince Jr.
Oh, Jr.
Senior never tried it. Senior, but Jr. Jr. wanted to run against the Super Bowl one time. So we all went to the hotel room that day, and was surprised that we did, because Vince paid a lot of money to try to get a commercial on the Super Bowl. A commercial now. And we sat there watching the Super Bowl, and Hulk Hogan popped up doing a right guard commercial, painting a picture.
Yeah.
Vince didn't know.
Oh, he didn't even know he did
Everything. Vince didn't get nothing for Hogan. People don't know that.
I knew that Hogan set that up on his own, but Vince didn't even know about it until it aired? Oh, wow.
He saw it with us on the TV.
Oh, he must have been a little feisty about that.
He was hotter than a half-fucked fox in the forest fire. But Hogan, a lot of stuff Hogan got on his own. See, they used to send Hogan to meet these people. Well, Hogan was smart. He was like Tony Rumba. Mario would send Tony somewhere. Yeah. Tony would keep the contact information. Yep. So then when Hogan got a little chance or had a little time off, that's why they used to keep the boys busy all the time.
So they couldn't.
Right, because I asked Vince Jr. one time, and I said, how come we doing all these spot shows? He said, Tony, if it was up to me, I wouldn't do house shows. I would just do pay-per-view and TV. It was up to me. He said, the only reason that I let these guys free is so they don't get involved in other stuff. He's like, keep business so don't get involved in other stuff. That's probably why he did what he did with the Facebook thing you were telling me about. The day that Yang was doing that senator.
Andrew Yang?
Andrew Yang. Remember you asked me a few sessions back. Said, what did I think of Andrew Yang? Yeah. He said that Vince should not control what the guys do on Facebook.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean.
That's why Vince is doing that, because with that, they can get involved in something else. Every time I had a bodybuilding contest, they would try to block me. They would tell me I got the day off. Right, they would tell me I got the day off, and then they would call. But the old time wrestler told me, said, don't answer the phone, Tony, if you want to go to this contest, because what's going to happen, as soon they're going to wait till the day of the contest. He said they're going to wait till the day of the contest, then they're going to call you and tell you they need you. He said even if he said they probably don't even need you. at one time I fell for it. I went to the show. I sat in the freaking dressing room. They didn't even use me. He said, well, Vince just wants you here just in case somebody didn't show up. Just so I don't go to the contest. You understand? So I fell for it, the trick, a couple of times. After he done that to me once, every time I had a contest, I go to get the day off, and Vince said, yes, you can have the day off. And then the phone would ring, and ring, and ring, and ring. And
No caller ID back then.
And it was no caller ID. and I did not answer because I knew it was them. I knew it.
And I'll tell you this, they can be relentless when it comes to
And
phone
what
calls.
Undertaker said is 100% right. I'm willing to bet right now that 80% of the wrestling fans feel the same way.
I think it's more.
And the reason is because they know that these guys are My wife, when I got inducted in the Hall of Fame, I asked her, what does she think of the wrestlers? She said, well, some of them are good. She said, but a lot of them, and she was in her 60s at that time. She said, a lot of them I could whoop. When she saw Evan Bourne walk by her, you should have seen Chief Jay Strongbow when Rey Mysterio and Evan Bourne walked by her. Freaking Chief almost had Chief almost not let him in the back.
Really?
And he went there for a visit. He was not working there. This was like in 2008. I was managing Mark Henry. Around 2008, 2009, right before Chief died. Him and his wife came for a visit. And Chief was then, what, in his 70s, maybe 80? And he looked at half of the wrestlers. He said, what in the hell happened to the business? He said, they're all freaking midgets.
I had that conversation with Jerry
midgets.
Briscoe when he was with us last year. I said, what happened to all the big guys?
They're all midgets. John Law now used to ask me all the time, he said, Tony, you got any big guys for the business? You got any big guys? We starving for business. But see, here where they shot themselves in the foot. They fix it so you got one business to work for. So the gamble is too great. It's like playing a slot machine. It's 1,000 to 1 that you make it. So most people wouldn't take the chance. In the older days, you could get guys, because we felt if we don't make it with the WWF, we would go to Mid-Atlantic, or we go to Georgia, or we go to Florida, or we go to Portland, Oregon, or we go to Canada, or we go to Japan, or we go to Puerto Rico. There was other options, but when they boiled it down to only having one option, that made less people getting interested in being a wrestler because they did not see a future for themselves in it. The little guys took advantage of it because they know that was their opportunity to be something in life that normally they would have never got the chance at. That's why even you go on the independent shows, I don't care what wrestling group you go to, you see the same thing with Vince, you see on the independent show, you see a whole lot of guys, the guys in the ring that couldn't whoop their way out of a wet paper bag, and the people paying their money is looking at this go, how in the fuck did this guy get in the business? And that's what most wrestling fans think when they see the talent that Vince put out there. How many times you ever hear me say that I said I wanted to fight Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
The reason for it, Brock Lesnar, the only thing Vince got outside of Triple H that looked like a freaking wrestler.
I think Lashley does.
Yeah, but Bobby Lashley's only about 5'8".
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Bobby's bigger than me.
No, he's not tall as you.
He is. I have a picture
Bobby
with
Lashley
him.
is not as tall
Tony,
as
you're
brother.
incorrect.
Bobby, I bet you $100 Bobby Lashley is not as tall as you, Dad. No, he's not. I work with.
I
Bobby
want you to
Lashley
remember
better
this, because I tell you this:
Bobby
if
Lashley,
he ever leaves WWE, I want to use him again. He's
look
about
him up
my
at his
size.
height. Bobby Lashley is under 6 feet. He's about, I would say 5'10".
You want me to look it up? I'll look it up.
Yeah,
You keep talking.
He's an MVP.
I'm going to look. No way.
Yes, look at him in
All
the
right,
picture.
I'm going to look.
Bobby is not taller than MVP. They're the same height. Shelton Benjamin is probably the tallest guy in the whole group.
Shelton's about my size too.
No, he's not over. He's not.
I'm bigger than Shelton?
You are taller than Shelton. You're about 6'4". Vince,
I'm 6'3".
Vince wished like hell Bobby Lashley was 6'4". Can you imagine what that fucker would look like at 6'4"?
It says it right here, 6'3".
He's not 6'3". That's a myth. Bobby Lashley is not.
Hey, you know what? You can't believe everything you read online.
No,
right?
you can't, because I stood next to him. I'm 6'2".
But at least I'll say this: Bobby is over 6 feet tall,
The next
and he
time,
looks like a
show
badass
picture-
human being.
Well, he's a great athlete. I'm not taking away from it. Get a picture of MVP standing with Bobby Lashley.
I'll try and insert it over the show.
Right.
And now that you're
Right,
online,
he's
now
under
that you're
6 feet.
online up in Maine, you can actually watch the shows.
I can say
That's fantastic.
I met Bobby Lashley 101 times. He's not as tall as me, and I'm 6'2". MVP is shorter than me.
I know MVP isn't as
Right.
big as Bobby.
Shelton Benjamin is about 6 feet.
I tell you
Bobby
this,
is not no 6'2".
there are very, it
And
takes,
he wear platform shoes.
who does?
Bobby, look at his boots next time you see him.
When he worked for us, he didn't have those on.
No, but he's not as tall as you, Dad.
All right, well,
You taller than me.
I'll
Bobby's
say
not
this.
over my head.
I'll
I'm
say
telling
this.
you.
I have seen a lot in wrestling since I started watching as a fan back in 1986. I've seen a lot since I started working with Tony Rumble in 1993. And when Ed Cohen gave me a chance with WWF in the year 2000, I tell you this, a match between Lashley and Lesnar is one that I would consider paying to
Oh,
see.
yeah, that'd be a
I
great
think
match.
that would be.
Now, I think
I
Bobby-
don't know how they haven't got to that point yet.
I think Bobby is a great athlete. I think Bobby
He looks like he could kick the hell out of you.
But he's not no 6'2".
All right, well, you know what? The
I
height
bet
thing is
anybody
fine.
$100 on that.
The height thing is fine.
And I don't have 100 to bet. That's why we do that.
Yeah, I know you got 100 to bet. I saw your envelope.
I met him.
But as far as him looking like a real deal athlete,
Oh, yes.
I wouldn't want to mess with Bobby.
No. He's a for real tough guy, too. You know, he's amateur background and everything.
And I tell you this,
Shelton is probably the toughest of the whole group.
Shelton is
Benjamin.
and another great guy. I
Yeah,
love
they
Bobby
are.
and
I'm
Shelton.
taking nothing away from their toughness, but that what likes to say that's why we do what we do, because Bobby knows.
Well, we just said, Bobby agreed with Undertaker.
Yes, yeah, he's right, and I'm not taking nothing from Bobby. But I'm just saying he's not 6'2".
All right, that's fine. We don't need to debate that.
That's just a build up. The same thing with Andre. He was not.
He wasn't even 7 feet.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Well, he might have shrunk a little bit.
No, we're towards the end. He never stood up straight again.
He couldn't.
He couldn't stand
Poor
up straight.
guy.
Yeah.
The end,
He was always bent over.
those
you know?
pictures of him at the end were so sad.
Yeah.
How bad he was moving. And I don't know if you've ever seen the matches that he did in Japan and in
And
Mexico.
guess who was scared of him?
Who?
Hogan.
Oh, was he?
There's a tape where they're sitting at a table and they're supposed to sign a paper. And Andre is staring Hogan down, leaning up against the rope like this, kept bouncing the rope.
Wasn't Andre in his wedding?
Yep, but he was scared. Hogan was
he?
scared. Everybody
Well, who
knew
wouldn't?
that.
You know what? At the end of the
Well, no,
day,
see, here's
look
the
at the
reason why
guy.
Andre didn't like him. That's why
Andre
he was
didn't
scared.
like Hogan? He was in his wedding.
I don't care.
Why was he part of his wedding if he didn't like him?
Brother, you
That's
asking me
strange.
questions, but we all knew that.
All right.
And he didn't like John Studd either.
I knew that.
Yeah, but he didn't like Hogan.
Why didn't he like Hogan? Do you have any idea?
Not really, but
No.
but I don't know what happened between them. But I do know I was in Japan, and Andre had to wrestle Hogan, and Andre beat him so bad that Hogan ran out the arena with his wrestling trunks on, and was afraid to come back and get his clothes.
So Andre was angry.
Right, and then if you watch the tape, when Andre was staring Hogan down, when they were sanding for the match, Ted DiBiase is in the tape, with the tape with him.
Oh, that took place, I think, at the first Royal Rumble in 1988.
Yeah,
You're talking
the
about
table.
the contract signing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first Royal
Look at
Rumble.
him. Hogan was afraid to look Andre in the face.
Really?
Look at the tape. You can see it on tape. He was sweating. He was nervous. 'Cause Andre was a type of guy, which a lot of people don't know. He didn't give a shit. If Andre wanted to walk across there and slap shit, he'd just do it.
I heard stories before of
He
Andre.
would just do it.
If he didn't feel like being in a battle royal, he'd just eliminate himself and things like that.
He did what he wanted.
Yeah.
Nobody
He was the boss.
That's why we call him the boss. He did what he did. I was wrestling with him as a tag team against John Studd and Ken Patera.
You know what's funny? You probably have no idea we do this, but once you start using your computer more that you have, I'm going to send you the links. Every day at 10 o'clock to try and promote the Patreon streaming service we have at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We look at an old event and we do the results from it. Mostly 80s and 90s themed events, but the main event of one of the shows we did the results for within the past week or so, it was you and Andre battling Stud and Patera, I think, to a double DQ.
In the Meadowlands.
That could be right, yeah.
You know why it was a DQ?
Why is that?
I'm selling for Patera. Patera got me in a headlock. The ring is moving back and forth. I said, what the hell is that, an earthquake? Patera said, no, that's Andre. He ready to go home. He came across the rope, went over and grabbed John Studd and started beating the hell out of him just for no freaking reason. And Patera was still holding me in the chin lock. He could care less about what me and Patera do. Then he grabbed me, all right, make comeback, make comeback. The match went about maybe 5 minutes, but he just could not get John Studd. But what started that between Andre and John Studd, where Vince started that, he started calling John Studd the Jank.
And Andre hated that.
Oh!
There was only one giant.
Yes! He no Jank, I'm the Jank. And boy, and you watch any...
And that really wasn't John Studd's fault.
No, no, but Andre for some reason didn't like Hogan, and they asked him why he put him over. He said, "I needed the money."
Well, he got big
Hogan,
money.
I love Hogan.
I know you do.
Love him, but there's something about Hogan that Andre didn't think much of.
Well, I tell you, Tony, that's a very interesting story. But back,
Even though he may have went to the wedding and everything, but for a while they was not the. I mean, I think Andre hated anybody that was big.
Yeah. You got along with him pretty good.
You know how come?
Why?
Because I used to always tell them I had bigger arms. You know how the midgets hate to be told how small they are? Well, giants hate to hear how big they are. Andre always.
So you had something bigger than him.
Well, no, it wasn't, but he just liked the idea that I was sitting out.
Oh, his arms were still bigger than yours?
Right,
Yeah.
right. And he just liked the idea of me doing that because most people always talk about how big he is. And I've always talked about how big I was. And so he used to get a kick out of that. I'm going to tell you a funny story. I know this is getting off the Bobby Lashley story. But,
We always do.
But anyway, the fans will love this story. We was in Japan. And in Japan, in order to go and buy something, you have to, if you're not a Japanese citizen, you have to have your passport. Do you know that?
You do?
Yeah, to buy something. Like if you want to go shopping,
Yeah.
you have to have your passport if you're not a Japanese citizen. So I had to take my passport with me. Normally I left it locked up. Normally the promoter would take our passport and lock it up in a
Yeah, and
safe.
hold it up. So you,
We had to go get our passport from the promoter so that we could shop, and then after that day was over, we had to give the passport back. That way you can't run out on them. But anyway, make a long story short,
you never do that.
I went to get my passport and everything.
Yeah.
And I was getting on the bus. Andre used to sit back in the back of the bus, and they used to give a big cooler that'd be full of beer. And he'd be sitting there holding it with 2 fingers,
Cold?
a beer can. I don't know, it just happened. You can't see whatever he drink, or you got these big.
No, was it cold?
Yeah, he had the ice chest.
Cold beer.
And always, they kept it full of beer and wine.
He loved his wine.
Both was in there. So Andre sat there with his 2 finger, like this.
Almost like
Two
a
sip.
almost like a shot.
Yeah, 2 sips. Yeah, pretty much. He would take 2 sips, and a 12-ounce can of beer is empty. He'd throw it in the wastebasket. So when I got on the bus, Andre said, he called everybody boss man, boss man, boss man, come here. I said, yeah, Andre. You sit here with Andre. You sit here with Andre. I said, okay. Want beer? I said, no, I'm good, brother. Have a beer. Okay, Andre. Have a beer. So, as I'm drinking the beer with Andre, all the wrestlers get on. Andre staring at the door, just looking at the door, just like this, sipping that beer. Then all of a sudden, Dick Murdoch get on the bus. Andre go, hey, Murdoch, I hear you lost your passport. Now we got 2 dumb niggers on the bus. Sit down, dumb nigger.
Why did he say that?
Because Murdoch was saying that about me, and Andre liked me.
Oh.
And for Andre to call Murdoch a nigger, what can Murdoch do about it?
What's he going to do to Andre?
He said, now we got 2 dumb niggers on the bus.
He kind of put you down, though, in the same, you didn't care.
No, he was repeating that was his way of telling me what was said.
Oh.
He said 2 dumb niggers. And he waited for Murdoch. He didn't say that nobody but Murdoch.
KKK.
The KKK guy.
D-I-C-K-K-K.
Because Murdoch, when I lost my passport, Murdoch was going around the dressing room telling people, what a dumb nigger, what a dumb nigger. He was calling me that. So then Andre decided to call him one.
Do you think Andre was involved in the missing passport?
No. I know what happened.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, when I laid my coat, the passport fell out.
No, but I mean Murdoch's.
No, we used to wear suits. You know, when we go places in older days, when you go to the arenas, you used to have to wear a suit. Madison Square Garden had to have a suit. All Coliseum shows, you have to wear a suit. That was the old day. We wore regular clothes to the spot show, but we went to the Spectrum, Boston Garden, Madison Square Garden, Capitol Center. Japan was mostly Coliseum show, so the promoter wants you to come in. That was one of the big beefs they had with Brody in Puerto Rico. I don't know if you knew that. We were all coming with suits.
He didn't want to wear a suit?
No, he came in with freaking shorts and a tank top. That's what Brody wore all the time. Shorts all the time. No matter where you booked him, Brody never dressed. Another guys like that too was CM Punk. You know,
I knew that. Yeah.
Yeah. But Brody, if you see pictures of Brody, all wore them football shorts that were cut off, tennis shoes with the high socks, and a tank top, and his hair pulled back in the bowl. He always looked like a hippie.
And he didn't care. Let me ask you this though, Tony.
Because I hear Carlos complain many times that that guy don't respect us. He said everybody come with a suit except for this guy.
The promoters were insulted.
To them, he was disrespecting them because he would not wear a suit to none of these events. In fact, when you saw him coming in, he looked like he was going out and get ready to go play field hockey or something.
Yeah.
You know, but if you see any picture of him, you never saw him dressed up in nothing, never. Abdullah, you see him all dressed up.
Very well dressed man.
Very well dressed man was Abdullah. And we all wore suits. You see old pictures of me. I used to, when I go to Madison Square Garden, I never went to the garden without a suit. Tito never went there without a suit. You know, another guy that would never dress up too was Bret the Hitman Hart. I remember the first time I saw him at Madison Square Garden, he had a pair of jeans with the holes in the knees when they had that style, and he had this old T-shirt on, you know. And I looked at him, I said, and now Vince got that dress code now. You know,
well, I think they kind of are a little bit more relaxed than it was when you were last there.
Yeah, but CM Punk never went by. I mean, he looked like he was going to the gym to work out.
Well, they are professional. Well, they are.
Randy Savage was
professional athletes.
Randy Savage was another one that wouldn't dress.
Oh, really?
No. But the thing about Randy Savage, a lot of people didn't know, Randy Savage was the stinkiest guy I ever met in my life.
Why is that?
He would wear the same clothes over and over. And he was too cheap to pay. He would go to the wash in the hotel. Oh, that's too much. I'll wait till I get home. I'll wash it at home for free. One time, Ricky Steamboat, you ever talk to Steamboat, he would tell this story. Me and Ricky Steamboat, we was getting ready to go out to get something to eat. It was a nice little Chinese restaurant right down the street that stayed open late, you know, sake and everything. And we could walk to the hotel from there. So we asked Randy Savage, he was with Elizabeth at that time. Said, hey, Randy, you want to go get something to eat with her? Steamboat said, I'll wait for you if you want to go with her. Randy said, oh, that's okay. I got some leftover pizza from last night. I used to walk into his room. They used to give him his private dress room because he was with Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And when you open the door, the funk would rush out of that room and nearly knock you out. Randy was the stinkiest wrestler that ever been to the WWE. That man stunk like you would not believe. He would not spend money on deodorant, and would not spend money on soap. He would steal, that's how cheap it was. He would take the soap. The only time he got soap is when they leave the soap.
At the hotel?
Yes. He had a whole bag of freaking hotel soap and little bottles of shampoo. And he would buy one car. He would buy a Mercedes-Benz, and he would drive that car his whole career. And I remember one time he bought a new pair of sweatpants. And after he said, hey, Randy, you look good, new sweatpants. And then after he said, yeah, a month from now, he'd still be wearing them. Sure enough, 1 month later.
Really? Back to the topic at hand, though, Tony. Undertaker signed a very lucrative 15-year contract with WWE to make sure that pretty much he's never going to go anywhere else. Are you surprised that he'd make those types of comments about the company?
No, because it's true. He loved the business. And he watched the business die with a bunch of guys that should not. Okay. Serena Williams is bigger and stronger looking than 90% of pro wrestlers. She's a tennis player, for God's sake. She got more muscles than Seth Rollins got. Now, how can a tennis player be more muscular than a pro wrestler?
What do you think about what Goldberg said, that the people are too soft nowadays?
That's true.
They're too sensitive.
Yeah, and they're very sensitive because, see, we was raised different. It's a different generation, you know? These guys now, they was raised soft. Not to knock our great military, but I was in Kosovo about 2 or 3 years back when I first heard it. Kosovo?
Yep.
Yeah, at the military base. And I was working out at 7 o'clock in the morning. Rocky Johnson was with me at that time. It was Rocky Johnson, the guy that used to do the worm there.
Scotty Too Hotty?
Yeah, Scotty Too Hotty. And there was the Oriental girl, Savannah.
Savannah?
She was a wrestler during that time. And Tiffany. Tiffany was there.
Oh, okay, Tiffany. Yep.
And I think the other girl name was Savannah or something like that. She was an Oriental girl. But
Not Gail Kim.
Probably was Gail Kim.
Okay.
Just an Oriental girl,
Yeah.
all I remember. We all was there in Kosovo together, and I was in the gym working out with me and Rocket.
Yeah.
And if Rocket was here to say, "Oh, this old leather neck sergeant with no neck," and he was complaining. They wanted him to take sensitivity courses because the number one killer, he said, of American soldiers were suicide. He said they used to be asked, not told. And you go to a restaurant, you see a mother turn into a two-year-old, and ask these stupid questions. What you want?
What
to
do you
eat?
want? Yep.
My God!
I know you don't
and
like
so
that
now
one.
this person is grown up. Now, what job you think this person going to get where the boss going to come up to this person and say, "What you feel like doing today?"
That's not how it works.
Right.
Yeah.
In sports now, I went to an event and they wanted me to be like the the guest judge and all this and that stuff. So I'm going to give out the trophies to this little track team up in Maine. First place, second place, and participation. Everybody got
one?
a freaking trophy. And I said, well, hell, you don't even have to try.
You just
go out there.
You're going to get something, yeah.
You want to get a trophy, whether you get nothing. They said, well, we don't want to hurt the feelings of the kids that didn't win. I said, well, how you feel about the kid that bust his ass there and tried real hard to succeed, and you got another kid that played on his cell phone all freaking day and didn't go to practice not one day, didn't even try his best, get the same reward the kid that bust his ass.
I tell you.
I call that warfare sports. Another guy go bust his ass and worked his butt into the ground to pay his bills. Another guy sat home and eat Twinkies and drink Coca-Cola and watch TV and get the same check.
All right, well, Tony, we got to try and get back on track. We're running out of time.
Undertaker, you are right. I've been saying that for years. Dan, you hear me say that 1,000 times. 1,001 times I have said that. You could tell they wimps. They look wimpy.
So you agree with Undertaker,
100%.
Goldberg, and Lashley?
100%.
Are you surprised that someone like Mick Foley disagreed with Undertaker?
Because Mick Foley is part of the office. They're called brown nosing.
Well, Undertaker is under contract too, and look at what he said.
But
Goldberg, all three of them. Goldberg, Undertaker, and Lashley are all under contract.
Stop for 1 minute now.
Okay.
Stop for 1 minute.
Okay. I'll give you a minute and a half.
Okay. To compare Undertaker, when Nick Foley, or any other WWE, is like comparing Godzilla to a lizard as far as status.
Do you
Nick Foley need the job. Undertaker don't need the job.
I don't think Mick Foley is under contract to them right now.
Nick Foley need the job.
He wants a job.
Whatever he's not poor. Let's put it that way, because he's cheap too. I mean, he's cheap too. He's tighter than an ass dresser. He won't spend no money either. But he's a wonderful guy. He's a great friend. Man.
I think Mick Foley's great.
But Undertaker is the face of WWE. I mean, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's bigger than Hogan was. He's the only guy that Stone Cold could not take Hogan's place. The Rock could not take Hogan's place. Undertaker replaced Hogan. Think about it. There been nobody. They can't even draw. You do WrestleMania main event with Nick Foley, and then you do main event with Undertaker, and see what the house looked like.
Do you think Roman Reigns went a little too far saying that The Undertaker wanted to sound like a gangster?
I think that's very disrespectful.
I do too, and I like Roman an awful lot. But I was really taken aback that he said that.
Yeah, because he just being disrespectful. Because
Well, maybe he's trying to toe the company line. I don't know.
Yeah, but he should talk about his dad to take a shotgun to go and collect the rent.
What?
Seeker.
Explain.
Seeker, they put Seeker in charge of some apartments in Florida. Mm-hmm. So if somebody don't pay come to him and pay the rent, he get his shotgun and go get the rent.
To me, if Seeker showed up at my door, he wouldn't even need the gun.
Seeker, all the guys carried guns back then.
You think Roman would know? He's second generation.
He don't.
I was really surprised by that, and I like Roman.
Because what happened, a lot of the guys did not share the business with they left the business. The wives didn't want to bring the business home.
Yeah,
that
makes sense.
And so when he was home, Seeker. Because Seeker did a lot of stuff that Roman don't know about that I know. Seeker was one of the toughest freaking guys on in his business. You know, that's why they let him go, because they beat a guy so bad in Boston at the Boston Garden. They beat that guy so bad the guy almost died.
Who?
Seeker did.
No, who was the opponent?
Some guy came in the dressing room and started talking about fake wrestling.
And this was in the locker room.
Yeah,
at the Boston Garden.
At Boston Garden, and unfortunately, he said it to Seeker. And
what did Seeker do?
It nearly killed him.
Well, explain. What did you see?
He beat him up, threw him out the dressing room, beat him down the hall. The guy got up and ran. Chief Strongboat tried to stop Seeker. Chief reached underneath Seeker, and grabbed him by the balls and started twisting him. And this is a true story. Seeker just kept walking.
He kept going. I wouldn't want, those Samoans are a different breed.
He just kept going. You couldn't stop him. The guy got in the car. Seeker ripped the door open. Beat him up some more.
Who was the guy, though? I mean, what was
some guy? He was some big weightlifter, bodybuilding guy.
So he was someone's guest to get in the locker room?
No, he just came back on his own. He was the local tough guy.
Yeah.
Till he met Seeker. Same thing happened to 3 football players in Pittsburgh.
With Sheiky Baby and
No,
Bruno.
the Sheik didn't get to do nothing. The Sheik got mad at Bruno because Bruno wouldn't let the Sheik help. Bruno beat him by himself. I was there. And he got mad at Sheik. He wanted to fight Sheik later. He said, Sheik, don't be taking my phone. Sheik, come on, Mr. Sammartino, let the Sheik do a little bit. And then when Bruno got through with her, the Sheik went over and suplexed one. He just had to do it. When the fight was over with, the Sheik
and Sheik got the one that was already done?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right, Tony, we got about 60 seconds before we got to go.
But he had to. He just had to. He wanted to do it so bad.
I tell you, even when I broke in 1990, in 93 when I worked with Tony, the majority of the guys in the locker room looked like men that were tough men. And nowadays, I don't think WWE really has that going for them. I think they have a lot of
Look
guys.
at these guys, man. Look at little buggy whoop arms, 5'7", 5'8", 160 pounds.
Are you proud of the
Charlotte Flair is bigger than half the guys.
Yeah. Are you proud of the Undertaker for standing up?
Yes, I've been saying it for years. You hear me say that. I challenge most of them.
All right, wrestling fans.
Remember I told you that's why he won't put me when they were doing that Legend Killer with Bob Orton?
Yeah.
I said he would never put him in the ring with me because he know I can handle myself.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from Tony Atlas. The Undertaker made some comments that got people talking.
Soft.
Tony Atlas agrees. He thinks they're soft.
Well, the ratings telling them that.
And the ratings
The
should.
ratings just say
You know
what
what's funny?
Undertaker say.
You know what's funny? We're taping this on February 5th, correct? Yes. It would be 33 years ago tonight. Hogan and Andre on NBC drew 33 million people. Raw struggles to try and get 2 million in 2021. So what does that tell you? All right, for the Hall of Famer Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marati. Don't forget, tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, it's Wrestling Insider Special Edition. We'll be joined by Savio Vega. Thursday night at 10, oh my dear Lord, the party with Marty never ends. His no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s. Friday night, John Cena Sr.'s Thunderdome lights up after SmackDown at 10 o'clock. Then we wrap up the week with Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, where we look at every episode in full length, one-stop shopping if you don't have time to join us for the regular premieres. Don't forget, the Super Chat is open for business to my right. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can keep the lights on, so we can feed the great crew that we have here. And let me tell you, this guy likes to eat. The eBay store is open 24/7. Add some great wrestling memorabilia to your collection. The link is in the description box below. And most important, you fine, wonderful human beings. Everybody that watches the show is a friend. But those that are on the Patreon, they're like family to us because you are directly helping legends like Tony Atlas, Savio, Tatanka, Marty Jannetty, and others earn an income at a time when they've lost so much due to coronavirus. It's very important to me. If you join the Patreon for less than a cup of coffee down at Starbucks, you get early ad-free access to all 4 of the Wrestling Insider talk shows each week. You get access to the Studio Shoot Interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions on the Howard Stern Show. You get some exclusive content, but to me, most important, you help keep wrestling legends working. He made $206 is his quote-unquote pension from WWE last year with his royalty checks, is how WWE calls them. $206. You compare that to what the retirement of NFL players, Major League Baseball players, NHL hockey players, NBA basketball players, actors and actresses in Hollywood that are in the SAG union. $206 he made last year from WWE. This man, this Hall of Famer, made more money from Boston Wrestling than from WWE. What the fuck does that say? Am I going off on a tangent now, Tony?
No, I gotta.
Oh, you gotta. All right. Well, for the Hall of Famer, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Tuesday with this guy. You and yours be well. Good night.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Again, we ask you, with it being the holiday, the Christmas season, however you look at it, to open your hearts, open your wallets for a few bucks. For as little as $5, you can win this cyber jackpot of prizes for the holiday Headlocks toy drive. In honor of the late, great Paul Bearer, John Cena Sr. will pick the winner Sunday night, December the 19th, LIVE live, right here at this very studio. We are going to have a lot of fun with that. Believe me, we do each and every year. We wish Paul Bearer was here with us. It's a nice way to carry on his memory. Again, for those fans that don't know, he started the toy drive with us back in 2012 before he passed away with myself and John Cena Sr. So much going on, I forgot the place in line here on the all-day marathon. Coming up next, Tony Atlas shoots on Sasha Banks being named Wrestler of the Year by Sports Illustrated, as well as the pending closing of our home away from home, the Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex in Saugus, Massachusetts. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty, along with Tony Atlas. Tony?
Mr. USA WWE Hall of
They
Famer
know that.
Tony
They know
Atlas.
that. They know that, Tony. What are you doing over there? You look like Marty Jannetty.
Oh.
He does things like that. He looks like Bruce Valanche.
You knew how to kill it, did you?
All right, well, Marty is still wants to speak with you.
I don't want to talk to him.
He had a lot to say on Facebook about you.
What did he say?
Well,
It's all lies.
he
Fake news.
He put pictures of the two of you up together.
Fake news.
They were fake pictures of
Yeah,
the two of you together.
Fake news.
He said there was a hotel party that the two of you attended together with all black people except him.
Fake news.
It's all fake news.
Fake news.
Well, Marty's feelings are hurt. He wants to make friendship with you.
No.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But, Tony,
Fake news.
one thing that is not fake news that broke my heart, and I don't think, I think it may hurt you to some degree, but not me because of the quarter century of memories that go along with it. But news has broken, Tony, that not eminently, but the process has begun, that we're going to see the closing of the world-famous Kowloon Entertainment and Dining Complex.
Oh.
Hit me right here.
Oh.
I guess the younger Wong family, they don't want the very grueling life of running that world-class establishment.
Wow.
I know our dear friend Andy Wong works 6 days a week from about 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. It's a difficult life running a restaurant like that.
Wow.
And I guess that they're going to turn it into a multi-use property. You may see restaurants, you may see condos or apartments, but Kowloon as we know it, again, it's not imminent, thank God. It's probably going to be a couple of years before we actually see it happen because of all the construction and the permits and everything that'll have to happen legally.
That's heartbreaking.
Tony, I look back at the life memories there, is the family memories at Kowloon. When I was a teenager at high school, myself, Chairman Manolian, and our group of friends would go to Kowloon. That's where I became friendly with Andy Wong and Sonny Yee, who went on to become
You can't think of one wrestler that never been there.
That's right, Lieutenant Commissioner of the MWF.
It was like the WWE, WWF eating place for centuries. I mean, every wrestler in the world that Mark Henry, Undertaker, I mean, you could name them. They all been there. And he treated the wrestlers, I mean, it was like a second home to a lot of wrestlers, man. It's going to be, I'll tell you, that's going to be missed. Not only by the wrestlers, but by the people around this area. I mean, it was just one classic. Then the food, you can't beat it. The service, it was quick service considering the crowd, you know. We sat at a table.
Always packed.
About 10 people. The place is packed. And it took us.
Well, look at the last live event we had. We must have had 40 people at 4 tables.
Yeah, and look how long it took to serve us. I mean, and the
Fresh.
service was quick.
Fresh, piping
quick.
hot.
Yeah, you couldn't beat that. I mean, there would never be another one. There would never be another one.
I look at the entire MWF Foundation. If you look at the social atmosphere around it, if we were in this area, where would our post-event celebrations be? The Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex.
It's going to be missed.
We had live events at the Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex for our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive.
Yeah.
I was the MC for Bruce Pritchard's Something to Wrestle With live podcast at Kowloon.
It's going to be missed.
This pulls on the strings of my heart. I consider Andy Wong a longtime personal friend, way back to when I was in high school. He is a good man. He loves this business. He's always treated everyone in this business with such great respect, with such great revere. He was always honored to have them in his establishment. And I don't think Andy realizes the place in the heart that Kowloon is held by so many in professional wrestling. I mean, there's so many of our peers that can say, like you noted, how many top superstars have not been to Kowloon at one point or another.
It'd be hard to name them.
And have great memories of the place.
We all do. I mean, it goes all the way back, brother. I mean, I could go back with Tony Rumba, back in the 90s. I could give you a good 30 years of Kowloon just myself. So it's going to be one place that's going to be really, really missed.
Hopefully, we can pull off something and have some kind of an event or a gathering upstairs before it's all said and done. If we can get they're stuck with the Corona mandates. I mean, I went in there to pick up when the Warlord was in town. We just did pickup, and I mean, if you saw the structure of the restaurant now, it's very different. The Wong family, I say this though, they've gone above and beyond to try and reinvent the wheel. They've done car hop type service. They've had drive-in movies out back in that big parking lot they have. They've done outdoor dining. But, when you have a state that wants to try and keep cutting back 50%, 40%, 25% capacity, it's tough to cover your costs. That's a big restaurant.
Sad.
If you could maybe give Andy Wong a few words. I know he tunes in to the program.
And I wish you all the best in the world, my brother. Thank you for all you've done for us. And if anything me and Dan could do for you in the future, brother, don't hesitate to call. You got my number. You got Dan's number. Even if you don't go back in business, I would like to remain your friend. So call me sometime. Talk to me. And I feel bad for people that, like Andy and all these people that got in the food industry. I mean, it had to be a better way of handling this. I mean, I don't want to sit here and start pointing fingers because of this, because of that, because, hindsight is 20/20, but I don't think restaurants going to ever recover.
For a lot of them, it's going to be hard, and it's going to take years.
Yeah,
I think
it took years to build what they had and lost it in one. It reminded me of my career. I worked 20 years to build a name for myself and lost it in 1 year. These people that worked their whole life, put their whole life into a business, kept the business going for years and years, they established themselves, and all of a sudden, in less than a year, they out of business forever. And I don't see how they could come back. I don't. I just don't see it.
Well, I hope life can get back to normal where we can do something live at Kowloon, whether it be another one of those dinners that we had a few years back as part of the Paul Bearer Toy Drive. That is that even I'll say this to get a little personal. The night I got engaged to Linda Marty, we went and had dinner at Kowloon before that
Yeah.
took place. So I mean, not
Lot
just
of events,
not
lot of
just
memories.
wrestling themed
A lot
parts
of
of my
memories.
life, but again, you know, with friends, family, Linda. I mean, just so many
Good memories.
memories have taken place in that facility, and I don't know if Andy Wong truly understands the impact and the love, the genuine love that people have for that building.
And still do.
He'll always be our friend.
Always.
I consider Andy Wong to be part of the Boston wrestling family. He's
Yeah.
always treated us. You don't feel, it's like what John Cena Sr. says. You don't feel like you're going in as a customer. You feel like you're going in as a member of a family.
Monica been there.
And what did she think of it?
She thought it was the best restaurant she'd been in her life.
Really?
She said that when she left, because we were staying right next door to Red Roof. Me, Mark Henry went in there with Monica, and she thought it was the best. And the treatment she got, she said, I've never been to a place like that. This is fabulous. She said,
Well-
I feel like, she said, they treat you like a queen. That's what she said.
Hopefully, Monica will be healthy enough to come down and she can join us at Kowloon
Oh, I would
before
love
it
that.
closes.
I would love that.
Because I have an idea of what I'd like to do. Again, if life changes enough where, you know, we can get back to normal and open up life to the
We'll
way
never
it
get back
was.
to normal.
Well,
We said it
even
after-
somewhat.
No, we
No?
said it after 9/11, remember? We said
Well,
the same
and try
thing.
going through the
Once
airport,
the world
right.
changed, it have changed forever. There's no going back. That's
Well,
water under the
all I
bridge,
know is
unfortunately.
I don't want to go into a coronavirus spiel, but I want to do something nice at Kowloon before their final day comes. And again, the good thing is the Wong family stated on Facebook it's probably going to be at least a couple of years
Yeah.
before this transition happens. So there can be good times ahead. It's just right now they're kind of restricted engagements, but the more life opens up, again, hopefully we can do something really nice with wrestlers and wrestling fans
I just
one
hope I'll be-
more time
I
at
just
that
hope
beautiful
I'll be around,
place.
I'll be around when you do it.
You're going to be around.
But you don't know that either.
You and Berzerker are going to be the last two people on earth.
You don't know.
I do know.
I mean, I said, told Rocker Johnson, Rock, I'll see you next week.
Well, we're going to miss Kowloon. Johnny and I did a nice tribute. I know you have enjoyed many fine. I know you like the duck.
I like
You like
everything
the-
about that.
no.
I like everything.
But
about
didn't you
those.
enjoy the duck, if
Yeah,
I
but the
remember,
last
at
time I did,
Kowloon?
He gave me that lobster thing he had. It was a lobster thing he gave me last time. The first time you took me was duck.
It was duck.
The second time you took me, the last time I was there with the lobster, with the big piece of lobster and scallops around it. Oh my goodness, was that good. And with so much lobster too. Most people give you one piece of lobster. He give you the whole damn lobster. The claw.
We have to come up with something good before it closes.
Yeah.
If Andy and Kowloon will even allow events like that up there, but
It
that
ain't up
remains to
it
be
ain't
seen.
up to me, it ain't up to you, and it ain't up to Andy.
Isn't that sad that the restaurant can't even decide for itself? But again, I don't want to turn it into a political conversation. All I know is there's a lot of love in professional wrestling for Kowloon. There's a lot of love in this community for Kowloon. So I hope the Wongs know that with all the hard work they've put in over the past 70 years. 70 years. And maybe if you get a chance, you can check out John Cena Sr.'s his little monologue that he had about Kowloon. But back to the world of professional wrestling, Tony. The fans have wanted me to ask you this one. I'm very interested in your thoughts. I think you're probably going to read my mind before I even give you my thoughts on it, but this show is all about you. It's Tuesday nights. It's Wrestling Insiders at your house. I know the fans they're buzzing away on social media. They're sharing the link on Facebook. They're sharing the link on Twitter. They're giving us thumbs up across the board, baby. They're hitting that super chat button because they want us to keep the lights on and make sure you're here every Tuesday for eternity. But the question is, Tony, Sports Illustrated, you're familiar with the magazine. I don't know if you even know, they cover professional wrestling now in a limited capacity. I don't know why
I looked at Sport Illustrated magazine and, oh my goodness, probably 30, 40 years.
Well, that shows you that where Sports Illustrated is right now. But they actually rank their wrestlers of the year. And you know who they ranked the #1 professional wrestler of 2020? You have to guess for me, brother.
Of 2020.
Yeah.
John Cena.
He did. I think John Cena had one match in 2020. It would have been tough to pull him off.
Brock Lesnar, I guess.
Sasha Banks. I was mind blown. Out of every, and it just wasn't just WWE. This was every wrestling promotion in the world. They felt Sasha Banks was the #1 professional wrestler in the world. Where has common sense and sanity gone?
I'm stuck.
I think Sports Illustrated loses a little bit of credibility on that one. Again, I don't even understand why Sports Illustrated even covers professional wrestling, but for them to name Sasha Banks, a very lovely lady, she was with us here in the MWF in the past. She's a very hard-working person, great work ethic. But if you watch a Sasha Banks wrestling match, you see offense that really isn't believable or credible. It almost looks like cosplay sometimes. Her and Bayley, they try and imitate the Macho Man Randy Savage and Eddie Guerrero moves. And if I was to look at the top dog in the entire industry, male or female, it would not be Sasha Banks. If I was to come up with a list of 50 of what I thought were the best pro wrestlers of 2020, I don't know if I'd put Sasha Banks on it. Again, because it's nothing personal against the human being. I think a lot of what she does is unrealistic looking. When I watch professional wrestling, I want to see some simulated violence. Again, what she does is, it almost looks like, like, I'm not going to go as low as to say backyard wrestling, but it's just most of the women, their bodies are built different than the men. They can't work a men's style. If they were going to give it to a woman, maybe someone like Asuka, because I think when you watch Asuka, she works like one of the boys. You know what I mean? And that's a compliment.
Well, she's weird, though.
That's not meant as an insult.
She's weird.
Who's
Her
weird?
Gimmick.
Her gimmick is weird?
Yeah. They got her doing that silly stuff.
But I enjoy when...
That turn a lot of... To some people, it's like she's making a mockery of the business. She's goofy.
Because she screams in Japanese?
Come on now. Give me a freaking break. Come on. I mean, come on. I can't watch her. It's like it's an insult to Japanese people. I've been in Japan. I ain't never seen nobody in Japan act like that. But see, here's what started a long time ago. They probably led up to the Sasha Banks thing you just did. See, everything is based on marketability. She's probably the most marketable person because she's not just connected to wrestling, and her uncle, Snoop Dogg,
cousin,
whatever, got a lot of pull out there, So
you think Sasha Banks is the most marketable talent in pro wrestling?
Well, Snoop is on everything. See, these guys, they in that Hollywood brand.
Snoop was on AEW, remember?
Yeah, he was. I saw him come off the top rope to the splash.
You texted me. Yeah.
I loved it. I loved it, brother. I love to see old Snoop, 60-something-year-old man coming up that
Is
top
he that
rope.
old?
He gotta be. At
No.
least 50.
I'd say, yeah, maybe 50.
He's
I don't
about
think so.
50. He got
Jackie, if you can Google
He
it on
looked
your
like
phone, see how old Snoop Dogg is.
Snoop looked like a Jake Crab coming off of there. He didn't look like no Jimmy Snooker.
He wasn't Jimmy Snooker, that's for
He didn't
sure.
look like Snooker, but I love it. I didn't get him, Snoop. But you see, in today's time, this is how they do it. The last time
49? Yep. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, so he's pushing 50. But I remember the last time that I was there with Vince. Me and him, we had a little conversation. This before, this with the Saba Simba days. Mm-hmm. He said nothing's up to him no more. It's marketable. These got these corporations that put in money to make Vince what he is, to make everything what it is. Where they like her, that's what it is. You get some guy that owns Sports Illustrated that is a wrestling fan, and that Sasha Banks is his #1 wrestler. Sasha Banks will be on the front. And Sports Illustrated always been like that. Not just with Sasha Banks, but when you look back in the past, you see some of the people they put on the cover compared to other people that played the same sport or the other sports during that time. Just like look at the publicity that Muhammad Ali got with that magazine.
Sure.
Compared at Mike Tyson, and then when you go to Larry Holmes and Evander Holyfield, I don't think Evander Holyfield no one was on that. I don't think so. I don't know. But see, Evander Holyfield, even though he was a better fighter than Mike Tyson, didn't get that. That's what I was talking about the other day. It ain't what you know, it's who you know. Evidently, Sasha Banks knows somebody that got a lot of pull. And that's what it's all about. Like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan could not beat Bob Backlund for the belt. You know, he was not the best worker in the WWF at that time, but Hogan could put asses in the seat. So that's why he had the belt for as long.
Nothing like that can be said about Sasha Banks. I think whoever came up with this list has probably had a few adult wet dreams about Sasha. I was in
not
shock.
Gonna do that. We don't do that to guys, so I'm not going to do that to women.
What do you mean?
It's just, well, we don't say that a guy, he's there because he has sex with some.
No, I'm not saying that she had sex with anyone. I'm saying this guy probably has had some fantasies.
No, it's something. Something else there that Sasha is doing behind the scene. Just like we had a guy.
No, this was for Wrestler of the Year. They felt she was the best wrestler of the year in the ring.
But that's what I'm talking about. That's why I brought up the Hulk Hogan situation.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan became world champion not because he was the best wrestler. He became world champion because he was the most popular wrestler. Sasha Banks is more popular than any wrestler there because she's involved in just more than just wrestling. I mean, everybody knows Sasha. Look at Charlotte Flair. She's a better athlete. You know, she's bigger, stronger, and everything else. But she don't carry the same stigma as her father did. I mean, her father is her. Once Vince took Rick away from his daughter, that was the end of her because she was running off of his talent. You have to look at the numbers. It's somewhere in the numbers that put her there. That's what put everybody.
You want to know
there.
the numbers? Okay, I'll give you some numbers. Back in July of 2000.
I'm talking about Sasha Banks numbers compared to other wrestlers.
Well, it's Sasha Banks comparable. If you look back at the week, WWE, they succumbed to the hashtag Give Divas a Chance back in July of 2015. They brought up Sasha Banks, Becky Lynch, and Charlotte Flair, all from NXT at the same time.
Yep.
They created 3 giant women's factions.
Right.
And if you take a look at the numbers, there were about 3.5 million people that watched Raw that week. If you fast forward to the present day, there's about half that watch Raw this week. Now, I'm not saying that's all the women's fault, but can you show me anything that the women have done since they've shoved them down the fans' throats that has increased business?
Well, see, here's what I learned.
All right.
Here's what I learned. Everybody don't have cable.
Yeah.
But everybody got a computer.
Yeah.
What's going on TV don't mean nothing no more. Within the next 10 or 20 years, there'll be no more TV. TV going to be like the home phone, a thing of the past. You're going to be talking about TV. People say, TV, when the last time you seen a television set? Because everything you could do is on.
On the computer, fair enough.
I've never been on Facebook a day in my life. Never been on there. Other people try to say this is Tony. It's not Tony Atlas. Tony Atlas do not have a Facebook page. Tony Atlas will have a Facebook page.
We're going to get your Facebook page, a
Tony
real
Atlas
one.
is going to have a Facebook page within a couple of months. Now, the reason I say that, Vince is slowly moving all of his stuff to the WWE Network. Vince could give a red ass about TV anymore.
But when TV is your primary financial...
But everybody don't, they own cable.
But what I'm trying to say, Fox Network isn't...
Sasha Banks is over on the internet. That's the number that they looking at. Is that internet that she got over social.
But is the internet making them any money? Is the internet making them any money?
Well, the internet helps sell the merchandise. See,
the merchandise is down.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get to you, you know all the number about exactly what happened. I'm trying to just stick to why they put her there.
All right.
On the internet, Sasha is all over. We had a guy with the WWE back in 2008, and they wasn't doing nothing with him. And then he got on this Twitter or whatever, and had so many followers that Vince started using him.
Zack Ryder.
Yes. So Vince found out right then. Jack Riley's the one that got Vince.
Zach,
Zach
Yeah.
got him into this internet stuff. You got thousands and thousands of people that sits around on that internet and they watch how many hits this woman is getting and all this and that stuff. And that's what they are looking at. They stopped looking at athletic ability back in the 90s. From the 90s on, athletic ability didn't mean diddly squat.
That's fine. I could, and she's not.
Now, I'm not saying she's the best.
Sasha Banks is far from the worst female wrestler out there right now. But what I'm saying is, can you show me anything that says that Sasha Banks has done anything to help increase business for that company?
It don't matter. Sasha Banks did things to increase Sasha Banks. That's all that matters in today's time. They can give a red ass about all this other stuff. I found that out with Bob Backlund, you know, established wrestler and all this and that stuff. And here this guy just barely into the business, you know, all of a sudden, you think like, not to get into politics, President Trump, he didn't win the White House over the TV. Mm-hmm. He won the White House over the internet. You see, the first guy to use television for promotion was John F. Kennedy.
The first debate with Richard Nixon.
That's right. Him and Nixon was on television. He was the first one that went to TV because he saw the future. He saw the television.
Nixon looked sleepy.
Right. He saw the television. Just like a guy the guy just did a signing for him. He said, "Yeah, I saw you on that show eating chicken wings." You know, if it ain't for this, they wouldn't see me. See, they stay on the internet and they build up, they follow it, and people see that. And, you know, people looking at them numbers because the world is graduating. See, we keep looking at. Remember, I told you this. The thing about people over the age of 40,
I'm right there now.
they can't see in front of them because they're too busy looking backwards.
I'm looking backwards right now.
We looking at TV and TV only.
No.
TV is done with everything, not just wrestling, everything. See, the thing about USA, I could name right now off the bat, maybe 100 people told me they don't have cable. Most people got their cable when they don't need cable when you get that computer. Once you get that computer, you don't even need TV. I know people that got TVs in their houses and very rarely use them. Everything you freaking need is on that computer.
Let me say this, though.
That's what is killing wrestling with USA. See, this is what Vince did wrong, and George Animal Steel told me that. The first mistake Vince made, the first one, according to George Animal Steel, not Tony Atlas, he said people used to pay to see a main event match.
Right.
They had to pay to see it. He said that Vince was the first one that took a chance on putting a main event, two main guys on TV. So now the house shows started to drop, remember? The house show was the first thing to go down because Vince put everything on television. I mean, you didn't have to pay your money and drive to the Boston Gardens no more to see Hulk Hogan take on Don Morocco or to see John Cena fight Brock Lesnar.
During the Monday Night Wars in the late 90s, it started to change where every match on TV was 2 stars as opposed to a star versus an enhancement
And then what happened to
talent.
the house shows? They dropped.
And starting in 2001,
they started, they take about 2 or 3 years.
and they've never recovered.
And they dropped. Now Vince did another thing too.
Let's hear
He
it.
went and got the WWE Network.
and even, I'll say this,
After he got the WWE Network, what happened to the ratings on USA?
the ratings have been going down since the end of WrestleMania 17.
The network, I bet you.
Since 2001.
And when did he get the network?
2014.
See?
Well, that's a 13-year
difference,
Tony.
Because everybody was on it. That's why Vince got on that later with the
Right.
network. You know, he got on that later. But once that network, I know a lot of people come in my house and say, what you got a TV for? A lot of young people ask me that. What you got a TV for?
Here's the problem with wrestling, and I'll say this because I own stock in different media
It's too
companies.
much of it.
Well, no, just listen to this now. You're right. Are there people? Are there
don't mean nothing no more.
Are there people that are cutting the cable and don't subscribe to cable TV anymore? You're right.
They
In
are.
2020, cable viewership on television was down 3% as a whole. However, if you look at WWE viewership, it was down not 3% to go along with the rest of TV. it was down 20%. That's a big drop compared to the rest of all of cable television.
Brother, I could get my phone right now.
Yeah.
And see all the wrestling I want.
Right.
So why would I want to watch Raw?
But the same could be said for the news. The same could be said for football games or basketball games.
Not football.
Not, well, it's only during certain times of the year, right?
That's right. It's seasonal.
NFL is certainly the king of television.
That's right, brother. That's right.
To say the
we only
least.
saw it one day a week. Wrestling is on 4 days a week, plus the internet.
Well, no, I mean, you've got the Thursday night game of the week, Sunday, Monday,
It's seasonal.
sometimes
It's
Saturday.
seasonal. Vince is
It
on.
is seasonal, you're right.
Vince and AE, before AEW, there was Raw, ECW, and SmackDown. That's 3 days a
ECW
week.
was gone for a long time.
Yeah, but when I was there,
Yeah.
there was 3. You know, before AEW, there was 3.
Yeah.
Vince got rid of ECW, but he kept SmackDown, but then he went after ECW. He went with the WWE Network.
Yeah.
So instead of people going to the arena now or watching TV, if I want to see wrestling, that's all they have to do now.
Well,
That's it.
up until the pandemic, the subscription numbers were going down to WWE Network. The merchandise metrics were going down.
But you don't need the network.
But I mean, if every metric is going down, Tony, where is the popularity?
But see, this is what happened. I might be wrong in everything I say.
Let's hear it.
I might be wrong.
It's your opinion.
Just my opinion, right. Just my opinion. When you oversaturate the market,
Yeah.
not to get into politics, but that was Obama wanted to do with insurance, to drive down the cost of insurance. He wanted to, like in a lot of places, I don't know what it's like in Massachusetts, if you don't have Blue Cross or Blue Shield, back in the older days, hospital, a lot of people wouldn't accept your insurance. They had the monopoly on the insurance company, Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So you have to come from an established, and a lot of these little small companies, they wouldn't accept the insurance. And so what Obama wanted to do, he wanted to bring all these small companies up where the hospital had to take their insurance. That when it came with the Affordable Care Act.
Yep.
But they call it Obamacare, but the real name is Affordable Care Act. So to make insurance affordable for those that can't afford insurance, but they could get insurance for like, instead of paying $200 a month, they could get the same insurance for $30 a month. But if you oversaturate the market, other companies have to come down. Because why are you going to pay $100 for something when you can get the same insurance, same benefit over here for $50?
Right.
You're going to go with the $50.
Sure.
That's what Walmart did. Walmart came in and put everybody out of business because they oversaturate the market with cheap goods that is
Cheap
good.
goods.
But it was just as good as what people were selling somewhere else.
At Sears, yeah.
Yeah,
And look
you
at
know what I'm
Sears
saying?
right now.
I mean, I go to Walmart.
Look
and
at
buy-
Sears right now.
Yeah.
Sears is in rough shape.
Right. I went to Verizon and a couple places to buy a tablet.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted anywhere between $500 to $1,000 for a tablet. I went to Walmart to get one, $250. Same tablet, same company, same everything.
Mm-hmm.
I just paid $300 less. That's what it'll happen. So the thing that is going to kill all of these businesses is going to be the internet. Internet going to kill it all. Sooner or later, you give it enough time, because I know people, right? I told you, I went and bought me a computer for the first time in my life. I ain't even took it out the box yet.
I'm very proud of you.
I ain't even took it out the box yet. I never used a cell phone until I got with Mark Henry. Mark Henry the one that got me to get a cell phone in 2008. So I've been using a cell phone for 13 years.
Yeah.
15 years ago, I didn't have no cell phone. You think about it, 20 years ago, you had pay phones at the Boston airport. Pay phones on the corner. Remember the phone booths and all this stuff there? Gone. There's a lot of stuff with technology takes the place of. And getting back to Sasha Banks came in on that technology. She may not be big on WWE. She may not be big on television, but it's something that she's doing on that internet. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Like you say, I'm just guessing. That made her be on the front of that cover because everything is moving to the internet now. A lot of things that we are used to now, like I used to be able to buy a TV. You know you can't buy a TV no more?
What do you mean you can't buy a TV?
You can't, you buy the screen. Then you got to buy the service.
Oh, well, all right. I see what you mean.
Look at your TV. That's just a screen. There's no
you're right.
buttons. There's nothing. It's nothing but a screen, brother.
You have to have the
that
service.
That is useless without the service and without the remote and everything that go with it. You need all that. When I bought my computer, when I found out the guy said, oh, well, you need this or you need that. I said, oh, can't I just plug it up? I said, no. You got to buy the service. You got to buy this. That just it's kind of like the toolbox that hold the tools.
Right.
It's not the tools. It's the box.
Right.
So you just buy a screen now. You can't buy a TV no more. They don't sell TV. They sell a screen.
Right.
See? We call it a television because it's TV stations. But really, in reality, what you got there, if you stop and look at it, it's just a freaking screen. You know, the same thing they did when you go to the drive-thru. You know, no button, there's no nothing. There's nothing to it. Everything is in that little box right here. That's the motor, the heart, the beat, the everything. Because technology is going to destroy a lot of stuff of the way things used to be.
What about LAN parties? Do you think it'll destroy those?
Who?
LAN parties?
What the hell is that?
Like what Cecil the Lion is planning on January 28th? Where people get together with their computers and hook them up side by side without the internet?
Can you do that?
Yeah.
With what? See? But I do know
But it's going to destroy Cecil's LAN party.
Where television destroyed radio.
Yeah.
Remember?
Right, yeah.
Television, when Ted Turner, back in 1973, started CNN, and then Fox came along, and then you got 24-hour cable news. That destroyed the newspaper, and it destroyed radio. When MTV came out, that was the end of radio. Everybody used to have a radio. You look back in the 70s, you know, you see people with the big boom box. That was a gimmick, you know. The music disc.
CDs.
CDs. Nobody buys CDs anymore. You can download it. It's all on the internet now. If I want to hear a song, I just take my phone and I play the song.
What was the last song you played on the internet?
I've never been on the internet, so. But I'm just watching.
Oh, all right.
What I'm doing, I'm looking at how things was in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, up until today, and I watch a lot of stuff that we used to use is no longer in use.
Once you have the...
I got a car out front, a rental car. I ain't got no key. They give me a little round thing like this. I push a button, my door come open. I get in the car, I put my foot on the brake, I push a button, the car starts. Then I got a little knob, and I turn it to put it in gear.
That when we were down in Orlando with Linda. Yeah.
I'm driving, and I could drift over a little bit, and the next day,
beep, beep, beep.
Something gonna pull me back.
Oh, it did it for you.
It pull you back in the lane.
Wow.
True. You go to back up. I was doing something one day. I got too close to one of the other cars. Oh, what the hell is that? So I slowed down, and the thing said, "You're too close." The damn car tell me what to do.
You think that's good or bad?
I think that's bad because if that car mess up and decides to do what it want to do, I'm screwed. I'm screwed.
You have no choice in the matter.
Yeah, because these cars are computer operated, brother. They're not like the old cars that with the manual. These cars are not manual. They are, to me, they very freaking dangerous, brother, because you got cars now that they talk about in Uber, the cars with no driver. They talk about doing it on the airplane. So I talked to a pilot one day. He said, "You'd be surprised." He said, "The planes, they fly themselves anyway, Tony." He said, "We just there just in case it's a screw up."
You know what? That's fine, but I want the pilot in the cockpit.
He said, yeah, but he said he only there just in case something happens.
Right.
But the plane, he'll put it on automatic pilot, type in a little GPS, that damn plane goes.
Hey, and you know what? If it works, that's fine. But I want the pilot up in the cockpit.
Oh, I do too.
Okay.
But now they talk about doing it with cars, with trucks, and with everything. You know, when you go see cars run down the road.
Reno Chastain could be
driving. You ever see the thing
driving.
about the robots they got now?
Yeah.
Technology is doing all this. And what Shawsha Bank do, to get back to her, she somehow tapped into technology and got a large following somewhere because they want to sell that magazine. See, they put whoever on the front of the magazine, they can give a red ass about how good of a wrestler you are. That's all bull crap. They only care about how many magazines.
Well, she wasn't on the cover. This was just an article with a list of their top 10 wrestlers of the year, and she was number one.
But evidently, they figured that she would sell that magazine. That's what they look at. Every company, like Vince, the Stone Cold always making fun of Vince. You know how he made fun of Vince? He would say, and the bottom line, and you know what the bottom line is? Profit. That's the bottom line. Shawsha Banks.
She's not the one that's going to drive the profit.
They went through the list. They said, what wrestler would sell the most magazines? That's all they looked at. Nothing else. When Vince looked at Hogan, he said, what wrestler would sell out Madison Square Garden? What wrestler would sell out the Spectrum? What wrestler would sell out Madison Square Garden? Oh, Hogan. But he's not as good. I don't care. Hogan. He's not as good as Ronnie Piper. I don't care. Hogan. He's not as good as John Cena. I don't care. Hogan. That's what they look at. Who could put the most asses in the seat, and your ability, your talent, none of that matter. When your ratings start to drop, you out the door. That's why they send your buddy back. How you do it? Why do you think they send it back to the school? They send back to school because they don't want the AEW to get them. They don't want nobody. So the school is really setting you on the fence because your ratings drop. That's what it's all about. They don't look at talent. Talent went out the window in the 50s because Elvis was not as talented as his cousin.
Who was his cousin?
Jimmy Lee Lewis, something like that.
Oh, Jerry Lee Lewis.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
They were related?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Jerry Lee Lewis was bad to the bone, brother. But Jerry
What about
Lee
Larry
Lewis,
Lee Lewis?
He couldn't pack them arenas.
Larry Lee Lewis or Jerry Lee Lewis?
You think James Brown was a better singer than Marvin Gaye and them guys? No. But James.
I'm sorry, Jackie. How many fists was that? Two fists. All right.
But James Brown could pack them arenas.
All right.
That's what they go by. They don't give a rat ass about talent no more. Talent died in the 50s. Once television came along and mass production came along, they look at who could make them the biggest profit. And they could give they don't even have to like you. But if you put money in their pocket, that's all they care about. We can make money with this guy. We make money with this. We make money with that. They do anything with anyone that could put money in their pockets.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas himself. We're getting the wrap-up cue in the back.
Think about it, not to interrupt you. She is the most popular female wrestler.
No.
Nobody talk about nobody but Shawsha. I don't hear nobody.
Merchandise-wise, no, she's not.
But I talk about if you should talk about a wrestler, her name would come up first. Yeah. Yeah.
You agree with that, fans?
Nobody talk about Charlotte Flair.
You know what? We'll ask the fans. Fans, if you're watching the live premiere at 10 o'clock, who do you think is the most popular female wrestler in WWE? Or maybe
the only lady
one that isn't in WWE?
The only lady that was more popular with the fans than Shawsha Banks, in my opinion, was the lady that called herself the Man. What was it?
Becky Lynch.
Becky Lynch was the only one. And with Becky
Not
Lynch
Kathy Kane.
Huh?
Not Kathy Kane.
No, Becky Lynch. Right. Becky Lynch and Shawsha Banks. When somebody talk about a female wrestler, just ask them, say, who is your top female wrestler? Shawsha Banks would be on the top. She's the most popular name in wrestling. Nobody talk about them other women. You don't hear nothing talk about them other women. You don't.
All right. Well, wrestling fans running out of time here again. We'd love your thoughts on the topics discussed today. And if you're watching live at 10 o'clock, in the premiere, if you're watching a replay, in the comment section below. We'd love to read your thoughts. Again, if you enjoyed tonight's show, hit the big thumbs up button. It doesn't cost you a dime. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. Share the link on social media, on your Facebook, on your Twitter. Let's get more eyeballs on everything we're doing here in Boston Wrestling so we can bring more great veterans in like Tony. We can provide a platform where more of the legends can earn an income. Let's continue to be honest, Tony. Since March of 2020, if you weren't under contract to WWE or AEW, it's been a tough go in professional wrestling. There's been very few live events.
And one more thing, then I finish with
All
it.
right.
And if you look in the 80s, and you ask anybody who was their favorite wrestler in the 80s, I only speak of the 80s, that's when I was there, who were their most favorite wrestler during the 80s, they would say Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Snuka. Of all the wrestlers. You understand what I'm saying?
All right.
They're the most one that they remember. Because when I talk to people, they say, oh yeah, I remember Jimmy Snuka. I don't hear Don Morocco. I don't hear Mr. Fuji. I don't hear these people's names.
Jay Strongbow.
I don't hear none of that. None of that. Only one I hear about was Jimmy Snuka or Hulk Hogan of that period. Of all the wrestlers that they had out there, them are the most memorable wrestlers from the 80s and 90s when you talk to people.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, again, I'm trying to get all the cheap plugs we can in. Social media helps if you can share links, thumbs up, subscriptions. The big subscription, though, we really want you to join our growing family over on Patreon, where you get early, ad-free access to all of our in-studio Wrestling Insider talk shows, our complete studio shoot interview DVD library that's been heard around the world, not only on YouTube, but on the Howard Stern Show by millions. Plus, you help keep professional wrestling legends working with exclusive videos over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Of course, the eBay store that features so much of this great merchandise, along with Tony's artwork, is open 24/7. That link can be found in the description box below. We appreciate you joining us. Tell a friend, tell a few thousand. We need to continue to grow this channel so we can continue our mission of keeping the great wrestling legends working. Before Tony was so kind enough to interrupt me, as I noted, since March of 2020, there have been no or very few independent wrestling shows for talents that aren't under full-time contracts to work. There are very few autograph signings. There aren't any big fan fests. These guys need the income. This studio, for better or worse, can help keep these guys eating. They can keep the rent paid. They can keep the utility bills paid. But we need your support. Again, more than anything, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. And if you're watching during the premiere, the Super Chat button is always open. You can leave a denomination of any size. As they like to say, Tony, when you're providing great entertainment, don't forget to tip the bartender.
That's right.
For my Hall of Fame partner in crime on Tuesday night, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marty. We're going to be back next week, just a couple of days after Valentine's Day, and Tony is going to be thrilled with the topic of conversation. I know if you want to enjoy Tony's Valentine's Day special in the past, check the archives on the YouTube channel. Tony's Valentine's Day special was one of the funniest episodes we've had in the history of this program. Next week, we'll be back on Tuesday, February the 16th with more. Again, for Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marty. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night. Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, as we continue this all-day Tony Atlas Wrestling Insiders at Your House Marathon, we ask you to please visit BostonWrestling.com, get the raffle tickets, enter this Cyber winner-take-all jackpot, where on Sunday night, December the 19th, John Cena Sr. live in studio will pick the winner. Believe me, thousands of dollars worth of great wrestling prizes are up for grabs for one lucky winner, but as far as I'm concerned, anyone that spends as little as $5 on a raffle ticket is a winner in my book. We thank you so much for watching today, and we thank you even more so if you're choosing and able to participate, even if you can't afford to participate. I know $5 is a lot of money to some people in 2021. You know, the outbreak is still ongoing. There's a lot of people that aren't back to work yet. You know, even if you could share it on social media or a link, it goes a heck of a long way. Coming up next, a unique episode from the mind of Tony. The Hall of Famer shoots from the hip with his thoughts on Tyler Rex's sex change. Check it out. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty along with Tony Atlas. Tony, a pleasure to have you with us here tonight.
Thank you there, Mr. Dan. It's a pleasure always to be here with Boston Wrestling,
As
the #1 broadcast wrestling show on the internet and soon in the whole world.
Unbelievable. The soon-to-be Wrestling Hall of Fame inductee in May. Hopefully we'll be going down to Texas.
Moving my boobies.
Well,
I'm moving my boobies.
As the fans always want to know, Tony, how is the lovely, the radiant Monica White?
Well, like with most people that is hospitalized right now, life is not good because they can have no visitors. Imagine being in penitentiary and you're not allowed to leave your room, you're not allowed to leave your jail cell. Right now, if you were incarcerated in your local penitentiary, you would have more freedom than my wife got right now because she cannot interact with other people. She's locked down in her room, and I want to tell people out there, if you got loved ones, mom, sisters, brother, anybody that is hospitalized right now, try not to call them once a week or once a month because they got no visitation. If you can, call them every day. There is people right now that my wife tells me that refuse to eat. They're on hunger strike because they're so lonely and they feel so neglected. So if you got a mom or anybody in a nursing home or in long-term care, try to find the effort. 5 minutes a day, 5 minute phone call a day will do these people wonder. You want to do something, really show your love for your loved one that is right now hospitalized in nursing home, call more than just once a week. I talked to a lady out there, she said, well, I'll talk to my mom, you know, on the computer there once every week. Well, 6 days, this woman is sitting around with no one to talk to, no one to show any love or any compassion to. So you got loved ones in nursing home. This is not the time for you to neglect them. They're not going to be here long, so you're going to regret everything.
And you'll regret, you know what?
Regret it. You're going to regret it.
When people pass like that, I coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Everybody started running. I should have done this. I should have done that. Forget about what you don't want to be one of them. I should have people.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, on to the world of professional wrestling. But I say this. I hope Monica knows how much the fans actually have an interest and care. Hopefully you've told her.
That's one thing that I really appreciate about the fans, just about every segment or just about every email or whatever I get, somebody would ask that question, how's your wife doing? And I owe Monica my life. I would have died 31 years ago if it wasn't for Monica. I owe that woman my life. I would have been dead if it wasn't for Monica. And I spoke about it in 2006 in Chicago at the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
I praise her for saving me. I would have been dead. Y'all been talking about the late Tony Atlas that died 30 years ago, and what would have came with Tony if he had lived? That's what the conversation be about me now. What if Tony Atlas had lived? Well, I did live, you know, thanks to Monica. So everything I ever did in the last 30 years, I owe to Monica. Everything I did in the last 30 years of my life, I owe to my wife, Monica. And she's still an inspiration to me now, even though she's hospitalized with a stroke. She's still a great, great influence in my life right now. I can't go a day without talking. I call my wife anywhere between 3 to 4 times a day.
Well, I can't wait for her to be able to get out of that hospital so we can meet her in person.
It drives me nuts that I can't hug her and kiss her and love her and give her the love and attention.
I hope she knows that even though these fans have never met her, just from the stories you tell from your heart, have touched a lot of fans at home. And we're all rooting for her. We want her to get better. We want her to be home at Atlas Estates on Millionaire Boulevard up in Auburn.
Trying to get her some home care now.
Yeah.
Some home care.
Do you think it's going to happen soon?
Well, I think it would have happened this year if it wasn't for the coronavirus. But the coronavirus just set everything back. Not just in my life. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that have so many plans. I know you have.
Look at our live events.
Yeah, live
how
events.
We were destroyed.
So everybody now is in a terrible, terrible setback. But now we got new leadership, and I just hope and pray that the new leadership in this country put more emphasis in fighting this virus than the old administration did. Because the old administration, they just wiped their hands of it. Leave it to the governors. What a freaking...
I know you're not a fan of that statement.
Not that, because you got to stop and think. We got 50 states. We got 50 governors, which means...
50 different opinions.
Exactly.
All right.
How in the hell is that going to work?
All right. Well, again, we send Monica our best. I look forward to the day I can make that trip up 95 North to Maine to make the visit to Atlas Estates and be able to meet this lady in person. Maybe give her some chocolates or flowers or something like that, and see all the good that you've described over the years about her.
And Dan is very special. Y'all don't know this, but I live in an all-white neighborhood, and Dan is the first white guy to come to my house.
What?
You are.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. What about Glantz?
And I live in an all-white neighborhood.
What about Glantz?
Well, I tell you, I got invited the other day, Dan.
Where?
To a person's house.
Yeah.
They invited me well, it was a while back. They invited me over for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this year. because, my wife.
They knew you were alone.
Well, they knew I was all alone. So some of my nice neighbors, they said, Tony, you don't have to eat Thanksgiving alone. That's how nice Mainers are. They said, Tony, you could come and you could have, and this is a true story now, said you could come and have Thanksgiving dinner with us if
free
you like.
Meal?
Yeah, I said, oh, sure, thank you. I really appreciate it. I didn't want to hurt their feelings, so I took them up on the invitation. As I walked through the door, I looked around, and I told them, I knew the husband. I didn't know the wife that well, and I didn't know the kids that well, but I knew the husband. And I said, brother, I really want to thank you for inviting me over for Thanksgiving dinner. Do you realize this is the first time that I've been into white people's homes while they were staying at home? I did that. I did. I did the first time I went to white people's houses while they were staying at home. The grandma watched me the whole time I was there. When I finished my meal, the grandmother come over and took my silverware. Oh, I take that for you. You don't have to do that. I take that for you. The husband, me and him, we good friends.
Do they live on your street?
No, they don't.
Oh,
they live in the next town over, a town called Manor. They live out in the countryside. Beautiful home out in the country. But most all the blacks in my area, they live in a downtown area.
Well, I got to know Auburn a little bit with all our trips up there this
but
summer.
I live in town more. But they live like out
I got you.
That-
Yeah, and you know what?
They do
Sometimes
that.
on our trips out, it is kind of a.
Yeah, when you get out, you see it get.
Yeah.
Once you get
Rural.
outside of town, they're kind of like houses, and a half a mile apart.
Yeah.
But what's so funny? Now the husband knew me. The wife didn't that well. So the wife was trying to carry on conversation so she could follow me. The kids started laughing because they figured I was joking. The husband was holding
like
back his
Jackie,
laughter,
yeah.
so he could continue to joke. But the grandmother was so nervous. I went to use the bathroom, and when I opened the bathroom door, the grandma came in right behind me and started looking around the bathroom.
Really?
Yeah, because I told her that.
Would you let her walk on you?
No.
What about the wife?
These are nice people.
What about the wife?
No, I don't fool with nobody's wife. Ain't
Well, what
nobody's
if he
wife.
gave
Ain't
permission for her to
nobody's
walk
wife.
on you?
I don't care.
I tell you this.
No.
Technical director
Tony
today.
Atlas do not fool in any kind of way with nobody's wife.
Our technical
There's
director.
too many single women out here to mess with somebody's wife for anything. If that man was not home,
Yeah.
and that woman invite me over,
Yeah.
I ain't
You
going.
wouldn't go in.
I
Well-
said, well, when your husband gonna be? Oh, it's okay. He said you can visit. I don't care what he said. I'm not going. I never went to this woman's house unless he were at home. My mother did
Better
not
safe
raise,
than sorry.
Well, it's respectable too.
Yeah.
My mother didn't raise no food. Something happened. This man get jealous or hear some rumors or something get around. All of a sudden, our friendship, me and this man got a 20-year relationship. And I'm not going to lose a 20-year friend over his wife.
Well, I tell you, our technical director, Jackie, saw your part of your foot video for the first time today, and he was taken aback. He was amazed at your honesty in describing your fetish for women's shoes and being walked and stepped on and kicked. So, your honesty,
See, you can't broad brush everything.
Yeah.
And that's what we got a bad habit of doing.
Yeah.
Like, I listen to Democrats, when a Democrat do something, they say, well, they all do that. And I listen to Republican, when a Republican do something. Instead of sticking to that, they say, well, they all do that. Well, what you doing? You broad brushing every politician in the world as being the same, when it's not. If they all was like that, this country would be doing as good as they're doing. If we had all that dishonesty. They got country that got that.
Yeah.
This ain't one of them. And all the people that believe that is people that never, most of the people that believe that is people that never left their hometown. You understand what I'm saying? They're kind of backward thinking people that never been nowhere. But we got the greatest country in the world, and you can't broad breast everything.
Right.
I used to get broad breasted stereotype a lot because for being black. I would one time I went Mario Savoni. You
Yeah.
would like this story. I'm trying to make it quick. I went Mario Savoni, and he used to do a town up, and you probably remember Cutchers.
Oh, in New
Up around
York.
Monticello, New York,
Yeah.
up in that area.
Cutchers, yeah.
Yeah, Cutchers.
It's a resort.
Resort,
yeah.
old Cutchers resort. So we were there one time, and so Mario somehow got the police department involved. And they're going to play a basketball game. The wrestler, Tony Rumble, was there. It would be the wrestlers against the police department basketball team. It was a fundraiser.
Mm-hmm.
The police chief went to Tony Rumble and said, this is unfair. And Tony said, in what way? Well, y'all got a black guy. And Tony said, well, don't you have a black cop? He said, no, we don't have a black cop that plays on our team. He said, well, it's not my fault that Tony black. He said, why, you want them to set out the game or something? He said, well, because I'm black.
Did you know that Tony Rumble played college basketball?
Yeah, I knew
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah, Tony told me.
He was very good.
He was. So he would say, well, let's just play the game. I said, well, let's just play the game. But they was nervous because they had a black basketball player. So the whistle blow. They give me the ball. I couldn't dribble. I couldn't shoot. Everybody on that court knew how to play basketball but me.
You never played hoops?
Not a day in my life. That
And
was
they
the
were
first-
worried.
I played basketball one time my whole life, and that was the one time I played.
Really?
That was the only time I ever played basketball any day in my life was with Tony Rumble and them in Kutcher, and everybody was just shocked. And then one guy came up to me and said, "You playing, right?" I said, "No." He said, "You're not joking around?" I said, "No, I don't play basketball." He said, "Yo, you gotta play basketball. You black." That's what he think. He's never been around black people. A lot of people, when people used to ride with me a lot, with my wrestling days, I would stick a Johnny Cash tape in there. Hey, you listen to this, Tony? And I go, yes, I like country music. But they figure because I'm black, I should be listening to
R&B or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all right, let's get into some of the topics.
We call that broad brushing. Is that what they call it?
Yeah.
They take a brush and just paint everybody the same. Well, everybody is individual.
Everybody's different.
I've said this now.
That's a perfect segue to the opening segment.
Everybody's different. You know, since the beginning of time, there have been trillions of people that have walked this earth. Billions and trillions of people that have walked this earth since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Not one person since the beginning of time had the same fingerprint or DNA. So
interesting.
How can we all be the same?
Right.
There have not been one person born. That's why the policeman could use your DNA to track to you. That's why they use your fingerprint.
Right.
Because it's only one. This fingerprint is only one, and there would never be another one. There was none before this one, and there'd be none after this one. And that's since the beginning of mankind. And to go with your DNA. So we all are different.
All right, Tony, let's talk a little bit about that. I know several fans emailed us about the passing of the natural Butch Reed on Friday. We actually did a special episode Saturday night. If you want to check that out in the archives, again, our best wishes to the Reed family, his friends, his fans. But Tony, very interesting story that came to light over the past few days. Tyler Rex, who was part of WWE when you were with the company, I don't know if you heard about what happened to Tyler recently, or what happened with Tyler recently.
The last I know about Tyler, he was on that show with the Gumphrey show, Greg Gumphrey.
Yeah.
He worked for Fox News.
Well, Tyler Rex actually underwent a sex change operation and came out as a transgender. He is
Stop!
He's now female.
Stop!
I'm not lying.
Come on now.
I'm not. Who do you think? Do you think I'm making this up?
He look like She-Kong.
Now he goes by Gabby Tough.
Stop it now. That's a joke.
No, I'm not making it
I
up.
just saw him on TV with the big beard and stuff on the Greg Gunker show on Fox News.
No, you're talking. That's Brodus Clay.
Oh, Brodus
Tyler-
Clay.
Tyler Rex was more like a beach type guy. He had the long black hair and was really good shape. I think he was part of ECW
I have to see
when
a
you were
picture
there.
of him to know who you're talking about.
Well, I tell you, Tony.
But they just called the big guy Rex at one time, right?
No, but they called him a brontosaurus, I think.
Brontosaurus,
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Could you imagine that?
No, I could not. No. 6'6", 350 pounds. You know what I mean? What do they call it? It was She-Hulk. He'd be She-Kong.
Well,
like
yeah.
King Kong, he'd be She-Kong. This big brute.
Well, I'm glad you're getting such a laugh out of it.
You just messed my whole night up there. Now a picture of the Tyler Rex, what his name? Brodus Clay in drag. That's his fucking
No, you got the wrong guy.
I didn't know. What did Tyler Rex look like?
He had kind of like braided long black hair and.
Kind of mulatto looking kid?
Yeah.
Tall?
Yeah. And he underwent a sex change operation. And I believe he's the first professional wrestler to do so that I know of. It's
I would have never.
Very interesting story.
It's damn sure. I used to travel with that guy. I never dawned on me. So he's gay.
I don't know. You know,
I never would have pictured him.
the transgender world is kind of different. It's kind of unique. I know.
He's real muscular and everything.
Oh, yeah,
yes. Big kid, about 6'4".
here at the studio,
I
I don't know if I
him.
should say that, but here at the studio, we have someone that is around sometimes that's transgender, and they went through the change midlife, and they're still with their wife and kids. So, I mean, I don't know if that necessarily means gay, but he felt like he was a woman, and now he is she.
Wow.
He's Gabby. And I have not heard of any other wrestler going through that change.
Is Vince using them? Or?
Oh, no, he's long gone from Vince.
Yeah, because he was back in 2008, 2009 with
Yeah.
me.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
remember Tyler Rex.
What a unique story it would be if he was still under contract to WWE.
Wow,
You think they could
yeah.
take advantage of that?
But he don't look the type.
Well, I mean, how do you know what's in someone's brain?
Well, I know what's in my brain, you know.
Not much.
No, you're right. So I don't. Well, you know, sometimes it's good not to have too much in your brain because you got less to worry about.
I wonder if it made him feel uncomfortable being around guys in the locker room like that.
Whoa. You
And you know what? There's several ways. I almost wish Dr. David Reese was here. You could look at it as, geez, maybe he was horribly uncomfortable being around guys like that.
You should get him to.
Or maybe he was or she was in a situation where
a phone conversation with him and get his side of it.
it was like a buffet with all the guys walking around naked. If she is gay, I don't know if she's gay or not.
That's what you just said. Some people just feel more comfortable cross-dressing, but have no desire to be with a man. They just.
But for her to go through the process of actually having the sex change operation, that's a major life event.
Well, he's a big kid too. He's about 6'4".
You got to go by she now. But I mean, have you ever heard of any transgender wrestlers that are kind of done a closeted, or because I don't know of any.
I don't even know any transgender people.
I know some transgender
Nobody
people.
that had that changed over.
Well,
You know?
it's just one of the more unique stories in professional wrestling.
Well, I had one experience with some transgender one
What
time.
happened? Let's hear this.
We was in Underground Atlanta.
Oh, here, Underground. Oh, boy, I love this one. Keep going.
Did you hear about this?
Yep.
The Underground Atlanta.
Tina Turner was ready to have you take out Ike Turner at the nightclub.
Yep, and she wanted to talk to me. And my buddy Fred said, "Oh, don't wait for her. You go. Come on and go with me. I got 2 hot chicks just ready to go." So I said, "Yeah." I said, "Ain't nothing gonna happen with me and this woman anyway. She just want to talk to me." I said, "But these ladies, they're gonna give it up. You know, they ready." Freddie said, "They're ready. They're ready to do it. They're ready to give it up." I said, "All good." I said, "At least I don't have to stay up all night trying to talk myself into somebody's bed." I said, these girls are willing. So my buddy went and got the car and pulled it around the front. And the girls were already sitting in the back seat. I got in the passenger seat, the front seat. We get to the hotel, the Passport Inn in Jonesboro, Georgia, which is maybe about 15 to 20 mile drive outside of Atlanta. So I've been drinking beer all night, so immediately I had to go use the bathroom. Well, I'm in the bathroom, I hear this deep voice saying this: "I thought you knew." And Fred is hollering, "Tony, help! Tony, help, help, help." So I peeked through the bathroom. I'm still urinating, you know, trying not to pee on the floor.
Yeah.
But I had to peek
That's
around
usually
the
a
corner.
good thing.
Yeah, I peeked around the corner so I could see what he was talking about. Well, then I saw it. They had breasts like a woman, face like a woman, everything like a woman, except that the toolbox was the same as my toolbox. So one was trying to hold Fred, and the other one was trying to ram him, and the one that tried to ram him go, "Oh, so you like to get rough? You like it rough a little bit, do you, Fred? Tony, help me! Tony, help me!" And so I come out the door, and they go, "Oh," because I had my shirt on. They go, "Oh," and I said, "Look, I don't want to kick your asses." I said, "But y'all fool her." I said, "Here's $20 a piece. Here's $20 a piece. Why don't y'all go to the front desk and
Why did you give them $20?
to catch a cab?"
Oh.
I wasn't going to take them back. After I found out, you know, after I did, I called.
Oh.
But yeah, because I was horny, I wanted to do something. I found out these 2 guys, and one was bigger than me, you know, between the legs. So,
How do you know? They just whipped them out?
Yeah.
So whoa.
Yeah, because
Whoa,
when I went to the bathroom-
I gotta get. I don't even need the script at this point. Jackie,
Because they pulled their pants
now what
off
year is this? This is the 70s.
around 78, 79.
You-
and
and
I'm
you-
not going to call my friend name, but every Christmas I call him up and I said this to him. I thought you knew. He go, F you, Tony. F you, F you.
You were at a nightclub where Tina Turner was performing.
Well,
And Tina Turner kind of came on to you, if I recall.
well, I don't know. It was she just wanted to get to know me. I don't think it was.
Oh, I think she wanted to get to know you all right.
Yeah, well, what happened? All the fans ran around me, and she wanted to know what I did. I told her I was a wrestler, and then my buddy Fred came up at that time. Before I hadn't even sat at my table at all because what we do in the older days, we would drink our alcohol before we get to the club, because you get a 6-pack of beer, back then for like $3. Well, when you get to the club, they want $6 for one beer.
And you already got a buzz.
Yeah, so I get myself a little buzz, and then what I do, when I get to the club, I would order me a screwdriver.
Oh, I love screwdrivers.
Yeah, I take a screwdriver, and I sit there and sip on my screwdriver. Well, I just order my screwdriver, have one sip, when Fred come running up with the.
So you were at this club where Tina Turner was performing.
Yeah,
you're with your
Underground
friend
Atlanta,
Fred.
Yeah.
And he met these two what he thought were women.
Thought they was women.
Hot women.
There wasn't women.
And you went back to the hotel.
I found out there wasn't.
You had to go to the bathroom and you started to urinate, not wanting to hit the floor apparently.
Yeah.
And then what happened with Fred? I mean, they just started to get undressed.
I saw Fred out of the corner of my eye pulling his clothes off before we got in the door.
Oh, really?
Fred was ready to go. I mean, he about ready to bust a
So
load.
these women, they undressed. They had real breasts.
No, yeah.
And penises.
And penises.
So I think that would be.
They hadn't had the full operation
chicks with dicks, I think is the term.
Well, I tell you another story too where I ran into that.
Right.
And I'm not gonna I'll tell you the guy's name after the event, but I'm not gonna spread his name.
So
all
it's
over
someone
the
in
air.
the business.
Yes.
Okay.
He's a sucker generation.
Oh. Okay.
But I tell you his name afterward.
All right.
And I with Mario Savoda in New Jersey. We go to a strip joint.
Yeah.
That is fully naked.
Yeah.
Fully naked. Which means they take off everything.
Yeah.
No panties, everything.
No panties.
They take the panties, everything off. Totally naked. You go to most strip joints, they just show the breast.
Yeah.
This breast, vagina,
everything.
Everything. This wrestler was sitting at the bar kissing this girl. The owner said, look, you guys are pretty big guys, so I figure it'd be natural to tell you guys there's not one woman in the whole place. And I go, wait a minute. I said, they got vaginas, it looked like to me. He said, everybody here had the full operation.
All the dances?
All the dancers.
Oh, my Lord.
Was guys. He said there's not a woman in the whole place. My buddy is kissing, licking her neck and kissing them, having a good time. She's playing with his pucker, everything. And so I turned to Mario Savoda, and I said, Mario, should I tell him? And Tommy Savoda, you know Tommy.
Yeah.
Nah, don't tell him nothing. You spoiled the fun. And right now today, he do not know that was a man that he was with.
Get out of town. He never
told him.
figured out? He
We
never
never
knew?
told him. Never told
Oh,
him.
my God. You want to hear a funny one? I don't know if this story came from Tony, or do you remember the Pink Assassin, Bobby Shoop?
Yes.
It would involve Sheiky Baby. And I don't know if it was the nightclub where Tony bounced, but Sheik was in town, and he
Hell Kitchens.
What's that now?
The Hell Kitchens. Kitchen.
No, the Combat Zone.
Combat Zone, but no, he worked at Hell Kitchen. That was the name of the club.
Oh, that was the name? Okay.
Yeah.
So she had was with, getting with this lady, and then they had to explain to him that she was, I don't know if she was transgender, cross-dresser, whatever the term may be, but Sheiky Baby was a little disappointed, but he went, how about just a blood job?
I believe it. He's on it now. I was talking to a guy the other day that I knew several wrestlers.
Yeah.
Like when we went to Japan and stuff, they couldn't get the Japanese girl. I had wrestlers that is straight. try to come on to me.
They were that horny. Well, it's an interesting business we're in, Tony. I say this. I wish Tyler Rex the best. I hope.
In fact, a little midget told me that
wait a
Rufus R. Jones.
A midget?
Yeah, he shared a room with Rufus R. Jones, and Rufus tried to climb on top of
Who
him.
was the midget?
He was a black midget.
Haiti Kid?
Wasn't Haiti Kid. I know Haiti Kid. God, he was with Vince too. But we was doing a thing for the Youth Foundation or something down in New Jersey. And he
And
was on the
Rufus
show.
tried to violate the midget?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The midget got drunk and fell asleep, and Rufus tried to stick him in his sleep.
Rufus was
And-
going to
and
roofie him.
And Rufus told him, you probably like big dick. You probably like the big dick. And he said, I don't like big dick, little dick, no dick. And he said he went and slept in the hallway because Rufus wouldn't leave him alone.
That's a horrible
He
story.
was going to rape. He was going to
Well,
rape the
didn't
midget.
Rufus whip it out near you one night?
Yeah, he would. Yeah. Some of them guys, when they got real horny,
They didn't care.
cause they had this idea.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think maybe that deep down they were bisexual human beings?
They were just horny.
They were just straight men that wanted a physical body.
Because the mentality is, it's just like that's why men get raped in prison. They're not gay, but they feel if they doing it to you, then they're not. You're only gay if you're on the receiving end.
Like how the Sheik had to humble people in Iran.
Yeah, he don't think that's gay.
No, he said there it was only considered gay if you were the one.
Getting it.
Right.
So there's a lot of people here that got that. I know a lot of them know.
Well, I've never been to Iran.
Right. It's in my book about Red Eye Hinton. This got nothing to do with being
Who?
gay. Red Eye Hinton.
Who is Red Eye Hinton?
He was
a wrestler?
He was the Grand Wizard of the KKK in the Clifford Fords Covington area back in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
He was a farmer, but we call him Red Eye because one of his eyes, the white part was red. Or something, what you call that when your eye get red? He had one eye and the white part was red.
I can't think.
Yeah,
I know what it is.
cataract.
I can't think
Yeah,
of
he
the
had cataract
term.
or something. You know, now is we didn't know what it was then, but now
Yeah.
people had that problem. His last name was Hinton.
Hinton.
And he had two brothers, Ron and Harold Hinton. And Harold Hinton would talk like this. Hinton, I'm gonna whoop your black ass, boy. Big old wussers on that, boy. In fact, I wrote about them in my book.
I don't
Because
remember
he was
that
stabbed
part.
in the back with I was fighting his two boys, and I got stabbed in the back with a pitchfork.
He stabbed you?
In the back with a pitchfork.
Really?
Yeah. And what happened there, when I got to fight first with his two sons, Harold and Ron. Because what happened was, they called us over to haul hay.
Yeah.
Because that's how country people make their living. Well, most people didn't have money back in them days. So when you work for them, they would give you something. Just like when I go clean out a chicken coop, they would give me a crate of eggs.
Yeah.
And it was 24, it was like 4 to 6 lovers, but it's 24 eggs in each lover.
You got a lot of eggs.
A lot of eggs. So let's say it's 6, it's 6 lover. So 6 times 24 is how many eggs you got. So that's what they would give me. If I go and help a guy plant corn, or that's what you took home. You took home corn. Or sometimes they say, hey, my mom just made these fresh tomatoes. Take these tomatoes home to your mom. So they're called horse trading. Because people up in the Appalachians, Allegheny Mountain, the Blue Ridge Mountain, they didn't have money all the time, So they would trade off. Just like I would come and do some work on his farm, where he would come to my mother's house and do some work on her house. You see what I'm saying? There was no money exchange. Nobody had no money to exchange. So one time we had them haul hay.
Sometimes you exchange goods.
Right. And sometimes I would go work for them, and they got some old hand-me-down clothes that their son used to have, but it's too small for him now. So they didn't have a Goodwill or nothing to donate your clothes to. They had a Salvation Army, but I don't think Goodwill was right. So they would give it to poor families, the leftover clothes. With their clothes, we took them, And so anyway, make a long story short, I got in a fight with Harold first because I started making fun. It was my fault. I started making fun of the way he talked. He goes, boy, you better move that damn hay and stop throwing that hay up here where I can't get it. So I said, well, I knew the best I could. So he got mad at me. He jumped down off the trailer and he punched me. So
He
I
punched you?
him back. So I punched him back. Then his brother Ron jumped in it. So I started fighting both of them. Well, I was a pretty good little scrapper in my day, so I started beating both of them. So all the older black guys that worked in the field with me,
Yeah.
they come up and they go, man, that's good. You whooped both of them. That's good. So I walk by the neighborhood and everybody said, hey, don't mess with that kid there. I just saw him beat up the two Hinton boys. So I was kind of like a hero among the black neighborhood.
Because you took out the man with the strange voice.
No, because I fought a white person.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, that didn't happen. That wasn't.
I beat up two white people. Now, I was a big hero in a black neighborhood to be somebody that would stand up to white oppression. Then Red Eye Hinton came by and said, Tony, I got a small field that I need you to help me with.
Yeah.
So it's just him. When I get to the field, his two boys are there. Oh. So, you know, I'm taking the hay with the pitchfork, throwing it on the trailer. See, some people, later on, they came with the hay bale, you know, with the hay bale. And I'm throwing the hay up on the wagon and everything. And so he's sitting up on the tractor. He's a big fat guy. And he's looking at me, chewing tobacco. And the tobacco juice used to run down the corner of his mouth right all that nasty. You know, the tobacco juice and food would be on his shirt. So he said, hey boy, come on over here. I hear that you attacked my boys without them looking. You didn't give them a fair chance. Let me see you take them on now where the fight is fair. I said, okay. And he said, and you better not fight back.
And you better not fight back?
No, he told me, you better not fight back. He said, that would make things even. So I'm standing there, and I let Ron hit me. You
actually let them do it?
Wait a minute,
all right,
brother.
All right, keep going.
Brother, I've seen people get lynched. Okay, they didn't cut out lynch until 68. It was legal until 68, brother. So we knew that we could get lynched. You know that, especially if you're in the hills of Virginia, where there's no sheriff, no police department, no fire department. The nearest police department is in Clifton Ford, which is 4 miles away. Oh. Okay, and then Covington, which is 8 miles away. We in a village here, okay? One store, the commissary. No, brother, you didn't mess with white people back then. So anyway, make a long story short, not if you want to live.
So you let them hit you?
I let him hit me. I let the other one hit me. So I told Red Eye, I said, okay, that's enough. He said, I tell you when it's done. Your boys get him. So I started fighting back.
Oh?
I started fighting back. He got down off the tractor, got behind me, and took his pitchfork and stabbed me in the back.
How deep?
It hurt like hell.
Really?
It hurt like, I think if I was heavier, he would have killed me. But I was so light that I fell forward. So I had these little, I would say it went maybe about an inch.
Do you still have scars?
No, they're all gone now. They probably do. I can't see my back.
Can't see back there,
I can't see my back. So they were about an inch deep. They went about an inch deep. And then while I was laying on the ground, blood running down, I could feel blood dripping down between the cracks of my butt.
Yeah.
They got on top of me. They beat the shit out of me.
The three of them?
No, the two boys.
Oh.
His two sons. I got up.
This almost sounds like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Before I was getting pats on the back, I was a great guy. Now, after I'm walking home, I'm bleeding. I'm crying. I knew you was a troublemaker. You're going to make trouble for all of us. I knew this was going to turn out bad. I knew you were.
Who said that?
The black people.
Really?
They were scared that they were going to retaliate against them for allowing me to hit a white person. Red Eye Hinton was the type of guy that he would have sex with his daughter. Yes, he would.
Red Eye had sex with his daughter?
Yes, he has sex.
Sounds like what happens at the rug store where Connor works.
And have sex with his daughter. And not only him, his daughter at that time, I think she was like 12 or 13.
Yeah.
He would let guys that worked the railroad would pay him to have sex with his 12 and 13-year-old daughter. There was a lot of incest going on in the South. See, a lot of people don't realize a lot of these regulations that we got now in place was not in place back then.
Red Eye wasn't worried about these regulations.
There was none.
Red Eye.
No, there was women. My grandmother.
What was his name again? Red Eye Hinton?
Brother, my grandmother, when she got pregnant when she was 12 and got married at 14. That
14?
was legal in them days. People don't realize how it was. Elvis Presley, when he started messing around with Priscilla, she was only 14.
Wow. Got a little Jerry Lawler in him.
Yeah, that's how it was with them. Because with the girls, what the father would do when they started sprouting tits, they try to marry them off. See, women did not have, that's why I don't
But I mean, in the area where you lived, there was a lot of incest?
Yes, because see, women back, y'all don't realize in the 50s and in the 60s, women had no say-so. You don't know how many wives I used to see walk down the street with black eyes. You could beat the crap out of your wife back in the day. In fact, if you didn't kick your wife's ass, you were looked down upon. There's laws now, like in Virginia, there was one law when I was looking at, we were laughing about it. You can't beat your wife in front of a church on a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday?
Yes, but you can't beat her in front of the church.
Thursday, it's all right.
It was legal to beat your wife. It was legal to not to spank your kid, but to frickin' beat them. I mean, parents back in them days would beat you with switches.
Now you're talking the 60s?
Yes. That's none of this stuff changed until the 80s. That's what people keep missing. In the 70s, you could kick the shit
I wasn't alive for it.
Right, in the 70s, you could kick the shit out of your wife. You could beat the hell out of your kid.
Everywhere?
Everywhere. It was like that, bro.
There were just beatings everywhere? Everybody was just beating people?
These people would tell you they got ass whooping when they were young. Ask anybody over the age of 50. They would tell you, yes, they used to get ass whooping.
I know, I'll tell you this, maybe to get a little personal. I know my father came from a large Italian family. The grandfather owned a large construction company. I think there were 13 kids from my grandmother's side of the family as far as her siblings go. And that grandfather used to beat the fuck out of all of them.
Yes!
All of them.
Yes!
The men and the women.
They would make you go get the stick to whoop your ass with. Go cut me a switch, boy. They say, you better get me a good one, because if you don't get me a good one, I go get a bigger one.
You want to hear a horrible story? And again, I think it kind of ties into almost what you were saying. Granted, this was the North.
We used to get the shit kicked out of us.
But when what would be my great-grandfather died, a multimillionaire from owning this construction company, he gave his inheritance to the 6 boys. One of the siblings had died. They got hit by a train. But the 6 girls got not a penny.
No.
They got nothing.
No.
Out of millions of dollars. And this guy had to have died in the 60s, maybe?
Yeah.
70s?
Because women
Can you believe that?
Yes, because women could not attain property. I mean, women could not buy property. You didn't know that.
I just thought that was insane.
Well, stop and think about this.
And cruel.
Well, think about this. In 2008,
Yeah.
President Obama, former President Obama, took a sign, the Lead Belly Act.
The what?
Lead belly, like lead belly, your belly.
Yeah.
Lead, like lead.
A lead belly?
Lead belly, like your belly.
Yeah.
A piece of lead, like in a gun.
Yeah.
Lead, like metal.
Yeah.
Lead, that's today. The Lillian is the name. You laughing.
The Lillian lead belly.
Right.
Okay.
They understand me. You
What? But I mean, what is it?
It's a guarantee women the same pay as men that work the same position. 2008.
Wow.
The bill is not even 10 years old.
Isn't that something?
Another example. I've always said this. People ask me about racism in wrestling.
We got about a minute and a half.
That's all I need.
All right.
People always ask about racism, and I answer every question the same way. I've never seen a lot. I've seen racism, but I saw more sexism. Sexism.
How so?
Well, there have never been a woman that got the same treatment in wrestling that they do a wrestler, a male wrestler. And we all know that. And
You're
tell
talking
just
about the
recently-
talent.
And tell, when they had the talent, I mean the women masters like George Graver and these girls, the boys, you say that nobody could outwork. What was her name? Judy Garland. What was her name?
Judy
somebody?
Martin?
Huh?
Judy Martin?
Judy Martin. Every wrestler knew that. She was the best worker we had everywhere she went.
Really?
Yeah, she was fantastic. Even I hear a lot of wrestlers, Walter McDaniel, Paul Jones, Johnny Weaver, they all said none of the boys could outwork Judy Martin.
Really?
None of us.
Never knew that.
I saw Moolah. All the wrestlers flew in for this show in Charlotte. Everybody flew in. Moolah drove. Every wrestler got a hotel. Now, she's a world champion.
Yeah.
Everybody got a hotel. Moolah slept in a car. They wouldn't buy her a hotel.
Get out of here, really? Wow.
That's why she hung around for so many years. She was waiting for that recognition. And how old was she when she got recognition? Give you
Oh,
another
my
example.
God. Again, we're running out of time. But
I give you the best. I give you the two best examples in the world.
real quick.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Who did the cheating, Hillary or Bill?
Bill.
Who got the blame?
Hillary.
Jeffrey Timberlake and Janet Jackson, Super Bowl incident.
Ripped off her exposed her breast.
He did it.
Yeah.
Who got the blame?
Janet.
That's how we do. We do that now. Like I watched a wrestler. A wrestler had a girl in every town. This one girl wait for this wrestler.
Rats.
He called a girl. They called the wrestling women that loved them. Travel, bought them food, got them a hotel, did everything for them. They were like a wife on the road. Did more for them than their own wife. And what they call arena rats. Call them cunts, douchebags, all kind of these names.
That's a little cruel.
Yeah, but we do that now. Look into not to get into politics. Who is the person that everybody picks on in politics? Nancy Pelosi.
Why does everybody pick on her?
Because she's the first woman to hold that position.
No. All right, Tony, we're running out of time. Speaking of the first person to hold the position, Tyler Rex, we wish her the best. You know, hopefully she's going to have a happy existence going forward. I'm going to tell you something, though. No offense to him. Yeah.
He's going to have a hard time getting laid.
Well, I'm not.
He should have kept that penis.
That's not my point.
He should have kept that penis so he could whack off.
You think he should?
But he's 6'4", muscular, got a chin like Sergeant Slaughter. Are you freaking ripping me? Who's gonna lay that? I mean, he was nice looking as a man, looked big and rugged. But a big, rugged-looking woman with a chin like Sergeant Slaughter and wears freaking size 14 shoe and 6'4", you got to be into a lot of kinky stuff to lay him. You know what? Hard time getting laid. He should buy him a dildo or something.
There's someone out there for everybody, I guess. Tyler Rex,
if he found somebody, God bless him.
We wish you the best. We hope whether you love a man or a woman, you find one that makes your heart beat faster than it does now. I have no idea how to end this other than to say, for the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marty. Dear Lord, we hope we didn't offend too many people. Until we speak again, you and yours, be well,
He's not the
stay
cutest
healthy.
woman in the world, bro.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. since July of 2020. Every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she defeated Asuka to become the new Raw Women's Champion, and here is your chance to own a piece of Rhea Ripley on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. Number 50 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting, you'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air thank you on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Rhea Ripley autograph poster now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the all-day Tony Atlas Wrestling Insiders at Your House Marathon. I'm Dan Marty here at MWF Studios. Hope you are doing well. We are going to be pushing back our Wrestling Insiders Extreme series until after Christmas. Try and get you guys in the spirit to try and help the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Again, raffle tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Anything you can do to help is greatly, sincerely appreciated. Coming up next, Tony Atlas again. He's firing away, baby. He's shooting. He's talking about the return of Edge, Carlito's return at the Royal Rumble, even orange juice. Tony's got an opinion on everything. Let's see what you think. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty along with Tony Atlas. We've been taping episodes all day. We've been having some laughs. We've been having some fun. It's always great to have you here, Tony. We love you. You're out of your mind, but we love you.
Yeah, I got a question I'm going to pose to all the fans out here.
Now, let's hear this.
How do you think Tony Atlas would look in drag?
I told you, I think you'd look like when E.T. came out of the closet wearing that blonde wig. I got to find a picture of that.
Oh, no.
I'm going to put that over you during the show.
Oh, God.
All right, wrestling fans, you have wanted us to catch up on some of the current events in the news in the world of the king of sports, professional wrestling, as opposed to some of the crazy that has gone on here with myself and Tony. Tony, there were some returns at the Royal Rumble that surprised people. One of which was someone that I think the world of. He's right around my age, just a smidge older than me. Came back looking like not looking like $1 million, but $1.5 million after almost 11 years returning to WWE. Was Carlito.
Who?
Carlito.
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 Yeah, okay.
Former MWF heavyweight champion. He won the belt right down the street at Memorial Hall in Melrose. He's had a sad departure from the company when he refused to go to rehab. He felt he didn't need it based upon what he was using at the time to deal with pain. 11 years is a long time. He was a very talented man. Many say that his run initially didn't turn into what it could have been because he didn't like his placement and he became lazy. I didn't know that side of him. I think Carlito is a great talent, second generation talent. You know his father, Carlos Colon, very well. I don't think you've seen Carlito yet, but they've given him, as of the time we're taping this, a 3-week tryout, so to speak, to see if they're going to bring him back full-time. But the condition that man is in right now, if he looked like that throughout his entire run from 2004 to 2010, he would have been a main event guy. Your thoughts on the return of Carlito after 11 years?
Hadn't seen it.
Do you think it's a good idea?
I hadn't seen it. Can't talk on it.
No, do you think it's a good idea to bring back someone like Carlito?
The answer the same. I don't know.
I know you haven't seen him. What I'm asking you is, do you think it's a good idea to bring back You don't know. You have to see it.
Yeah.
We'll try and watch Raw.
Yeah,
then.
I'm not one of these. I'm not a psychologist. You know.
You're not
no.
Dr. David
Yeah,
Rees.
yeah, no. I can't sit here and make.
We need more David Rees on this show.
Yeah, I just can't talk on. It's hard for me to talk on a subject that I had not even got a glimpse of yet. I mean, I can't picture my man. I don't know what he works like. I don't know what he looked like. I know.
We'll try and watch Raw on Monday.
I just heard about it.
The fans
just
are
now.
interested in
this
your
is
thoughts.
I'm like the fans. This is news to me.
Yeah.
So I'm just hearing this for the first time. I hear the Edge came back.
Oh, Edge has come back twice now in 2 years from long
and
injuries.
I think that was a great thing. I mean, I got a lot of respect for Edge.
And you know
the fact he had that neck injury. You know, when Orn Anderson had his neck injury, that was the end.
That was it.
And then when Kurt Hanger had his neck injury, that was the end of him. So most time when a person get a neck injury, there ain't no coming back.
There is.
Edge is able to come back with a neck injury. That to me is the talk right
There
now.
is, and God, I don't want to give away trade secrets, so to speak, but there's something being done in Mexico with stem cells, I think, that some of the boys have had done, and it's really helped them. I don't know if Edge was one of the ones that went to Mexico for it, but I do know that some of the guys have.
But they could do that here. They could do that here, but the problem is they don't want to do it here because the hospital will lose too much money.
Yeah, makes sense.
They lose money on this other crap.
But
they have to sell this other crap for it because they got contract to sell us stuff that don't work, so they can keep their
keep making money.
Example.
Yeah.
Everybody, have you ever noticed that once you go to a chiropractor, you can never stop?
Did I tell you that I used to go 4 times a week?
Yeah.
4 days a week I would go.
Yeah,
He's
never-
the guy, Dr. Scott, 2 doors
You never
down.
stop and you never get butter. You butter for a few minutes.
You know what? When I would go, I would probably feel much better for about 2 or 3 hours. That's why I would go 4 times a week. I think he looked at me almost like a Frankenstein project.
No.
His goal was, he said he wanted to get me to walk without a cane.
No, this is what it was.
What was it?
When I first started personal training,
Yeah.
the owner of the gym, her name was Jill Harris, and it was Gold's Gym at the time in Lewiston, Maine. She came up to me one day, and she said, "You're doing this all wrong." And I said, "What you mean?" She said, "You show them too much at once." I said, "What? They're not going to remember?" She said, "Oh, they're going to remember." She said, "But the problem is they're going to do less session, which means we at the gym going to make less money." When I became Mr. USA, they took me to New Jersey where they make all the proteins and stuff like that. And these were going to be sponsors. They're going to sponsor my bodybuilding stuff. And I saw the protein in a big bowl. Then they put it in the different. They put it in the jar, right? The jar go down the belt there. They go in different directions, and they put different labels on that. So I said, "Wait a minute now. Well, how come you put different labels on that?" "Yeah, but the labels are different. If you do this with milk, it's weight gaining. If you do it with water, then it's weight loss. But the same shit." And milk and eggs are the high source of protein you get. So what it is powdered milk and powdered eggs, and they put a little flavoring in it. And they sell it as protein, because milk and egg is the high source of protein. You get another time I was in California, and the guy invited me out to his plant, make orange juice. I can't remember if it was okra or whatever, but they make orange juice. I don't want to call the name, because if I do the wrong name, then I could get sued. But anyway, make a long story short.
Yeah.
I said, "Is this 100%? He started laughing. He said, "We only had to put 1% in there to call it 100%.
Why is that?
To make a profit. See, it's about the profit. See, and so think about it. Try this. I found out you cannot buy orange juice. You can't buy orange juice.
Why is that?
Because, try it. Buy your small carton of oranges.
Yeah.
Pour it in a glass. Go get some real oranges. Squeeze it. Hold them up to each other. Orange juice is not orange. It's yellow. Orange juice is not orange. That's all food coloring and sugar and the pulp. They put the whole thing in there.
I hate the pulp.
But that's what.
Are you a pulp guy?
Well, no, because.
Do you like the pulp, or
well,
do you like it without the pulp?
Well, see, but the juice.
What about the pulp?
But the juice.
The pulp! We want a
Yeah,
goddamn answer.
the juice-
Do
the
you
juice-
like pulp in your orange juice or not?
Yeah, but the juice itself is
Yeah.
not real juice. If that was real orange
Frank
juice.
Goodhue knew the
Yeah,
juice.
but if that was real orange juice, it would cost you probably for a pint $20.
Wow.
Brother. if
That's a
you
lot
said-
of oranges,
brother, Get a bag of orange one day. You all try this. Get a bag of orange. Squeeze it.
Try and make a half gallon.
Try to make a half gallon. You can't do it with a bag of oranges. They could never make money selling real orange juice. They can't. So they throw one orange in there. 1% of all orange juices, only 1% of that is orange juice. You read the label, it says 1%, why they got all the other stuff in the back? Think about it. When you read something, it's everything in there but orange juice. 1%, they say 1%, but if 1%, when you look at the ingredients, it just be orange juice. Buy you some oranges tomorrow.
Yeah. Squeeze
them. Taste real orange juice. Taste the other stuff. They don't look the same. They don't taste the same because it's not the same. Hamburgers. That you get hamburgers from these places. It's not real meat. It's what's called meat byproduct. It's made in a factory. You could buy a McDonald's hamburger, brother. Don't put no trimmer. Don't put nothing on. Just get the hamburger and the bread. Set it in your, find a spot in your house. Set it there. A month later, it will look the same.
Maybe we should do that on the show.
It won't rot. Because that food was first created by the people going into space. No, I'm serious.
Really?
Well, they wanted to create food
that would last.
That don't spoil. So real meat would spoil.
Yeah.
This is not real meat. Why you think all these people get so fat off of eating a hamburger? It's protein. If you eat a real hamburger, another thing, try this too. When I talked to Nikolai Volkov, I said, Nikolai, what is the main thing you had to get used to living in America? He said, getting used to eating stale meat. You cannot get fresh meat in America. People don't realize that. By the time it hit your table, that meat is 1 to 2 months old.
Well, I know my good friend Hollywood Barani from Ethiopia, they actually would cut up a cow piece by piece to have the fresh meat.
Yeah. But try this. Go buy you a nice bright red steak.
Yeah.
Put it under the sink to wash. You know you have to wash the meat before you eat it? What happened to that steak?
I don't know. What?
It turned brown.
Just by the water hitting it?
Because you're washing the food coloring off. That bright red is food coloring.
Where do you food shop, Tony?
Well, no, I just know these things because I work for Butcher and Bean, Tony Atlas, and us guys. People would invite us to their place. They would pay just like what happened for me today. They would pay just to have Mr. USA to come by their factory.
Yeah.
So and then they tell us things, and that's how
they gave you the scoop.
Yeah, they give the scoop of the hamburger.
Yeah.
You buy hamburger. Now, everybody out here know what I'm talking about. You probably don't cook. Anybody that cook knows that.
No, I'm not much of a cook, believe me.
Right.
All right.
You take a hamburger, right? Break it open.
Yeah.
It's red on the outside, brown on the inside. It's food coloring. That meat is spoiled. When you eat like hamburger, when you eat any pork, you're in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
There's no pork farm in Massachusetts. Most of the pork is from North Carolina. So the hog gets slaughtered and everything in North Carolina, packed on a truck, and then gets shipped out to different chains around the world. By the time that meat go from North Carolina and go to the grocery store, that meat is already probably a month old. By the time it hit the grocery store, by the time you buy it, put it on your table, it's 2 months old. And that's the one thing that Nikolai had to get used to. He said, eating stale meat. See, there's a thing about marketing they call a profit.
Yeah.
So they're looking for a way of making a profit off of everything they do.
Yeah.
Like people are making fun of me eating chitlins. It's pig intestine. But anybody that ever ate a hot dog or anybody that ever ate link sausages have ate pig intestines, and they don't know it.
Yeah.
It's the casing that hold the meat. See, how come some that eat chitlin, after the Civil War, they had nothing to stuff it with. Down in Louisiana, they took it, stuffed it with meat and rice. They call it like a,
How did we wind up in this conversation, Tony? Just out of curiosity, how crazy is this show that we're talking about orange juice,
yeah,
hamburgers,
yeah,
pig intestines?
yeah.
I mean, you can't make this shit up.
Well, no, but see, that's why when I was wrestling,
Yeah.
but when I was wrestling, I always went to places where I know I could get fresh meat.
Chitlins. Oh,
and I ate a lot of veggies, and I wouldn't eat fast food because most fast food is not the real deal. That's why when they had this thing not too long ago, Wendy's stopped selling hamburgers.
Wendy's stopped selling hamburgers?
When the coronavirus first hit.
They did?
Yeah, they wouldn't sell hamburgers. You buy anything but a hamburger.
What planet do you live on?
I'll tell you the reason why.
All right, let's hear it.
Because Wendy's are the only place where the meat is not frozen. They don't use frozen patties.
Uh-huh.
That's why they couldn't sell hamburger during the pandemic.
Why?
Because they don't use frozen meat.
Well, what did the coronavirus have to do with frozen
Because
meat?
you can't keep it.
What?
It go bad.
But why couldn't they sell it?
Because people was not eating out as much.
You mean they had too much inventory?
Right.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
And so the customers dropped. So they cut out the hamburger because a lot of it was going bad because they couldn't sell enough of it in time for it not to go bad. So instead of wasting money on bad hamburger meat, you could get a chicken sandwich or anything but a hamburger.
What about a Frosty?
Because Wendy's do not use frozen patties. When you go to McDonald's, they get a frozen patty. When you go to Burger King, they get a frozen patty, and they put it on a little sheet thing that goes around in a circle like a little microwave something, and they nuke it. Then they slap it on your bun. You see what I'm saying? But the patties are frozen. They're like a rock when they first pull out a patty.
How do you know this?
I know people.
I mean, do you just tour fast food places, or I mean?
No, you see, here's the difference between me and most people.
Let's hear this.
I ask questions.
You're inquisitive.
I ask questions.
You're inquisitive. I get that.
And when you open with people about things, when you talk openly, see, that's how come I got along with Dick Murdoch and Klansmas. I never criticize a person in what they say. See, let's say you start a conversation with me about something, and I take the opposite approach. What are you going to do? Either you want to get in a pissing match with me, or you're going to back off. So what I do, I say, this person, I realize it's a train wreck. A train wreck means this person is not going to listen to me.
Percy's ribbing us.
Yeah, this person is not going to listen to me. And all I'm going to do is get in a fight trying to convince this person to see things my way. So let me reverse things and just go along to get along, and maybe I can understand how this person thinks.
Yeah.
I may not agree with his way of thinking, but at least I know what I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
So with future conversation with this person, I know which route to take with this person, because I know this person. So now you won't listen to what I say, you won't learn from me. So let me see if I can learn your way of thinking.
All right.
And that's just something that most blacks learned to do in the 50s and in the 60s. You know, like if somebody is against mixed marriages or against gay people, I'm not going to change that person's mind. I'm not. All I'm going to do is get in a pissing match with them and call enemy. And so you have to get what's called priorities. What is your priority? My priority, I work with this person. I don't have to marry this person. I don't have to go to bed with this person. I don't have to live with this person. I'm only going to see this person 8 hours a day on a job.
Yeah.
So for 8 hours a day, I let him have his way in his thoughts. I leave his thoughts to him.
I got to get out the fishing line, Tony.
All right.
We got to talk a little bit about wrestling. Do you, just to wrap up where we originally went with Carlito, Do you think, from what you've saw of him in the past, that he could be a serviceable talent to the company?
Yes, of course. Of course, absolutely, of course. And I think that's why they wouldn't have brought him back if they didn't think that.
Well, it's a 3-week test, so we'll see what happens. Now, you know what? I want your opinion on this, because I look at this in two ways. As someone that wants to see WWE succeed, where I'm a WWE stockholder, and of course, the goal is everybody wants to go and work there and see them be successful. I'm happy to see a quality talent like Carlito go, but the promoter side of me, when we have our live events again, I'd love to have that version of Carlito in our live in-ring events. So does that make me selfish, that I kind of hope he doesn't stay, or?
Not really.
No.
You know, every businessman, you know, I'd rather for people to watch Boston wrestling than another talk show. I'd rather for people to buy my artwork than to buy someone else's. You know, I'd rather for somebody to come to me to train them than it's called business. It's not selfishness, it's business.
Well, I want him to be a happy, successful person.
Right,
He's a good guy.
Yeah, but also you want to make, if possible, you want to make business for your company, because Carlito don't feed you, Boston Wrestling do.
Right.
So them are your priority. Like he got his priority, I got my priority. The fans out there, everybody got their own priority. So you will want to be able to contact and give the fans, you know, the best possible talent.
That's always the goal.
And it's not selfish. It is that you want to give your fans, your consumers, you want to give them the best possible talent as possible. And Carlito was a part of that. And now that Vince took that away from you, of course you're going to feel like, here's another great superstar that I could no longer book at an affordable price.
It'll be interesting to see if WWE decides not to go back to house show touring, like I've heard, which I think is a bad move as far as the talent being able to learn in front of live audiences.
They're not going back to house show.
I think it's a bad decision if they don't.
But that was Vince told me this in '86.
No, I understand that. He wishes it was just a TV and a pay-per-view company.
But
I think for the guys and the girls to truly learn, they should be out on the road working in front of live audiences.
The only reason, you missed it, the only reason he did it is to keep the wrestler busy.
Right. Well, maybe he needs to keep them busy.
To keep the wrestler busy. The reason he's not going to do it no more, because, see, there's a lot of stuff, I hate to say it, that we are enjoying today that will not be in the future. Number one, there'll be no more TV.
Just internet?
The internet is taking over.
All right, Tony. Are you familiar with Lars Sullivan?
No.
WWE attempted to give him a big push, first in NXT, then in WWE.
See, I don't watch it.
He was a monstrous guy. He wasn't as tall as Andre in Big Show, but he had that same disease. I can't think of the name of the disease.
Journalism.
Where he still kept growing.
Yeah,
I mean,
journalism.
he was probably about my height, but I met him at an NXT house show in Lowell at the old Lowell Memorial Auditorium, and was just so impressed by his thickness. And he had so much potential, but then it was just one bomb after another with him, Tony. First, it came out, someone found, I think it was a Reddit forum about 10 years ago. He made some comments that came across kind of racist, and WWE fined him $100,000. That's a stiff fine. Then it came out that he did gay pornography, which was another thing the company looked down upon.
Sure as have the divas.
Well.
Okay? Have the divas. I know that. I've seen the tapes.
Well, this was out on, what's that one called? The popular one. Pornhub.
Yeah, a lot of the girls that work for Vince did the tapes too. I've seen them.
Well,
I've seen the tapes.
I'm not sure who you're talking about, but in this case, Lars got outed for the racist comments online. He got bombarded with the gay pornography. Then he got caught sending messages to married women on Instagram, I believe. And the last straw, even though WWE, he was slated a couple of years ago to actually work that man at WrestleMania, John Cena. That's how big of a push they were going to give him. And he developed this anxiety that he no-showed TV tapings this year.
Wow.
He said he couldn't even eat the day of the shows. He got that almost sounds like me. I've told you before, the day of the tapings and things like that, I get so tense I don't even eat. But this man, you're talking about someone that likely could have been a 7-figure player if they turned him into a main eventer.
Soft.
And now he's gone.
Undertaker, soft.
Do you think he was soft in the gay
Well,
pornography
what you
movie?
think- No.
No.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Soft.
In the movie or in life?
It's just soft in general. See, you could be big, tough on the outside and soft as a freaking grape on the inside. These guys are everything Undertaker say is coming. It's showing you right there. That's what Undertaker was talking about.
Softness.
These guys are soft. He's not talking about physically soft. He said they're very sensitive. You can't say nothing to them. Every little thing hurt their feelings, you know. And like
It sounds like, honestly, he needs therapy.
it's not just him.
No, you're right.
It's the whole freaking country. It's the whole country.
But he ruined his career over this anxiety.
A lot of people lose their career because they're so wimpy and so soft and so scared. I saw, not to get into it, because I love policemen, I saw this one shooting in
You
Oakland.
saw a shooting.
Well, on TV.
Oh, on TV,
In
okay.
Oakland,
Oakland, California?
California. The guy is sitting in a car.
Yeah.
His wife is right beside him. His baby is in the back seat. He told the cop, I have a gun, but I got a permit for it. The cop said, you can hear him on tape, let me see your license and gun permit. The guy reached to get his license, the cop shot him.
Why?
When you see the cop, this is the cop.
He was scared?
Scared to death. Scared to death. Look at all them shootings. They're all in the back. All them black shooters got shot in the back. I saw this one guy walk around the car, and he had mental problem, you know. The cop is walking behind him with the gun. He go in the car, bang, bang. The cop pulled him out his shirt and started shooting him.
Are you talking about the one where the guy, he was with a couple of women, then he ran around to the front?
He was walking, not running. He
went over to
And the cop walking
he
right
opened the
behind him.
front door and
The
then went
cop
under
was
the...
walking right behind
Well,
him.
you know what? Hey, if I'm the cop, I want to go home and see my kids.
Brother,
That one...
Brother, it ain't no one cop.
I'm not saying...
You know what would happen in the olden days?
What would happen?
They would have took him to the ground. Come on, we arrest terrorists.
But, I mean, what I'm saying
it's
is,
no but
you
to
don't know what that guy was going to
the
grab
guy-
for under the
look,
front seat.
Look, brother.
You're being soft.
No, brother.
All
no.
right.
Look, I've seen serious people get arrested. Mass murderers get arrested. I've seen shooters get arrested. And to see an unarmed black man get shot in the freaking back, and then you said the cop want to go home, and he got 5 cops, like the George Floyd thing. How many freaking...
Two different scenarios.
No, it's not, brother. You got, it's 5 against 1. And the honest...
What I'm saying is they told him to stop. He didn't stop. He went around to the front seat and he went under like he was going to grab something.
And then I saw a white guy.
Well,
walking
what
with
would
an
you
AR.
have done if you were the cop?
I saw a white guy shoot 2 people, walk up to the cops with an NR-15, and the cop tell him, move out the way. Doing all this riding.
Oh! The one that came from...
Oh, yeah,
the
with
one
the
that,
NR-15.
The one that went from Wisconsin to Illinois?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Walk right in front of the police car with an NR-15.
But didn't he wind up getting arrested?
No.
He didn't get arrested?
No, if they let him go, the Republican fought for him, and then they say it was self-defense, and they made him a hero.
I don't know how that
man.
can even be legal
That's
to
what I'm
carry
saying.
that.
These guys had their back turned.
I
brother.
can understand someone, and you have some guns. We've seen them at
Come
your
on
house.
now.
But for what that guy had, how can the average person need a gun like that?
Brother, that ain't the point. What if that guy was black?
Well, boom.
They would have blew his ass away.
Probably.
And you know damn well, Dan. That's all like,
All
people, you see this.
All right, Tony, we're running out of time. We're getting ready for our live show in just about 10 minutes as we're taping this. As we wrap up, You know, I explained to you what happened with Lars Sullivan, this anxiety. He ran into the problem with the posts online where he got fined and the gay pornography. Would you give the man any advice for the future as someone that's been released by WWE? You have no advice.
My best advice to anybody that go to the WWE, this is my best advice before you get there.
Yeah.
Become Hulk Hogan. Hogan is the best example for any wrestler to follow.
What do you mean by that?
Do not depend on the WWE for your future. Plan something else for yourself. Shelter Benjamin is back because when they released Shelter, Shelter went to school and got his education, and he don't need Vince. They offered Tito Santana $125,000 a year just to come there to do the Spanish network. 1 day a week he's going to work to do the Spanish network. Tito said no, he don't need it.
He turned down that much money?
What do you mean that much money? He's making close to 100 being home every night. So why is he going to go on the road and be away from his family?
Oh, couldn't he technically do both?
Brother, why?
That's $125,000 a year to do voiceovers.
No, it's not.
All right, well, I see what you mean after tax.
It's less than what he's making. He would be making less.
Well,
on the road, okay, $125,000. The road expenses that Tito is going to have. He
wouldn't have them though. They're classified as employees. They're not.
That even worse. He got no freaking deduction. So how much you think how much?
But I mean, for the announcers and whatnot, they have their expenses taken care of.
That is in reality, Dan. If you know anything about income tax, in reality, $100,000 in reality is $52,000.
It's not quite that bad. But
no, that's how it is, Dan. I've been doing it my whole life. I know.
Tony, you're telling me he's being taxed at 48%?
Yes. You pay 15 federal, 15 state, and it's almost 20% with the Social Security and all that other stuff.
I'm not a tax expert. I'm not. You've had to deal with taxes much more than me.
If you take 15 state and 15 federal, that's 30% right there out of 100.
All right, we got about 30 seconds, Tony, to wrap it up, baby.
But you down to 30 already, just with state and federal, and then they take off for Social Security too. So you're looking at 40%. You got to deduct at least 40% of that, because I've done it 1,000 freaking times. And then I started doing deductions. I know this for a fact. Nobody need to tell me this. I mean, I lived it.
You lived it.
I lived it. $125,000 after taxes and everything else, and whatever expenses he do have, he's looking at maybe a $75,000 take home.
All right, well.
He's going to make $10,000 less than what he makes staying home every night.
All right, well, that was Tito's decision. If Tito's happy, good for Tito.
But you know that, because when you self-employed,
we got to take it home, baby.
I know nothing comes out of your check. You know that.
Right.
Nothing
You got to
comes
take
out.
it at the end.
They don't take taxes out.
Yep.
Like a regular job. So you pay at the end of that year.
It's like what I have to do with my regular studio work.
Right.
Yeah.
They take out at the end of the year. So at the end of the year, you sitting here looking at, you're looking at.
But my point is with
$30,000 or $40,000 you owe the government.
The commentators, though, they have employee contracts as opposed to.
And you have to pay taxes. They send you a W-2 form from Canada.
Right. You pay them. So all right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. We talked a little Carlito, a little Lars Sullivan, orange juice, hamburgers, taxes, Tito, and so much more. We will see you tomorrow night on Wrestling Insider Special Edition at 10 p.m. after AEW and NXT. Don't forget, we party with Marty Thursday at 10 p.m. Marty Jannetty, you never know what to expect. And then on Friday night after SmackDown, John Cena's dome lights up for Fabulous Fridays. We all get together Saturday night at 10 for Wrestling Insiders Week in Review to chew the fat. For my Hall of Fame buddy, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Tuesday, 10 p.m. on Wrestling Insiders. Good night.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue this all-day Tony Atlas Wrestling Insiders at Your House Marathon, making some great use of the footage we had of Tony when he was with us on a regular basis. Who knows? Maybe Tony will be back someday down the road. It is the holiday season after all. We used to love to get Tony and his wife a nice little Christmas gift here in studio, but life happens, right? But one thing that we don't want to see happen in life, a kid's to go without a visit from Santa Claus on Christmas morning, which is why we continue our Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive efforts now through Sunday night, December the 19th. John Cena Sr. will be live in the studio selecting the winner. Anyone in the world can enter this winner-take-all jackpot raffle. Check out all the prizes and get the raffle tickets again at bostonwrestling.com as we provide you this great free entertainment. Up next, Tony Atlas shoots on breaking into professional wrestling and some wild, wild stories from Mid-Atlantic Pro Wrestling. Put the women and children to bed. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty along with Tony Atlas. Tony continues to try and navigate through that bag over there, Tony. What are you hustling over there?
Huh?
What are you hustling over there? You're up.
Future.
Your future.
The future, our future too.
What, 11 by 17 drawings we're going to be selling in a little bit? What's this now? Oh, in and out, baby. Just like you and the women back in the 60s
This
and
is
70s.
gonna be my new Facebook
in
page.
underground Atlanta.
So if you see this logo, that is Tony Atlas logo. I
The
made my
real
own
Tony
logo.
Atlas. In and out, just like the hamburger
no,
joint.
not in. Just in, out.
What is that thing in the middle
It's a
then?
lightning bolt.
Oh, I thought it was an N.
No, it's a lightning bolt.
Oh, all right. Oh. And you spelt your name right.
I did.
Unlike the Ultimate Warrior issue
What
we
about
ran
out? Did
into,
I get that
and
right?
Saba Simba issues we ran into in the past.
So this is gonna be my new logo.
I like
so when you
it.
see this logo, you know that's the website.
We're going to see it on Facebook, Twitter,
Facebook,
everywhere.
Facebook.
Now, what does in out mean?
In is all the upcoming, not just wrestlers, all the upcoming musicians, anybody in the entertainment business, musicians, football players, baseball, basketball. You're into any type of entertainment. You're playing a band. That's the end, because you're coming into the business. The out is all of us that is going out of the business. Those that have been there and we're on our way out, like Marty Jannetty, Tony Atlas.
Oh, Marty Jannetty's going to be on.
Well, he can be.
Okay.
We can have our debate on that.
Now, you're going to try and do your own show without me?
You can be on that.
My heart is going to break.
No, we can.
How
do
are
it
you
with
going to do it?
We do it on my Facebook page.
But I mean, how are you planning on doing it? With a cell phone? Or, I mean, you don't exactly have video equipment up on Millionaires Boulevard in Auburn, Maine.
I do now.
You really? We'll have to talk off the air about that.
I've been working, brother.
In Out is coming, and we're not talking about, again, what
on
he used...
Facebook.
On Facebook.
On Facebook only.
What Tony used to
That's
do...
going to be the Tony Atlas Facebook, presented by Boston Wrestling.
On Underground Atlanta. Well, Boston Wrestling is willing to help with In Out.
That's right. And we're going to have virtual sales on Tony Atlas' Facebook page with Boston Wrestling.
It sounds like a great idea.
No.
Well, for those fans that have not heard the blessed...
Because they have to send the money to your PayPal. I don't have a PayPal.
Well, as usual, I come in handy for
you
something.
Help us old timers. Let me borrow that PayPal.
Let me do some more work.
It'll work.
So I can
so
deal...
Dan Morella and Tony Atlas going to be the hosts of In and Out Tony Atlas Facebook.
He hosts In and Out, and I get to go in and out with Uncle Sam over it. That'll be good. But anyway,
That's
wrestling
wonderful.
fans, if you have not heard the blessed news, Tony, I think we should share it with the fans, because I think it's a great lead into the topic of conversation on the show today. But this May, down in Texas, you are going to be inducted into not the WWE, but the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame. Tell us what's going on.
Well, the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, unfortunately, is the most unpublicized, greatest event in the world of wrestling. They only introduce wrestling, but whereas with the WWE, it's a WWE Hall of Fame. The Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame is wrestlers from all over the world, both new and old. To be in it, you have to be in the business for a length of time. You would never see someone like John Cena in the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, or Shawn Michaels. They have not paid their dues to be considered a Hall of Famer. Most people that being inducted in the Hall of Fame, like if you read off the list there, is guys that been in the business 30 years or more. You know, these guys that been around for a long time, you know, like Mac Vachon and Ox Baker and guys that probably you never even heard of before, Gene Kiniski, Killer Kowalski. You know, these are true patriots of the business that had dedicated their whole life and career to pro wrestling and pro wrestling only. You're not going to get Liberace in this. You're not going to get Snoop Dogg in this. You're not going to get William Perry, the refrigerator, in this. With WWE Hall of Fame, you could wrestle one match and become a Hall of Famer in WWE, like William Perry did. William Perry, when he did his speech in 2006, if y'all watch it, He said, I've never been known in one sport and get inducted in the Hall of Fame in another one. He said, I'm not even in this sport, but I'm in the Wrestling Hall of Fame, you see? Because he said, well, that's the Celebrity Hall of Fame. Well, the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame is strictly for wrestling only. Just like a baseball player, if you a singer or a guitar player, you're never going to end up in the Football Hall of Fame.
Right.
You know, you're never going to end up in the Baseball Hall of Fame. You have to have played the game well and long to get inducted. So it had, even though it don't get it don't have the highlights of the WWE or AEW. It's in the world of wrestling, it's the highest honor that any wrestler could get. The only people that wear that ring, now wait till you see that ring, brother. The only people that wear that ring are people that had dedicated their whole life to pro wrestling and nothing else. So it's quite an honor. I just hope that I live long enough for it to be done.
Well, you've got about 3 months.
The only sad,
let's hope you can knock on wood.
A lot can happen in 3 months. The saddest part of this introduction, this is when I got inducted in the WWE Hall of Fame, my wife Monica was there. When I got inducted in the World Bodybuilding Hall of Fame, my wife Monica was there. This is my highest honor that I received in my career, and my wife won't be there. That's the saddest part of the trip, that she won't be there to see it. So I got to figure out some type of way.
Well, I already have the solution, Tony. Like I said, I'm going to reach out to these folks about maybe us promoting the Hall of Fame on this show. Maybe we can go down and film your induction. And then on your new computer that you bought, you can, once you can visit Monica, you can bring her and show her on the computer your induction
Let her see
speech.
it, yeah, because
that would be a great way for her to see
it.
it.
The first time that she's not there to, you know, not there to see my, because I know by May she's not going to be able to travel all the way to Texas. She's not going to be.
She'd be lucky if she's home at that point.
Yeah, but this is a great honor. It's like, for example, you take Tommy Wildfire Rich, the youngest NWA world champion in history, probably never go to Vince's Hall of Fame. You have thousands and thousands of wrestlers that had dedicated their life to wrestling that probably never be in the WWE Hall of Fame. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know guys that he probably wasn't the best person in the world, but I never really had no real problem with. You take like Vader.
Leon.
I used to travel with Leon after his career with the WWE and WCW was over. And that was one thing that every year he would look and he would tell me this: I wonder if they're going to put me in this year. And Ivan Koloff, Ivan came to me and said, you think you could talk to them for me? You know,
isn't that something? The guy that ended.
But it breaks your heart. These are guys that had wrestled for more than 40 years. And then they see some guy that come out in one show, one pay-per-view, and in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Nothing against Snoop Dogg. I love Snoop. Love Snoop to death. But put him in the Hall of Fame of wrestling?
Yeah.
For what?
Exactly.
And not Alvin Koloff, not Vader, not Tommy Rich. These guys, and I told the guy that did this last year when he called me. I said, if I die, don't put me in. What freaking good they're gonna do me? Where's the fans? Screwed up. They don't even know I'm gonna be in it. They're not gonna be able to see me. They're not gonna be able to take pictures with me. You know, what good is it? They're gonna watch a freaking tape on me and listen to somebody talk about me and I ain't there. You know? There's so many guys in the wrestling business that have been looked over and they die. Most wrestlers, people say, oh, they die of drug overdose. No, they die of a broken heart. The business they put their whole life into. And then what did they get at the end? They sit home and they watch a football player or a singer or baseball player get in the Hall of Fame. After 40 to 50 years of struggle and hard work, and they don't put them in. I think you deserve more to be in the Wrestling Hall of Fame than 50% of who Vince put in there.
Oh.
You.
Me?
You have donated more to the business than the refrigerator. He did one day.
Thank you.
One day.
I've tried, I know that much.
He devoted one day of his time to wrestling and wear a Hall of Fame ring. One freaking day, brother. He even mentioned it himself. This is refrigerator talking, not me. Watch the tape. He couldn't believe it. He said, all the wrestlers, me, him talking about, he said, all the wrestlers. You take guys like Johnny Ross. How come he's not in there? Is he in there?
He's in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Oh, what about S.D. Jones?
They put him in the
achievement thing, but not the Hall
He's
of Fame.
in it, but he didn't. They have a new program where they put.
What about Bruiser Brody, who gave his life for this business?
He's in it now too, but he didn't get an official induction. What they do is the weekend of the Hall of Fame, they make a video package of say 6 to 8 people that have passed away, and they get. It's not. It is in the Hall of Fame.
It's not Hall of Fame. It's something else.
It's like a different kind of award that goes along with it. I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah.
Fans at home can probably look it up online. But he's technically in it. But I tell you this, from what I recall, when they did that with Brody, they didn't even let Mrs. Goodish know ahead of time. They just did it.
Yeah, because they don't want to pay her.
They put SD in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not it wasn't an official induction.
There's no ring. There's no.
I don't know if they get a ring.
No, they
or
don't
not.
get nothing.
Mrs. Jones
No check,
didn't get
no
a ring.
Nothing.
They didn't even get the check.
No.
No payday.
Nothing.
Well, Tony, I am looking forward to this. I God only knows at this point if the induction will take place.
It will.
Before fans. If it does, if you are in Texas in May, I'm telling you right now, I am going to be in Texas
The
in
Rock
May.
and Roll Express going to be in there.
I am going to take Monica's place at the this year because I want to be there to see my friend inducted into the Hall of Fame, Tony. We have known each other since
And
19...
this one is not easy to get into either.
The credentials are different. The credentials are different.
You have to really, because you put in by your peers. That's the difference. Wrestlers
Voted in.
Wrestlers
Voted
vote you in. You have to get voted in by other wrestlers.
And for the fans that may not be totally familiar with what we're talking about, this is the Hall of Fame that for quite a while was in Amsterdam, New York.
Right.
And it has been relocated to...
Corporal Christian, no, not Corporal Christian, the event going to be...
it's in Texas. I can't think of the name of the city.
Shoot. I just said it. Wichita Falls.
Wichita Falls, Kansas.
Wichita Falls, Texas.
I have no idea where Wichita Falls, Kansas is.
It's in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Wichita Falls.
But I look forward to going. If the induction happens and they allow people in, I am going to go and watch my friend Tony Atlas be inducted, and hopefully we can work out some kind of a deal with the Hall of Fame where we can promote their work, and maybe they can let us, like what we do with the Cauliflower Rally Club.
And this is what is real sad for me, too, about this induction.
All right.
Rocket Johnson always wanted to be in there.
Really?
There was a lot of things that Rocket said to me that I didn't pay attention to while he was living, but then I look back on it. He called me one day and said, "Hey, Ric Flair going in the Hall of Fame again." I said, "He's already in there." Oh, they're putting the 4 Horsemen in. So they bring the Flair back, put him in for the Hall of Fame. Got 2 Hall of Fame rings for Flair. They bring in other tag teams. There's a lot of guys that have been in there twice. That got inducted twice in that. And Rocket said, how come they don't put us in as a tag team? First black world tag team champion. But don't mean nothing.
Yeah.
To be the first black tag team champion. There was other tag teams that went in that never were the first, that never did what me
I
and
tell you want to talk about a team that you think is
So
suspect
that
about being
pissed
in.
off a lot of
Look at
older-
Harlem Heat. They put Harlem Heat in together. What did Stevie Ray ever do to be considered a pro wrestling Hall of Famer?
See?
Booker T, okay, I could see Booker T as a single, but I don't think Booker T should be a two-time Hall of Famer. One man's opinion.
See, but that's what they do. And that's what, and with all the wrestlers in this world that got overlooked, they got overlooked at the end. You know, they got kicked to the curb at the end. And I can name thousands of wrestlers. Did you ever put Wahoo McDaniels in there? WWE?
I think, again, he's in that same
he's
program.
in the Pro Wrestling
Yeah.
Hall of Fame, but not in Vince's.
I think he's in that new program they have that honors the dead.
Superstar Billy Graham, WWE?
Oh, yeah.
Superstar
I
Billy
was
Graham.
with Billy in 2004. for
Pedro
that one.
Morales?
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, if the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, if it's open to people to attend,
It's gonna
Tony,
be
I'm going to
great.
go with you.
Yep.
Maybe we can do some interviews
And
with
this
Tommy
Hall of
Rich.
Fame, what is different about this one than WWE? This is for wrestlers only. You can't show up for one pay-per-view and get a Hall of Fame ring.
Well, I can't wait to see who else is going to be inducted. I think it's going to be a great weekend down in Wichita Falls, Kansas.
Or you can read off the list. Let me get it for you.
The Cauliflower Rally Club, we don't know if that reunion is going to happen again in 2021. Last year, our reunion was first supposed to take place in April. Then it got postponed to my birthday week in September. I was excited about going to Las Vegas for that. That got canceled as well. Everyone is hoping that the CAC reunion is set for April of 2021, and it's not looking too good, at least as of the time of this taping. We're supposed to have news in January. If you are interested or a member of the Cauliflower Rally Club, check out cauliflowerrallyclub.org. The link is always rotating on the YouTube version of this program, so you can find out if we're even going to have a reunion this year, as Tony tries to use the Atlas iPhone 18 over there to try and figure out what's going on in Wichita Falls, which I am eager to attend and hopefully record and bring back some great footage for the fans. What?
Mountain, where you got the story with your finger right here to read it, okay?
What is it?
It's a 2020 Hall of Fame inductee.
It's 2021. Oh,
okay. Now,
all right, let me take a look at the list now.
Yeah, you know how to, you can read it out to the fans.
The Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame 2021 Hall of Fame inductees from the Pioneer era, Man Mountain Dean and Paul Bowser. Paul Bowser was the promoter for Boston. Did you know that? Okay. From the TV era, the Super Sock, Jose Lothario, the man that trained Shawn Michaels.
Right.
Along with Tiger Conway Sr.
Senior.
From the modern era, Tony Atlas and Tommy Rich. Women, Judy Martin, a woman.
Judy Martin, one of the best ever lived.
A woman that Tony would like to have walk on her along with Juanita Kaufman. International, Leo Burke. Executives, Don Owens, who ran the Portland, Oregon territory.
That's right. Don
For the
Owens.
tag teams, Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson, the Rock and Roll Express. From the territory era, legendary manager Skandar Akbar, and for referees, Ronnie West.
Scandal
The
Akbar.
2021 Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame
Tell me where it's at.
inductees.
It's at the bottom. The address is there.
No, it's not.
It's not on that one?
No.
Okay. Well, no,
At least we had the list.
What I did, I looked it up on Google.
Oh, you Googled
I
it,
Googled
okay.
and it told me Wichita Falls on Google.
Well, I imagine we could go down. We could do some interviews with Tommy Rich, some interviews with the Rock and Roll Express. We could have some fun. Maybe we could have Judy Martin walk on you.
Well, no, I'll tell you what you could get.
What could we get?
Remember what I kept telling you? That every time we do this show, y'all talk about the nannies up.
The old stories.
Ah,
Well,
this story,
funny enough,
you guys got stories, brother.
stories galore.
Think about it.
All right.
Think about the story they could tell you how wrestling were in the 60s and 70s. You know,
Well,
people are
Percy,
very
behave yourself.
interested. That's why people are very interested in the history of something, and the history of wrestling have never been told.
Well, you know what? We're going to
You
talk.
could do a DVD on the history of pro wrestling. with each one of these guys, the history of it. The guys that was there before the Hulk Hogan, before the Shawn Michaels, when wrestling was just in arenas and back rooms, and where guys had to really, really wrestle and fight their way to the top. Not when they had some millionaire up in the top that decide who's going to win and who's going to lose. These are guys that earn. He's doing this to you. These are guys that work their way to the top. They've traveled the highway 7 days a week. When wrestling was wrestling, when they did nothing but wrestling, 7 days a week they was wrestling, not wrestling on the weekend or wrestling. These guys, in the story, these guys can tell you the experience that they had. Like I talked to I know he told me we got to hurry up. I talked to Fit Finley. He was telling me a story when he was wrestling one night. The people hated him so much, believed he was a real heel, that he was in the dressing room getting dressed, and bullets were flying through the window. Wow. That's how serious people took this sport, because these guys, and they live that. I know stories of guys when they go out to the parking lot, you have to fight your way to the car, because they had no security. I know guys that got cut going to the ring, all types of stuff, because there was no security. So back in them days, when you look at these old arenas, they were just little old arena cigar smokes in the air and everything else. And these guys, when you're a heel, most of the time you have to fight your way back to the dressing room. Jonathan, the strongest man that ever been in pro wrestling. He's the only man I know could get on one side of the ring. When him and Bill White were wrestling, and they had a riot, and all the people was running, would jump in the ring to jump on Bill White, and Jonathan said, "Come here, kid, and stand beside me." Now a lot of people was around. You ever talk to Bill White? He would tell this story. Now you know what a ring weighed.
Oh yeah.
Wrestling ring.
Oh yeah.
He grabbed that wrestling ring and turned it over.
Wow.
That's how strong, and that's where I got my move from.
Wow.
But he was a big man, but they never concentrated on his strength. They concentrated on his athletic ability. He was like a 6'6", 300-pound guy that threw drop kicks.
Wow.
Guys like Crusher Blackwell and all these guys. These guys have gotten pretty much forgot about. Haystack Calhoun. Nobody talks about these guys. These were the guys that really pioneered the business, and they got forgotten about by Vince. They got forgotten about the fans. I got a book that I got to bring you so you can see. And the book was made in 1952. And it cost $1.
What was the
book? And it showed all the, like Argentino Rocco.
Wrestlers.
Real wrestler. Like Argentino Rocco, he wrestled barefooted. You ever heard of him?
Oh, yeah. He was a huge draw for WWF before Bruno. I think it was actually, if I remember right, it wasn't even WWF. I think it was Capital Wrestling at that point.
It was Capital Wrestling.
Yeah, at Madison Square Garden. Yeah.
That's right.
See, I know my stuff. I'm not dumb.
But how many of them know it?
Well, that I can't speak of.
We don't talk about it.
All right, wrestling fans, right now I want to take a brief time out. When we come back, you want to talk about history. We're really going to have some fun with this guy. I think he's going to love it. We'll have to wait and see.
Let's see.
We'll be back after this brief time out.
Don't have
folks.
sex with baboons.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. since July of 2020. Every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. So many great things happening here in the world of Boston wrestling. Again, we ask you, if you're having fun, if you're enjoying yourself, give us a thumbs up. It lets YouTube know that you're enjoying the shows, and it showcases our programs to more and more new fans that haven't experienced us yet. If you really like all the great content you're getting 7 days a week from us, hit the subscribe button. It's absolutely free. It alerts you to all the great things we have going on here in Boston wrestling. If you have some thoughts on the topics, if you're watching the premiere on Tuesday nights at 10 o'clock, chat away with us in the chat to my right, along with the comment section below if you watch a replay. The super chat button is always open if you want to tip the bartender for all of the hard work, entertainment, and fun we bring you, as Tony is having a zen moment with a Kleenex, or either that or he looks like a member of Retribution.
No, what I'm doing, I'm trying to teach the wrestling fans how to do a cold.
How to do a what?
People like you got a cold, a runny nose.
Oh.
See, if you could take some glue and you glue the tissue right here. Now a lot of people are going to steal this idea. You glue this.
No one is going to steal this idea.
The best way to do it is take a staple gun.
Yeah.
You staple the
New
tissue.
Jack, your buddy.
Right. You staple the tissue to your head. Now watch, somebody going to steal this idea. And then when you get a runny nose, the tissue is right here, and you can just wipe it, just like that. And the tissue is always there. And if you're not able to wipe, let's say you cook it and you're doing something, and your nose is running, you just right into the tissue. Easy.
Do you think that John Cena Sr., with the glue that he has to use on his tooth, do you think that a Kleenex has ever got stuck in his head and he didn't know it?
See, he could lift the toothpaste, put it on these, and you have it hanging right over your nose, and it's right here. See, hand it. Look, now tell me that's not a great idea.
It'd be good for a land party, I know that.
That's a great idea, right?
Yeah. All right, wrestling fans, back to the topic at hand. Tony, what I want to know is, in 1974, a young Anthony White was taking judo classes at the Patrick Henry YMCA, and in walked...
How you found out about that?
And in walked a man named Sandy Scott. Tell us what was going on in the world of Anthony White, and how did Sandy Scott change what was going on in the world of Anthony White? Don't worry about that. Let's talk wrestling, baby. The Patrick Henry YMCA. Anthony, how old is Anthony White when he's taking judo?
I can't remember that far, but I'm just shocked that you know that I done that. What happened was, when I was a kid, everybody wanted to get out the hood, and we were looking for ways to get out the hood. If you could sing, the guys used to be on the corner. They'd be on the corner singing at night. You know, no band, no, just harmonizing, they used to call it. You know, and a lot of them had good voices. Guys were trying to get on the basketball team so they could get a scholarship and go to college and go play pro basketball, pro football. Everybody was looking for a way up the ladder in the 70s, because the 70s was the beginning of desegregation. America was segregated up until 1968. Yeah. And in 68, they desegregated America. So the 70s was really the big boom for minorities to try to get into it. Well,
it was good to be black.
Right. Well, most minorities was not that well educated, because the school system was not the best system in the world in the 60s and 50s for most people. So we went for, people were looking for other ways of trying to make it. Well, I didn't know where I'm going to end up. I didn't. So by the time I was 19, and I'm not bragging, you can look it all up yourself, you probably already got it. I was the Virginia bodybuilding champion. I was the Virginia weightlifting champion. The Virginia powerlifting champion. The Virginia arm wrestling champion.
Wow.
By the time I was 19.
Well, our director, Jackie the Joke Man, actually came in third in Massachusetts for powerlifting. Yep. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that. But anyway, I was involved in all these different sports. I didn't know if I was going to make it as a bodybuilder. I didn't know if I was going to make it as a weightlifter. I didn't know if I would make it as an arm wrestler. So I went to the YMCA and I saw the guys doing judo. So I wrestled in high school during season. When high school season was over, I had to find out a way to stay back in shape. So I started taking up judo at the YMCA. But one day, I was taking up judo, and Sandy Scott came. No, the first time, Sandy Scott came, he saw me weightlift. I was getting ready for a weightlifting contest, and I was going to deadlift 600. If I do 600, that would have been the state record for that time. It was, all contests back in them days was AAU, Amateur Athletic Union. There was no MPC, none of this stuff. You see that it wasn't even existing. It was an AAU for handle everything dealing with amateur sport. They were the big dogs then. You don't even hear about the AAU no more.
No.
No, but that was the big dog with the YMCA and all this stuff. Because the AAU
Berzerker was involved in the AAU.
And the big thing for the AAU was the Olympics. I think the AAU still runs the Olympics. That was the big thing. Everybody,
Creme de la creme.
right. Everybody was trying to make it to the Olympics. So so you have to win so many AAU titles to qualify for the U.S. Olympics. Well, anyway, make a long story short, that was the first time that he saw me. I was doing a 600-pound deadlift, and they said, Sandy Scott said, "You ever thought about being a wrestler?" I said, "No, not really." And then I walked away from him. Well, about a month later, he came back, and he had a wrestler with him by the name of Charlie Forter. And I was taking judo classes at the time. And they said, "Hey, let me see how good you are, kid." So they pulled Charlie Forter on a mat with me. So I beat Charlie Forter. And then one of the guys at the ride said, "Well, you know he's state wrestling champion, don't you?" And just Sandy Scott said, "I didn't know that." He said, "I thought it was just a weightlifter that was trying to learn how to do that." They said, "No, he's state champion in wrestling." And Charlie Forter said, "Now you freaking tell me." And then they brought me down to Charlotte. And normally, what they do when you beat one of the wrestlers in the older days, they would bring you to Charlotte and have some of the tough guys to hurt you. But George Scott liked him. He said, "Don't hurt him, train him."
So how did it go from Sandy Scott running into you at the Y, then coming back?
George Scott was his brother.
And he was the booker for Jim Crockett.
He was the booker for Jimmy Crockett from Mid-Atlantic. He was the booker.
So they saw you take down Charlie Fulton at the Y, and they said, "Let's see if we can get this kid involved in our business."
No, they wanted to kick my ass.
They wanted to kick your ass.
Take me down like you just said and hurt you. That's how they used to do it those days.
So when you went to
I
Charlotte,
was not one of them.
right?
So, but then when I went to Charlotte, George Scott took a liking to me.
Before the beating.
I never got it.
That's what I mean. So you must have made a good impression on George
Scott.
Scott
He liked
before they physically harmed you.
Yeah.
Like the famous story when Hulk Hogan was training at first, he had his leg broken when he was under the training of Hiro Matsuda.
Exactly.
So
and they had guys that could have done that to me at the time. Yeah.
The guys in the Mid-Atlantic territory, at least George Scott, felt there was potential in you.
And he was the booker. And he was the booker. So I remember that Ole Anderson told me, said, "Kid, the only reason we don't hurt you is because George Scott told us not to."
And they probably wanted to.
Because I beat up one of them.
Is it true, Tony, that after Sandy arranged for you to meet with George Scott and some of the wrestlers in Charlotte, you no-showed the first meeting?
Yeah, I had no way to get there. But he didn't know that. He didn't know. I was working as a I was working as a dishwasher at the Roanoke hot dog stand, and they stay there.
Really? The Roanoke hot dog stand is still there?
I go by there all the time when I go there. The old guy that gave me the job name was Gus. I used to do the pots and pans, which was the hardest job in the world. You ever try to clean up a pot, a greasy pot? You wash and you wash. The guy would come by, feel a little bit of grease, redo that. It is not easy to kill pots and pans. Trust me. I used to scrub, you scrub, and you scrub, and you scrub, and you scrub, rinse it. And it's hard to get grease off of a freaking pot, especially the pot they had back in them days, you know. And that was my job. I used to do the pots and pans for the Roanoke hot dog stand, and I used to get paid, I think I was making like $38 or $40 a week. Like $40-some. Because minimum wage back in them days was like $2 or something.
Oh, wow.
It was, well, you're talking about the 70s,
Yeah.
brother. You know, minimum wage was only like, I think it was 160.
Wow.
$1.60. So, you know, you have to put in a lot of hours. And after wrestling practice, I used to go and work at the hot dog stand. And so that's what I did. So they asked me to come to Charlotte to meet George Scott, to meet his brother. Well, I said, well, I try to get away. He said, don't try, be there. But he wasn't paying attention. He's thinking, like most people think, oh, he's a big kid, he got a car, he got transportation. I said, I don't have no car. I never drove a day in my life. He said, what do you do for a living? I said, I wash dishes. So then how they got me to Charlotte, they had me to come to the Starland Arena on the sucker meeting.
In Roanoke.
In Roanoke. And so my buddy Alfonso Johnson was a wrestling fan, and he took me to the Starland Arena. Now here's the funny part. I thought I was coming home. So I had my little gym bag. Then I just had a little school gym bag.
Yeah.
And with some sandwiches in it, and a change of underwears. That's all I had.
That's all you brought.
When I left home. Sandwiches, some apples, some bananas. My mother made me a big jar of Kool-Aid. We couldn't afford sodas. In the hood, it was Kool-Aid, brother. You get one pack of Kool-Aid, you make a whole pitcher of Kool-Aid. My mother we couldn't afford them soda pops. We always drink that Kool-Aid. So I had a big mason jar of Kool-Aid. Because my mom thought I'm coming back the next day.
Yeah.
So when I get to Charlotte, Klondike Bill.
Well, let's not go out of order now. So let's talk about Roanoke first. Did you go to Roanoke before or after the Charlotte experience?
No, Roanoke was first. I didn't go to Charlotte. I couldn't make it there.
So they told you to go to Roanoke.
Yeah, Sandy met me at the YMCA.
Right.
Then George Scott wanted me to come to Greensboro, which was 100 miles away. So some guy overheard the conversation. So he said, I would take you to Greensboro. So I went to Greensboro to meet George Scott. And he introduced me to the board, and they had a trick question. It was a trick question. I didn't know it then, I know it now. They said, what do you think of pro wrestling? I said, I think they're great athletes, some of the toughest athletes in the world. All the guys look, the kid got respect. The kid got respect for us. He respects us. So George Scott walked back out the door, and I remember in Greensboro, North Carolina, he said, the boys like you. Talking about the other wrestlers, they like you. So then that young kid, I can't remember who the hell he was, took me back to Roanoke. He thought he was going to be my manager. So he told me, he said, if they call you back, tell them I'm your manager. Because he was a wrestling fan too.
He wanted in.
Yeah, he wanted in. So he saw he could get in through me. So then George Scott, I told him, I said, well, he's going to be my manager. George Scott said, well, don't tell him after he take you home, because if you tell him that, he probably won't take you home. He said, but you don't need a manager. We would take care of all that. And he said, I'd like you to come to Charlotte next week. So I said, well, I'm going to get there. He said, oh, he said, Charlotte, he said, it's only a little bit. So he's thinking that, you know, that I'm driving everything. So I didn't show up. So then when I come to the Y to work out, the guy that worked behind the counter, in the old YMCA, there was a guy that worked behind the counter, give you a towel, had the basket where you put your stuff in it, in the basket. And they would give you a towel and give you a key to go into the Y. So it's Sandy Scott on the phone, and he's raging hell with me. You piece of crap, you. I put my neck on the line for you. Everybody was waiting to see you. I talked about you. I bragged about you. And you had the freaking nerve to stand me up. I said, but sir, I don't know how I'm going to get there. He said, well, how you get anywhere? You drive. I don't drive. You don't drive? How old are you? I said, I'm 19. That don't freaking mean nothing. I don't care if you 29. You don't drive? I said, no, sir, I never drove a car. I said, I can't afford a car. I said, I only make $40 a week. Well, how in the hell you live? I said, I stay with a welfare mom. True. Loretta Myers.
Yeah.
She's in my book. Loretta Myers. She's in my book. I said, she heard of my mom. I said, I live with her because my mom can't afford to take care of me.
Was Loretta that older woman?
Yeah, she was 38. She was 38 years old when I met her, and I was 16 when I met her.
So when you were 16-year-old, you started to pound this older woman.
Yeah,
38.
I tore that ass up, man.
You did?
That was good, too.
Really? Was Loretta in good shape?
Nah.
No.
But I didn't care about that.
He was 16.
I was getting me a little poontang. That's all I care about.
How
It
many
felt good.
children did Loretta have?
5.
Were they around your age?
No.
They were younger.
They were different ages and stuff like that. Loretta got pregnant when she was probably around 12 or 13 years old. Yeah. In the neighborhood.
Yeah.
In the neighborhood.
You were giving it to
I
Loretta.
seen 11-year-old pregnant, 12 years old, 14 years old. In the neighborhood. Yeah, there were a lot of guys in their 40s with hump a 14-year-old all day long. There was no boundaries. There was no law.
What did you? Well, your mother was such a strict woman. What did she think about you pounding this 38-year-old woman with several children?
The age didn't matter.
She didn't care.
Well, it was one thing that bothered my mother.
What was that?
We wasn't married. Oh. That was the only thing.
She didn't mind the pounding.
We wasn't married. My mother was a Christian. And to her, according to the Bible, any man or any woman that engaged in sexual activity that is unmarried is a whore. And it's a sin.
So your mother thought Loretta was a
sin.
whore?
It was a sin. She thought I was too. I said, any man. See, we always use that term just on women.
Men can be whores.
Any person that engaged in sex. There's a story in the Bible where they were going to stone this woman.
Yeah.
Because she was having sex and she was unmarried. So Jesus said, who is without sin, cast the first stone. Nobody stoned her. He turned to the woman, the unmarried woman that was having sex, and he said, go and sin no more. Anyone that involved in sexual activity, according, not to me, according to the Bible, a true Christian know that. If you engage in sexual activity unmarried, you are committing a sin. That's sinful. To my mother, I was sinning. I was living in sin. It had nothing to do with age, because there are a lot of people, most men marry a woman 20 years younger than them anyway, most men. It was just weird for a younger man to have an older woman. You know, if a 40-year-old man married a 20-year-old woman, nobody said nothing. A 40-year-old, 20-year-old woman, nobody said nothing. A 20-year-old man with a 40-year-old woman, here come the talk. Is that double standard? It's okay for us men to do it, but it's not okay for women to do it. That's why they call them women arena rat. I said the most diseased, nasty, despicable people ever walked the face of the earth were pro wrestlers. I mean, he's sticking in a woman 7 days a week. His penis been in 7 different women in 1 week. Sometimes 8 or 9.
It sounds like Howard in the other room.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. You don't do all the crabs and gonorrhea and claps that I knew guys had, and then they would take a woman to bed and got gonorrhea. You know how many diseases wrestlers that gave other women? Because they would go from one bed to the next bed. And this poor woman, she's thinking that he loves her. And as soon as he get through banging her, he's in another town banging another woman.
But I have to ask, Tony.
Most wrestlers in their career have been with over 500 different women. There's no woman on the planet, no arena rat, as y'all call it, that been with 500 men.
How many women have you been with?
About 800 or 900, easily.
800 or 900, really?
Easily.
Really?
Easily.
Wow.
It was so easy.
But let me ask you this, Tony. We'll get to that point. At 16 years old, how did you wind up pounding this 38-year-old woman? How did you know her? But I mean, how did you know her?
She saw me walking down the street one day with my shirt off. And I was, in real good shape there. And she thought I was older.
She didn't realize you were 16.
Until after we did it. And I'll tell you something, you're going to laugh.
Let's hear it.
When I was 15, the first time I met her, she tried to get me to go to bed with her. So she had, women didn't wear pants back in them days. Most women wore a dress. And in the summertime, they didn't wear no underclothes.
No panties.
No panties. In the country. I don't know how it was in the city, because you're a city boy. When the country, women didn't wear no panties, or Brazil, they didn't put on the dress.
No bra either.
No bra either, yeah.
Just the dress.
The only time they had panties and a bra when they went to church. Oh. Most time they wore sneakers or flat shoes and a dress. You look at all the old pictures, you see them in a dress, right? With with flat shoes.
Yeah.
Okay? And then on Sunday, they put on their nice dress, they put on their bra, they put on their girdle if they're fat, they put on their panties, they put on their stockings, they put on their high heel, they put their hat on to go to church. But that was one day a week. The rest of the time, they just had that dress that ran around it. Well, anyway, she laid back on the couch. She said, I want to show you something.
Oh, wait a minute.
I said, oh, really?
Wait a minute.
So she got a plane with me, and it came up. She said,
What came up?
my penis.
Oh, all right.
What do you think came up my
Oh,
hair?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. And anyway, she laid back on that couch and threw them legs up in the air, and I saw that thing open up like a giant clam. I took off running.
You ran from it.
Oh, scared as shit. I've never seen nothing like it. So I ran, and I was running, and I was sitting in front of my house, and I'm shaking like a leaf. My brother Norris, my oldest brother, said, what happened? He said, you look like you saw a ghost. I said, worse than that. I said, somebody cut Lorella, and I had to get out there before they blamed me for it. He said, cut her where? I said, right between the legs. I got a great big cut right between the legs there. And I said, pus is coming out of it. I said, it's an old cut because pus is coming out.
Pus is coming out of it.
Pus is coming out.
What do you mean,
I
pus?
never saw one. I never saw one.
But what do you mean, pus?
You know what I'm talking about, Dad. Let me tell the story. The fans know. The fans
They
know.
know
They
the
know
pus.
what I'm talking about.
Loretta's
I'm
pus.
trying to tell the story, so I tell my brother, pus is coming out of the root is so old that pus is coming out of it. I said, it's infected. She need to go see the doctor. He said, Tony, that's a pussy. I said, is that what it looked like? He said, did you fuck her? I go, no. He said, well, you got to go back because word going to get around that you ran and everybody going to think you gay. So you're going to have to go back. So I said, okay, I go back. So I went back to the house where she lived. And she said, are you going to run this time? I said, no, I'm ready for it. So I get on top of her like this, Dad, with my eyes closed. Then I go in there, oh. And then she couldn't get me off of her. I fell asleep on top of her.
You fell asleep on Loretta?
I didn't want to take it out.
Where were her children when this was happening?
She did that in front of the kids all the time.
She would take...
Her daughter, she had a daughter, she got pregnant at 12.
Yeah. So Loretta was a frisky thing.
Well, yeah.
I still don't understand the pus.
Come.
From what?
Somebody that fucked her before I did.
So before you went and pounded Loretta, someone else was in Loretta's home doing the same thing.
Who cum was that coming out of her?
Oh, my dear Lord.
Somebody dropped a load up in there. It wasn't me.
And did you have protection, Tony?
Nobody thought about that then.
No. There were no condoms back then.
Nobody thought about that stuff then.
Dear Lord.
The condoms did not really, people did not really started having safe sex until AIDS came along.
Magic Johnson time.
AIDS came. Once that AIDS hit, that slowed down everything. Because with everything you caught, they had a cure for it. You caught claps, they had a cure for it. You caught sniffing, gonorrhea, they had a cure for it. AIDS came along and there was no cure. There's still no cure for it. And AIDS killed. That backed everybody up. Nobody even thought about it. I used to watch Sonny Fargo, the one that the Fargo brother used to do the Crazy Man act. Jackie Fargo.
Jackie Fargo.
Jackie, not Sonny. Jackie was the referee. Jackie. I hope this don't offend your audience. He would take a bloody Kotek out of a woman.
What?
Kotek.
A what?
Damn, you've never been around a woman a day in your life.
What the hell is a Kotek?
What they put up in their vagina when they're on the period. You
mean a tampon?
Tampon. What we call it Kotek in the hood.
Well, I never heard Kotek.
Y'all call it tampon. We call it Kotek.
Yeah.
Why, I don't know. That's what they used to call it. Maybe that was the name of the product, the panda. But they would put it in their vagina when they're on their period. Sonny Fargo would pull it out with his teeth, wring it out in his beer and drink it. Not Sonny, but Jackie.
He would take a used tampon, or a Kotek as you call it, rinse the blood out of the Kotek into a beer and drink it. Now what was it?
And the Moondog I think he passed away. Rex, not Rex.
Randy Cully?
Randy Collins.
Yeah.
He would go down on a girl while she was on her period.
He enjoyed it.
While she was on her period.
I wonder what he enjoyed out of that.
Brother, I never asked.
You never did it.
She's on a period.
You would stay away from it during those 3 days.
Yeah. She's bleeding all over the place. Then this guy's licking on her. That's why I say these wrestlers had no reason to call these women rats. They were slam balls. I mean, with some of the stuff that I witnessed with my own eyes, I've seen this stuff with my own eyes. That's why I'm so open about my foot fetish. One guy told me, he said, Tony, you about the most normal person of us all. He said, you just want to get walked on. Some of the things these other guys would do was freaking ridiculous. Micah Hayes, he liked golden shower. He liked to be urinated on.
By other men or women?
I don't think, well, what's they used to pee on it? I guess they used to pee on each other. Him and his partner there.
Oh, the Gordy.
Yeah, Gordy.
Buddy
They would
Roberts.
pee on each other.
I thought that was more of a rib than a fetish.
No, they loved it.
They liked being
Yeah, I
urinated
told him
on.
one night, I drove with him, I said, God, if y'all pee on me, I said, I'm going to fight you. I said, I'm not into that. Well, you let women put their dirty shoes on you. I said, brother, if you pee on me, I'm going to fight you. I told them that one night. They wanted to pee on me. No,
I don't understand that one either.
Brother, I don't. They used to buy beer and have the girl to drink, and every time the girl had to pee, they lay in the tub and had the girl to pee all over them, man. I went in the room and they were laying in the tub, and a woman standing over peeing all over them. And
On which one?
Yeah, and then the other guy.
On which one?
And all of them did it. There were three.
All
of them.
three of them were laying in the bathtub
No,
being
not at the-
urinated on.
I did. Now you got to use a little common sense.
Well,
in a
which one was
conversation.
being urinated
I said
on?
all of them, not at once. You know it ain't at once.
The woman was holding her urine?
Yeah, one would go back to. What is that blinker like? Yeah.
Percy sent in a signal.
Yeah.
He loved Terry
Gordy.
Gordy.
Explain things to you sometimes that like trying to explain to a 3-year-old.
Well, I'm just trying to break it down for the fans so they
understand what I'm saying when I say all of them did it. They all did it. I mean, how much more explain they did? They didn't do it all at once. The turbo only owned one person. That's just common sense.
The way I had heard it over the years was that the Freebirds like to urinate on a guy's leg in the shower as a rib. I didn't know they enjoyed
It's
it.
a rib in the nannies.
I didn't realize that this was a thing that they
Brother.
got pleasure from.
Brother.
What?
Why would you do that every night just for a rib if you didn't like it? That's just like me giving you a blowjob and say it's a rib. Come on now, Dad, why you so... Dad, sometimes you amazes me.
How do I amaze you, Tony?
Because sometimes you just act like you just don't know nothing.
Fans, I'm going to ask you at home. How familiar are you with the art of the
And I
golden
used to,
shower?
what was the other guy? What was the other guy named that
Who?
with the Freebird? Not the big one.
Buddy Roberts.
Buddy.
He used to use his snorts as hair gel.
And he called you, headlock me. I said, screw you.
Oh.
Screw you.
So they were kind of gross.
Ronnie Garvin with crap in his hands and come up, hey kid, how you doing? Brother, they was filthy.
Rugged Ronnie Garvin with the blonde
Rugged
hair and the
Ronnie
crew
Garvin.
cut?
The first time I met him, he crapped in his hand and came and wanted to shake hands with me. They used to crap in guys' bags and in guys' shoes and stuff for a rib. Man, they was filthy.
What about, I know Klondike Bill comes up on the show a lot. He's a man that you have great reverence for because he got you a hotel when you were on the road and didn't realize you needed one. But a story that has become very popular online thanks to Tony Schiavone's podcast is Klondike apparently was a very horny man. Is that a way?
They all was.
Well, apparently, in a discussion about sex, Tony thought he'd be friendly and get a Playboy-type magazine for Bill to look at. When they arrived with the ring at a hotel in the parking lot, they found a pair of women's panties laying on the parking lot ground, and Klondike Bill got out of the truck, picked up these strangers'
Put 'em on
panties,
his head.
put them in his mouth, and started to munch on these parking lot panties, and said, I wish these women in the magazine were attached to the panties. Is this something that
I've
was...
seen him do that before.
Explain what you saw.
Well, see, when I first started in wrestling,
Yeah.
if you was not strange or weird, you was in the wrong business.
Yeah.
All these guys had these strange fetishes. They all did. That's why I felt right there with my shoe fetish. Because I was the most harmless of them all.
Would Loretta walk on you?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I was the most harmless of them all. Most of these guys there was all into oral sex, a lot into oral sex. I used to see guys getting the head jobs in the shower, guys getting the head job, the Sheik.
Now you're talking about Eddie Faja or Vaziri? Cosrow, all right.
The funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Now you got to picture this. He's on the toilet, okay? The girl is giving him a head job. He would go, poosh, let one out. Oh, keep going, baby. Oh, excellent, excellent, very good, very good. You could smell the doo-doo.
So the Iron Sheik received fellatio while he was moving his bowels
At the same time.
in some random hotel.
No, in the dressing room.
Oh, in a locker room.
Locker room.
No.
Sex went on in the locker room.
So was this
sex
was this
went
with a
on-
rat?
Sex went on in the dressing room.
Well, I guess
every
what I'm trying to ask
night.
was it with a female rat or was it with a peer?
I'm not going to call that woman a rat. I don't like.
Well, was it
degrade
an
women.
arena
It was a
woman?
female.
It was a female. All right,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, it was a female. But what it
Well, I
is-
remember one time.
But that was, brother. That was every night. Every night.
In the 80s.
Somebody got, well, in the 70s, I remember Paul Jones and Wahoo was writing and said, if you can't get laid in this territory, you just can't get laid. In Georgia, if Puster Perry Watley was alive, he could tell this story. I was driving one time and Perez came in to wrestle at the Atlantic City Auditorium.
Yeah.
Before we started going to the Army. And I had a 77 Lincoln Town car.
Uh-huh.
And Perez said, Tony, you know where's a good hotel at around here that I can stay for the night? I said, brother, I got no hotel. You stay at my house. I got a problem. You come and stay at my place, save your money. Oh, thank you, Tony. So we get in the car, and I said, you feel like a little action tonight? And Perez said, yeah. So I rolled down my window. I go, you in the back. And they jumped in the back of my car.
3 women on the street? No, with these.
No, at the arena.
Oh, at the arena.
At the the Atlanta City Auditorium.
Now, with these female wrestling fans?
Yeah, yeah. And I just go, you in the back, and they just jumped in my car. We took them to the hotel. We stayed at the Passport Inn at that time. We took them to the hotel. I did them. And then, because I didn't want to take them to the house at that time because I had a girlfriend there. So we took them to this Passport Inn. Me and Pez, we did them. I took them back to the Starland Arena where they could get the cars and go home. Just like that.
Every night.
It was just, yeah. They was,
Well,
it was
you
so-
were a young man
it
in
was
your
so- well, not
early
just-
20s?
Not just young.
Thank you, Jackie. But we're discussing
I could tell-
panties and pocket
Well, I
knives.
could tell this story now.
All right.
One day they had this one girl
All
in
right.
the room, one girl. You have Steve Kern, Tagger Conway Jr., Birdhead Jones, Rufus R. Jones, myself, and Mr. Wrestling number 2
Johnny Walker.
doing this one girl.
At the arena.
And then 2 came in with his mask on.
He didn't want to be seen.
Didn't want to be seen. So the guys thought it was great that 2 is joining us. So everybody said, let 2 go first. Let 2 go first. So 2 went.
Why did 2 go first?
We never saw 2. We never seen them doing it.
Oh, it was new for 2.
No, it was new to us.
You had never seen 2.
Right, right. It was already the room for the younger guy.
Yeah.
We never seen one of the old timers get down.
One of the
and
vets.
the boys, while you having sex with this girl, all the wrestlers standing there watching you.
And the female didn't mind that she was having, it was a 6-on-1.
I don't know if they meant it or not.
But they did it.
Yeah, because I remember, I'm not going to call his name, there was one guy that wanted me to do this girl because it was in Columbus, Ohio, and this girl used to come every time I'm there to walk on me. And I take her to dinner, but, and she didn't have to have sex with me. That's why she liked coming to the show. She didn't have to put herself out. And she got a crush on this this wrestler, and me and him shared a room that night, and he just got through having sex with her, and he asked her to have sex with me. She said, I can't do that. And the guy said, why not? He said, because he's black. My family would turn against me if I go to bed with a black man. You know, this is the 70s. But he said, get out of my room. She go to put her clothes on. He threw her out the door naked and threw her clothes at her and slammed the door.
Was it Berzerker?
I'm not going to call no name because the guy, he's still living and he, you know. But
well, after the story you just told about him in the bathroom.
But you can understand the story. I could tell stories about how wrestlers treat women like crap. Every day of the week. They bring these women
Well, let me ask you this.
And I've seen them do things to women. There was one wrestler, his son became a wrestler. He almost killed a woman one time. There was in right around Raleigh, North Carolina. It was a little town we used to go through in Raleigh. Patero know this story. Ken Patero know this story.
Rastani or Ken
Patero?
Patero?
He was not involved, but he know the story. I remember me and Patero.
I'm trying to clarify. Patero Rastani or Ken Patero?
Ken Patero.
Ken Patero,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Because me and him was talking about it in the gym the next day. I wasn't there, but Patero knew what happened. They had this girl, and they give what in the old days they call it a Mickey.
Yep.
They put her in a drink and knock her out.
Mm-hmm.
All the boys took their turn on her.
They raped her.
Pretty much. Then after they took their turn on her, if you ever talk to Patero, he know this story. He know who I'm talking about too. It was in the early 70s. They put feces and urine all over her. In the older days, they had these rugs, these big round rugs in the room. They roll her up in the rug. They put a do not disturb sign on the door, and they turned the heat up. And they left her. Come to find out, the girl father was the chief of police.
Uh-oh.
That wrestler was not able to come back. The girl almost died. They had no respect at all for women. That's why when I hear the
Now,
term
what territory was this?
Huh?
What territory? Mid-Atlantic?
Mid-Atlantic. Because we were going to do Raleigh TV. We used to go through this town all the time to do Raleigh TV. Most of the guys were still in Raleigh. But this town was between Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina. And the girl got a hotel room there because she wanted to be with this wrestler. But what she didn't know that once she went to bed with him, because if you had a girl in your room and you didn't share her with the other wrestlers, they would call you a fence builder.
Really?
A fence builder.
Fence builder.
Yeah. So a lot of times the girl would do things because she got a crush on you, so she would do what you want, trying to please you. She would go with me to please you. These were young, very infatuated women. You see how the women act with every person.
Who was the one that was in charge of wrapping the girl in the rug and spreading the feces on?
I ain't calling his name.
You're not going to call the name
because his son is a good friend of mine.
Oh, all right. Well,
his son is a good friend of mine.
That's an unbelievable story.
And
the woman almost died. Why did she almost die? From the Mickey or from the feces?
No, because she couldn't breathe. She went into a coma.
Because she was wrapped in a rug? Why did they wrap her in a rug?
Oxygen. The oxygen, it was a lack of oxygen. And only to save her life, the smell was so bad. When the maid went in at 11 o'clock to check the room. And she saw the girl, and the maid took a call to ambulance and got her to the hospital. And they told the maid if that girl had laid there for another hour, she would have died.
Wow. So it really was a serious thing.
Very, very. And I've seen a lot of guys that
Were you there for that, or was that secondhand?
No, Patero told me the story. Patero was there. Ken Patero was there.
How many guys used the woman after the Mickey?
Patero can tell you a lot more than I can.
All right.
You know, Ken Patero. But I saw a lot of women get misused, and then the guys, to make themselves look good, they call them rats. And half of the girls that went to bed with them were stoned out of the head, young, impressionate teenagers. We talk about 15 and 16-year-olds that they label rats. We ain't talking about women
15 and 16, huh?
Ain't no 25-year-old going to let you do that to them. Ain't no 30-year-old going to let you do that to them. So how do you think them girls they were doing that to? See, we forget that part. Back in them days, women were not protected like they are now.
Yes, they should be.
But back then, most of these was teenage women, teenagers that they was doing this to. Them the ones that went to bed with the wrestler were the teenagers. It was not the grown women. And y'all call these teenage girls that is now grown, got kids of their own, and every time we call one of them a wretch, she think about how she was abused by the wrestlers.
Violated.
Violated by wrestlers. And then we got the nerve on top of it to turn right around and call them arena rats. These was infatuated girls. And you know, you got to realize about a wrestler back in them days. They had maybe, what, 4 TV stations, and we was on one of them.
One of them, yeah.
So to these women, it was like meeting Donald Trump or meeting Elvis Presley or meeting The Rock. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they was like, you know, I can't believe that this guy is showing interest in me. You know, any superstar right now can go up to a 17-year-old and the 17-year-old gonna go nuts. You go up to a 27-year-old or 37-year-old, she's gonna say, screw you, buddy. You could never do that to a 30-year-old woman. In fact, if a woman was 30, they didn't want her. They always got the very young.
They wanted the rats to be young. Really?
The girls to be young. Not
So they would, if a 30-year-old woman approached, that was too old. Really?
Yeah, because they smart. They're not going.
They weren't going to allow that.
They're not going to allow you to do that to them. So you have to get the young impressionist ones to do that. Most of the older women, we met them, we ended up marrying them. Because they were not going to do that.
Let me tell you, this show.
I mean, I tried that, you know, with my baby mama. She slapped the shit out of me.
You tried what?
To have her to go to bed with one of the wrestlers.
You wanted one of the other wrestlers to
I
do
wasn't
your...
sure because the guy was calling me a fence builder.
Even though it was your baby's mother?
Before we got married, the guy,
Oh, it was before
they
you
saw
got married,
her,
okay.
and some of the guys wanted to take her to bed. They said, Tony, when that girl come back over, she look good. She nice looking. When she come back over, call me. I'll come over and help you with that.
Who wanted her?
A couple of the guys. And so I told her, I said, look, some of my guys, you know, me and you.
Some of my coworkers want to fuck you.
And I said, we're gonna have an orgy. I said, you ever thought about going to bed with 2 guys at once? She go, pow.
Where did she slap you?
On the fingernail down.
Right across the kisser?
Yeah, down. No, on the fingernail down.
Right across the kisser?
Right as hard as she fucking could. Got up and put her clothes on, and she said, if you ever ask me to do something like that, but with the difference between her, she was 21.
The woman you were with. So
That's
she was
right.
at least of legal age.
What, no?
No.
She was old enough to know better.
I got you.
Now,
Well-
if I told that to a 16 or 17-year-old,
Yeah.
that's why they was able to get away with what they did. They was with them 16 and 17-year-olds.
Sounds like a lot of Howard and Jackie's college stories. I don't know.
It wasn't just Jackie. They could get away with it in the 60s and 70s.
Why? Why could there was no laws against that?
No, there was what called a legal age. In most states, 15 is legal. Back in the 70s,
All right,
we talk about the 70s. How many years back I'm going?
You're talking almost 50.
That's what I'm saying. So if she was 15 in most states, like I think in Tennessee, 14 was legal.
That's right. Jerry Lawler was in heaven.
Elvis Presley was too.
Yeah.
We forget that number.
Yeah.
I mean, his wife was 14.
Wrestling fans, this episode certainly was not what I had planned on.
It's not the women. Us men always want to downrate women.
Yeah.
The real dogs is not the women, they're the men's. More so, but the wrestlers, to make themselves look good, they call the women's names after they made love to them, make them do this, make them do that. And what poor, underprivileged woman working for $1.60 an hour meet a wrestler that make $100,000 a year?
We're running low on time, Tony, just so you know.
Driving a brand new car. And this poor girl is catching the bus to see this wrestler, and she's 16, 17 years old, and here you got this 40, 50-year-old man manipulating her into sex. And then when he get through with her, guess what he called her?
A rat.
Thank you. That's why I don't like that term.
All right, wrestling fans, if the crew in the back can hear me, we've got to wrap.
Half of them should be in jail for child molestation.
All right, well,
Bunch of freaking pedophiles is what they were.
We'll save that for the next episode, I guess.
Damn pedophiles.
This was going to be kind of an introduction into Tony Atlas's wrestling career in Mid-Atlantic, and it turned into some of the wildest sex stories. We heard
That was
about
part of it. So
we heard about orgies. We heard about women wrapped in rugs with feces and urine spread on them. We heard about men picking up random panties found in parking lots and munching on them as if it was a piece of chewing gum.
Yeah.
I don't know how to follow up on this one, fans. We're running out of time.
I finish this up. I say
All right,
this.
one more.
And this came from a wrestler.
All right, let's hear it.
This wrestler told me one day, if the fans really knew how disgusted some of the people were that they pay their money to see, they would never pay to see another wrestling match.
And that may be some of the truest words ever spoken.
I mean, they were this freaking disgusted, degenerate human beings. A lot of them. Not all of them. Not all of them. Like, I got a couple of friends that never cheated on their wife, never did none of that stuff, you know. It was just good, clean, living guys. You know, like Tito Santana. I don't mind saying that. Tito would drive. We did a show one time up in Portland, Maine.
Yeah.
The next day, we're going to be in Boston. That's 80 miles away.
Yeah.
Tito would drive from Portland, Maine, all the way back to New Jersey, and then back up to Boston.
Well, I was told by one of the guys in the studio that Tito was addicted to pounding her. Pounding her. He couldn't resist.
I didn't know that. I've tried with Tito a lot. I've never seen him. I've never seen him do anything.
Not with a ring rat or anything. He was just. I don't know if it was before he was married, but he was literally addicted to this woman, and he would anytime he could literally get there back and forth, he would spend the extra hours to have the pounding time. Yeah.
The one woman.
Yeah.
It's probably the one he married.
It is. No, it was the one he married. Yeah, he was addicted.
He fell in love.
He was addicted to it.
He fell in love. That's
well, good for Tito.
He fell in love. Like when I've been married to Monica for 30 years. I never cheated on her.
You're a good man.
No, I was in love.
You were in love.
I fell in love.
All right, wrestling fans, if you are in love with this tremendous program, please give us a thumbs up. I can't imagine there are too many other shows in the universe that would discuss some of the things we discussed tonight, as we continue to break down Tony's early days and his early 20s in the world of professional wrestling, and some of his co-workers, some of the deviants, some of the lawbreakers that he associated himself with in these various orgies and sexual encounters. If you enjoyed tonight's show,
it's in my book.
We ask you please give us a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If you've been chatting away in the premiere, the super chat is open. Please don't forget to tip the bartender. If you have any random thoughts about tonight's show and you're not watching the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Don't forget, we are back with brand new episodes of Wrestling Insiders every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. with Tony Atlas. Every Wednesday night, it's Wrestling Insiders Special Edition with Rotating Legends. Thursday nights, it's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty, with Tony Atlas's longtime close personal friend Marty Jannetty. And then we round out the week Friday night at 10 after SmackDown with John Cena Sr.'s Thunderdome with that super duper super glue talking about the king of sports professional wrestling. If you want early ad-free access to all of the great stuff we do here on these shows, if you don't like the ads, the commercials, if you want it full screen, if you want access to our DVD library that's been seen on The Howard Stern Show and on YouTube by millions upon millions, if you want to help keep Wrestling Legends working, all for less than a cup of coffee down the street at overpriced Starbucks, hit us up at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my partner in crime, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marati. If the studio doesn't close us down after this episode, we will see you,
you kept pushing for
next
details.
Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Stay out of the rugs. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours stay healthy. Be well. Good night.
Wrestling fans, get ready for the 2021 Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Cyber Toy Drive. If you couldn't be with the superstars at our 20th anniversary event, have no fear. We're putting together a winner-take-all mega jackpot for one lucky fan that we will be drawing live on our Christmas special Sunday night, December the 19th, with John Cena Sr. For as little as a $5 raffle ticket, win thousands of dollars worth of prizes in our annual efforts to update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's home this Christmas. For raffle tickets and complete information, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
I tell you, you never know what to expect from Tony. Sometimes I miss him, sometimes maybe it's a good thing he's not around. I don't even know. As we wrap up this all-day Tony Atlas Wrestling Insiders at Your House marathon, we implore you, again, head on over to BostonWrestling.com, get the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive raffle tickets. One lucky fan anywhere in the world is going to win the entire jackpot when we are live in studio Sunday night, December the 19th. John Cena Sr. will pick the winner. As we wrap up the marathon, we almost go with the themed episode where we began earlier today. It's another installment of Ask Atlas, where we took questions from fans, not about pro wrestling, but about some of Tony's thoughts on life in general. And believe me, you talk about interesting, thought-provoking, what could be its own talk show outside of the auspices of pro wrestling. Here's Tony Atlas. All right, whether you're a wrestling fan, if you're a fan of life, if you're a fan of Dear Abby, Dr. Phil, I don't know what else to call this, Tony. We had so much fun on the first episode. I could not believe the fan response to what your thoughts on life in general.
Oh, hell.
And we put it up on Twitter and Facebook for more questions. Tony, we have a slew of them. We only have a certain amount of time tonight, but we're certainly going to go through them one by one.
Okay, let's get one off.
I think Diane Keene of Woburn, Massachusetts is ready to castrate her husband after that story, or your response to her story about the husband urinating in the sink.
Well, it's disrespectful.
It was disrespectful.
Of course
You're
it is.
right.
She got to clean that. Your wife got enough work to do. You should help your wife around the house to keep things clean, make things easier. You know what I learned from helping the wife out?
What did you learn?
More fun in the bedroom.
Whoa, wait.
Where she's not tired.
All right.
She's not frustrated.
We got some youngins in the control room.
Well,
Tony.
they're going to get married
this.
one day, too, and they should know that when you try to use a teacher. Teach them while they're young. Don't wait till they get old farts and destroy so many women's lives before they learn something like I did.
Gabe Gift Garrison and the Prodigy.
Yeah, it's good to help the wife out around the house.
All right, Tony, we only have, I know we have a very important call to make. Let's try and get through as many of these as we can.
Okay.
Tony, I'm engaged to get married next spring, even with life being uncertain due to the virus. Recently, I went back to work while my fiance was working from home. One night, I happened to use his laptop, and when searching his browser history, I came across an obscene amount of internet searches
for HLA while I was at work. Should I confront him? Is this something I should accept he'll do in his spare time? Is it better than him having an actual affair? Signed, Lisa McLaughlin. Now, do you think she should be upset about this HLA?
I think yes, but when you confront him, do it in a civilized manner. Because when you attack somebody, you put that person on the defense, and you get nowhere.
Yeah.
You put them on the defense, you get nowhere. You just ask him straight out. Say, can I do that?
You think she should ask her fiance if she
Can
can
she do the
search
same thing?
for hot lesbian action?
Right. So.
Really?
Well, no. If it's not okay to him for her to do it, it should not be okay for him to do it. See, I tell every woman, any place your husband go that you can't go, he shouldn't be there. When you're going to be a couple, like I tell my wife this all the time, there's no Tony, there's no Monica, it's us. You are as one. And he should put all of his attention and love and towards the woman that he's going to marry. I mean, once you see, women always obligate themselves to us guys. Mm-hmm. Guys feel like this old saying, they want to have the cake and eat it too. When you with a woman, you got to cut other women out of your life, because all you're doing is destroying that woman's self-esteem. Mm. You destroying her. Ain't no woman want to see her man gawking at another woman. When I take my wife out to dinner, all my attention is on my wife. I don't sit at the dinner table with my wife gawking and drooling at the mouth for every woman that walk by. When I'm with my wife, I'm with my wife. When I'm away from my wife, I tell other women, you take women, even women that walk on me, I say, well, you know, I'm married. I talk about my wife all the time. You know that. I'm not, you know, I ain't gonna do nothing to my wife or in front of my wife that I wouldn't want my wife to do. Now, what if she got to ask herself, what if she done it, how would he feel about it?
Well, I'm going to guess if he is, as she wrote, searching for obscene amounts of hot lesbian action, maybe he'd like it if she was looking for it online.
Well, no, he shouldn't be looking at any other woman.
Lesbians.
No, you don't do that. You don't do that to these women. You expect these women to put up with bad behavior. You destroying her self-esteem. You shouldn't have your wife, your girlfriend, your fiance fighting another woman for your affection. I watched Jerry Springer with these women out there fighting over this guy. The guy there, he laughing at both of them. And then they do fight. I don't want neither one of them. Then they really look stupid. You know, women's got to learn to believe that they deserve better than this. If a guy do that to my wife, to my daughter, I punch him out.
You wouldn't want your son-in-law looking at lesbians.
I wouldn't want my son-in-law to look at nobody but his wife. Right. Why is he getting married? There's nothing wrong with chasing women. I did it. There's nothing wrong with having a lot of affair with women. I did it. But when you get married, or when you get engaged, or when you are committed to one person, you have to be committed to that one person. You know, it's fair. No man want a woman to do that to them. Yeah. Ain't no man gonna put up with that. No. But we expect women to put up with it. I mean, I don't want my wife looking at naked guys on the computer. I don't. And why would my wife accept me looking at naked women on the computer? And I say, oh, it's just porn. But I got to look at another woman to get turned on. Where you know what happening, ladies? While he's having sex with you, he's thinking about that woman he saw on the porn.
He's thinking about these lesbians.
Exactly. Yeah. Come on, he got to be more. We have to learn how to. Woman is God's gift to man. God's gift to man. And you should treat your woman as a gift. And if you treat her that way, I did that with my wife, and my wife stuck with me through thick and thin. And I'm not easy to live with. But because of the respect I gave her, I never disrespected my wife in public. All them women that he texts, that he look at, they laughing at his wife. They said, what idiot is married to this guy? He's just making his wife look bad.
To answer Lisa's final question, though, is it better than him having an actual affair?
No, emotionally, physically, it don't matter. It's the same thing. You taking from her and giving to another, no matter how you slice it. Right. You getting emotionally, sexually turned on by someone else other than your wife. You ask another woman to do something for you instead of getting it from your wife. It don't matter if it's physically or emotionally. And what a lot of people don't know, emotionally hurts a lot. Physically, like you punch me in the face, the next day the pain gone away from a punch.
Right.
You hurt me emotionally, it stayed with me forever. It don't go away. So he hurting her worse. He making her feel less than what she is. That he have to go to another woman instead of him. No matter how you say, you asking another woman for something.
Well, I'm going to ask you this question. Do you think maybe Lisa should reconsider marrying this man?
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm not going to determine that.
He should just stop looking for lesbians on the internet.
I was that away. The people know this. I don't mind saying that. I was addicted to drugs. Mm-hmm. My wife put her foot down. She said, either the dope got to go or I'm going to go. You choose who you want to be with, the dope man or with me. And I looked at where I was going with the dope man, which was nowhere, and I look at where I was going with Monica. If it wasn't for my wife, I would have OD'd maybe 30 years ago. So I tell my wife all the time, the last 30 years of my life, I owe to my wife, Monica. When I was at the Hall of Fame, thank you, Mr. McMahon, Vince put my wife on tape because you hear the story of how my wife saved my life. If you treat a woman the right way, you would be glad in the long run. You'd be glad. What if your father had done that to your mother? Will you like that? What if your daughter, boyfriend, do that to your daughter? Will you like that? So why would you do that to your children's mother and do that to her parents' child? You destroying a person internally with hurt and lasts a lot longer. Because if you abuse her that way, even if she don't marry him, she's gonna take abuse from another one.
Someone else.
It's abuse. She's being mentally, emotionally abused. Abuse is not always physical, like people think.
No, not at all.
It could be emotional.
Mentally.
And that's why women have such low self-esteem, because us guys do things to women and expect the woman to accept it. But you let her go out and do half of that with him. You watch the difference. He blow a freaking fuse. He blow a fuse. If he walk in the house and see a guy just sitting there talking to her when he's not home, he's gonna blow a fuse. But he want to get on. No, you shouldn't do that. No.
No lesbian action.
No action. I don't care if it's lesbian, straight, gay. I don't give a red ass.
No action.
No action with other females.
All right.
Or else you're not ready yet.
Well, hopefully Lisa.
She probably ready, but he ain't.
He's too immature for marriage, maybe.
I wouldn't say he's immature. I don't know the man, but I just know, just from what you said, I just know what I would do. I wouldn't do a woman like that. I would not destroy a woman emotionally like that.
We have another question from Wendy G, Tony. As marijuana use becomes legal and more acceptable here in Massachusetts, should I discuss my own use with my kids? Is it okay to smoke in front of them?
No.
All right, well, explain.
No. Marijuana, even though it's legal, it has everything got good and bad in it. Everything got good and bad in it. Marijuana slows down your learning process. It makes you unambitious. You got to realize it's a relaxer. Mm-hmm. So it take away a person's ambition. When I was lifting weights, I learned from just lifting weights that if I smoke a joint and go work out, I'm not as aggressive in the gym and when I'm not doing it. You know, anybody that do dope, once you do dope, you don't want to do nothing. So you get your kids to be a little pothead at a very, very young age, then it take away their aggressiveness to do. Nothing wrong with her smoking pot. My mother never drank in front of us. I think a parent should not try to be a child friend, but more or less be a child leader and teacher.
So you don't think Wendy should be smoking the gimmick with her son?
No.
No. Bad idea.
Yeah.
Lack of motivation in life.
Well, not only that, Pot could easily be a gateway drug to other stuff.
Big time, and I agree
It
with
could
that.
easily do that. I started off with pot, end up with cocaine, so it can be a gateway drug. She should study the effect of pot first before she introduce it, do it with her kid. Some people feel it's best to do it with them than without. But
I couldn't imagine wanting to smoke marijuana with the kids.
No.
I wouldn't know. I've never done it either way. But I mean, I could not imagine saying, "Come on, kids, let's light one."
I think all that stuff should be private. There's certain things that parents got to keep private for the kids.
Yeah.
Just like there's certain things kids should get private. Now I know my mother had sex with my dad. That's how I was born. But she never did it in front of us.
You would hope.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and my dad would go out to the bar and have a few drinks. I knew he had been drinking, but I didn't see him drinking. And that's why we grew up with respect for our parents. By her doing that, he's going to lose respect for her. He's going to look at her as one of the guys, one of the boys, one of his buddies.
Yeah.
And then she's going to lose all her authoritarian stuff with her. It's a slippery slope because, like I say, it's legal. Alcohol is legal too, but you want to get drunk with your kids? You know, it's certain things that we have to keep among ourselves. You don't have to share everything with your kids that you do. You know, tell them what need to be told, do what need to be done, but don't, you know, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just something I wouldn't do.
You wouldn't do it. Well, they're asking for your advice.
Even now, because I know little kids see me on TV, and if I'm in a restaurant or the bar or something, and a little kid come up and want an autograph, if I got a beer or something on the table, I would take that beer off the table and I put it on the table.
Respect.
Well, I don't want that kid to see me drink. That kid look at me as a hero.
Right.
So when the mother come and try to tell the kid, don't do this, it's bad for the kids. Well, Tony Atlas do it. So I'm not hip. I'm making it harder for that parent to teach the kid the right way. So parent's job is to teach. If she want to smoke pot, do it, but don't do it in front of your kid.
Them.
No.
All right. Tony, I'm going to try and make it through
this.
this.
They're 30 or 40 years old, and that's different. They grown. They grown there, you know.
I'm going to try and make it through this next one, Tony. I almost think that this individual might need one of our director, Matt Socks. An anonymous email. It said, Tony, my wife absolutely hates Halloween and has tried to get kids to stop coming every year. She would shut the house lights off, but the car would get egged by teenagers late at night. In 2018, she gave out individual packets of Quaker Oats oatmeal in hoping the kids would skip our house, but they came back last year. Will the virus stop kids from coming this year? What kind of candy do you give out? Now, this is a woman that gave out packets of oatmeal to try and get these kids to stop coming. At what lengths would you go to realize that maybe this is a lost cause?
Well, this is a free country.
Yeah.
She got a right to celebrate what she want to celebrate and not what she celebrate. The kids that egged her car have bad parenting. That's bad parenting. When a child don't get what he wants and he decides to damage property, them kids to me are no different than the protester painting and tearing up them buildings. We don't like it when they do it to these buildings. I don't like it when you damage somebody's car. The egg could damage the paint. There's a lot of stuff the egg could do to that car. It could get down in between the door and everything. It caused damage. You know, you got all that computer work.
Financial damage.
Financial damage. Just because she don't want to celebrate and give your little brat a piece of candy, don't give you the right to vandalize this lady. Yes, she got a right, and the husband should stand with his wife. She stand with him, with his stuff. Men, us guys, we have to learn how to stand with our wives. This is what your wife wants.
Yeah.
Them kids don't live with you. They're not your kids. And you should go around and find out, put a camera. No, I would put a camera up there, what she would do. And for every kid that did that, I would have them over in the morning washing that car.
Report it to the police, maybe.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I would go to the parents of the child and say, your child has no right to vandalize my car. Every American got the right to celebrate what they want to celebrate. And because they don't want to go along, don't want to go along with what I want, I don't have the right to vandalize you or to cause any of your property any type of damage. He should not be worrying about his wife. His wife ain't doing nothing wrong. She's doing what she feels that she's happy with.
She just doesn't want trick-or-treaters.
She don't like trick-or-treat. She don't like Halloween. I don't like Halloween, so I'm with her on that. But what the husband should be more worrying about, instead of his wife and how she feels, he should be more worried about these kids. Because if they throwing eggs at her house because they don't get what they want, they're going to be throwing rocks at their house when they get older, because it's something mentally wrong with a child that will attack another person just because they don't get what they want. That's a serious problem. He's looking at it in the wrong picture. He's looking at his wife. You should look at them kids. If they do that to your property, and you being a husband is supposed to protect your wife and property, you're not a good husband.
Tony, do you think maybe
you let them do that to my house, I'd be at their house.
Do you think they went a little too far giving out individual packets of Quaker Oats oatmeal?
No.
I've never heard of someone giving out oatmeal.
Look. My mother had an old saying. This is what my mom used to say. What kids do when they go around and get the candy? They're bagging, right? My mother said baggers cannot be choosy. See? Y'all not focused on the damage. Them kids are going to grow up to be hoodlums.
What do you think these kids did with the oatmeal?
Yeah, but you see, them kids, my mother had another old saying, if I get you to stop laughing. That's cute at 2, but not at 20. If they not learning how to respect people's property at that age now, there's nothing funny about that. Them kids, when they become grown up, they're gonna do the same thing, but they don't get their way.
You think even though it was oatmeal, they should respect
I think you are trying to draw the focus to the wrong thing. The focus should be on the kids.
I'm just going by the question.
I understand, but you keep going back to what the woman did with the oatmeal, but you're ignoring the big thing. The big thing, they damage your property. How much what the average car cost? You talk about a $50,000 car, brother. Screw the freaking oatmeal. This is a $50,000 car that these little shithead of a brat is throwing eggs on and getting away with it. And the woman is taking all the heat for what the kids is doing. She didn't egg the car.
Do you think maybe there are communities that should come up with plans for folks that don't want to do trick-or-treat?
No, I think it's a community that parents should raise their kids to be respectful to people, even if they get candy or not. I didn't throw eggs at somebody because they didn't have nothing to give or they don't want to celebrate. No. Yeah. There's a lot of people that don't want to do what I want to do. I'm not going to egg somebody because they don't want to go to the gym with me, or vandalize somebody because they don't want to lift weights with me, or look down on people because they don't want to get stepped on. Is these kids, but what they're not looking at, what I saw in there is how them kids are. They're showing you if they don't get their way, what they would do. So 10 years now, them same kids, if somebody don't stop them and they don't get their way, they're going to be shooting at her house.
There's going to be bullets. Right.
There's going to be bullets instead of eggs. Yes. If you don't stop it now, these are bad kids to do that. That's horrible for a child to vandalize a person's property and the parents sit back and laugh and think it's a freaking joke.
Over a 10-cent piece of candy.
Over a piece of candy.
Yeah.
A $50,000 car you're going to vandalize over a piece of 10 cents candy.
I'm sorry I found the oatmeal part so amusing, but I've never heard of it before.
I don't see my mother used to have always say, fuck the dumb shit.
All right, Tony, this is I'm interested to see your opinion on this one. Tony, what do you do with a daughter's useless boyfriend? When the quarantine began, my wife and I reluctantly moved my daughter's lazy boyfriend for an undetermined period of time. We want our daughter to be safe and healthy, but every night he waits to be served meals and never helps with the dishes or contributes to the cost of the food. At night when we're relaxing watching TV, he goes to her room to wait for her to be alone, and we can hear noises late at night. What can we do to keep our daughter safe without risking her leaving if we toss the bum?
We might need you to come over and body slam him. Signed, Mr. Gradowski and Everett.
It's too late.
Now, what do you mean?
They had a chance to raise her properly, and they didn't.
So it's her fault she chose a bum.
No, it's the parents' fault for raising their daughter not to respect the wishes of the parent. That's what happens when parents try to be their friend instead of trying to be their parent. That daughter is disrespecting their mother.
By allowing it.
That daughter is threatening their mother, I will leave you if I don't get my way. Go right back to the kids with the candy again. That's what we did to that kid. We spoiled them. We became their friend instead of their parent. I would never take a woman in my mother's house. I wouldn't disrespect my mother home that way. I would not do that. We was raised not to do that. We was raised to respect our parents' home, to respect our parents. That daughter had absolutely no respect. They looking at the boyfriend. The daughter chose him. The daughter chose him. So if they kick him out, she's going to get another one just like him. She has no respect for her mother because her mother and her parent spoiled the hell out of her when she was young. My mother said, you make your bed, you have to lie in it. The only thing going to change that girl, she's going to go through a lot of hurt, a lot of pain, a lot of disappointment. That girl is going to be in her 30s before she learned her lesson because she can't learn it from her parent. They had their chance to teach her properly. When you allow a child, when the first time they let that boy stay there the first night, it was all over.
Do you think
they open up Pandora box? You can't put the lid back on. There's nothing they could do now. The daughter have to learn on her own now.
Should they have set down ground rules before he moved in?
Too late.
But should they have?
Yes, they should have, but they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't. They did not teach their daughter to be a respectable young lady. They let her have her way. It starts with this. I said it 1,000 times. You sit at a table with a 3-year-old child. You turn to that 3-year-old child. What do you want to eat? Stupid. What in the hell a 3-year-old know? And you asking a 3-year-old what they want to eat? You're not smart enough to know how to teach that kid what is properly for the eat. That's why over 30% of teenagers are diabetic. That's why.
What's the percentage?
About 40% of America is obese.
40%?
Of Americans are obese.
Really?
Look at all these little fat kids running around here. Come on, Dad, you're not blind. Come on, everyone you see has got the little love handle, all got that baby fat all over them. Lazy as hell, don't want to do anything physically, never did a hard day's work a day in their life, won't clean their room, won't do no chores around the house, mother busting their ass, their father busting their ass, kid laying around playing freaking video games all day long, mother buying them everything they want, you know, ungrateful little brats. But they raised them. It's not the child's fault. It's not the daughter's fault. They raised her that way. They may have talked to her, but they didn't allow it to happen.
At this point, if you were the dad, would you toss the boyfriend?
It's too late. The girl gonna leave with him. It's too late. She old enough to have a boy. How old is she anyway?
They didn't give an age.
Yeah. Any parent that let their daughter date under the age of 16 should be ashamed of themselves.
Oh, I agree with that.
You should be ashamed of yourself. If she under 16, that family should be ashamed of themselves to raise that girl to be a little slut.
Well, I can imagine they did write at night when we're relaxing, watching TV. He goes to her room to wait for her to be alone.
Why they gonna let another man live in their house?
Can hear noises.
Why would they do that? That is stupid. Why would you let another guy lay in your house? He gonna knock her up or give her freaking AIDS or something.
In their house.
In their house.
Almost like at your house, the name of our regular show.
Look, if a man is not able to take care of himself, he's definitely unable to take care of anyone else. What if that girl get pregnant? Who's gonna take care of the baby? The grandparent gonna take care of the baby.
Probably, yeah.
Probably. And then if the guy end up being in penitentiary or something like that, or why are you allowing your daughter to be with a scumbag? He's a scumbag, and you're allowing it to stay in your house? If a guy come to my house and lay around, I wouldn't let that happen anyway. I wouldn't let that happen.
You wouldn't have let it begin.
It would have never started with me. No freaking way would I let some guy come and lay up with my daughter. If she ain't old enough to be on her own, she's too young to be with him. We got to start spoiling our kids. You can't let a child have everything they want, because then they grow up and they're going to want what they want, and they don't give a rat ass what you say. Evidently, the daughter don't care what the parents say. She don't have no respect for their parents. None. Zero. Zilch. But I bet you, if you asked her, what you want to eat, that's where it starts. You're giving the kid authority over you when you ask. My mother didn't ask us nothing.
She told you what you were going to have for dinner.
She said, when you get on your own and you're big enough to pay your own bills and take care of yourself, you make your own decision. But while you're under my roof, you go by my rules.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, Tony, we had one more. Tony, when taking my daily walks, I notice people are not social distancing as they were last spring, getting closer and closer, sometimes not fully covering their faces with masks completely over their face. How do I confront these strangers that we're both at risk of catching the virus?
Leave them alone. They're not going to listen to you. Every person got a suicidal attendant. Just sing flower to their funeral, because they're going to die. Plain and simple. They're going to die. We got 1,000 people a year dying. Because it ain't hit you yet, don't mean it won't hit. 1,000 people a day in this country is dying from this virus. 190,000 people are dead. And you can't change what anybody else do. When I wrote my book, I put in my book, my success in life, I owe to thousands of people. My success. My failure in life, I owe to one person, for I am the captain of my own ship. I can't change what somebody else do. I can only take care of me. And take care of me is a full-time job. But if you see other people that care so little about their neighbor, care so little about themselves, then what you got to say to them is going to fall on deaf ears. They're not going to listen to you. They don't believe in the virus. They don't believe it's deadly. They don't believe they're going to die from it. They don't believe it's going to bother them. So all you're going to do is upset yourself. Let every person live their life the way they live it. Because if you try to intervene, only thing going to happen is they're going to turn on you and attack you. It's kind of like a policeman told me one time. He went to this house and the boyfriend was beating the crap out of his girlfriend. So the policeman jumped on the guy and the policeman got into a little struggle. Well, the girl jumped on the police too. So that cop could not help this woman from being abused by her husband.
Her own worst enemy.
A lot of times we are our own worst enemy. And it was another thing that my dad taught me. You can't argue with stupid. Once you find out a person is stupid, don't try to argue with them. And it takes a smart man to play dumb, and it takes a dumb man to play smart. And I meet young people, ain't even fully grown yet, been on earth 20 years or less. They would argue with me on life that I live. They wasn't even born during that time. But they're going to put up an argument. They stupid. Mm-hmm. So I talk to them the best I can, but you can't force a person to learn if they don't want to learn. We got the greatest education system in the world, in the United States. You send 10 kids to school, maybe 3 of them kids come out learning something. Maybe 3 come out learning nothing. But that's that child's choice. That child don't want to learn. Mm-hmm. This child want to learn. You got the same teachers that always say, oh, it's the school, it's the teacher. No, not. It's your kid. He don't want to learn. How can Johnny learn, Susie learn, and Mike learn nothing? And they're all sitting in the same classroom. Mike don't want to learn. Mike's parents taught him, you don't have to listen to the teacher. You don't have to listen to the doctors. You don't have to listen to the media. This is the dumbest thing over here in my life. The media report what happens. It already happened. What, you want the media not to tell you nothing? You want to be put in a freaking cave where you know nothing? We already consider some of the dumbest people on earth. I mean, nobody look at America as being smart. We never have been the tower of intelligence to no country. We got more uneducated people in America than any civilized country in the world because we have to pay for our education. There's more educated people in Canada than are in America. Because we got more stupid people in America than we got smart people. Look at all that we do. We're not the smartest people in the world. We may think we're smarter than everybody else, but we're not. What we rank in math and science, like 28 or something? I mean, our kids can't compete with the other kids in nothing. Look at kids come up in the Orient. They outdo us left and right. You got people raised up in this country, live here their whole life, have every opportunity, got nothing to show for it. Another kid come from Africa, ain't never had nothing. All of a sudden, he got his own convenience store.
Yeah.
And they would say, well, because the government gave him the same opportunity gave you. The only thing different between him and you, he took advantage of it. You talk about, oh, illegal immigration, they're coming here taking all the jobs we don't want to do. In order for somebody from Mexico to come and take a job here in America, that job first got to be vacant. If somebody were working that job, the guy from Mexico couldn't get it. We got to raise our kids to know the importance of education, to know the importance of world knowledge. Most Americans know nothing about the rest, anything outside the United States. They know nothing about Canada. They know nothing about Europe. They know nothing about Mexico. Nothing about nothing. Just their own little environment. And what really gets me, and when people tell me this, well, President Trump did more for black people than any president ever lived in the world.
And what do you think?
Right.
What do you think he did?
I'm black. They telling me this.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
What did he do?
That's the big question. What? He ain't. It's just words. But people believe it. They believe it. You see what I'm saying? Because they stupid. You can't argue with stupid.
No.
Once you meet a stupid person, they man are made up. They man are made up to believe the way they want to believe. You could hear somebody say something, and then they say, well, he said it. Well, no, he didn't. Well, he mean this, or he meant that. No, he didn't mean what you said. He meant what he said. I see it all the time. They try to change what a person say into their thoughts. No, if they come out of that person's mouth, that's what that person believes. That person is not going to say nothing they don't mean. And while you try to brush it up, clean it up, and make it something else, you just make yourself look stupid. We need to, the thing that have never been pushed in this country since I was a young'un is education. You remember we said here, we talk about wrestling, we talk about football, we talk about sports, we talk about politics, we talk about everything but the power of education. There was a time in this country where black people will refuse education. Why is that? Why they refuse black people to learn? What was it so much about learning that we couldn't have that ability? The reason that they didn't want us to have that ability in the olden days because education is power. It ain't the guy with the biggest arms or the best bench press. It's the guy that got the best degree. It's the guy that got the education that's going to be the guy that's going to run this world in the future. Well, when my dad, he didn't have no education. He had a 6th grade. Yeah, but that was in 1940. That was in 1950, 1960. You're not living in your father's time. Well, them days are gone.
What do you think right now, Tony? One of our techies in the back, Griff Garrison, he right now is just started college freshman. He is going to the campus one day a week, and the rest of the week it's all online. Do you think that's difficult for these kids?
A little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing.
Like the kids that got oatmeal for Halloween.
How you pursue your education is unimportant. How you get to the end of the tunnel is unimportant as long as you get there. He's doing what is necessary to do right now. It may not be the way he wanted it to be. It may not be the way that it should be. But it is what it is right now. He could make the excuse, he could use the coronavirus not to do nothing. But he chose to go to one day a week and do the rest of the work on the computer. There's nothing wrong with that. If
well, the school chose it.
Well, it still is nothing wrong with it because at least he's doing it. Now, if he go home and mess around and don't do what he's supposed to do on the computer, that's on him.
Could be like that guy in the first question we had. Looking up the
that's
HLA.
on him. Yeah, we all got opportunity to be successful in this world. There is nobody in America that had been denied the opportunity to be successful. No one. We make our own decision. We are the captain of our own ship. You can decide to be a success and work hard and make something out of yourself, or you could not. But the world had got to the place now where we all looking for someone else to take care of us. We're all looking for somebody to do for us. We had lost the ability to do for ourselves. In the Bible now, I didn't write it, self-preservation come first. The law helped those who help themselves. A man must work by the sweat of his brow. And I didn't write none of that.
You read it.
And that's how we should be as men and as women, because now it's not just a man's world anymore. It's a human world. Man, woman, black, white, Asian, and Spanish work in this great country to make this country great. It's not no one race of people or no one gender that make America great, that have made America great, and never have been that way, and never will be that way. Nobody could do it alone. We all need help from each and every American to make the country great. Your neighborhood is not a great neighborhood if your house is the only house on the block that is taken care of. If all the houses around your block fall down, your neighborhood goes with it. The value of your home goes with your neighbor home. If your neighbor don't keep up his property,
it affects you.
It affects you too. So if you got crime, like I listen to them, they talk about the Democrat state, the Democrat-run state. Well, ain't them Democrat, they're not Americans no more. They're not our concern. We criticize them, but what in the hell the people that criticize them doing to help them? If you're not doing nothing to stop the violence in the street, if you're not doing nothing to stop the protesting, shut the hell up.
Fair enough. All right.
I could sit here all day long and criticize people, but what I'm doing personally to stop it, what I'm doing, I'm using the crime in the street to vitalize them, to tear them down, to make them look bad. Why? Because they're not a part of my party. But then if the same stuff goes on in my neck of the woods, I'm going to ignore it. Because I don't want bad publicity in Florida, because Florida is ran by the Republic, for God's sake. Let's not talk about how many people die in Florida every year. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about the crime in Florida, but let's talk about the crime in Portland, Oregon. Because the Portland, Oregon, they're not Americans no more.
All right. Well, Tony, we're running out
The
of
Republicans are not Americans. The Democrat, so what we should do, get rid of that unanimity.
We're just states of America.
There's no more unanimity. Erase that.
We're the SA.
Erase the United States of America, USA. Take the U away. Because to the rest of the world, they see everything in America but unity.
All right. Well, Tony, those are interesting closing thoughts. I found this episode interesting, not typical wrestling talk.
And I hope I didn't piss nobody off.
Well,
but you asked me.
Maybe pissing in Mr. Keen's sink.
You asked me.
That was the first episode. If you have questions, maybe once a month we could try and do an Ask Atlas. I think it's kind of fun to see your unique views of the world, whether we're talking about husbands that urinate in sinks or women that give out packets of oatmeal to try and keep trick-or-treaters
or
away.
kids that violate people's property.
There you go.
That's the important part that you're missing.
For the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marty. If you have questions for future episodes, send us an email. It's in the graphic below, bw@bostonwrestling.com. We might be able to get your question on the air from the mind of WWE Bodybuilding and Life Hall of Famer.
No, you made a mistake.
What did I mean? What?
You said the man. I don't have one.
The what?
There's nothing up here.
Oh, don't say that. There's more, as Bill Eadie says, there's more than you know.
Yeah, if you can find it.
If you can find it.
I'm going to tell you something that you didn't know.
Let's hear it.
All right. They were selling brains. They had President Obama's brain. They wanted $500 for it. They had President Trump's brain. They wanted $500 for his brain. They had Tony Atlas' brain. They wanted $5 million.
And why is that?
That's what the guy asked. They said, how come Tony Atlas' brain costs is more than 2 American presidents?
It's so rare?
No. What the guy told him, that was selling the brain, he said, that's easy. It ain't been used yet. It's still in the box.
Yeah, it's a virgin. There you go.
It's still in the box.
It's almost like one of John Cena Sr.'s pieces.
Oh, there you go.
Talk about a happy Halloween. All right, folks, as we knock over the table for Tony Atlas.
Tony Atlas brain is brand new, still in the box. Ain't been used yet.
We got the Patreon, we got the eBay, we got everything going on thanks to Matt Degnan, the Prodigy. Gabe Garrison, whatever his name is, I forget. He's got so many G's with his hoodie that he came in wearing to try
they were gonna
disguise himself.
Hey, did you know they were going to give me a blood test? I stayed up all night to study for it.
And you failed.
Yeah, they told me if my IQ was 1 point less, I'd be a banana.
All right, well, we're going to see you in the produce section, I guess. All right, we'll see you next time, folks. Good night. All right, let's have you call this old Mark. And then we're going to get this thing ready for the Cornish Cure kids, and then we're going to go.
Wrestling fans, as hopefully, with any luck, I'm on a plane headed down to Florida right about now. As I even get a text message about it as we speak. It has been a pleasure to spend the day with you, talking about the late, great Paul Bearer in the Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive 2021. Again, you have until December the 19th to get those raffle tickets for as little as $5. You can win thousands of dollars worth of prizes, all in our efforts to keep Paul Bearer's name alive. And update Santa Claus's GPS to find every kid's house. Even if you can't afford a raffle ticket, share the link online. That costs relatively nothing in the day of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites. Any way you can get the word out, again, greatly appreciated. If you were ever a fan of The Undertaker or Paul Bearer, it's the right thing to do. So for all of our great help here in studio, I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well, be healthy. Merry Christmas. Good night from Boston.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.